Robbery. I am the captain of the Brain Pirates. Men stand to the left, women to the right, and those in between stand in the middle. Hand it over. The salty, briny sea wind mingled with the acrid stench of gunpowder, filling Sammy's nostrils. At this moment, he sat in a daze at the bow of the ship, staring at the chaotic scene of life and death struggle unfolding before him, as if watching a drama that had nothing to do with himself. A sailor locked in combat with an enemy caught sight of this seemingly defenseless fool. That sailor sneered viciously, struck down his opponent with a sweeping slash, then charged forward at full speed, his curved blade cutting through the air with a vicious wind aimed directly at Sammy's left shoulder. Sammy reacted almost entirely on instinct, throwing himself backward until his back pressed flat against the deck. Simultaneously, his foot shot up and kicked the sailor's blade hand, sending the weapon flying from his grip. Picking the wrong opponent. A grin curved across Sammy's lips. In the next instant, to the horrified gaze of his attacker, Sammy leaped up like a koi, breaching the water, soaring into the air, and caught the tumbling blade in his hand. Then he landed with commanding force Sammy's tall frame, casting a dark shadow, his gaze locked onto the sailor standing before him. The sailor's vicious grin froze on his face. That icy stare sweeping over him felt like being pinned by a sea king. His legs began trembling uncontrollably. A monster. Sammy gave him no further opportunity, lifting his leg and delivering a fierce straight kick that struck the man's chest dead center. A muffled thud echoed as the sailor flew backward like a kite, with its string cut crashing heavily against the base of the mast before collapsing unconscious. Sammy weighed the captured blade in his hand, his gaze turning sharp, and finally joined the fray. Every block of his sent numbness shooting through his opponent's arms, and one slash was often enough to send weapons flying or send adversaries stumbling to the ground. As blade light flashed, one after another enemies wailed and fell, either knocked out by a strike to the head or left unable to fight with cracked ribs. Sammy was a tiger among sheep. Wherever he charged, resistance crumbled. Soon the last sub-boss was struck down by the flat of his blade and was pinned firmly to the deck by several sailors. The battle was over. Quick, tie them all up. Check if anyone's playing dead. Without needing Sammy's instructions, the experienced sailors had already begun cleaning the battlefield on their own, using thick, sturdy ropes to bind the unconscious and surrendering enemy sailors tightly. Sammy returned to his position at the bow. An officer-like sailor stepped forward and reported respectfully, "Captain, we've scoured every corner of that Octopus Gang ship clean." Sammy nodded. "Lock all captured Octopus Gang members in the hold. As for the treasure." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crew members around him, who were all pricking up their ears, the corner of his mouth curving upward. "Same old rules. Load everything onto our deck first, and I'll distribute it fairly." "Oh, long live Captain Sammy." Sammy gazed at this frenzied band whose faces were twisted with the savage thrill of plunder and slaughter, and his thoughts drifted to the distant past. A year ago he was still called Li Wei, just an ordinary high school student who had simply encountered the golden guide to another world on his way to school. When he woke again, he found himself lying on a beach. Not only was his body no longer his own, but the entire world had transformed beyond recognition. It wasn't until he picked up a few tattered wanted posters on the beach, catching the barely legible words "dead" or "alive," that he suddenly realized he had transmigrated into the world of One Piece. He followed the smoke and cooking smells to a nearby town. The townspeople seemed to recognize this face, addressing him as Sammy. From fragments of others' conversations, he pieced together the original body's history. The original was a textbook nobody. No parents, no partner, no job. A thorough drifter. Fine, a drifter he was. At least he had to survive first. That was what he thought back then, after all his stomach was already growling with hunger. To make a living, Sammy began taking odd jobs. But as a drifter, his original body's reputation had already been ruined, so he could only do the lowest, most grueling labor. He found work hauling cargo at the docks. After laboring under the blazing sun for an entire day, his shoulders rubbed raw with blood blisters. All for a few wrinkled 100 berry. Just as he clutched the money with a joyful heart, thinking he could finally buy something to fill his stomach, several large men with viper tattoos swaggered over and blocked his path. "Kid, you're new around here. Know the rules. This dock is under our Viper Gang's management." The scarred leader at the front spread his hand open. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Li Wei Sammy instinctively tightened his grip on the money. This was his day's worth of blood and sweat. This. This is what I earned. A sharp slap sent stars bursting before his eyes, his cheek burning with pain. Before he could even react, a heavy fist struck his gut. Sammy curled up and collapsed to the ground. "Earned. The fact that I let you earn here, is the rule." The scarred man stepped on his hand that clutched the money, grinding down hard, prying open his fingers one by one, and snatched away those few 100 berry. The busy laborers around them all turned their faces away, quickening their steps. Only faint snickering and pointing fingers could be heard. Humiliation, pain. But what he felt most was a brutality this modern soul had never known, making his entire body tremble. He thought of the Marines from the manga who represented justice. Enduring the pain, he ran to the Marine branch in town stammering as he told the guard about being robbed and beaten. That Marine soldier listened with impatience then scoffed. The Viper gang. They maintained order at the docks. What's wrong with collecting a management fee? Get lost, don't block the way. Having said that, he actually shoved Sammy, followed by 2 kicks that sent him tumbling down the steps. Leeway crashed into the dirt. Before he could get up, a shadow loomed over him. The scarred man leaned against the outer wall of the branch with his men's cigarette dangling from his lips, grinning as he watched. Oh kid, not bad. You actually went to the Marines. You know, we're all one big family with the gentleman inside. You sure gave me a good laugh. The scarred man squatted down and patted Sammy's face. Know what? We're all family with the guys in there. You really gave me a laugh today. Fists and feet rained down again like a storm, heavier and longer than before. He could only curl up, covering his head, his mouth filled with the taste of blood. Finally, a few loogies were spat on him, and only then did that group swagger away. In the days that followed, such bullying became a daily occurrence. He tried hiding, tried switching jobs, but the Viper gang's reach was everywhere. Most of his hard-earned wages were taken, beatings came at the slightest provocation, and his dignity was ground into the mud. That soul from modern society, soaked day after day in despair and fury, was finally drenched through by a cold hatred. Since this world has no reason, no justice. He gazed at his own bruised and swollen reflection in the water, and the last ember of warmth in his eyes died out completely. No longer content to simply endure, he began using the theoretical knowledge he had accumulated from watching anime in his previous life. Ambushes, traps, human weaknesses, psychological intimidation. He studied the shift-change patterns of the Viper gang's small hideout, memorizing each thug's face and habits. He scavenged discarded nails, broken glass, and used rags and half a can of stolen lamp oil to craft the most rudimentary weapons. The night of vengeance arrived. He slid into the hideout like a shadow, using the darkness and chaos to take down 2 lone thugs with traps and ambush. But there were more people in the hideout than he'd anticipated. The commotion quickly drew a flood of enemies. He fought while retreating, sustaining several wounds, and at a corridor corner crashed straight into 3 raggedly dressed men. Don't kill us. One of the slightly older men raised his trembling hands. They all had bruises on their faces and bodies, and terror filled their eyes. Help us. We're victims of them too. They had witnessed Sammy's ferocious solo assault on the Viper gang hideout and begged for his help. Sammy panted heavily. Help you? I can barely save myself. If you want to live, pick up weapons yourselves. Either way we might die, but taking a few down with us is better than kneeling and begging. Perhaps his words ignited the last spark of blood in their hearts, or perhaps the hatred long suppressed against the Viper gang finally erupted. They frantically snatched up scattered wooden clubs and broken bottles from the ground, falling in behind Sammy. The 4 fought and retreated, scrambling through the maze-like hideout in search of an exit. But the Viper gang had been thoroughly alerted, closing in from all directions, shouts and footsteps growing ever closer. This way, quick! At the end of their rope, they burst through a half-closed heavy wooden door, rushed inside, and immediately braced their bodies against it, driving the door bolt home. Frantic banging and cursing immediately erupted from outside the door. Safe for now. But that also meant they were completely trapped. The 4 leaned against the door, gasping for breath, sweat mixed with blood and grime streaming down their faces. Only now, aided by the faint moonlight seeping through the ventilation window, did they clearly see this makeshift refuge. This was clearly no ordinary storage room. The room was filled with numerous crates. Some lids were open, revealing the glint of gold coins and jewelry inside. Several decent-looking weapons and crafts hung on the walls. This was the Viper gang's room for storing valuables. Money. So much money. One companion stared at the treasures with glazed eyes, but his expression quickly dimmed again. What's the use of any of it now? They can't even get out the door. Stop staring. Look for weapons you can use. Muskets. Sabers. Anything. Enduring the pain, Sammy quickly searched through the room. He kicked open several crates. Most contained gold and silver vessels and bolts of fabric. He pulled open a drawer. Nothing. His gaze swept anxiously across the room, finally landing on an ornate wooden box placed alone in the corner. He rushed over and opened the box. Inside, instead of the expected sword or musket resting on dark velvet fabric, lay a fruit covered in spiral patterns, entirely an eerie pink, in color shaped somewhat like a pomegranate. It didn't look very fresh, somewhat shriveled even. But those peculiar patterns and colors seemed almost alive under the moonlight, drawing Sammy's gaze with magnetic intensity. A devil fruit. With an appearance this distinctive, it couldn't possibly be the human fruit. But what specific power? Unknown. Eating it would make him unable to swim. The door bolt groaned under the strain. The wooden door began to crack. The companions let out despairing cries, uselessly trying to reinforce whatever barricaded the door. There was no time left. An unknown power, the only thing that might break this desperate situation. Wait for death or gamble everything. A flash of madness crossed Sammy's eyes. He seized that pink fruit, and facing the cracking door and the shadowy figures of enemies beyond, roared with all his might. Viper gang. Want my life? Then let's see who descends to hell first. He opened his mouth wide and bit down viciously. A horrific taste, as if every foulness in the world had been blended together, exploded in his mouth, causing his stomach to convulse violently. He nearly vomited instantly. But he clamped his hand tightly over his mouth, forcing himself to swallow. One bite, then another. Boom! A scorching, uncanny power, as if alive, erupted from the deepest part of his body, raging through his veins and nerves like wildfire. At the same moment, the warehouse door was blasted open and fierce thugs poured in with blades, axes, and torches. Found them. Kill. The words died in their throats. Everyone who had rushed in stared in horror toward the center of the room. There, Sammy's body was undergoing a terrifying transformation. His skin turned semi-transparent, and the outline of his body seemed to ripple slightly. Viscous, slippery fluid seeped and dripped continuously from his fingertips. Even stranger, in the dim light, his eyes reflected a faint bioluminescence like that of deep-sea creatures. A monster. Screams of terror echoed throughout the warehouse. And Sammy, feeling the surging new power within him, slowly raised his transforming arm, looked at those faces that had brought him endless humiliation, and curved his mouth into a smile that held absolutely no warmth. No one knew exactly what happened that night in that warehouse. The next morning, when nearby residents noticed something amiss, all they saw was deathly silence throughout the hideout. Inside and around that warehouse, the bodies of all the pursuers lay scattered about. They bore almost no visible blade wounds, yet their manner of death was bizarre and horrifying. Each had bulging, bloodshot eyes, faces twisted in extreme agony, lips and fingernails an ominous deep purple, their muscles spasming in unnatural rigidity, as if they had endured unspeakable torment in the instant of death. And Sammy, along with the 3 survivors, together with a portion of the hideout's treasure and a small boat, had long since vanished without a trace. News of the incident spread quietly, carrying with it fear and bewilderment. No one cared where that unremarkable drifter kid had gone. They only knew that one of the Viper Gang's hideouts had been wiped out in some bizarre manner. From that day forth, Sammy was truly born. He took his earliest followers, sailed the stolen ship, and set course across the vast West Blue. As for now, Sammy drew back his wandering thoughts, his gaze falling upon the Jolly Roger flying from his own bow, painted with a skull and crossed cutlasses. Yes, they had become pirates. In the West Sea, where gang forces are deeply entrenched, being a pirate seems somewhat unconventional. However, in Sammy's view, the essence of both gangs and pirates is the law of the jungle. The only difference lies in their domain, one primarily on land, the other at sea. Yet the transformation that identity brings is truly profound. Sammy watched as those former companions, once oppressed and seemingly honest, gradually became ferocious and greedy after donning the pirate headband, utterly unrecognizable from their past selves. Captain Sammy, everything has been loaded onto our ship. What about this vessel? Sink it as per the usual routine. The inquiry from a crew member interrupted Sammy's reminiscence. Sink it, Sammy replied without hesitation. Why not tow it to the harbor and sell it? This ship looks quite valuable. A crew member muttered softly, his face showing regret, clearly a newcomer. Sammy glanced at him and explained, this is an octopus gang ship. See that figurehead? The massive octopus tentacles and its unique low-riding hull like a ramming vessel. In these waters, that's the mark of the octopus gang. Their ships can't be disguised as ordinary merchant vessels by simply removing the flag. Docking such a pirate ship at any port is equivalent to announcing to everyone that we attacked the octopus gang. We can't afford to court trouble like that. Sammy needed money to support his large crew, but he wasn't foolish enough to risk his life for wealth. So following standard procedures, such vessels were always scuttled. The deck was piled high with gold, silver, and jewels, their refracted light dazzling the eyes. But Sammy knew these shiny trinkets were only part of the haul, not even the major portion. What truly sustained his crew were the weapons that could be sold after wiping off the bloodstains and the dejected captives below deck. They would be shackled and sold as merchandise to slave traders. Of course, he would not sell these gang members directly to the local slave traders in the West Sea, having once nearly suffered a great loss for the sake of convenience. Initially, when he had just started the slave trade, he tried to dispose of the captured gangsters locally in the West Sea. The news spread like wildfire. He was nearly trapped in the harbor by the local power brokers, escaped only after taking several cannonball hits to his ship, paying a heavy price to break out. A fall into a pit again in your wit. Sammy fully understood that in the West Sea, where gang influence was deeply rooted, selling stolen goods locally was akin to walking into a trap. Thus, he abandoned the idea of trading slaves. Until 6 months ago, Sammy fortuitously made contact with the Sympathy Islands. Sammy became the uppermost link in this dark supply chain, the manufacturer. Although profits were skimmed by middlemen, it was safe and covert, greatly reducing the risk of retaliation from the West Sea gangs. After all, it was a business with no cost, so he couldn't be too demanding. His current strength was still insufficient. If his power grew in the future, he might achieve direct factory-to-consumer sales, shipping the goods straight to the Sympathy Islands. But that was a matter for the future. At that moment his attention returned to the deck laden with spoils. Looking at the crew lined up, eyes fixed on the treasure pile, Sammy took a deep breath and began the most important ritual after every battle, the distribution of loot. As a soul from a modern high school, his heart still burned with passion and loyalty. My brothers risked their lives for me. How could I treat them poorly? This was the principle he had always upheld. As a result, both in the West Sea Gang circles and among pirates, the name of Rebera Sammy was exceptionally renowned. Not for cruelty, but for his legendary generosity and fairness. This also meant that whenever he needed to recruit new members, a flood of people desperate for wealth and a worthy leader would clamor to join his pirate crew. He picked up the merit log compiled by his crew. Let's divide the money. Reward according to merit. Oh, everyone gets a share. Long live Captain Sammy. Amid the thunderous cheers of the crew, treasures were claimed one by one, and the deck was filled with the joyful atmosphere of pirates. The crowd gradually dispersed, each plotting how to squander their generous pay upon reaching the next island. Hans, Sammy called out loudly. A scrawny man immediately emerged from the crowd, scurrying to Sammy's side. He was the ship's navigator, nicknamed Sea Weasel, intimately familiar with the West Sea's routes, islands, and reefs. Captain, you called. Which is the nearest island suitable for us to dock? Sammy asked, stroking his chin. We need to rest for a while. Hans answered almost without hesitation. It's Barrel Island, Captain. At the current wind speed and heading, we'll arrive by noon the day after tomorrow at the latest. He grinned, revealing a gold-capped front tooth. There's a decent little town on the island. As long as you have money, you can replenish fresh water and supplies. There are also a few taverns. But most importantly, there's no marine base station on the island, only a few insignificant local gangs that pose no threat to us. Barrel Island. Not a bad name. Sammy nodded, satisfied with the answer. Good, we'll go there. He stood up again and clapped his hands at the crew, who had been laughing and playing on the deck, immediately fell silent. Brothers, set course for Barrel Island. We'll arrive the day after tomorrow. No Marines on the island, so everyone can relax to their heart's content. Remember our ship's old rules. Yes. The crew's answers were a jumble. Don't rob civilians. Pay for what you buy. Be careful when looking for women. Pay attention to hygiene. Someone howled out, sparking a burst of laughter. Excellent. This time after the money's divided, we'll stay on the island for 3 days. Bring your berries and have a blast. Long live Captain Sammy. Sammy laughed and waved his hand, letting the commotion continue. He knew these guys made a lot of noise, but once ashore they'd still need the steady supervision of a few seasoned officers. After the order was given, the pirate ship adjusted its course, gradually veering from its current heading, plowing through the waves toward Barrel Island. Sammy listened to the continued cheers behind him, a smile involuntarily tugging at his lips. A feeling mixing vanity and elation swelled in his chest. This sense of having 100 voices answer his call, of being adored by the crowd, was something his former self, an ordinary high schooler, would never have dared to imagine. He took a deep breath of the air tinged with salt and sweat. Yes, power and recognition could sometimes be more intoxicating than treasure. However, as a captain, pleasure always came after duty. He turned and walked toward the stern castle, entering his own captain's quarters. The room was not luxurious, but was very tidy. He locked the door behind him and placed his share of the treasure in a hidden compartment under the bed. Then he walked to the desk, took out a notebook wrapped carefully in oilcloth, and opened it. Inside were records written in Chinese characters that only he could understand. This served as his diary, as well as the ship's ledger, personnel files, and management manual. He picked up a quill, dipped it in ink, and first wrote in the battle record column the date: encounter with Octopus Gang, supply ship Victory. Then under casualties, he wrote the number of crew members lost in this battle: 11. This figure determined how many new recruits he needed to enlist on the next island to fill the gaps. After a year of trial and error, he had figured out the optimal crew size for this 3-masted sailing ship to ensure efficient sailing and combat without causing unnecessary management chaos due to excessive consumption of supplies. 125 people was his golden number. Currently, with 11 losses, he needed to replenish to full strength. Closing the notebook, Sammy rubbed his temples. Over the past year, he had figured out far more than just crew numbers. Take personnel management and health issues, for instance. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but recall the gunner he had dismissed last quarter. A capable fellow, but he couldn't keep his pants on and came back with a venereal disease. Sammy still remembered the man's pathetic pleas, but what flashed before his eyes were the horrifying illustrations of deformed individuals from history who had contracted syphilis. Therefore, he had nearly draconian rules regarding the crew's lifestyle. They could indulge in debauchery. That was a pirate tradition, and he didn't stop them. But they had to pay attention to hygiene and use protection. Sammy even provided each crew member with their own toiletries and eating utensils. Once a crew member was found infected with a venereal disease, there was only one outcome: leaving the ship. Of course, Sammy wasn't so heartless as to abandon sick crew members on a deserted island to fend for themselves. According to his rules, he would pay a considerable severance based on the individual's past contributions, then let him disembark at the next inhabited island, giving him money to seek treatment or find another way to survive. Although most crew members tempted by the high pay would voluntarily comply with this rule, there were always those who couldn't control themselves or thought they could get away with it. In the past year, no fewer than 10 crew members had been politely asked to leave for crossing this red line. This wasn't because Sammy had moral prejudice or a phobia against these sailors, it was entirely for the safety of himself and the entire crew. He knew better than anyone how rampant such diseases were in the age of sail, especially among pirates. He didn't want his fleet to suffer losses or even collapse due to a large-scale epidemic. More importantly, a thought often lingered in his mind. I've transmigrated into the magnificent world of One Piece with goals of wealth, power, and fame across the seas. If I end up dying from something as pathetic as a venereal disease, I'd become the greatest laughingstock among all transmigrators. After handling these matters, Sammy leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting through the porthole to the faint outline of an island on the horizon. Barrel Island. Hopefully this resupply and rest would go smoothly. He needed to recruit new people and also gather intelligence on the recent situation in the West Sea, especially the movements of the Octopus Gang. After all, they had just scuttled one of their ships, stolen their goods, and taken their men. The voyage was remarkably smooth, as if the wind and currents conspired in their favor. Long before the scheduled noon arrival at Wine Cask Island, its silhouette emerged from the morning mist by dawn. Once the lookout sent the signal, the crew deftly lowered the skull and crossbones pirate flag and hoisted a plain merchant banner, standard procedure when docking at ports not controlled by pirates. As the vessel docked, Sammy stepped onto the gunwale, swaying gently with the boat's motion. His gaze swept across the eager faces on deck, and he laughed. "Look at you lot. Your souls have already drifted off to the taverns, haven't they, eh?" The crew erupted into knowing laughter. "Listen up." Sammy's expression sobered. His voice wasn't loud, yet everyone fell silent and leaned in. "Same rules as always. The first watch from the sailing crew stays behind today. Eyes wide open. The rest of you disembark in order: combat group, then sailors, then logistics. Our top priority is provisioning. Fresh water, food, medicine, ropes, canvas. The full inventory list has been given to your section leaders. Everything must be loaded by noon. After that, the rest is your own free time." "Understood." "Yes, Captain." Very quickly the dock area was alive with the bustling, noisy figures of Sammy's crew. They haggled deftly with local merchants and hauled crates of supplies back aboard. Sammy supervised on deck for a while, ensuring nothing slipped through the cracks. "Captain, stop lurking on the ship. Come explore town with us." "Come on, Captain, it's been ages since we last docked. Let's grab a drink together." Several close cadres gathered around, extending warm invitations. Seeing the eager looks in his men's eyes, Sammy smiled and no longer refused. "All right, let's go for a walk together." They followed the rough wooden pier toward the town known as Winecast Township. At the same time, in the town's largest tavern, the Sea Monster's throat, the place was packed with all manner of characters: sailors, bounty hunters, gangsters, and a few smugglers who looked like they were negotiating business. "So I'm telling you, when it comes to the Stoneclaw Peninsula, never mess with Flower Kingdom ships. That idiot crew of the Bloodblade gang really thought they were something. One branch gone in an instant." Beside him, a burly man with a scarred face slammed down his drink and smashed the cup against the floor. The 8 Treasure Navy. Just bullying people with numbers." Just then the tavern owner, a broad-bearded giant, deftly tore down several old wanted posters. "Oh, Boss Rimba pirate crew got delisted already," a sharp-eyed patron shouted. The owner didn't even look up. "Delisted? No, they made it." The whole crew crossed the semicircle mountain and entered the Great Thousand Verse. The Great Thousand Verse. Those Rimba folks were formidable indeed. Hope they carve out a name for themselves. Someone sighed, a note of longing and reverence in their voice. Just as everyone was chattering away, the boss pulled out a fresh stack of wanted posters and nailed them to the board. Wait a minute." A sailor in a tattered tricorn hat squinted and leaned close to a newly posted poster. "What's this pink little thing?" His companion glanced over and nearly spat out his rum. W. Waterhead." He slapped his thigh, laughing. "Everyone come look at this. This guy. Jellyfish Head," Labila Sammy. "Jellyfish Head. What kind of nonsense is this? And a 7 million coin bounty." In an instant, every eye in the tavern turned toward the poster. The photograph showed a young man, but his head was extremely bizarre, as though a translucent pink jellyfish rested atop it, obscuring and distorting his features. That face, paired with the ridiculously blunt nickname Jellyfish Head, stood out starkly among the other wanted posters filled with scarred visages, sinister grins, and murderous stares. Then a great roar of laughter threatened to blow the tavern's roof off. "Just this. Jellyfish Head. Is he really worth 7 million coins? Did the Marines get it wrong?" "Boss," a man who looked like a bounty hunter said, still chuckling, "what earth-shaking feat did this Jellyfish Head pull to warrant that price?" "Exactly. I've been running a blade on the seas for 5 years, and my head's only valued at 4 million, grumbled a scarred bounty hunter, envy dripping from his words. In the western sea of this era, a 7 million coin bounty placed someone among the notably powerful pirates, a serious threat indeed. The tavern owner wiped the glass and glanced at the poster. Rumor has it he specializes in plundering gang vessels. Ruthless Swift and his raids have severely disrupted those big shot sea trade. The Marines probably see it as a favor, but they needed to show something on paper. And there are whispers he's a devil fruit user, something uncanny. Jack the Ripper was valued at $6 million. It was the bartender who had been quietly wiping glasses all along. The clamor subsided slightly. The bartender continued polishing his glass. Jack fell at the hands of libelous Sammy, caught him and his ship alive, and sold them both at an auction house in the Great Thousand-Verse. What a... He captured Jack the Ripper alive and sold him to the Great Thousand-Verse. This guy, how strong is he really? Bullshit. The burly scarred man slammed his palm on the table, his hand resting on the same style of short blade carried by Jack the Ripper. How could our boss Jack fall to some clown like this? The tavern owner gave the man a cold look. Black Snake Crow brought this news. If you don't believe it, go ask him yourself. At the mention of Crow's name, the burly man named Black Snake lost his edge and slumped back into his seat, muttering, "Whatever. I still don't buy it." Ironically, his outburst only boosted the credibility of Sammy's prowess in everyone's eyes. Libelous Sammy. An old, well-informed sailor stroked his chin, murmuring thoughtfully, "I seem to have heard that name. Wasn't he that pirate captain known for being extremely generous with his crew, splitting the loot fairly?" The moment those words left his mouth, someone beside him snapped his fingers. "Right? Libelous Sammy. I remember now. That's them. I've heard they split the spoils so generously it puts other captains to shame. No wonder his men would die for him. Oh, so it's him. No wonder he's so lavish. He specifically raids gangs. Gangs have deep pockets, he takes more, and naturally his crew gets more. TSK tisk, those guys must be filthy rich." Then another voice rang out with confusion. "Wait though, haven't they been active for quite a while now? Why is this the first wanted poster? The Marines and those gangs are way too slow." The boss snorted. Apparently Sammy has rather strict rules. Rumor has it some of his men got into trouble recently, and instead of killing them, he paid them off and threw them overboard. He jerked his chin toward the poster. "My bet. Those exiled men held a grudge and sold him out in revenge. Otherwise, how do you think the Marines got his photo and set the bounty so quickly? So that's how it is. A traitor from within. TSK, TSK. As everyone continued their heated discussion, their impression of Jellyfish Head Sammy shifted from pure mockery to a complicated mix of wariness and curiosity. Bang! The tavern's somewhat flimsy wooden door was shoved open roughly, the boards slamming against the wall with a dull thud. A slightly impatient young voice called from the doorway. "Boss, got any food? I'm starving." All eyes turned to the entrance, where several young men in their early 20s stood, travel-worn and indistinguishable from the common sailors that frequented the docks. Their arrival only momentarily hushed the tavern's clamor before the noise surged back even louder. No one paid these greenhorns any heed. "What can I get for you gentlemen?" the tavern owner called out from behind the counter, his face creased with a practiced merchant's smile. "Our signature grilled meat is the finest in these parts. No tavern around can match it. Pair it with a freshly tapped mug of top-shelf rum, and you'll have a taste of heaven, guaranteed to wash away all the hardships of the sea." "Sounds good," the young man at the front nodded. "I'll take one." "Me too," his four companions echoed in unison. "Coming right up. 5 signature grills, 5 mugs of rum." The bartender set down a large mug of rum before each of them, then returned to his stoic polishing of a glass that seemed endless in its need for attention. The leading youth took a hearty swig. "Oh, that hits the spot. Boss, we could hear all the ruckus from outside. What's the fun? Spill it, let us in on the joke." No sooner had he spoken than a drunkard face flushed crimson staggered over, reeking of alcohol, and punctuating his approach with loud belches. "Burp. Young master, you've come to the right man. Burp. The Navy just put out a new batch of wanted posters. Look over there." He pointed a trembling finger at the bulletin board plastered with bounty notices. Sammy and his officers followed his gaze. "Boss," one of the sharp-eyed officers beside the young man gasped, his eyes widening. You've been wanted." Clang, crack. In the tavern, at least 7 or 8 bounty hunters who had been feigning drunkenness suddenly sharpened their gazes, hands already resting on sword hilts or concealed flintlocks. The atmosphere grew taut. "Which one is he, eh?" They exchanged wary glances, minds racing as they compared the young face before them to the portraits on the board. "The scar-faced one. No. One-eyed. No. Fierce and menacing. Not him either." Only one poster remained. The one with a bizarre pink jellyfish-like head. Sammy's gaze locked onto that very poster, particularly the grotesque jellyfish head portrait and the glaring 7's berry bounty beneath it. A surge of heat rushed to his head. "What's going on? How did I end up wanted? And with a photo from my transformation?" A wave of cringe-inducing embarrassment washed over him, nearly cracking his composure. Being wanted itself didn't surprise him. In fact, he'd almost expected it. In the world of One Piece, being a pirate with a bounty was a badge of honor. The higher the bounty, the more respect you commanded. Without a price on your head, you weren't even worth greeting. 7 million berry was a decent start in the West Blue. But this This epithet, Jellyfish Head. Sammy could already envision future battles, two crews facing off, the enemy captain pointing at him across the field and howling with laughter. Are you the Jellyfish Head Rebera, Sammy? Huh. The idiot who ate the jellyfish fruit. No, absolutely not. No, I will not have my pirate career begin as a joke. I'd rather be seen as a monster than a laughingstock. A fierce clash of shame and Shinibu spirit ignited within him. In a flash of inspiration, a brilliant, utterly ridiculous plan to save face and intimidate the crowd took shape. At that moment, Sammy slammed his mug down with a thump, then abruptly stood his chair, scraping harshly against the floor. His face darkened, as if it could drip venom, exuding a dangerous aura. Be boss. His officers flinched, never having seen their captain with such a fearsome expression. Ignoring them, Sammy took a deep breath, turned to face the entire tavern, and let out a laugh that he believed was magnificently bold. Ha ha ha. That's right. I am Rebera Sammy with a bounty of 7 buri. And my true identity. He paused, deliberately sweeping his gaze across the room, taking in the faces twisted with greed, wariness, and the anticipated mockery, which he imagined before declaring with a hint of feigned resignation and pride. I am a jellyfish who ate the animal-type human fruit. Want my 7 berry head? Come and get it. Let's see if you've got what it takes. Wah. What? The entire tavern fell into a dead silence, as if someone had hit the mute button. Human fruit. The revelation struck like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone utterly stunned. The bounty hunters who had been ready to pounce the boisterous patrons, and even Sammy's own officers, all stood with mouths agape, jaws nearly dislocated. Human fruit. A nearby bounty hunter muttered his flintlock, drooping unconsciously, his face a mask of incredulity. Be boss. You're a jellyfish. Officer Eugene's voice trembled with disbelief. His worldview had been shattered, as if meeting his captain for the first time. Sammy forced his face into a rigid expression, using every ounce of his acting skill to reply, with a blend of resignation and haughtiness. Ha. That's correct. That's also why I can think, speak, and walk like a human. Sammy stole a glance at the shocked faces around him, inwardly wiping a bead of sweat. Did it work? They bought it. Excellent. After a brief silence, an eruption of chatter exploded like a volcano. A jellyfish ate the human fruit and became human. What the hell kind of crappy ability is that? Sounds utterly useless. Hey, Jellyfish Head. The bounty hunter previously marked at 4 buri suddenly stood up. I thought you were something special, but you're just a monster who ate a garbage fruit. 7 I'd say that head of yours is worth no more than 7 His companions chimed in with jeers, filling the tavern with carefree laughter and undisguised contempt. In their minds, the human fruit, especially when eaten by an animal, was the most useless ability imaginable. Sammy stood still, the forced expression on his face slowly freezing over. He turned back, slowly facing the scar-faced bounty hunter and his crew. The last traces of embarrassment from his cringe-inducing revelation vanished from his eyes. Boss. Officer Eugene sensed the shift in atmosphere and whispered. Sammy said nothing, only raising a hand to silence him. This unnatural calm made some perceptive individuals sense danger. The tavern's clamor involuntarily dimmed. Sammy stared at the scar-faced man. You said, my ability is garbage. The scar-faced man felt a chill under that gaze, but emboldened by alcohol and numbers, he puffed out his chest and retorted. No shit. The human fruit. Even a dog wouldn't eat it. If it's not garbage, what is it? If you're smart, you'll surrender quietly, and I'll make it quick. I'll trade your head for some booze. Oh, Sammy nodded, as if accepting the judgment. Then he asked a seemingly unrelated question. Do you have a bounty? The scar-faced man was taken aback, then puffed up his chest. I'm Bacheo Shakeworth 4 buri. What, scared? Not scared. Sammy shook his head, a faint cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I was just thinking you're only worth 4 buri, yet you mock me. Worth 7 for having a garbage fruit. He paused and took a step forward. With that single step, an indescribable pressure silently spread through the room. So here's the question. Sammy's voice turned icy. What does that make you, who can't even match a garbage fruit user? You're dead. Shake was enraged, especially by the casual reminder that he was inferior. Blood rushed to his head. He could no longer contain himself. He yanked out his sharp short sword and charged at Sammy with a roar. Die! His companions also drew their weapons and followed, shouting. Gasps erupted in the tavern as the crowd scrambled back, clearing a space. Facing the charging Shake, Sammy didn't move. Only when the gleaming blade was almost at his chest did his body slide half a step to the side and back. The knife grazed past his shirt. Shake's attack missed his center of gravity, tipping forward. In that instant of spent momentum, Sammy moved. His motion was so fast it left afterimages. His left hand shot out like an iron clamp, locking onto Shake's sword-wielding wrist and twisted downward. Crack! The sickening sound of bone breaking rang clear. Oh! Shake's scream had barely begun when Sammy's right fist like a cannonball slammed into his abdomen. Ugh! Shake's eyes bulged, saliva and stomach fluid spewing out as he doubled over like a boiled shrimp. But it wasn't over. Sammy's left hand, still gripping the wrist, pulled upward while his right foot hooked Shake's ankle, yanking and pushing. Shake's massive body lost balance, and Sammy swung him like a sack of potatoes, hurling him with a whistling wind toward the companions charging from behind. Bang! Crash! The human cannonball hit its mark perfectly. Cries of pain mixed with the sound of splintering furniture as 4 or 5 men tumbled to the ground, unable to rise. From Shake's sudden assault to all of them lying on the floor groaning, no more than 10 seconds had passed. The tavern fell into a deathly silence. Only the pained moans of Shake and his crew remained, along with the crackling of wood in the fireplace. The bounty hunters who had hoped for an easy score now had cold sweat on their palms. Too fast. Too clean. He hadn't even used any devil fruit ability, just basic physical techniques and combat instincts, and had instantly dismantled a group attack. This level of strength was absolutely worthy of a 7-0 berry bounty. Sammy slowly relaxed his stance, dusting off his hands, even though there was no dust. He walked over to Shake, who was curled up on the floor, and crouched down. It seems that even the garbage fruit you mentioned is enough to kill you. He stood up, no longer looking at Shake lying like a dead dog, and slowly swept his gaze across every face in the tavern, faces filled with fear and astonishment. Anyone else have a problem with my jellyfish head or my garbage fruit? No one answered. Even breathing seemed deliberately subdued. Sammy nodded in satisfaction, as if he had just casually swatted away a few flies. Jellyfish head. Human fruit. I'll think what you want. As long as my fists are strong enough, all of this will become legend. As for the truth, who cares? How many true and false legends are there on this sea? A man's fame on the ocean is built half by fighting and half by boasting. Dear guest, your signature grilled meat is here. Please enjoy. Just then the tavern owner emerged from the back kitchen, carrying 5 large plates of sizzling succulent meat, a rich aroma spreading instantly. He seemed utterly oblivious to the groaning Shake and his crew on the floor, nor did he sense the tension in the air. He simply placed the grilled meat on Sammy's table with a genial smile. Then he straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the bounty hunters who still had their hands on their weapons. What are you doing? Put those away. Have you forgotten the rule of the sea monster's throat? As long as you step through this door, you are my guests. Before I close for the night, no one lays a hand on my patrons. Shake seemed about to argue, pointing at Sammy. Boss, it wasn't us, they started it. Under the boss's intimidating presence, the restless bounty hunters' faces flickered with wariness, but eventually they grudgingly released their weapons and sat back down, pretending nothing had happened. The tense atmosphere in the tavern finally eased. Yet those curious or scrutinizing glances still occasionally drifted towards Sammy's table. Sammy observed the entire scene, his respect for the boss growing. Boss, I didn't expect you to have such influence. These men who live by the blade all obey your rules. It seems you hold considerable prestige around here. Just then the bartender, who had been silently wiping glasses, spoke, without looking up, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Of course, back in the day when our boss ruled the seas, his bounty was as high as 12 million belly. Known as Rock Smashing Grove. Now he's just tired of the storms and retired here to live in peace. Boss Grove chuckled, waving his hand, his face returning to the amiable demeanor of a businessman. Old stories not worth mentioning. I'm getting old of fighting and killing, lost their appeal long ago. Now I'm just living off the bit of face my old friends give me. Young man, you're new here and don't know our rules, so I'll let this incident slide. He looked at Sammy meaningfully. Young and bold with extraordinary courage, and your background. Well, it's far from ordinary. There will surely be a place for you on this vast sea. Sammy put on a nonchalant expression as if to say, I'm awesome, but I keep a low profile, snorted and sat back down, as if his earth-shattering declaration about the human fruit was merely a trivial remark. He waved at his still stunned subordinates. What are you standing there for? Sit down, eat and drink. Yes. Boss. The officers snapped out of their daze, hurriedly sitting down. Their eyes towards Sammy now held not only the usual reverence, but also a newfound awe at their captain's unfathomable depth. Whispers never ceased in the tavern, all revolving around the human fruit and the young pirate named Rivera Sammy. Sammy picked up his knife and fork to cut the grilled meat, seemingly calm, but his mind was racing. He took in everyone's reactions, confirming that his impromptu act had apparently passed the test. But next he had to figure out 2 things. How did his photograph get circulated? And for which specific deed did the Navy target him with a 7 million belly bounty? He was completely in the dark. Sammy took a big bite of meat, chewing, and his gaze inadvertently drifted to the pink wanted poster on the wall. But then, is this wanted poster even effective? As long as I don't transform, who would know that pink guy is me? After finishing most of the grilled meat, Sammy remembered the main business. He put down his knife and fork, turning to Boss Grove. Boss, since you once sailed the seas, you must have extensive connections. My ship needs to recruit a few sailors. Can you recommend some reliable hands? Grove wiped the counter, smiling. Reliable hands. In my tavern 8 out of 10 who come and go consider themselves capable. But those with real skill often have high pride. Do you have the confidence and ability to keep them in line? Sammy smiled confidently. Boss, you don't know this yet. On my ship, skill is secondary. The most important thing is to follow my rules. Rules. Grove raised an eyebrow, put down his cloth, his expression somewhat complex. I've heard about that. Frankly speaking, for a pirate who values freedom, aren't your rules a bit too strict? Oh, Sammy's eyes narrowed. Do you have an objection to my rules, boss? Grove shook his head. Not an objection, just. I can't agree. I think your original plan was to quietly strengthen yourself, gather power, and wait for the right moment to make a splash, right? He lowered his voice. Honestly, young man, if it weren't for your many rules, given how secretive you've been, this wanted poster would have appeared much later. That would have given you more time to grow stronger. According to what I've heard, it was those men you kicked off your ship for breaking your rules. They were resentful and sold your whereabouts and deeds to the Navy and the gangs you've offended. Now that the bounty is out, it means you've officially caught the attention of the Navy and some underground powers. Sammy nodded silently, the boss's words hitting a nerve. He had indeed wanted to lay low and develop. After all, though he was familiar with the story of One Piece, he only knew events after Luffy set sail, and even then mainly from Luffy's perspective. The current year was 1470 of the Sea Circle calendar, 50 years before Luffy's voyage. The plot points he knew were almost useless except for some legendary events, like the Rocks Pirates' attempt to overthrow the world government's rule with their shocking attack on the Celestial Dragons at God Valley. Setting Sammy had transmigrated just after the Wano Country arc in One Piece ended. And crucially, his knowledge of these events was vague. He couldn't recall the exact year or details. He only felt that the God Valley incident should happen around these years. Under such circumstances, being prematurely exposed to the spotlight was far from good for him. If, as some fanfiction said, Rocks would recruit every powerful pirate he came across, would he be dragged into it? He wanted to grow stronger, but not so high profile that he'd catch that madman's eye and be forced onto his ship. After all, according to the plot, the Rocks Pirates would eventually fail. In a chaotic battle among Emperor-level powers, survival itself would be a problem. He had no intention of getting involved. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth in frustration. What do you old man, updates are too slow. I appreciate your warning, boss. Sammy sighed, but I still stand by my own rules. In my opinion, ability can be cultivated. I'll be stationed on this island for 3 days. If you happen to come across any suitable candidates, keep an eye out for me. Having said this, he drained the rum in his glass and signaled to his companions that it was time to leave. However, Gruff's thick palm pressed against the table before Sammy could finish his tone, carrying the weary resignation of a man who had seen it all. Kid, I'm not trying to pour cold water on you. Those who truly possess skill upon the sea, they are all exceedingly proud and arrogant. With your current reputation combined with your strict rules, it will be difficult. Gruff paused, then continued. Of course, if you're simply looking to recruit dependable ordinary sailors who follow orders to fill your crew, there are plenty of suitable candidates right here in this tavern. Many drift aimlessly upon the seas merely to put food on the table, seeking stability and coin. Your reputation for generous compensation would be quite appealing to them. Sammy nodded. He understood Gruff's meaning. Truly top-tier talent was not something he could easily recruit at present, but Sam's original intention had only been to fill out basic crew positions and maintain the vessel's operational readiness and fundamental combat effectiveness. They need only be able to work and follow rules. He stated succinctly to Gruff. Very well, you're the captain. You call the shots. Gruff slung the rag over his shoulder, turned, and pounded the bar a few times with his fist, bellowing in a coarse voice. Listen up, you bastards. Something good's here. As the tavern's murmur subsided, Gruff threw an arm around Sammy's shoulders. See that? This is Captain Rabira Sammy. You've all likely heard of him by now. A man of great standing carrying a 7 million belly bounty from the Navy. His ship is currently recruiting a crew to fill its ranks. You've probably all heard whispers about Captain Sammy's reputation. I won't guarantee anything else, but when it comes to distributing wealth, he is absolutely the best in the West Blue. He gave a thumbs up. Then Gruff shifted his tone, raising a single finger and wiggling it meaningfully. However, Captain Sammy has his own rules. If you sail under him, you follow his rules. What those rules entail will be explained clearly before you join. If you consider yourselves men capable of earning this kind of money, step forward. Captain Sammy will choose personally. Hardly had he finished when a buzz of conversation erupted throughout the tavern. Well, weren't you pretty keen just now? Are you going? If so, take me with you. A captain with a 7 million belly bounty. I wouldn't go hungry following him. Though there are a lot of rules. I wonder what they actually are. Who cares? I'm broke. As long as the pay is sufficient, what's a few rules? As Gruff had anticipated for many struggling common sailors, and some less successful bounty hunters, a generous captain with considerable strength was extremely attractive. As for rules, in the face of real gold and silver, as long as they were not excessive, everything could be negotiated. Of course, some remained on the sidelines watching cautiously. Those bounty hunters who themselves carried multi-million belly bounties and were accustomed to working alone or hired thugs with fixed gang affiliations merely observed coldly without making a move. After a while, the sound of dragged tables and chairs echoed through the tavern. The first to rise were 3 or 5 burly men huddled in the corner, followed by others hesitantly leaving their seats. Ultimately, about 20 gathered around, crowding Sammy's table until there was scarcely room to breathe. A massive figure reeking of fish practically pressed his face against Sammy's. "Captain, I'm strong. I can man the cannons." Sammy did not waste words on unnecessary chatter. Seated in his chair, his gaze swept over the group of applicants. Most were unremarkable men with weather-beaten rough skin, the most common type encountered upon the seas. Their eyes carried both hope and a trace of unease. Sammy chiefly examined whether their physiques were robust, whether their palms bore calluses from years of handling ropes, whether their gazes appeared honest, and whether they carried any of that oily, cunning air he found so displeasing. Sammy briefly asked a few basic questions regarding sail handling and wind direction judgment, then outlined his core rules, prohibiting harassment of civilians, maintaining hygiene, obeying orders, and so forth. That's it. Many harbored the same thought. The rules sounded far more reasonable than the rumored image of someone so harsh as to throw people overboard. In fact, they could nearly be considered basic requirements. Soon Sammy made his choice, selecting 11 of the sturdiest and most composed-looking men. "You 11 are hired. Go back and pack your belongings, or come directly to my ship. Once aboard, someone will explain the specific rules and compensation in detail." The 11 chosen men showed relief and joy upon their faces, all agreeing readily. An unselected lanky man protested indignantly. "What's wrong with me compared to that fisherman?" Sammy ignored him. The man spat resentfully, but caught by Gruff's sharp glare, quickly slunk away with his neck bowed. Satisfied with food and drink, Sammy slid a stack of belly beneath his empty cup toward Gruff. The thickness of the bills clearly exceeded the cost of the meal. Gruff glanced at it, said nothing, merely wiped the bills with his rag, swept both money and cup behind the counter, and grinned at Sammy. "Safe travels, kid." Sammy and his party left the noisy mouth of the sea monster, accompanied by the 11 newly recruited sailors. No sooner had they crossed the tavern threshold than several tables in the corner, as if overborne by drink, staggered out, grabbing whatever weapons lay at hand, linking arms as they followed. Upon the street, the sea breeze carried the briny scent of salt and the promise of freedom. Sammy paused, turning to face his 11 new subordinates, each wearing a different expression. "Our ship is named the Swordfish. It is docked at the 3rd pier, the one with the tallest mast." Sammy was concise. "We will make port at Barrel Island for 3 days of respite. Today is the first day. The day after tomorrow at nightfall during low tide, we depart promptly. These 2 days you may return to pack your belongings, or properly bid farewell to your family and friends. Who knows what year or month it will be before you return here again." "Understood." "Yes, Captain." The 11 sailors responded in unison, their voices ringing particularly clear in the somewhat emptied street. Then they dispersed in small groups, heading in different directions into the town's alleys. Meanwhile, Sammy walked with 4 officers along the stone-paved road toward the pier, moving at a leisurely pace. The slanting afternoon sun cast their 5 shadows haphazardly upon the uneven cobblestone path, like several pitch-black silhouettes. Yet as they turned a relatively secluded corner, Sammy and his party came to an abrupt halt. Front, back, left, and right, 7 or 8 figures had already blocked every possible route, surrounding them in the center. They were precisely those bounty hunters who had followed from the tavern. The leader bore 2 cross-scar marks upon his face. A rusted cutlass rested upon his shoulder as he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "We watched you strut about in that tavern for ages. Finally our chance. 7 million belly for your head. Foolish not to collect it." The lanky man whom Sammy had rejected earlier tilted his head and spat upon the ground. "Keep your precious rules, for the fish at the bottom of the sea." Sammy lifted his gaze to regard them all, showing not the slightest surprise upon his face. In fact, a hint of mockery played upon his features. "I thought you would wait a little longer, find a darker, narrower alley. Didn't expect you to be so impatient." The lead bounty hunter, a burly man with crossed scars upon his face, licked his lips, greed flashing in his eyes. "Rabira, Sammy, blame yourself. You're simply too valuable, and yet you chose to travel alone." "Alone?" Sammy chuckled softly. His 4 officers had already shifted positions by tacit understanding, forming a small defensive circle with their backs to one another. "Who told you?" Sammy slowly raised his hand. A translucent liquid seemed to begin seeping from his fingertips. "That we have been waiting for you to make the first move. Captain, what shall we do with these scum?" It was Henry, an executive of the navigation division, who spoke as he kicked the bounty hunter leader, collapsing pathetically on the ground with his toe. Sammy cast a casual glance at the scattered prizes lying on the deck and asked, "Do we still have empty cages in our hold?" "Yes, Captain." Arudo, one of the combat division executives, answered immediately, flashing a knowing grin. "Plenty of room, more than enough to hold them all." "Then bring them all along." Sammy waved dismissively. "Every little bit helps after all." At that moment, the scarred, burly man on the ground seemed to regain a fraction of his strength. He struggled to lift his head, making gurgling sounds deep in his throat, and growled defiantly, "Sea cowards. Using poison. You pirates have no honor." Sammy paused mid-step, turning back to flash him an expression of utmost innocence, almost reasonable. "Haha, honor. That's something humans care about. What does it have to do with a jellyfish like me?" He was now telling this lie with growing ease, even a touch of inexplicable pride. "I've already given up being human. What moral kidnapping do you expect from me?" The scarred face was choked by this twisted logic, his eyes rolling back, as if he might faint dead away right there. Ha ha ha. Several executives deftly bound the bounty hunters into tight bundles, slung them over their shoulders like sacks of grain, and followed Sammy at a leisurely pace toward the dock. "By the way, that guy seemed to be shouting about someone named Jack before he passed out," Henry mused aloud as they walked, scratching his head in confusion. Arudo, standing nearby, shrugged indifferently. "Who knows? Probably some poor bastard who got sold out. Talking nonsense without context. Who cares? They're ours now anyway. Ha ha ha." 5 years later, in the year 1475 of the East Blue Calendar in the West Sea, the former sailfish had been replaced by a larger, heavier warship, though the name remained. The abstract jellyfish skull flag on her sails had already become a symbol that struck terror into every gang in the West Sea. On deck, veteran and new crew members alike underwent the same grueling daily training under the supervision of the executives. This was a pirate ship that had truly survived through bloodshed. At the bow, Sammy stood leaning against the railing, gazing out at the boundless azure expanse. 5 years. He had raided, evaded, and grown stronger in the West Sea. Though reluctantly, his bounty had climbed to a staggering height, and his crew had been tempered into a true organization of violence. He believed himself thoroughly prepared. Yet the longer time dragged on, the more uneasy he grew. In truth, he was deliberately stalling, using the accumulation of strength as an excuse, unwilling to set foot in that legendary stretch of sea, the Grand Line. Because there, he knew, were monsters capable of crushing everything. Was the timing truly right? Would going now coincide with? "Captain." The voice of helmsman Hans broke through his thoughts. Hans held a chart in his hand. "The next island has been confirmed as a large supply point. It's called God Valley. We can make port and rest for a while." God Valley. Sammy subconsciously repeated the name, his heart skipping a beat. That name sounded familiar. No, impossible. How could the West Sea have an island with such a name? It must be a coincidence. Yes, God Valley. According to the reports, the island has abundant resources. God Valley is in the West Sea. Sammy's voice rose involuntarily. He turned and grabbed Hans by the shoulders. Hans was startled by his captain's sudden agitation. "Why, yes, Captain. It's always been in the West Sea. Any veteran pirate in these waters knows this major transit island. Always in the West Sea." It was as though a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. Sammy released his grip, his face draining of color in an instant. That God Valley, where the Battle of God Valley would soon erupt, claiming the Rocks pirates, and where Garp and Roger buried countless celestial dragons. It was actually in the West Sea. The very West Sea he had been hiding in all these years. How was this possible? Wasn't God Valley supposed to be in the New World? God Valley. Didn't it sound like some kind of leisure resort for the celestial dragons? No. It must just be a coincidence. Yes, it had to be. Sammy nodded firmly, trying to convince himself. There was no way his luck could be this terrible. If this God Valley truly was the one he knew, then all these years of hiding in the West Sea and refusing to enter the Grand Line would make him look like an utter fool. A fool who thought he had avoided the center of the storm only to be standing right on top of a volcano. "Captain, are you all right, Captain?" Hans asked, anxiously watching Sammy's face cycle through a dozen expressions. Sammy forced himself to calm down, took a deep breath, and gave the order in as steady a tone as he could manage. "Make port for supplies first. We set sail again in 3 days." "Aye, Captain." Just as the crew were about to carry out the orders, Arudo, one of the combat division executives, rushed onto the deck from below, waving a stack of papers excitedly and shouting as he ran. Captain, our bounties have been updated." Upon hearing this news, every crew member on deck froze for a moment, then erupted into cheers, swarming around Arudo in an instant. "Brother Arudo, is mine up there too? And mine. Brother Arudo, did my bounty go up?" Bounty updates were the pirates' medal's proof of strength. Every renewal was a carnival. Arudo being jostled this way, and that bellowed irritably, "Back off, all of you, back off. None of yours. This update is mainly about the captain and a few of the executives." He pulled another sheaf of wanted posters from his coat and thrust them into the crowd. "The bounties are all here. Go look for yourselves." The crew immediately scrambled for the posters, running to the side to excitedly search through them. Only then did Arudo break free, striding quickly to Sammy's side and handing over several wanted posters. "Captain, yours. It went up, a big increase." Sammy barely suppressed the turmoil within him as he took the posters. The top one was his own new bounty poster. Predator Labura Sammy Bounty 6900 Berries, captain of the Jellyfish Pirates. Charges: assaulting the Marines, arson, plunder, human trafficking. A most heinous criminal. Wanted alive or dead. The photo appeared to have been taken not long ago during a raid on a gang fleet at the docks. Sammy in the image was wielding a cutlass striking down an enemy before him, blood speckling his face, yet grinning with a mixture of exhilaration and wildness. The Navy's photography skills are terrible, Sammy muttered to himself, his face twitching slightly. I'm usually so amiable. This makes me look like some bloodthirsty psycho. Wow, Captain, your bounty jumped to 69 million berries. Hans opportunely sidled over, his face alight with astonishment. A one-time increase of 10 million. You're easily in the West Sea's top 10 now. With this, who in the West Sea would dare cross the Jellyfish Pirates? Everyone will tremble at our name. Though Sammy knew he was merely flattering him, the corners of his mouth still couldn't help but curl upward. He waved his hand, feigned modesty. Ha ha, keep it low-key, everyone keep it low-key. I've told you many times, Hans. I never care about such empty reputations, ha ha. The smugness in his laughter was utterly undeniable. Clearly Hans's flattery was working exactly as intended. But as he confidently flipped to the next poster, the smile froze on his face. Flipping further down, his expression darkened at an almost visible rate until his face was as black as a soot-covered wok. Unfair. Sammy finally couldn't help but cry out, slapping the wanted poster resoundingly, his gaze sweeping sharply toward the surrounding officers. Why are all your photos so handsome while mine looks like a pervert? The officers paused, then curiously crowded around to pass the posters among themselves. Isaac picked up his own wanted poster. It showed him gripping an enemy's entire face with one hand, nearly lifting the man off the ground. A snapshot of bulging muscles and explosive power. Iron Rudder Isaac, bounty 1 Roberry's officer of the Jellyfish Pirates, heinous criminal, dead or alive. He tilted his head, seemingly not understanding the captain's anger, and said in a muffled voice, "This isn't it normal? I just wanted to knock him unconscious back then. All right, you're normal enough." But Sammy's voice twisted with fury. "Marcus, what the hell are you doing? Do you usually lick your blade? Do you have a habit of licking your blade?" Curved blade, Teresa Marcus, bounty Roberry's officer of the Jellyfish Pirates, heinous criminal, dead or alive. Marcus narrowed his long eyes slightly upon hearing this. "Captain, just improvisation. After all, I have to match the identity of a heinous criminal, right?" After speaking, he licked his lips meaningfully. Sammy pointed at Marcus in indignation. "You overdid the improvisation. You've mastered the whole seductive and arrogant vibe." Aldo snatched his own wanted poster, looked at the photo of him brandishing a spiked club and flipping the camera off arrogantly, and burst into laughter. "Huh? Boss, what do you think of this one? I spotted that Marine hiding on the dock back then. How's the pose? Cool enough? Domineering enough? Boss, what do you think of this one? I spotted that Marine hiding on the dock back then. How's the pose? Cool enough?" Bone Crusher Kate, Aldo, bounty 370 Berry's officer of the Jellyfish Pirates, heinous criminal, dead or alive. "Cool, eh? I'll show you cool." Upon hearing this, Sammy was so furious that he jumped up and kicked Aldo right in the butt, sending him stumbling several steps. "Cool your damn head. You spotted the photographer and didn't tell me, but instead stood there posing solo. Are you even human, Aldo?" "I'm sorry, boss. Next time I'll definitely call you first." Fitch silently looked at his own wanted poster, the background filled with explosive flames and smoke. Half his face was hidden in the dense gunpowder smoke from the cannon, revealing only a calm, aiming eye. The light was a bit dim, it affected the shot. Heavy cannon blaze. Fitch, bounty 2 Roberry's officer of the Jellyfish Pirates, heinous criminal, dead or alive. Sammy looked at his own maniacal, laughing, chopping photo, a freakish portrait, and compared it to his subordinate's stylish, cool shots. An inexplicable rage surged to his crown, and his indignant roar nearly spread across the entire deck. "That bunch of bastards from the Navy definitely did this on purpose. Why? Just because I'm the captain, I deserve to be specially targeted by the Navy and get the ugliest shot. Boss, our bounties went up again. Let's throw a banquet." Aldo sidled up again, grinning and proposing. Sammy looked at this partner who had been the first to follow him and had now become his right-hand man, temporarily pushing aside the unease brought by God Valley. "Listen up, everyone. Dock to buy supplies tonight. We feast." "Yeah." The sea breeze swept over the blazing bonfire, curling up a stream of dancing sparks. 6 years of life at sea had long turned Sammy into an unabashed banquet enthusiast. He was deeply enamored with these moments of sharing food and wine with companions around the flames, the most vibrant and lively times amid the gaps of battle and voyage. At that moment, Sammy was sitting with several officers on a felled tree trunk by the bonfire, taking 2 big gulps from a bottle of rum. "Oh, this is great." He sighed, his gaze sweeping over the figures dancing and singing heartily in the firelight. A smile played on his lips, but a hint of worry lurked in his eyes. The observant Fitch caught the captain's fleeting unease. "Boss, something on your mind?" Sammy was silent for a moment, his eyes sweeping over these companions who had weathered life and death trials, the impulsive yet loyal Aldo, the steady and reliable Fitch, and the new officers who had emerged from countless battles. The bonfire cast alternating light and shadow on their faces. "Our group now. The total bounties of all personnel have exceeded 160 million. In the West Blue, we can definitely be considered a top-tier pirate crew. Sammy paused the bottle, gently rotating in his hand. So, I'm thinking, shouldn't we set sail for the Grand Line? 5 years. Strictly speaking, it has been 6 springs and autumns since he inexplicably stumbled into this world. He had gone from a vagrant curled up on a beach to the captain of a pirate crew with one of the highest total bounties in the West Blue. Over the years, he had led his pirate crew on expeditions east and west, rushing about for the sake of punishing evil gold and silver and promoting good treasure. Of the 4 original officers from 5 years ago, only Aldo remained by his side. The other 3 young faces had long since sunk into the cold seabed, along with many brothers who had once drunk and bragged together, all left forever in the past. But having grown accustomed to partings and death, Sammy seemed somewhat numb. Pirates, whether plundering gangs or being hunted by the Navy, were always a job where one's head hung by a thread. Kill today, be killed tomorrow, nothing unusual. Their ship grew larger and sturdier with each replacement, but the name Swordfish remained unchanged. Although their bounties climbed higher, interestingly, among many civilians in the West Blue, the Jellyfish Pirates' reputation wasn't as fearsome as other pirates. Perhaps it was because this bunch of pirates were well-behaved youths with their own rules. They would do business with street vendors using real money, even arguing heatedly over the price of a barrel of fresh water, but never resorting to swords. The targets of their plunder were always the bullying gangs and the heinous peers. If they encountered a weak ship, they would collect a toll, and if it was on the way, they would even escort them to their destination. Moreover, they never actively attacked women and children in towns. These rules, which seemed pedantic to traditional pirates, miraculously allowed them to peacefully resupply at most ports and even obtain some limited intelligence. Today, when they went ashore, Sammy made a deliberate trip to the port town of God Valley. Although he still couldn't be 100% sure that this God Valley was the same one, the ominous sense of crisis made him restless. He couldn't gamble anymore. Set sail for the Grand Line. The officers were stunned at first, then excitement and elation bloomed on their faces. They raised their bottles in salute to Sammy. Boss, we've been waiting for you to say that. Yeah, boss, we've gotten tired of the West Blue. It's time to venture into broader seas. Need we say more? The captain's decision is our direction. Follow the captain to the Grand Line and make our name known. Yeah. Sammy's chest swelled with boldness, and he drained the remaining wine from the bottle. Then it settled. After resupply, the whole crew set sail. Grand Line, here we come. He laughed heartily and tossed the empty bottle into the bonfire, drawing even louder cheers. Then with his officers, he strode into the reveling crowd. The leaping flames greedily licked the night sky, illuminating every face full of ambition and longing, as if branding the passion and vows of this night directly into the sea of stars. The salty sea breeze swept across the deck, carrying away some of the heat, and also seeing off the last group of crew members who had decided to leave. Sammy leaned against the ship's rail, silently watching the small boat carrying his former companions gradually disappear into the distance, eventually becoming a black dot on a distant island. Hans hurried over to report to Sammy his logbook, densely inscribed with names and islands. Boss, after sending this batch off, the brothers who want to go home are all settled. Good. Sammy nodded, his gaze still fixed on the distant horizon. Next, we'll head straight to Echoing Lyre Island for the final resupply, and then the target, the Grand Line. Aight. Echoing Lyre Island, as its poetic name suggests, was the last port west of the Reverse Mountain, where one could still clearly hear the echoes of home. A final haven of comfort before all ambitions and dreams sailed into the unknown. They would complete their final arming and resupply there, and then without turning back charge into that ultimate sea where legends and graves coexist. This special voyage, which had lasted half a month, all began with a decision that shook the entire ship. Flashback, what? The Grand Line. Did I hear that right? The graveyard of pirates. The Grand Line. They say a single punch from someone there can sink a warship. More than that. I heard the seawater there is sweet, icebergs appear in summer. You can't even navigate by common sense. And the Sea Kings. Compared to them, the sea beasts of the West Blue are like gentle puppies. When Sammy announced this news to the entire crew on the deck, it was like dropping a depth charge into the calm sea. That's right, Sammy's gaze swept over every familiar or youthful face. I have already discussed with all the officers, and we have decided our next stop is to cross the Reverse Mountain and enter the Grand Line. He paused deliberately, allowing the crowd time to digest the shocking news. I know what you're thinking. Sammy's voice was steady, suppressing the rising commotion. The Grand Line is called the Graveyard of Pirates. The seawater weather magnetic fields. All natural laws there are completely different from the four seas. The strong there are as numerous as the carp in the river. There are plenty with bounties worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. For us, it will be a truly life and death challenge. Sammy saw various emotions on many faces: fear, hesitation, unease, doubt, excitement, dread. It was normal. Facing the terror of the unknown truly required great courage. So, Sammy suddenly raised his voice, making sure every word reached everyone clearly. I hereby give you the right to choose. If anyone doesn't want to go or has a reason to stay, speak up now. I Rivera Sammy swear here that I will never force you, nor will I consider it a betrayal. This is not shameful, because everyone has things they cherish, like life, like family. I respect your choices. Those who do not wish to go, step forward. I will safely send you back to the island you came from, and as per custom pay you a severance fee. Enough for you to return and settle down to start a new chapter. There's no shame in it. Think carefully. Once you cross the reverse mountain, turning back is almost impossible. This is a one-way road. The crowd erupted completely. Our whispers turned into heated arguments. After agonizing inner struggles, a few people gritted their teeth, lowered their heads, and stepped forward. Paul, a crew member with a mohawk, shouted incredulously, "You bastard. Didn't we promise to become men who would sail the four seas together? Did you forget the oath we swore?" The man called Paul didn't turn back. He just clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, and with a thick, choked voice he growled, "I'm sorry." Sammy watched calmly, then said to the few who had stepped forward, "Good. Go to Hans and register your names and hometowns. When you disembark, come to me for your severance pay. I keep my word." Then he looked at the silent crowd. Anyone else? Another stir passed through the crowd. One by one, a dozen more people silently stepped forward, their heads bowed. Among them, a wiry man with a blue bandana caught the attention of Officer Aldo Thorne. Aldo's rough voice carried a mix of disbelief, disappointment, and anger. He strode forward, staring straight at him. "Even you want to leave? You're the squad leader I was most proud of?" The pirate named Thorne raised his head, his face full of struggle and guilt. He couldn't even meet Aldo's eyes. "I'm sorry, brother Aldo. I still have a family back in my village. My old mother, my wife, and daughter waiting for me. If I go to the Grand Line, I'm afraid I'll never see them again." Aldo grabbed his shoulder urgently, almost roaring, "Thorne, think it over. You still have a bounty of 800. Thorne raised his hand, gently touched the slightly worn blue bandana on his head, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes, but then it was replaced by resolve. "Brother Aldo, my bounty isn't high. Any bounty hunter who could target me wouldn't be that strong. I can handle them myself. But the Grand Line is a one-way road. I have a wife and daughter waiting for me at home. I can't afford to gamble. I dare not gamble their future on this." "But enough, Aldo." Sammy interrupted the officer who wanted to argue further. He walked up to Thorne, gently patted his shoulder, his gaze free of any blame, only understanding and respect. "Each has his own aspirations, don't force it. Having family waiting for you is the most legitimate reason." He turned to all those who had chosen to leave. "All those who decide to go back, register with Hans. I, Sammy, will keep my word and see you safely home. Lower the pirate flag, prepare to dock." Hans's resonant voice echoed across the deck. The crew bustled about, but a different air of excitement and tension permeated the Swordfish. Ahead, shrouded in the thin mist, lay the faint silhouette of Echo Chin Island, the last waypoint from the West Sea to the Grand Line. Sammy stood at the bow. The sea breeze carried the clamor of the distant island and also stirred an indescribable tremor deep within him. 6 years sailing the West Sea, countless landings, yet none felt like this. "Hans," Sammy called out to the busy navigator. "The Grand Line's weather is treacherous and unpredictable. Are you prepared?" "Of course, Captain." Hans patted his chest. "I've worn out the relevant logs and climate notes. And I've already found out that there's a shop in town that sells log pose. This time ashore, I plan to buy several spares just in case. I'll also try to get my hands on the latest charts and intelligence. Hearing Hans's reply, Sammy nodded, a measure of reassurance settling in his heart. Though he had some concept of the Grand Line's dangers from his past life's knowledge of anime, the prospect of actually setting foot into that legendary sea stirred a complex, elusive emotion within him. Was it the unease of the unknown or the thrill of a new adventure? Perhaps both. This was a new world, a stage far more primitive and brutal than the era of great piracy that followed Roger's death. Nowadays, most who set sail were true desperados, not dreamers like Luffy. The ship docked smoothly at the bustling pier of Echo Chin Island. The pier was a forest of masts with vessels of every kind moored in a jumble. Merchant ships laden with cargo, plain fishing boats, and pirate ships of varied designs. Several of the pirate ships were brazenly flying their skull and crossbones, snapping defiantly in the sea breeze. "Stay clear of those fools who don't lower their flags." Hans guided the Swordfish carefully around the ostentatious vessels, muttering to the helmsman, "When the Marines or their enemies come knocking cannonballs, have no eyes. Don't let them drag us into the crossfire." The crew split into teams according to the prearranged plan, dispatched to procure supplies for the long voyage: food, fresh water, medicine, ropes, canvas, ammunition. Hans, with his procurement list, headed for the shop that specialized in navigational equipment to buy log pose and all the latest charts and intelligence he could gather on the Grand Line. After all, as the last gateway from the West Sea to Reverse Mountain, the island's information was far more comprehensive and accurate than any other. To ensure nothing went wrong, Sammy dispatched 2 of his officers, Finch and Marcus, to accompany and protect Hans. Finch, Marcus, stay with Hans. He cautioned them specifically, "Keep your eyes sharp. Be especially wary of the Marines possibly setting up ambushes around those specialty shops. If our navigator gets caught here, the trouble ahead will be immense. So absolutely no slip-ups. Sammy detested unplanned chaos. If Hans were captured, the entire pirate crew's departure plan would be thrown into disarray. Rescuing him, retreating, re-preparing, all of which would inevitably lead to mistakes. He preferred the methodical, risk-minimized comfort of control. Finch, carrying a long and short gun, nodded silently. Marcus, with a scimitar at his waist, replied succinctly, "Yes, Captain." Large-scale procurement of supplies usually took half a day. Sammy watched the procurement team leave, then turned to the two remaining officers on the ship. "Isaac, Aldo, let's go ashore and take a look around too." Then, raising his voice, he called to the crew staying behind. "Keep your eyes peeled, lads. Watch the ship." "Aye, Captain." And Sammy, with Isaac and Aldo, jumped off the bow and stepped onto the bustling streets of Echo Chin Island. Aldo quickened his pace to catch up and whispered, "Captain, we've lost over 20 men right now. Should we recruit some new hands in town to fill the gaps?" Sammy thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Not for now. We have enough crew to handle the swordfish. Let's see how things go once we're in the Grand Line." Speaking of which, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "I'm really curious to see what difference there is between people from the Grand Line and those from the West Sea." "True, huh?" Aldo laughed, scratching the back of his head. The three strolled leisurely along the lively street. Sammy's gaze swept over the shops and stalls lining both sides. It was lively, but the goods on offer were merely fish, fruit, crude weapons, and daily necessities, no different from any other island port. Soon he lost interest. His attention was quickly drawn to a tavern sign that looked quite aged in the distance. Perfect timing. Sammy stopped and grinned at his two officers. "Hey, same old rule, rock, paper, scissors, loser pays." A moment later, Sammy looked at his paper, crushed by both Isaac and Aldo's scissors. He feigned a frustrated sigh. "I thought I'd get a free meal again today." Laughing, the three approached the tavern door. But just as they stopped before they could push the door open, several men in black suits with stern faces standing guard immediately stepped forward to drive them away. "The tavern is closed today. Move along." "Oh, closed?" Sammy's smile froze slightly, then he shrugged helplessly, turning to his officers. "Oh, looks like we're out of luck. It's not that I'm stingy, you know." However, seeing that Sammy and his men were still lingering at the door laughing and not leaving immediately, the suited men stepped up their harsh dismissal. "Damn it. Are you deaf? We said it's closed. Get the hell out of here. Don't block the entrance." Sammy's foot, which had just begun to move, froze in midair. He slowly turned back, his eyes icy cold as he swept over the black-suited thugs. "Oh, I was in a pretty good mood today, and was planning to be reasonable." He paused, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "But it seems your master never taught you how to speak to people." As the last word left his lips, bang, 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 only a few dull thuds and short screams rang out almost simultaneously. The previously arrogant suited men, without even seeing how Sammy moved, screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily into the tavern's wooden door and wall, collapsing to the ground in twisted postures, completely unconscious. Sammy flicked his wrist as if brushing off a speck of dust. Without a glance at the obstacles on the ground, he tilted his head toward his two eager officers. "Seems like this tavern will have to make an exception for us today." With that, he raised his foot and kicked the closed wooden door with a thunderous crash. Isaac and Aldo exchanged glances and immediately followed their faces, showing not worry but excitement. Echo Island Chihong Town Old Violin Tavern. Inside the tavern, the light was dim and amber, lazy jazz music drifting through the air like aged smoke. Two groups of men in black suits stood in stark opposition, encircling the central sofa booth, the atmosphere tense and suffocating. At the booth, a middle-aged man with a meticulously trimmed goatee was engaged in a negotiation over arms and belly with the bald, thick-necked brute across from him. "What? 30 million belly." Lorenzo tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his tone laced with displeasure. "Falcone, that's a brutal price cut. Most of this batch is nearly 80% new." "Let me lay it out, Lorenzo." Falcone interrupted in a gruff voice, his thick fingers gesturing. "We've done business before. This is a fair price." His words cut off abruptly. Boom. A deafening explosion. The tavern's flimsy wooden door burst inward as if struck by a cannonball, splintering, wood fragments flying everywhere. Click, 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 click. Almost simultaneously, all the suited men flanking the booth reflexively drew their pistols. The metallic scrape of over 20 firearms being chambered echoed through the room. The dark muzzles weren't aimed at the door, but at the partners across the negotiating table. "Are you trying to pull a double-cross, Falcone?" Lorenzo barked, his finger already on the trigger. "That's my line, Lorenzo." On the other side, Falcone likewise slammed the table and rose, his massive frame exuding menace, his men raising their guns in defiance. "Your men, I. Your men, I." The two gangs stood at daggers drawn, the tension as taut as a drawn bowstring. Any spark could trigger a bloody firefight. The root of it all was that violently kicked-in door, still swaying slightly, and the three silhouettes standing in the doorway backlit by the light. Sammy's gaze swept lazily over the dozens of black guns in the tavern. He even took a moment to appreciate the decor. Old, but with some style, though judging by the scene it would soon need a renovation. TCH, quite a turnout. Sammy strode in as if entering his own backyard, stepping over the creaking wood splinters straight toward the bar, flashing a friendly smile at the trembling bartender. Hey, business is booming. Boss, 3 bottles of rum. We'll drink 'em here. Both Lorenzo and Falcone turned murderous glares toward the uninvited guest at the door. No one appreciates having a crucial deal interrupted, especially when it might be mistaken for an ambush set by the other party. Falcone suppressed his rage, his voice squeezing through gritted teeth. Who the hell are you? Don't you know this place is booked? Get out. You go on with your talk. Sammy casually pulled a chair, slammed it down in front of the 2 gang leaders' booth, sat down with a swagger, and even propped his feet on the table between them. Don't mind me. We'll be off after a drink. Isaac and Aldo stood like 2 guardian deities, flanking him left and right, their eyes defiant. You're asking for it. One hot-tempered suit beside Falcone finally lost his cool, jerking his gun up to aim at Sammy, who was mere feet away. But before his finger could squeeze the trigger, Falcone slammed his hand down. Hold it. Falcone growled. Put your guns down. Backlit, he couldn't see clearly, but now that Sammy was closer, that lazy, insolent young face rapidly overlapped with a wanted poster in his memory. Falcone's anger instantly turned to shock, then he forced a stiff smile, his tone doing a complete 180. Well, who knew such a formidable presence had arrived? So it's Captain Ribera Sammy of the Jellyfish Pirates. Why, if you were coming, why didn't you let me know in advance, so I could give you a proper welcome? Huh. Now it was Sammy's turn to be taken aback. Even the hand he had been using to tousle his hair froze. He had barged in so arrogantly precisely because he expected them to make a move so he could stretch his limbs and, well, supplement his funds. He hadn't expected the other party to recognize him and act so compliant. You know me. Of course. Falcone's smile grew even more sincere. Your bounty of 69 million belly. Who in the West Sea doesn't know of it? He turned toward the bar and shouted with unprecedented politeness, Boss, what are you waiting for? Bring wine for Captain Sammy and his brothers. The finest rum. On me. Inner thoughts, that's not how the script goes. I was supposed to swagger and my underlings would take offense and attack, then I'd beat them all down. How am I supposed to fight now? Falcone put on an obsequious smile and said to the livid Lorenzo, looks like today's deal is off. A small hiccup, you understand. Lorenzo snorted coldly, his sinister gaze flicking between Sammy and Falcone, then finally said nothing, just waved his hand and led his men quickly out of the tavern. Who's that guy? Acting all high and mighty. Sammy lounged with his legs crossed, asking nonchalantly. Oh, Falcone turned around, his smile even more enthusiastic. Just some mediocre arms dealer, not worth mentioning. Come, Captain Sammy. It's an honor to meet you. Let me be your host today and buy you and your brothers a drink. The bartender immediately brought 3 unopened bottles of rum. Falcone personally picked one up, wiped the bottle's mouth with an exaggerated gesture, and then handed it to Sammy with fawning eagerness. A drink. Sammy's face twisted into a mocking sneer that bordered on pity. Hey, Baldy. Falcone kept his smile, leaning in close to Sammy. You say? Your acting is terrible. Before he finished speaking, Sammy seized Falcone's wrist that was offering the bottle, twisted it back. Falcone cried out in pain. Sammy snatched the bottle with his other hand, and before anyone could react, he shoved the bottle's neck straight into Falcone's gaping mouth. Since you like this drink so much, you be the first to toast. He tipped his wrist, the bottle nearly vertical, and amber liquor poured madly down Falcone's throat. Gulp, gulp, cough, cough, cough. Falcone's eyes bulged, he struggled desperately, but Sammy's iron grip held him fast. The liquor choked his windpipe, his face instantly turning purple. Boss, how dare you mess with our boss? I'll kill you. Bang. Sammy moved faster, smashing the bottle solidly over Falcone's bald head. Shards of glass and amber liquid sprayed everywhere. Cough, cough. Falcone screamed, staggered back, seeing stars from the blow. Clutching his instantly swollen, bleeding head, he roared in shock and fury, Ribera Sammy. Cough. Are you out of your damn mind? I was being nice, offering you a drink, and you dare, nice. Sammy cut him off, shaking the liquor from his hand, his voice dripping with mockery. All that powder around the bottle's mouth. You think I'm blind? And he stepped forward, murderous aura radiating, speaking each word deliberately. I've been running the West Sea for 6 years, and the ones I rob are you gangsters. When have you ever given me a friendly face? Suddenly coming up like a lapdog. What else could it be but a setup? Damn, we've been found out. Boys, move. With his scheme exposed, Falcone dropped all pretense, his face twisted with malice as he drew his pistol and roared, take them down. 69 million belly bounty. I'm claiming it. Moved. Sammy gave the order at almost the same instant. Isaac and Aldo behind him sprang like tigers, lunging at the enemies on both sides. Inside the tavern, the brief peace shattered completely. Battle erupted in a violent explosion. Now, Falcone's roar and Sammy's command overlapped almost simultaneously. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted instantly, a dense hail of lead pellets cascading towards Sammy and his two companions. Yet in the split second before the muzzles spewed flames, Isaac, with his bear-like physique, unleashed astonishing strength, delivering a heavy kick that slammed into the thick solid wood booth. Crash! Wood splinters flew as the massive booth was sent skidding sideways by his kick, forming a wooden shield before the trio. Thud, 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 thud. The dull sound of bullets embedding into the thick wood echoed in succession, sending chills down one's spine. Aldo! Leave it to me. Ha ha. Aldo roared with laughter, charging out from behind the booth like a wild bull, his spiked clubs swinging with a vicious arc. Boom. A heavy oak table was shattered into a shower of flying splinters and debris, pelting the flanking gang gunmen like buckshot. My eyes. Damn it. Cries of agony and chaos erupted instantly, punching a gap in the dense web of gunfire. Quick, take down the one with the spiked club first. A quick-witted gang leader shouted hoarsely, and the remaining gunmen turned their aim, attempting to focus fire on the exposed Aldo. But at that moment, Isaac and Sammy moved. Isaac charged like a tank, barreling straight into the crowd. He needed no weapons, his iron fists were his most reliable companions. His punches whistled through the air, each strike as heavy as a mountain, sending foes crashing with broken bones and torn muscles like ragged sacks hurled away, a scene of sheer brutality. However, in stark contrast to the straightforward, bone-crushing combat style of his two lieutenants, Captain Sammy moved. Just as Aldo and Isaac drew the brunt of the firepower and attention, Sammy acted. His figure seemed to merge into the dim light, and flying wood chips transforming into a faint shadow barely perceptible to the eye, slipping into the gaps among the gang members. He made no obvious attacking moves, no punches, no kicks. He simply glided through the crowd like a slippery, elusive fish. Those gangsters felt as if a shadow had brushed past them, their peripheral vision caught something, and their skin registered a faint touch like the gentle caress of cold seaweed. What the? Their bewildered thoughts barely formed before Sammy's figure flashed out from the other end of the crowd, his back to the dozens of still confused, gun-wielding gangsters. Sammy's left-hand fingers splayed covered the left half of his face, his head tilted back slightly. Through the gaps between his fingers, the corner of his mouth curled into a mischievous smirk. Feel the pain. The feast begins. Poison fist, thousand needle banquet. The moment the words fell, it was as if a spell had been lifted. Oh. My arm. Ugh. My hand. It feels like it's being pierced. Leg. My leg won't move. The pain. My stomach. Something squirming inside. Help. A chorus of agonized screams erupted. Those gangsters who had only felt a faint brush a moment ago now collapsed in waves like toppled dominoes, sprawling across the floor. They clutched desperately at the spots Sammy had touched, arms, palms, thighs, or waist, as if countless invisible poison needles were stabbing wildly into those areas. The excruciating pain robbed them of all combatability, leaving them writhing and wailing amidst the wreckage. The scene instantly transformed from a fierce gun battle into a hell of agonized moans. Sammy lowered his hand from his face, turned around, and surveyed his handiwork, unable to suppress a smug, quiet chuckle. Of the original 30-odd gang members, after Isaac and Aldo had taken down a portion, the majority of the rest had been completely incapacitated by Sammy's thousand-needle banquet. Only a handful remained standing, along with the already terrified Falcone. Falcone, clutching the wound on his head, watched helplessly as the bulk of his men were mowed down like wheat in just a few minutes. Finally, reality struck him. This 69 million belly bounty was not something he could trifle with. Monsters! Retreat! Retreat now! He shrieked in terror, turning to flee toward the tavern's back door. But unfortunately, just as Falcone's hand touched the doorframe, he felt a hand lightly rest on his shoulder. Sammy had somehow appeared behind him. Yo, Mr. Falcone! A harmless smile adorned his face. I'm not done having fun yet. Where are you off to? Falcone was so terrified that his legs gave way and he collapsed to the floor, thrusting the leather case in his hands forward. Sammy, boss. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I have money. I'll give you all my money. Please spare my life. Sammy took the case, opened it, and estimated the amount at a glance. 30 million. For your life and the lives of all these men, that sounds fair, doesn't it? Falcone nodded frantically, tears and snot smearing his face. Yes. Fair. Very fair. Thank you, Captain Sammy, for sparing my life. I'm a man who values fairness above all. Sammy closed the case and nodded. Just as a glimmer of hope rose in Falcone's eyes, Sammy crouched down again. So I'll take the money. He reached out, seemingly casually patting Falcone's tear-streaked cheek. And your life as a bonus, I'll take that too. See, isn't that fair? No. Falcone's pleas turned into gurgles. A pale purple rapidly spread from the skin of his slapped cheek. His eyes bulged, his body convulsed violently. Within seconds he fell silent in extreme agony. Sammy flicked his hand in disgust, as if brushing off a speck of dust. His cold gaze swept over the few survivors who had long since been terrified, kneeling and kowtowing like pounding garlic. Get lost. Take this trash with you. The survivors scrambled and crawled, dragging the bodies of their comrades, and the wounded whalers fleeing in an instant. Sammy no longer looked at the mess and moans. With his lieutenants, he carried the money case and strode out through the shattered tavern door. Outside, the sunlight was blinding, the sea breeze salty. Aldo took a deep breath of the fresh air, grinning. Boss, it's always fun going out with you. Now we've got plenty of funds again. Sammy's lips curled slightly. The brief slaughter and coldness seemed like a hallucination. Just then, as if remembering something, he stopped, turned, and walked back into the wrecked tavern. The owner, cowering behind the bar and trembling in fear, nearly fainted when he saw the killing god return. Sammy ignored his terrified gaze, opened the money case, and casually pulled out several stacks of belly roughly 1,000,000 in thickness. He turned and slapped the money onto the dust and splinter-covered bar counter, nodding toward the petrified owner. Here, boss. The owner stared at the money, then at Sammy, utterly bewildered, his mind blank. Sammy pointed his thumb over his shoulder at the scene behind him, which looked like it had been hit by a hurricane, a hint of a smile on his face. Buy yourself some new tables and chairs and get the place renovated. With that, he didn't linger, turning again to walk toward the sunlight outside. Aldo and Isaac exchanged glances, seeing the amusement in each other's eyes, and quickly followed. Aldo sidled up to Sammy and muttered, "Boss, you're too generous giving him money." Sammy walked with his hands in his pockets on the way back to the dock, replying lazily, "We're pirates, not some destructive madmen." Besides, he glanced back at the old violin tavern, whose sign was now slightly crooked, his tone carrying an indescribable nuance. "Maybe someday we'll come back here for a drink." Aldo scratched his head, seemingly understanding, but not quite, and let out a vague, "Oh." Enough chit-chat. Sammy quickened his pace. "Let's go meet up with Hans and the others. It's time to leave this boring sea and head for the Grand Line." You mean if we run into the Rumbar Pirates, we should tell them that the whale named Laboon is still waiting for them at Twin Cape, right?" Sam spoke to the middle-aged lighthouse keeper before him, whose distinctive fashion sense and flamboyant hair resembled a peacock's display. After extorting 30 million berries from the Chihong Town Mafia, Sam and his crew received a warm send-off from the local navy. Fortunately, the Arrowfish performed exceptionally well, and the crew's adept handling allowed them to safely navigate the chaotic currents around Reverse Mountain, finally reaching the starting point of the Grand Line, Twin Cape. At that moment, they were conversing with the lighthouse keeper, Crocus. "That's right." Crocus nodded, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the enormous figure nearby. "If you happen to encounter the Rumbar Pirates, please be sure to pass along this message. Laboon has been waiting here all this time for their return." Sam fell silent for a moment. He knew the answer all too well. The Rumbar Pirates had perished in the Trinidad Triangle long ago. But if he revealed this truth to Crocus now, would the future Pirate King's shipwright still board Roger's ship? If Roger died prematurely without a skilled physician, never finding Raftel and failing to usher in the Great Pirate Era, would history's wheels derail entirely? Would his mere flutter of wings extinguish an entire era? Sam weighed his words carefully, probing indirectly. "Mr. Crocus, I admire Laboon's unwavering devotion. But traversing the Grand Line, facing so many perils. 5 years have passed. Have you ever considered that they might already?" Sam made a throat-slitting gesture, his meaning clear, without words. The usual carefree smile faded from Crocus's face. He gazed steadily at the sea surface, watching Laboon's massive form breach the waves. "I know. No one understands what this sea devours better than I. But young man." He turned his head toward Sam. "Sometimes waiting itself is the last thing a living person must hold on to. Let everything find its conclusion, good or ill. If you hear news of them during your journey, or if fate brings you back here someday, please let me know." "All right." Sam shrugged. "We pirates have no plans to circumnavigate the Grand Line anyway. We'll likely spend considerable time in the first half of the journey. If any news comes to light, I'll do my best to bring it back." "Oh, haha, thank you very much." Crocus chuckled, then shifted the conversation. "So which route are you planning to take next?" "I have some charts and log poses accumulated over the years that might help you." "Charts? We actually spent quite a fortune on them in the West Blue." Sam turned and called out to the ship, "Hans." The helmsman Hans immediately jogged over from aboard. "Captain, you need me." "This is Mr. Crocus, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape. This is my navigator, Hans." Sam briefly introduced them, then turned to Hans and said, "Cross-reference Mr. Crocus's charts with what we purchased in the West Blue. Verify the accuracy of our intelligence and check for any significant discrepancies." "Yes, Captain." Hans took the charts from Crocus and after careful comparison reported back, "Captain, the basic topography and island markings are largely consistent. The intelligence we bought in the West Blue appears to be of good quality and can complement each other." Sam nodded approvingly and explained to Crocus, "We're newcomers here, so we'd better be cautious. Double-checking everything just to be safe. But we do need the log poses, thank you very much." Taking the log pose, he continued, "As for the route, I don't have any particular preference. However, I'm currently quite interested in the island known as Little Garden, so I plan to visit there first. We're not in a hurry anyway, and have no intention of taking the shortest route. We'll likely meander through the waters exploring as we go. Little Garden. Crocus pondered for a moment. Indeed, it's quite different from other islands. The island preserves an ancient ecosystem. Dinosaurs and prehistoric behemoths rule that place. For beginners, it's hardly a friendly tourist destination. At this point, Hans chimed in, his face radiating absolute confidence in his captain. It'll be fine. Our captain is a high-ranking pirate with a bounty of 69 million berries. Those mere dinosaurs won't be a problem. Crocus glanced at the proud Hans, then at Sam, who said nothing but wore a resigned smile. He nodded understandingly. Oh, 69 million. It seems you've indeed made quite a name for yourselves in the West Blue. Well, since you have this kind of strength, I won't waste more words. He raised his hand and pointed in a direction, offering advice. Log poses need time to store magnetic readings. The nearest island after Little Garden is Whiskey Peak. For normal navigation, that would be the most suitable next destination for you. Stock up on supplies there, and let the log pose record the magnetic signature for the next island. Whiskey Peak. That sounds like a nice place by the name. Sam waved to Crocus. Thank you for the guidance, Keeper. We won't keep you any longer. He turned to face his crew, who had finished restocking, and called out loudly, Men, set sail. Our destination, Whiskey Peak. Aye. With the crew's enthusiastic response, the Arrowfish slowly departed from the tranquil harbor of Twin Cape. The island whale Laboon let out a long, mournful song. Sam stood at the stern, casting one final glance at the massive figure and the diminishing silhouette of the man beneath the lighthouse. He gripped the log pose in his hand, feeling the unique sea breeze of the Grand Line. The adventure on the Grand Line had finally begun. The swordfish left Twin Gorges and Labu far behind. Ever since Sammy descended from Reverse Mountain, the Grand Line had presented a remarkably tranquil sea mirroring the azure sky, like a sheet of glass, so beautiful it felt surreal. Yet less than 2 hours after they sailed out of Twin Gorges, without any warning, the once clear, calm, and windless weather was instantly engulfed by rolling black clouds. The gale, like an invisible giant palm, violently seized the ocean, raising mountainous waves. Quick! Steady the helm. Reef the sails. Hurry! Navigator Hans's hoarse roar was barely a whisper in the tempest. Yet such a change in weather was merely an appetizer. In the following hours, it was as if someone were capriciously manipulating the weather. One moment the swordfish struggled through towering waves, just as the crew braced for a terrible storm, the suffocating clouds inexplicably dispersed. Sunlight once again spilled onto the deck, but it was no longer gentle. Instead, it was like a scorching summer, baking the planks with its fierce rays. Before the sailors could even wipe away their sweat, heavy snow began to fall from the sky, and the icy flakes mingled with the blazing sunlight on the deck. What the hell is this place? A young pirate muttered, opening his palm to watch the snowflake melt into a droplet in an instant. Facing the chaotic spectacle of nature's untamed power, Sammy stepped onto the bow, spreading his arms wide in defiance of the turbulent weather. Ha ha! This is it. This is the kind of adventure that makes a legend, the kind that is truly magnificent. Ha ha! The captain's hearty laughter infected most of the crew except Hans, because his years of sailing experience in the West Blue were utterly useless in the Grand Line. The logs and climate notes of the Grand Line he had purchased at great cost were helpful, but mastering them required immense effort. After all, from his West Blue experience, the weather of the Grand Line seemed utterly devoid of logic, wild and chaotic, like a prank by the gods upon mortals. In the first few days, Hans practically lived in the crow's nest, his eyes bloodshot from staring at the shifting sky and sea. Though exhausted, he dared not close his eyes, fearing that in the blink of an eye a sudden squall or whirlpool would swallow the ship. The high-altitude sea wind seemed particularly merciless, claiming many of his already thinning hairs. Hard to port. Quickly, a gale is coming. Avoid it. Hans's voice had grown hoarse. He was merely a competent navigator in the West Blue, far from those legendary navigators who could hear the wind's whispers. He could only rely on 200% focus and sweat. Not until the 7th day of the voyage did Hans barely grasp the capricious temperament of the Grand Line's climate. He began to combine the color of the sea, the shape of the clouds, and the humidity carried by the wind to make predictions with slightly higher success rates, but only slightly. Getting 3 or 4 out of 10 right was already a godsend. So more often than not, they had to remain vigilant and ready for emergencies. To prevent their precious navigator from dropping dead, Sammy assigned a sharp young lad to accompany him, ostensibly to learn, but primarily to take care of his daily needs. Learning could wait. After successfully predicting and steering the ship through a dense hailstorm under a clear sky, Hans leaned against the rail of the crow's nest, gazing at the relatively calm sea ahead, and let out a deep sigh. He descended from the crow's nest, his heavy dark circles evident, and reported to Sammy. Captain, this damn place. It's not for humans. I still can't fully understand the climate here, but I can now guess a bit by instinct. Give me more time, and I should master it. Sammy patted his shoulder. You've worked hard, Hans. Once we reach Whiskey Peak, we'll stay a while longer, and you can get some proper rest. Finally, on the 10th day of entering the Grand Line, the distinctive coastline of Whiskey Peak appeared on the horizon. An island. We're here. In an instant, the ship erupted with deafening cheers. In the past 10 days, they had encountered more severe weather than in a year in the West Blue, truly experiencing the Grand Line's reputation as a graveyard for pirates with their bodies and minds. Now everyone longed to set foot on solid ground. Despite its name, which evoked wine and merriment, Whiskey Peak appeared as an ordinary, even somewhat barren little town. Buildings were scattered sparsely among the rocky hills, far from the grandeur of the bustling ports of the West Blue. But none of this could dampen the crew's fervent excitement to set foot on the first island of the Grand Line. Docking. The moment the ship was moored before the gangplank was even fully lowered, nearly all the crew rushed ashore like wild horses freed from their reins, except for a few necessary watchmen. Their faces brimmed with curiosity and excitement, like country folk entering a big city for the first time, finding everything novel. Sammy merely shouted a single line after their jubilant backs. "Tomorrow. Second shift, remember to come back for duty." "Yes, Captain." Disjointed replies came from afar. For a time, the usually quiet town was thrown into chaos by these exuberant, noisy outsiders. Sammy and a few officers walked at the rear. Aldo, watching his subordinates marvel at ordinary rocks and cacti, couldn't help but cover his face. "Captain, these lads are too embarrassing." But Sammy just smiled, his gaze sweeping over the peculiar rock formations and low-rise buildings, finally resting on Hans, who was comparing the sea chart with the actual terrain. "Let them be. After all, this is our first step into the Grand Line." He turned to the steady Isaac and ordered, "Isaac, procure supplies according to the list. Little garden may sound close, but..." He lowered his voice. "I don't know how long Hans will need to fully grasp the weather here. To be prepared, we must stock up more." "Yes, Captain." After drifting at sea for over 10 days, eating the same classic dishes from the ship's cook every day, Sammy felt as though his taste buds were about to stage a collective strike. As soon as they disembarked, Sammy led his officers straight to the market, intending to properly appease their hungry stomachs. He stopped at a fruit stall piled high with oddly shaped fruits, many of which he had never seen in the West Sea. "Boss, give me a few of this, that, and that one that looks like a butt." "Yes, those will do." Sammy casually pointed at a few fruits that looked passable without asking their names or flavors. He paid, took one for himself, and distributed the rest to the others behind him. Crunch. With a single bite, juice burst forth, a flavor blending tropical sunlight and some exotic spice exploding in his mouth. This texture. Interesting. Sammy chewed a few times and raised an eyebrow. The others also finished their fruits in a couple of bites, casually tossing the pits into the roadside bushes. "Oh ho ho," Sammy grinned as he watched the pits vanish into the greenery. "I'm such a bad guy." Soon their growling stomachs drove them into a tavern that looked fairly popular. The atmosphere inside was no different from the taverns in the West Sea. The lighting was not too dim, the air thick with a mix of alcohol and sweat. Rough-hewn wooden tables were scattered haphazardly, with some corners even built from coarse stone blocks. Most of the patrons looked like rough customers, their exposed skin bearing scars, with weapons placed conspicuously within reach. As Sammy and his group entered, many cast unfriendly glances. But Sammy's party strode in as if they owned the place, swaggering to the counter and knocking on it. "Boss, bring us whatever you have that can fill a stomach and a few glasses of rum." "Sure, just a moment." The bartender acknowledged. Just as they were waiting for the food, buru buru buru, buru buru buru, a distinctive sound came from Sammy's chest. He calmly pulled out a den den mushy and answered it. "Kacha." The den den mushy's face instantly transformed, mimicking a grinning pompadour sporting reckless image. "Hello, hello. My dear business partner, Captain Sammy. I'm coming to the West Sea again. Did you get any good stuff this time?" An overly enthusiastic voice came from the den den mushy. Half the tavern fell silent, many pricked up their ears. "Oh, it's Boss Jillian," Sammy said casually. "Forgot to tell you I'm no longer in the West Sea. I'm in the Grand Line now." "Oh, is that so?" The voice on the other end was first surprised, then burst into even louder laughter. "Aha, just like you. I knew it. With your bounty, staying in the West Sea was a waste of talent. It's good that you're in the Grand Line. Though it's a pity to lose the West Sea underworld's specialty products, that's fine. From now on, if you catch any pirate with a bounty over 50 million belly, you can trade with me. The amount I'll give you will definitely be much higher than what the Marines would pay." "Alright, it's a deal. I'll contact you when I catch a big fish." "Aha. I love doing business with someone as straightforward and capable as you. If you ever get a chance to come to Sympathy Archipelago, I'll definitely play the perfect host." "Kacha." The den den mushy hung up, returning to its drowsy state, and Sammy put it away. However, the tavern's previously noisy atmosphere had somehow dropped several decibels. Especially when the voice on the phone said, "With your bounty, staying in the West Sea was a waste, and bounty over 50 million, and much higher than the Marines' reward." Many of those who seemed to be drinking and chatting paused, almost imperceptibly, their eyes flickering as they stealthily reached into their pockets and pulled out crumpled wanted posters. Then came a rustling sound as a series of fierce or bizarre faces were quickly flipped through and compared. Suddenly, 69 million. A shriek like a strangled chicken erupted from a corner. Sammy turned to look, seeing a round, chubby little man springing up from his seat, as if he had been stepped on, clutching a wanted poster tightly. His companion reacted swiftly, almost pouncing to clamp a hand over his mouth. It's nothing. He's drunk. Talking nonsense. Those companions, pale-faced, forced a smile that was uglier than tears towards Sammy's group, while practically dragging the still struggling little man stumbling and rolling out of the tavern door. The number 69 million seemed to possess a magical power, instantly chilling the tavern's atmosphere to freezing point. The earlier boasting and backslapping voices vanished without a trace. Though there was still sporadic chatter, the voices were kept extremely low, as if afraid of disturbing something. An invisible heavy pressure spread. The previously scrutinizing and hostile gazes now mostly turned into fear and wariness, as everyone avoided eye contact with Sammy's group. Aldo tensed up slightly, leaning close to Sammy's ear and whispering, "Boss, I feel something's off." But Sammy laughed carelessly, taking a swig of the rum that had just arrived. "Huh, what's there to fear, Aldo? With our strength, what could possibly go wrong in a place like this?" He wasn't boasting, it was the truth. Given the strength of their officers, even if they fought individually and everyone in the tavern rushed them with guns, they could easily handle it without even getting a scratch. And as Sammy had expected, that was exactly what happened. Until they finished their meal, as if no one else existed, the fierce-looking patrons in the tavern just drank in silence, occasionally sneaking glances from the corners of their eyes, but no one dared to make any substantial move. Sammy and his men pushed back their chairs and stood up, walking out of the tavern calmly and confidently under the silent gaze of countless tense eyes. Only after their figures had disappeared from the doorway for a while did the frozen air in the tavern seem to start flowing again. Phew! Someone let out a long breath. Thump! Thump! Several people who had been sitting near Sammy collapsed limply to the floor. "Man, they're finally gone. Scared me to death. I mean, a 69 million belly monster, how could he just come out of the West Sea? That's insane. It's my first time encountering someone with a bounty over 40 million. Meanwhile, far away in the second half of the Grand Line, the New World, lay the giant kingdom of Elbaf. Unlike the warm breezes of the West Blue and the capricious weather of the first half of the Grand Line, the sea winds of Elbaf carried an eternal chill and a spirit of battle sweeping across this land renowned for its valor. In order to forge an alliance with the powerful village chief Harold, the already world-famous Rocks Pirates had been engaged in a 2-year-long, friendly persuasion campaign here. Now within a grand hall carved from a single massive boulder in the giant king's castle, the members of the Rocks Pirates were seated around an enormous stone table befitting giant proportions. Compared to the surrounding colossal ingredients, the crew members appeared minuscule. Yet the intangible aura radiating from their bodies was enough to deter any giant from daring to underestimate them. Seated at the very front was the now world-renowned Rox D. Jybeck, holding a wooden cup as large as a wine barrel. He silently gulped down the giant's potent liquor, the cup emptying and refilling again and again. From his slightly furrowed brow, it was clear he was not in a pleasant mood. Just moments ago, the giant king, the mighty warrior Harold, had once again flatly refused his alliance proposal. Damn stubborn Rock. Rox cursed inwardly. Without the full support of Harold and the warriors of Elbaf, his mad plan to overthrow the world and become its king would become exponentially more difficult. There were 2 devil fruits that Rox had always sought. One of them was likely here in Elbaf, and it would require Harold to consume it to unlock its true power. In short, to achieve his earth-shattering ambition, Elbaf was the key. I see. Click. A discordant sound broke the somewhat heavy silence. A burly man in a black pinstripe suit, a thick cigar clamped between his teeth, hung up the den mushy with a displeased expression. Jaha. Next to him, a man with a wild mane of golden hair like a lion's let out his signature laugh. This was the Golden Lion Shiki, who was swirling his glass. What's wrong, Ma Long? Your face looks like you've swallowed a dead rat. The man named Ma Long was the leader of the largest mafia family in the West Blue and a core executive of the Rocks Pirates. He casually picked up a grape the size of a watermelon and took a fierce bite. Nothing, Shiki. Just a message from the brats I left to manage the business in the West Blue. They said that group of pirates who had been causing us trouble slipped into the Grand Line. Beside them, a fat man with a triple chin and a strangely forked tongue, Wang Ji, was struggling to cut a piece of roasted meat larger than himself, mumbling indistinctly, I think I've heard you mention them. The one who turned several of your important bases upside down and cost you a lot of berries. Just a lucky clown. Ma Long snorted, spitting out grape seeds carelessly, his tone dripping with contempt. I hear the leader is a jellyfish that ate the human fruit, a half-baked ability user. They can only strut around in backwater places like the Four Seas. With his meager skills, if he's smart, he might manage to scrape by in the first half of the Grand Line for a while. Mamama. A tall, voluptuous woman with thick lipstick and eyeshadow licked her lips. A jellyfish in human form. What an interesting combination. I wonder what a child born from him would look like. Ha ha ha. Ma Long need our help. Once Harold agrees to Rock's proposal, we can just crush an insect like that. No need Gonzi. Ma Long waved his hand, taking a bite of a piece of roasted meat larger than himself. It's just a small-time pirate with a bounty of a mere 69 million berries. Not worth the Rock's pirates' mobilization. If he's foolish enough to set foot in the New World. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. Rox continued to drink in silence, showing no interest in the matter from beginning to end. His gaze seemed to pierce through the thick clouds of Elbaf reaching far beyond. For these true monsters, already world-famous with bounties in the hundreds of millions, or even billions, a 69 million berry newcomer from the West Blue, just entering the Grand Line, was nothing more than an insignificant ripple on the vast sea. Unworthy of even a second glance. At this moment, the Jellyfish Pirates ship, the Swordfish, had already finished its resupply at Whiskey Peak, and set sail with eager anticipation toward the mysterious island of Little Garden. However, the Grand Line once again displayed its volatile temperament, giving these visitors from the West Blue a harsh welcome. Achoo! A sneeze so loud it could almost shake the icicles off the rigging burst from Captain Sammy, who was bundled up like a polar bear. "Captain, you caught a cold." Aldo, similarly wrapped up with only half his face visible, asked in a muffled voice, holding a wooden shovel for clearing snow. "Bullshit." Sammy rubbed his reddened nose, his voice muffled by his thick scarf, but no less furious. "Your captain is as strong as an ox. How could I catch a cold? This must be..." Achoo! Another enormous sneeze interrupted his denial. He lifted his head abruptly, his gaze passing over the snow-covered gunnel to the still gray sky, which was continuously showering goosefeather-like snowflakes. The anger that had been building all day finally erupted. "Hans," Sammy's roar was particularly piercing in the wind and snow. "What the hell are you up to? Didn't you swear yesterday that you had perfectly avoided the blizzard's core paths? Why has this damn snow been falling for a whole day and getting heavier? Are you deliberately following the blizzard's movement? Are we destined to be together?" The Swordfish was no longer the tidy ship it had been upon departure. The masts, rigging, and deck were all covered in thick snow, making it look like a drifting snow mountain. The crew, each wrapped in layers upon layers, were huffing and puffing as they cleared the ever-accumulating snow from the deck, their breath turning into mist that instantly merged with the wind and snow. The navigator Hans, who had been singled out, was now shivering and curled up beside the relatively sheltered helm. His head and shoulders were also covered in snow, making him look like a snowman. He adjusted his frozen stiff glasses, his voice lacking any confidence. "See, Captain, trust me one more time. This time I'm absolutely sure. Based on the wind speed, cloud thickness, and seawater temperature changes. We just need to lower the mainsail and jib. Keep only one staysail for propulsion. Hard to starboard. Adjust course to east-northeast. We can ride the edge of this wind and cut out." Sammy looked at his pitiful comical appearance, nearly choked on his breath. He inhaled the cold air, deeply struggling to suppress the urge to toss the man overboard to cool off. "Fine. Lower the mainsail and jib. Keep only one staysail for propulsion. Hard to starboard. Adjust course to east-northeast. Hans, if this doesn't work, I'll tie you to the bow as a figurehead." The crew, watching their captain's and navigator's friendly exchange, silently lowered their heads and shoveled snow with even more vigor. Perhaps Sammy's threat had worked, or maybe Hans's instincts had finally guessed correctly for once. The Swordfish sailed out of that damnable blizzard zone without incident. Several days later. "Land, Captain," Hans shouted from the lookout tower, his voice trembling with excitement. "I see land ahead." The crew poured onto the deck, gazing eagerly into the distance. Sammy stepped out of the captain's quarters as well. Before them, an island of extraordinary primitiveness appeared. As the ship drew closer, the island's details grew increasingly clear. "Wow, finally land. This island looks so ancient. Trees that towered into the clouds, enormous flowers never seen before, and roar. Monster." Everyone turned to look. A massive lizard-like creature was strolling along the beach, its body covered in thick, horny scales. It cast a casual glance at the Swordfish as it approached the shore, then let out a snort, shook its head, and ambled slowly into the depths of the jungle. Sammy smacked the sailor on the forehead. Monster, my foot. You don't even know a dinosaur when you see one. Such an illiterate. From now on, don't you dare say you're part of my Jellyfish Pirates. You're an embarrassment. D-dinosaur. Listen up, all of you." Sammy clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. "Listen up, lads. This island is called Little Garden. Don't let its harmless-sounding name fool you. If anyone treats it like their own backyard, don't blame me for not warning you when you died." Sammy's gaze swept over some crew members who still wore unconcerned expressions, and his tone turned serious. "This island is unlike any other place you've been. There are many ancient creatures here that went extinct long ago in the outside world. Like that dinosaur just now, they have thick hides and incredible strength. For most of you, they are very dangerous. Not to mention other dangerous creatures, mosquitoes, flies, rats, and ants from prehistoric times, all of them prehistoric species. Think about what it means if you get bitten." He paused, then continued, "I'm going ashore. If you want to go and explore, be my guest. But you must move as a team and never put down your weapons. Stay alert at all times. If something feels wrong, retreat immediately. Those who don't want to go stay on the ship and keep watch. Got it? Yes, Captain. Soon nearly 100 daring crew members had assembled armed with swords and muskets. However, Sammy and his 4 officers had already jumped off the ship and entered the jungle ahead of them. By now 2 triceratops lay dead before them. One had a fatal sword wound on its neck, the other's head was caved in from brute force. Isaac was locked in a struggle with a 3rd triceratops. His hands gripped the creature's 2 massive horns, muscles bulging as the soil beneath him was plowed into deep furrows. Hey Isaac, we're done here. Why are you so slow? Aldo, carrying a spiked club, stood by grinning and watching the fun. Hearing Aldo's taunt, Isaac let out a grunt through his nose. With a sudden surge of power from his waist and abdomen, he executed a perfect back throw, slamming the massive triceratops to the ground with a thunderous crash. Before it could struggle, another heavy iron fist smashed into the side of its neck, silencing it completely. What's the rush? I just wanted to compare strength with it. Isaac shook his wrist and looked at Sammy. Captain, why don't we keep a triceratops on the ship? Even as a mascot? Sammy raised an eyebrow, half amused, half exasperated. Dream on. How much would this big guy eat in a day? Where on the ship would we store its food? If it were a carnivore, we could fish for sea kings to feed it. But a herbivore? Do we want to stop at every island just to get supplies for it? Just thinking about it is a pain. Just then, from the distant jungle behind them came the sound of noisy shouts and sporadic gunfire. Charge! Fire! Aim for its eyes! Bang! 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 Sounds like quite a few of the lads who went ashore are having fun, haha. I thought after the rough ride through the Grand Line, not many would have the guts. Captain, don't say that. Aldo patted his chest. We're elites who fought our way out of the West Blue. If we were cowards, why would we have been so determined to follow you into the Grand Line? You're right. Ha ha. Captain, should we wait for them? Fitch asked. Just then, rumble. A deep, majestic roar came from deep within the island, as if the heart of the earth was beating and the very ground beneath their feet trembled slightly. Thunder. No, Sammy shook his head, his gaze sharpening as he looked toward the volcano crater that emitted a wisp of smoke at the island's center. It's a volcano. The sound of volcanic activity. What a volcanic eruption. This island is too dangerous. Sammy waved his hand dismissively. Let those men amuse themselves here. We're going. He swept his hand toward the direction of the rumbling sound. Straight to the center of the island. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Supreme Strategy Meeting Room. Around a heavy wooden table, over a dozen high-ranking Marine officers bearing stars on their shoulders sat together, surrounded by swirling smoke. The situation on the seas has been growing more and more unsettling lately. Vice Admiral Journeyer Base broke the silence, putting down a stack of reports. Those lawless scum are popping up like poisonous mushrooms after rain. Seated beside him, Vice Admiral Yash Lard adjusted his round-rimmed glasses and added, "What's most worrisome is that name. Rocks. According to the fragmentary intelligence from CP, they've been staying in Elbaf for the past 2 years trying to win over the giants. But we must not let our guard down. Once Rox's ambition joins forces with the giant warriors of Elbaf." He paused, not finishing the sentence, but everyone present understood what that would mean. Those officers under Rox, Shiki, Charlotte, Lin, John, Wang Ji. Each one was a monster capable of dominating their own territory. Not to mention Rox himself, whose depths were unfathomable. Exactly, another Vice Admiral Kina Hawk chimed in gravely. Rox's previous achievements were too shocking. The fall of an admiral, the destruction of the Justice Gate. In those years, the Marines' prestige was thoroughly trampled. Even more infuriating, ever since Rox's name resounded across the world, countless pirates have taken him as their model and set sail in droves, making the situation even worse. A sigh spread through the room. Rox's rise was indeed the most painful scar on the Marine in recent years. But the Marine is not without its own rising stars. We have dazzling new combat power. Take Sengoku Garp Tsuru. In just over a decade, they've earned their way to Rear Admiral through outstanding achievements. Their momentum is formidable. Various branches have also produced many excellent talents. Officers of all ranks are emerging continuously. They are the future pillars of the Marine. At the mention of these names, the faces of the officers present showed a mixture of expressions, appreciation, and also a hint of pressure from being overtaken by the younger generation. The discussion then turned to a detailed analysis of the current maritime situation. The officers reported one by one on several pirate crews that had made a name for themselves in the first half of the Grand Line, and those causing trouble in the New World, and they tentatively formulated targeted strategies. Until a report from the West Blue was presented. Furthermore, according to the final sighting report from the West Blue branch and confirmation from our informant in Whiskey Peak, the former West Blue pirate crew, the Jellyfish Pirates, and their captain Predator, Reber Asami, entered the Grand Line approximately 1 month ago. Reber Asami. Vice Admiral Kina Hawk frowned. Is that the guy with a bounty of 69 million berries? I remember he's been entrenched in the West Blue for 5 or 6 years, and his crew never seemed to grow very large. Yes, the intelligence officer confirmed. They almost never harass civilians, and they even trade fairly with towns. We previously judged that they might be the type content to rule the West Blue, perhaps useful for the Marine to wear down the West Blue underworld. But now it seems our judgment may have been wrong. Vice Admiral Lard took over. They accumulated power in the West Blue for 6 full years, and only then chose to enter the Grand Line. This is no impulsive move. Either they possess extraordinary patience, or they have great ambitions. A pirate crew that knows how to bide its time and possesses considerable strength is often far more dangerous than those mindless destroyers. Exactly, Vice Admiral Bass agreed. The fact that they managed to accumulate a bounty of 69 million without harassing civilians speaks volumes. Their actual strength is likely higher than what appears on the surface. I believe we need to immediately upgrade their surveillance level and consider dispatching at least a Marine Headquarters Captain-level combat force to apprehend them. We cannot allow them to establish a foothold in the Grand Line. At the head of the table, Fleet Admiral Kong, who had been listening silently, finally nodded slightly. Notify all branches in the first half of the Grand Line to heighten vigilance. Upgrade the Jellyfish Pirates threat level. Lying low in the West Blue for so long before entering these waters. They are definitely up to something. Phew, where's the little garden? Where's the small? I'd call this a giant tree jungle any day. Aldo grumbled as he struggled to push aside a fern in front of him larger than his entire body. The humid, stifling climate left him drenched in sweat, his heavy boots sinking into the humus-rich earth with a squelching sound. They had been trekking through what seemed like an endless primeval rainforest for quite some time now, surrounded by a canopy so thick it blotted out the sky with dim light, and a symphony of strange insect chirps mingling with distant beast roars. Rumble. Ahead, several colossal trees that would take several people to embrace toppled over. Marcus flicked his wrist and swept his sword in a sharp arc, returning his blade to its sheath with a resonant click. Stop complaining, Aldo. Don't you think forging a path with your own strength in a place like this has a real sense of adventure? Indeed, Fitch chimed in as he carefully inspected his flintlock, making sure the dampness wouldn't affect the firing mechanism. If I ever retire and head back to the West Sea, I'm definitely going to write a memoir recording all the bizarre adventures we've had across these waters. Aldo twisted his head around and stared at Fitch as if he had lost his mind. What's going through your head, Fitch? Is there such a thing as a pirate who can retire in peace? When we're too old to swing our swords and guns, those bounty hunters who catch the scent will swoop down like vultures wanting our heads for gold. I've already made up my mind. Since I chose this path, I, Aldo, will fight until my last breath. Even if I end up buried in these seas, that's the romance of a true man. Wahaha, there's really a brontosaurus. Even taller than I imagined. A familiar hearty laugh suddenly echoed from above their heads. When did you? Aldo, Marcus, Fitch, and Isaac all looked up in an instant. To their shock, Sammy had somehow perched himself atop a massive creature. It was a gigantic brontosaurus with an extraordinarily long neck, its head nearly brushing the middle canopy, leisurely chewing on high foliage, seemingly unfazed by the tiny passenger on its head. Boss, that's too dangerous. Get down. That's a supersized dinosaur. Aldo shouted anxiously, his hand already gripping the handle of his spiked club. Relax, don't worry, Sammy said, leisurely patting the brontosaurus's rough hide, producing a dull thumping sound. Basic biology, it's herbivorous and perfectly docile. As he spoke, he gazed into the distance, his eyes scanning over the treetops until locking onto a sight of fierce conflict in the far distance. Have found it. Sammy waved vigorously to the dumbfounded officers below, pointing toward the horizon. We're heading that way. I've spotted something amazing. You're going to be blown away. Come on, keep up. With that, he actually leapt off the brontosaurus and began moving in the direction he had indicated. The officers exchanged glances, then could only follow with resigned expressions. As they pushed deeper into the island's interior, a series of terrifying rumbling booms accompanied by tremors in the earth grew louder, far more oppressive than the volcanic eruptions they had encountered earlier. What's happening? Is this an earthquake? Marcus instinctively steadied himself against a nearby tree trunk, feeling the very ground beneath his feet pulsing. No, listen carefully. Fitch tilted his head, listening intently, his voice tinged with gravity. It sounds like a battle. The sound was colossal. Each collision seemed like two steel mountains crashing into each other. The deafening clang of weapons reverberated through the jungle, making their eardrums ache and their hearts beat in sync with that terrifying rhythm. Ha ha ha. We're almost there. Right ahead. Sammy led the charge, his voice brimming with excitement, never slowing his pace. The 4 officers swallowed their astonishment, exchanged glances, and pressed onward. When they finally pushed through the last enormous fern, the sight before them left everyone stunned. Ahead lay an unusually expansive clearing, standing in stark contrast to the dense jungle surrounding it. But upon closer inspection, the clearing was littered with the wreckage of colossal trees, clearly crushed into existence by some titanic force. And the culprits behind this destruction were none other than the two giants engaged in ferocious combat. Their bodies towered like mountains, their bronze skin crisscrossed with battle scars. In their hands they wielded massive battle axes and equally enormous long swords, each clash generating fearsome hurricanes that swept sandstones and vegetation, nearly blinding Sammy and his companions. It was clear that this earth-shattering battle was drawing to a close. After another deafening clash of weapons, both giants let out simultaneous roars, abandoning their weapons, and drove their colossal fists into each other's faces. Boom! A profoundly dull impact reverberated through the air. Their enormous bodies staggered, and like two mountains collapsing, they crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, triggering yet another minor earthquake. The rising dust swept outward like a sandstorm. 37852 matches. 37852 draws. After a brief silence, the two giants lay on the ground and simultaneously erupted into hearty, weary laughter. Gah, Roggy, looks like it's a draw again this time. Gah, Dory, your fists are as punchy as ever. At that moment, not only were the four officers speechless, but even Sammy, who had mentally prepared himself, was completely stunned. Although he had known from the manga that two giants existed here and had imagined their enormity, seeing these living mountain-like ancient warriors standing before him in the flesh, the awe and shock at their absolute size and power was something no imagination could fully replicate. He felt an indescribable sense of insignificance seize him, as if he had become an ant accidentally stumbling into the Colosseum of gods. Only then did he truly understand what it meant to experience megalophobia, the feeling of one's utter insignificance before absolute power. Even Aldo, who never feared heaven or earth, stood with his mouth agape, gazing up at the colossal forms that still resembled hills. Even in death, his voice, trembling uncontrollably, hisses, "A giant." Sammy gestured for the officers to wait where they were, then straightened his collar and walked alone toward the two colossal figures that loomed like mountains. What an earth-shattering battle! To have the privilege of witnessing the duel of the legendary warriors, the blue Oni Dongli and the red Oni Baloji, two heroes of the giant tribe, is an unparalleled honor for us. Dongli propped himself up on his thick arms, half kneeling, his enormous shadow instantly engulfing Sammy. "Ah, a tiny human, you know us." Buluoji also sat up. "It's been a while since we had a visitor, Dongli." Of course, both captains of the giant warrior pirates, mighty warriors wielding giant weapons. "I've heard your story since I was a child. I never thought I'd see you in the flesh today." Gah! Dongli let out a hearty laugh, clearly enjoying the flattery. "I never imagined that after all these years our reputation still echoes across the seas." Buluoji grinned as well, but then touched his parched lips, his massive throat rolling as he fixed his eyes on Sammy. "Hey, little one, I ask you, do you have any liquor?" "Yes. How could one sail the seas without fine wine to accompany the journey?" "Oh, is that so? I'll treat you guests. Share some with us." Sammy laughed and waved vigorously toward the officers who were watching anxiously from a distance. "Aldo, Isaac, don't just stand there. Hurry back to the ship and bring all the rum. Bring everyone. It's party time." "Gah, what a spirited little fellow. Gah, I never thought so many of you came from the West Blue." Dongli slapped his knee and laughed. "Of course," Sammy said, tearing off a large chunk of sizzling dinosaur meat. "We spent 6 years preparing to venture into this grand line." Just then Aldo couldn't help boasting, gesturing toward the giants. "That's right. We roamed the West Blue for 6 years, and our captain's bounty has reached 69 million berries." 69 million, huh? Not bad, gah. The meat is ready, eat as much as you like. Buluoji placed a large piece of sizzling grilled meat on a huge banana leaf and pushed it before the crowd. However, aside from Sammy and a few officers, the other crew members who had followed stood trembling, staring at the chunks of meat larger than themselves and the giant's fingers that could crush them with a casual squeeze. None dared to move. "That's so terrifying. Is this the giant tribe? Just standing beside them makes my legs weak. Too scary, completely lost my appetite. How can the captain and officers already be mingling with them?" As expected of Captain Sammy. "Don't be shy. This dinosaur meat is delicious," Buluoji said, pinching a barrel of rum between two fingers like a tiny cup and tilting his head back to pour it into his mouth. "Ah, the taste is great, just a bit small, gah." Sammy watched this scene, a flicker of thought in his eyes, then turned to Dongli, as if casually. "Speaking of which, Dongli, you've been in these waters for so long. Have you ever seen the Rumba Pirates?" "The Rumba Pirates?" Dongli stroked the beard on his chin, his massive head slightly tilted, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. "No recollection. What, do you have a grudge against them?" "Not at all." Sammy waved his hand, his tone carrying just the right note of sentiment. "I'm merely entrusted to find their whereabouts." Then he recounted the story of the Rumba Pirates and the island whale named Laboon, who was still waiting at the Twin Capes, narrating it in detail. Sammy, of course, knew that the wreckage of the Rumba Pirates was drifting in the Florian Triangle. But at this moment, he needed a plausible reason to lead the crew to linger in the first half of the Grand Line for a while, thereby avoiding the impending incident at God Valley. Although as captain he had the right to decide the course, he had to give the crew a clear goal to maintain his sense of direction and authority. Searching for the Rumba Pirates was the perfect excuse. It would showcase his image of keeping promises and make the crew feel that following a captain who valued honor above all was worthwhile. I never thought there would be such a loyal island whale. Truly moving. Gahaha. Bulawoji's rough laughter carried a hint of anticipation. What else has happened on the sea? We've been here too long, haven't heard news from the outside in ages. At that moment Fitch raised a question, his gaze sweeping over the clearing that seemed reshaped by the giants. By the way, have you been here for a very long time? Yeah, Isaac chimed in gruffly. Why have you two been fighting here all this time? Dongli and Bulawoji exchanged a glance, and the same heroic expression appeared on their colossal faces. In the giant kingdom of the Grand Line, there's a rule: if two villagers have a dispute and can't reach an agreement, then we must accept the judgment of the god of Elbaf. The judgment of the god of Elbaf. What does that mean? Although pressed, the god of Elbaf always protects the righteous and will let the righteous survive. So Bulawoji waved his enormous arm, pointing at the island that served as their battlefield. This island is the arena for Dongli and me. The righteous will triumph in battle and live. Huh. Marcus's narrow eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, what was the dispute about? What dispute? Dongli scratched his helmet with his giant hand, then burst into laughter. Gaha. I don't remember. What about you, Bulawoji? Bulawoji also slapped his belly with force, letting out the same hearty laugh. I don't remember either, Gaha. What? The crew members were almost shocked, speechless. You've been fighting for all these years over something you can't even remember. Aldo, however, felt his heart surge with excitement. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with fervor. No, I understand. This is what it means to be a true man. You must have something in your heart that you hold fast to. For that conviction, even risking your life is worth it. Because it is often heavier than life itself. They have fought for decades for a belief that perhaps even they themselves have forgotten the specifics of, but which absolutely exists. This is what it means to be a true warrior. Sammy slowly stood up and walked to the bonfire, the dancing flames casting shifting light and shadow across his face. He looked around at the faces, some shocked, some bewildered, some excited, and his voice reached everyone's ears. Aldo is right. Seeing Dongli and Bulawoji, I wonder. What about us? All of us have fought our way here from the West Blue, putting our lives on the line, living day by day, without knowing what tomorrow brings. Many have abandoned their families, left their homelands, bid farewell to relatives and old friends. After all we've sacrificed, what is it all for? His gaze swept over every crew member. Is it merely for the next meal of meat and wine? For how many berries we can plunder in the next raid? If that's the case, how are we any different from the ants that spend their entire lives spinning in place? Sammy's voice grew louder. Dongli and Bulawoji have taught me one thing through decades of fighting. A person must know what they truly hold fast to in their heart. It is not something imposed by others, but a desire that springs from the depths of your soul. A goal for which you are willing to burn your very life. Now I want each of you to think carefully. What do you truly want? Is it to earn 100 million berries, go back home, build the most magnificent house, and ensure your family is never bullied again? Is it to make your name resonate across the Grand Line, to strike fear into all who hear the flag of the Jellyfish Pirates? Is it to become the world's greatest swordsman or the finest sharpshooter, earning everyone's respect through strength? Or is it to explore every corner of this mysterious sea and chart your own legendary map? The goal can be big or small, it doesn't matter. But you must have a goal. You must clearly know why you take up your blade and gun, why you stand here. When you truly determine what your heart desires, you will have boundless drive. Only then will you actively hone your skills, and only then will you unleash power you never knew you had in the face of despair. Find it. Seize it. Then, like a warrior, use all your life and passion to make it real. Only then, when we look back one day, can we laugh without regret like Dongli and Bulawoji and tell ourselves, I lived this life to the fullest. The bonfire crackled. The giants listened quietly, approving smiles on their faces. As for the crew of the Jellyfish Pirates, they sank into deep contemplation. The crew of the Jellyfish Pirates also sank into deep contemplation. Indeed, as pirates, what did they truly seek? Wealth, power, women, fame. These pursuits, so commonplace in the world of piracy, now demanded a personal answer from each soul. This question lingered not only in the hearts of ordinary sailors, but also weighed upon the officers, their gazes profound as they scrutinized their own paths. Following Captain Sammy, they were strictly speaking never short of money. As pirates, they had no need for luxury goods or real estate. After all, those who remained on the ship were mostly fearless outlaws, unburdened and calling the vessel home. Wealth was necessary, yet it seemed not the entirety of life's meaning. I want to grow stronger. Erjuo was the first to spring up, fists clenched, a blazing fire in his eyes. I want to grow stronger. As strong as the captain? No. I will become even stronger than the captain. I'll have a bounty of 100 million Bailey on my wanted poster. 100 million Bailey. A noble ambition and not impossible with effort. Sammy raised an eyebrow. But surpassing me. Erjuo, don't even dream of it in this lifetime. Impossible. Don't underestimate me, Captain. Erjuo stiffened his neck, that familiar stubbornness resurfacing. This is my conviction. To grow stronger than everyone. I want to become the best shipwright in the West Blue. No, in the Grand Line. A normally taciturn sailor from the navigation crew gathered his courage to speak. Initially hesitant, he finally gritted his teeth, his eyes turning resolute. That's right, I will become the best shipwright in the Grand Line. I'll build a ship that can reach any corner of the world. I will become a great pirate and make my name thunder across the seas. I will write a book, tell our story, so future generations know we existed, just like New Olandu. My home in the West Blue was taken over by a gang. So, I want to build my own town. A town free of evil forces. A town where everyone can live in peace. I want to set foot on every island in the Grand Line. I want to be captain. Ha ha ha. You've barely had a few drinks and you're already talking nonsense. Someone beside him laughed and punched him playfully. Our captain can only be Captain Sammy. Right, Captain? The crew's eyes instantly focused on Sammy. Me. Sammy was stunned, his gaze falling on the wine glass in his hand, the amber liquid gently swaying. Yes. What was my dream again? Wealth. Power. Fame. He remembered that when he was an unknown high school student, he had plunged into this magnificent world, his initial impulse to shake the seas and leave his own legend. But when did I become afraid of fame? Was it after learning the era I'm in? Or after discovering that the monsters of the Rocks Pirates still roamed? Is it fear born from knowing some future information? Even if the Rocks Pirates are destined to fall at God Valley, this sea is still teeming with powerhouses. Carp, Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion. Each a pride of their era. Am I going to cower forever? Why am I afraid? Just because I ate a useless devil fruit. Just because they are overwhelmingly powerful in the original storyline. Wei Tian's manga hasn't finished yet. Who knows what the true history is? Kaido himself said that hockey is everything. Physical combat is the true path. As long as I'm not dead, who can say I can't be that strongest dark horse? Sammy abruptly downed the remaining wine in his cup, rising slowly under everyone's gaze. He felt a long-suppressed torrent surging in his chest. That was the adventurous passion of the youth Li Wei and the conquering ambition of the pirate Labila Sammy. As for me, the flickering firelight danced on his face, casting a radiance utterly different from before. I want to grow strong enough to no longer fear, no longer be afraid. He paused, his gaze slowly sweeping over every familiar face, then finally fixed on the boundless night sky. I want to be so strong that no one can stop me from doing what I want. He suddenly spread his arms wide. In an instant, an invisible aura seemed to explode outward from him. I will become the king of the world. The campfire's flames were suddenly pressed down by an invisible force flickering wildly in light and shadow. The surrounding crew felt a tightness in their chests. What? Was this a gaha? After a brief shock, Dongli burst into a laughter more excited than ever. Incredible. Little fella. No. Sammy. Gaha. To dreams. To dreams. And afterwards, no one remembered much of what happened at the banquet except the two giants. When asked, Dongli and Buluoji would only exchange hearty laughs and refuse to reveal anything. They probably didn't do anything too embarrassing, did they? Sammy rubbed his throbbing temples, uncertain. By the way, Captain Dongli, Hans asked, holding up the log pose, how long does it take to record the magnetism on this island? Oh, you mean the magnetism of the log pose? Dongli chewed on meat, answering nonchalantly, 1 year. What, 1 year? Captain, something terrible. Hans's voice rang out first. He scrambled to Sammy, holding the log pose high. We have to stay on this island for a whole year. What? 1 year? Sammy was genuinely shocked this time. To be honest, in his past life, the details of the manga had long blurred in his memory. He only recalled that Little Garden had a long recording time, but he never imagined it was a full year. 1 year? Are you kidding? Stay in a place full of dinosaurs for a year. We'll end up like those skeletons. Everyone quiet. Sammy's low voice quelled the commotion. I'll go ask about the specifics and see if there's a way to solve this. So, Dongli Buluoji, does the log pose really need a year? Is there no other way? Sammy looked up and asked. Gaha. That's right, little fella. Here it takes a year to fill up. That's the rule of the Grand Line. No shortcuts. Dongli laughed heartily, then pointed with his thick finger toward the edge of the jungle and some rocky crevices. Look over there. Everyone followed his gaze. Under the dense ferns and in the shadows of the rocks, scattered human bones weathered by time were faintly visible. Those are all little fellas who couldn't wait for the log to fill and died here. Some were snacks for hungry dinosaurs, others couldn't withstand the heat and disease. For you little human folk, a year on the island seems too long. Is that so? Sammy stroked his chin, his eyes scanning the bones, a flash of inspiration striking. Hans, take a few people and carefully search those bones and the belongings nearby. Focus on places that look like camps or shelters. Erjuo Isaac. You and the combat team stand guard, clear out any dangerous creatures nearby, and ensure the search team's safety. The rest of you don't idle. Split into groups and spread out. Check rock crevices, tree hollows, and anything that looks like an abandoned temporary camp. So many pirates have died on this island. Their log poses might still be lying next to their bones. We don't need to wait a year. We just need to find a pose left by someone before. That's right. Why hadn't they thought of that? Those who perished, those who scavenge. What are you waiting for? Move out. I captain. Reality, however, was far more brutal than Sammy's idealistic plan. His clever idea of scavenging the log pose from the previous adventurers only yielded a pile of rusted, broken scrap metal long since corroded by the island's humidity and the ravages of time. Left with no choice, the Jellyfish Pirates had to endure a year of survival on this perilous ancient island. Time flew by, and nearly a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Dory and Broggy had warned the dinosaurs, venomous insects, diseases, and occasional volcanic eruptions on Little Garden claimed nearly a third of the Jellyfish Pirates' crew. Yet those who survived this brutal crucible emerged transformed, reborn into something far stronger. Now, even the most ordinary combatant among the crew possessed reflexes, strength, and ferocity that rivaled pirates, with bounties of 3 million belly. As for the officers and Sammy himself, after a year of skirmishes with dinosaurs, natural disasters, and the occasional friendly sparring with the two giants, their power had become unfathomable. Captain, another ship has landed. At that moment, a fierce sparring match was nearing its end in a clearing in the forest. Hiya! Officer Aldo roared, his right fist whistling towards Sammy's face. Yet Sammy kept his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious as the wind from the punch ruffled the hair on his forehead. At the last instant, he tilted his head by a hair's breadth. Whoosh! The fist grazed past his ear. Almost simultaneously, Sammy, still with closed eyes, knocked Aldo to the ground. Ugh! Aldo grunted, landing heavily on the ground. Only then did Sammy slowly open his eyes and gaze at his own fist. Tisk, still a bit off. That feeling always vanishes in a flash. Forget it. Sound the war horn, all hands on deck. Meanwhile, aboard the Crown Ark, which was about to dock. Prince Lucas ahead should be Little Garden, the second island of the Grand Line. A man who looked like a steward knelt on one knee, reporting to the figure seated on a luxurious throne on the upper deck. We've spotted nearly a dozen pirate ships anchored at the shore. The island is likely extremely dangerous. The figure addressed as Your Highness had impeccably groomed blonde hair. He elegantly held a crystal goblet and replied with the languid tone characteristic of nobility, Vasily, I suppose they are merely a rabble of commoners gathered here, nothing to fear. Prepare for landing. Vasily, I suppose they are merely a rabble of commoners gathered here, nothing to fear. Prepare for landing. When Sammy led his crew to the shore, the newcomer had just anchored beside the other ships. Its ornate decoration stood in stark contrast to the weather-beaten pirate vessels surrounding it. Sammy grinned and shouted toward the ship, Hey there, brothers from afar. Since you've come all this way, do you have any liquor on board? Rum would be best. Butler Vasily walked to the gunwale, frowning and looking down with undisguised disgust. Where do you barbaric commoners come from? Scram at once. If you disturb the esteemed Prince Lucas, what crime will you bear? Huh, Prince. Sammy raised an eyebrow with interest, eyeing the skull and crown flag on the ship. I may not know if you're playing house with this sailing thing, but don't be so tense. I'm just here to make a trade. He shook the log pose in his hand. The log pose on this island needs a full year to record. But I happen to have spares, only 1 month left to go. How about swapping them for some liquor? Fair enough, right? Their commotion had clearly disturbed Lucas on the deck. The crisp sound of leather shoes on the wood echoed. Who was making all that noise down there? Who was making all that noise down there? After Vasily whispered his report, Lucas snorted. His eyes swept contemptuously over Sammy and his crew, especially as he noticed nearly half of them wearing animal hides. A sneer curled his lip. A bunch of primitive savages living like beasts, and you dare to talk trade with me. Vasily, kill them and retrieve the log pose. That will save me a good deal of time. Oh ho ho. A bunch of primitive savages living like beasts, and you dare to talk trade with me. Vasily, kill them and retrieve the log pose. That will save me a good deal of time. Oh ho ho. Yes, Your Highness. Guard squad, take aim. Load your guns. Tisk, negotiation failed. Sammy sighed helplessly. Fire. Bang. 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 The moment the shots rang out, the Jellyfish Pirates scattered like phantoms, most of the lead bullets hitting empty air. Tisk, negotiation failed. Sammy sighed helplessly. Fire. Bang. 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 The moment the shots rang out, the Jellyfish Pirates scattered like phantoms, most of the lead bullets hitting empty air. They're so fast. Ugh. The battle was one-sided from the start. The Crown's Guard squad couldn't even organize a second volley before the ferocious Jellyfish Pirates swarmed the deck, cutting them down like weeds. Within moments, the deck was littered with bodies. They're so fast. Ugh, the battle was one-sided from the start. The Crown's Guard squad couldn't even organize a second volley before the ferocious Jellyfish Pirates swarmed the deck, cutting them down like weeds. Within moments the deck was littered with bodies. Even as he was pinned to the ground, Butler Vasily's face was filled with shock. Damn! How is this possible? This is only the second island of the Grand Line. How could there be monsters like this? You lowborn scum! Do you know who I am? I will never forgive you. Prince Lucas, despite being captured, still blustered with a bluster of bravado. Damn! How is this possible? This is only the second island of the Grand Line. How could there be monsters like this? You lowborn scum! Do you know who I am? I will never forgive you. Marcus licked his lips, flashed a sinister grin, and slapped him twice. Lowborn, I'll show you, lowborn. Still putting on airs as a prisoner. I hate you nobles the most. Soon one of the new officers, Nostra Cahillo, approached Sammy with a sheaf of interrogation reports. Captain, I've got the information. This bunch is from the North Blue. Their captain Lucas was originally a noble from a small kingdom. After a failed coup, he fled to sea with his remaining family guards and wealth, forming this so-called Crown Pirates. The only one with a bounty among them is Lucas himself, 17 million belly. Captain, I've got the information. This bunch is from the North Blue. Their captain Lucas was originally a noble from a small kingdom. After a failed coup, he fled to sea with his remaining family guards and wealth, forming this so-called Crown Pirates. The only one with a bounty among them is Lucas himself, 17 million belly. This bunch is from the North Blue. Their captain Lucas was originally a noble from a small kingdom. After a failed coup, he fled to sea with his remaining family guards and wealth, forming this so-called Crown Pirates. The only one with a bounty among them is Lucas himself, 17 million belly. Aldo spat on the ground. Pa. Another bunch from the North Blue. All bluster, no bite. Dispose of them all. Inventory the supplies and store them away. Dispose of them all. Inventory the supplies and store them away. That night a grand bonfire blazed again in the clearing on Little Garden. But this time, instead of dinosaur meat, they roasted the fine ingredients seized from the Crown. Captain, this red wine. It's not satisfying at all. Rum is much better. Aldo complained, taking a swig from a bottle of wine looted from the Crown. Cahillo chuckled, swirling the wine in his glass. Aldo, you really are a bore who can't appreciate fine cuisine. This single bottle of wine is worth 10 cases of rum. Hang in there a little longer, Sammy said, picking up a bottle of wine with a smile. In another month the log pose will be full, and we can leave for the next island. Then you can drink all you want. Hearing their conversation, Dory and Broggy came over. Jai-ha. So you little guys are leaving. Time sure flies. Yeah, Sammy replied, looking at the pirate crew, which had grown far larger than a year ago, and couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, Sammy replied, looking at the pirate crew, which had grown far larger than a year ago, and couldn't help but sigh. Back then, unable to find a functioning log pose, they had no choice but to endure a full year on this island. Although the crew had paid a heavy price, the survivors had grown considerably in strength. Because of the fixed routes of the Grand Line, new pirate crews kept arriving at Little Garden. Back then, unable to find a functioning log pose, they had no choice but to endure a full year on this island. Although the crew had paid a heavy price, the survivors had grown considerably in strength. Because of the fixed routes of the Grand Line, new pirate crews kept arriving at Little Garden. Through trade, davy backfight, and even military conquest, the Jellyfish Pirates continuously absorbed fresh blood and resources, growing ever stronger. Among the core officers, 3 new members had joined: Gentleman Nostra Cahillo, former captain of the West Blues Twilight Pirates, bounty 19 million belly. Mute Alberto, former officer of the Twilight Pirates, bounty 10 million belly. Harpoon Leon, former captain of the East Blues Cormorant Pirates, bounty 14 million belly. Gentleman Nostra Cahillo, former captain of the West Blues Twilight Pirates, bounty 19 million belly. Mute Alberto, former officer of the Twilight Pirates, bounty 10 million belly. Harpoon Leon, former captain of the East Blues Cormorant Pirates, bounty 14 million belly. Mute Alberto, former officer of the Twilight Pirates, bounty 10 million belly. Harpoon Leon, former captain of the East Blues Cormorant Pirates, bounty 14 million belly. At first, when Sammy heard the name Cormorant Pirates, he had thought Captain Leon was a Zoan-type devil fruit user and got excited, only to find out he was just an ordinary man with a strong body. Now the Jellyfish Pirates were a true melting pot of the 4 blues, with crew members hailing from the East, West, South, and North Blues. Of course, not every encounter was so civilized. Many pirates didn't even bother to listen to words and responded with bullets and blades. For those hard-headed fools, the Jellyfish Pirates showed no mercy, and they all became experience points on the crew's path of growth. Overall, after a year of brutal baptism and consolidation on Little Garden, the Jellyfish Pirates' strength had far surpassed before. The crew size had not decreased, but increased, reaching an elite force of 137 people. Everyone's weapons had been upgraded through countless battles, and even the swordfish had undergone several large-scale modifications and upgrades using the captured materials. The morning forest still held a trace of chill as sunlight filtered through the gaps of gigantic leaves, casting dappled spots of light on the moss-covered ground. Boss, look what I found on that noble fool's ship. An excited, slightly urgent voice shattered the tranquility. Marcus rushed over like a gust of wind, holding a long-bladed sheathed sword high above his head, his face brimming with undisguised pride. Sammy, rubbing his sleepy eyes, leaped down from a sturdy branch of a giant tree. Having indulged in heavy drinking with the giants late into the night, using the confiscated red wine, his head still felt somewhat groggy. What is it? Huh? Sammy let out a long yawn, even squeezing out a few tears from the corners of his eyes. So early in the morning, and it's so noisy. A sword. A superior grade sword. Marcus presented the blade to Sammy as if offering a treasure, carefully pulling out half of the blade. The blade gleamed in the morning light, and near the tsuba, the forging pattern faintly revealed a layered effect reminiscent of cherry blossom petals. Even Sammy, who knew little about swords, could see that this blade was exquisitely beautiful. If I'm not mistaken, this sword is the legendary Luanying, a superior grade sword. Sammy scratched his messy black hair matted from sleeping in the tree and tried to search his memory. Oh, I think I've heard of that. Only 50 in the world, right? Called the 50 superior grade swords. Sounds pretty impressive. He looked at Marcus's hopeful gaze and waved his hand indifferently. Are you giving it to me? I don't use a sword, you keep it for yourself. Didn't your old sword chip when you fought the horned dragon last time? What? A superior grade sword? A slightly surprised voice interjected. Kailuo had also approached, still dressed in his immaculate suit, though his jacket was casually draped over his arm. His gaze was instantly captivated by the sword in Marcus's hand, and he hurried over to examine it closely. No way. It's actually Luanying. Kailuo's tone rarely rose several pitches. Legend has it that when this sword is wielded by a true master swordsman, the trajectory of its slashes becomes as unpredictable as falling cherry blossoms. I never thought it would be in the possession of that North Sea noble. What a waste of a treasure. Marcus, seeing Kailuo's reaction, quickly sheathed Luanying. What are you doing, Kailuo? I'm warning you, this sword is mine. Last time when we divided the spoils and chose swords, you, a dual sword user, picked the two best ones right away. And Alberto also took one, leaving me with only the leftovers. This time I finally found a superior grade sword, and no one is going to take it from me. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Kailuo, taken aback by his defensive attitude, somewhat sullenly stroked his neatly trimmed goatee and let out a sour tch. Scrooge. Can't I even look at it? I'm not trying to steal it. But honestly, Marcus, you're really lucky this time. Luanying tsk. Even as he said he wouldn't take it, his envious gaze nearly burned 2 holes through the scabbard. Sammy watched the 2 officers bickering like children over a sword and couldn't help but laugh. He stretched his bones, emitting a series of crisp cracks. Alright, it's just a sword. Look how excited you 2 are. Marcus, the sword is yours. Use it well, and don't disgrace its reputation. He paused, a mischievous grin curling at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Kailuo. As for you, Kailuo, if you really like it that much, next time we fight, keep your eyes open. Maybe you'll find a great grade sword, or even a supreme grade sword. Boss, do you think famous swords are like seashells on the beach, just lying around to be picked up? Kailuo rolled his eyes helplessly, but the envy in his gaze toward Marcus remained undiminished. There are only so many famous swords. This time Marcus really struck gold. Marcus proudly fastened Luanying to the most convenient spot on his waist, even adjusting the angle so that everyone would notice it at first glance. Brother Dongli. Brother Buluoji. We're off. Sammy stood at the bow of the swordfish, vigorously waving at the 2 massive mountain-like figures on the shore. If I ever get the chance to go to Elbaf, I'll definitely send your regards to your friends and family back home. Thanks, Sammy. Gah. Goodbye. The crew members on the ship also shouted toward the shore. Sammy's gaze swept across the scattered members of other pirate crews on the shore. And everyone from the Beat-Crowned Sky Whale, Twilight, and Cormorant pirate crews. Farewell to you all too. The Grand Line is vast. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Before his words faded, responses mixed with sobs and grudges came from the shore. Wah. Cuso, damn it. Don't go. Rebella, Sammy. One more round of Davy back fight. Just one. I'll definitely win back our Captain Kailuo. A former crew member of the Twilight Pirates pounded the ground, weeping heart-wrenchingly. His cries triggered a chorus of lament from other former comrades who had also lost their original captains. On the other side, several crew members from different pirate crews who had chosen to stay on Little Garden to wait for the log post to charge were hugging each other, weeping with joy. Wah, they're finally gone. Thank goodness, those monsters have finally left. It's only the second island. The Grand Line is too terrifying. I never want to go to the next island again. I want to go home. I miss my mom. In stark contrast to the polar extremes of sorrow and joy on the shore, the morale aboard the Swordfish soared. Set sail. Weigh anchor. Sammy commanded with great spirit. The massive sails rose slowly under skillful hands, and the Swordfish, more formidable after a year's layover, gently departed from the land that had witnessed their tears, sweat, and growth, once again plunging into the capricious embrace of the Grand Line. The bow sliced through the azure seawater, leaving a long white wake. Aldo, hoisting his spiked club, looked at the miserable state of the defeated on the shore and snorted, what a bunch of worthless losers. Sammy descended the deck and arrived at the stern of the ship where a crude wooden signboard was nailed to the door of the quarterdeck. The words, "Navigation Room," were carved into it with a knife. He pushed open the door. The space inside was not large, but it was neatly arranged. Several large spliced sea charts were nailed to the walls, and the navigation log and notebooks were spread out on the table. Hans was buried in his work, frowning as he compared something. "Johan's busy," Sammy greeted, leaning against the doorframe. "I remember the next island is called Sigu Island, right?" Hans raised his head, adjusted his glasses, and replied, "Yes, boss. Based on the direction of the record pointer and the intelligence provided by Mr. Crocus, the next island is indeed Sigu Island. It is said to be a great medical nation renowned for its medical technology." "Oh, a medical great nation." Sammy became interested, stepping into the room and scanning the sea charts on the wall. "Tell me specifically, what intelligence do we have about Sigu Island?" "I'm organizing it," Hans said, immediately rummaging through a pile of documents, muttering to himself, "Sigu Island, Sigu Island. I found it." He picked up a few yellowed pages and some notes that were clearly added later and began to report. Sigu Island is a winter climate island ruled by the Batimus family. The current reigning king is Batimus Gaba, known as the Iron Wall King. According to intelligence, during his reign, he vigorously recruited and funded doctors from all over the world in the name of the royal family and established the Tower of Physicians. This tower was intended to centrally protect precious medical knowledge and physicians, shielding them from the harsh weather of Sigu Island and external invasions. At the same time, he ordered the royal scholars and doctors to collaborate, compiling a vast system of medical texts and collecting rare medicinal herb samples from all over the world. Moreover, this king's foreign policy was very tough. Hans's tone grew heavier. Facing the covetousness of pirates and other kingdoms, he established a highly efficient defense force. There are rumors that he himself is also a formidable warrior. The title of Iron Wall King comes from this. Under his governance, Sigu Island not only became a famous medical academic center, but also enjoyed a high level of order and prosperity. "I see. Advanced medical technology." Sammy stroked his chin and his right hand formed a fist, gently tapping his left palm. "Perfect timing. I think our ship's doctor's medical skills are somewhat lacking. He can only treat the most common sword wounds. Once someone falls ill or is poisoned, they almost have to rely on their own body to endure. This was especially evident during the year on Little Garden. We really need to recruit a group of truly reliable doctors to come aboard. At the very least, we need to acquire some medical knowledge." Upon hearing this, Hans showed a somewhat uncertain expression on his face, adjusting his glasses. "Boss is a famous medical center. The doctors on Sigu Island hold high status, enjoy a comfortable life, and are protected by the state and military. They are probably not willing to give up their stable lives to become ship doctors on a pirate ship, right?" Sammy, hearing Hans's concern, grinned carelessly and interrupted Hans's analysis. "Who cares? Let's get there first. If we can't recruit them with kind words, then we'll have to resort to the lesser evil." Sammy stopped at the door, turning half his face. "Don't forget, Hans, we are pirates. Lower the pirate flag, prepare to dock." Hans's voice echoed across the deck. As the Jellyfish skull flag was lowered and replaced with an ordinary merchant ship flag, the Swordfish slowly sailed toward the snow-covered pier of Sigu Island. Completely different from the warm Little Garden, the air here was filled with piercing cold, and the roofs of the port buildings were covered with thick snow. The ship had just steadied and the gangplank had not yet been fully lowered when a dock officer in a thick uniform carrying a registration board trotted up to meet them. "The usual routine." Sammy gestured with his chin toward Hans. "Understood, boss." Hans immediately put on a merchant-like smile, quickly stepped forward, and began to negotiate with the officer. Soon Hans completed the registration and paid a not insignificant docking fee. He returned to Sammy's side, lowering his voice with a grave expression. "Boss, they checked us more strictly than any island we've encountered before. They asked in detail about identity, cargo, and origin. I registered us as a merchant ship from the West Sea, mainly dealing in specialty crafts and overseas products." "Well done." Sammy nodded. "Send a team to bring ashore some of the goods in our hold that are useless and take up space. We'll find a shop to sell them off. Pass the word, everyone keep their mouths shut. We are merchants from the West Sea here to do business. Don't let anything slip." "Yes." Sammy took only a few officers like Ardo and Kahalo along with a capable squad carrying a dozen or so boxes of fairly decent-looking goods and walked onto the streets of Sigu Island. Once ashore, Sammy more intuitively felt how tight the security was here. The patrol teams on the dock holding spears or muskets constantly scanned every docked ship and every person landing on the island. Figures of soldiers on duty could also be seen on the tall watchtowers. However, upon closer observation, it could be noticed that although the guards' inspections were strict, they seemed more focused on maintaining order on the island. Some other recently docked merchant caravans had many members with fierce faces and bulging waists, clearly not good people, most likely pirates disguised like them. But the patrol only checked their cargo manifests as a formality. As long as the documents were complete, they carried no explicitly prohibited contraband, and behaved properly on the dock. Without causing trouble, the guards turned a blind eye and did not make things difficult. It seemed that no matter what your background, as long as you followed the rules of Tsigu Island and didn't cause trouble here, the Iron Wall King seemed to tacitly allow these great traits. Tisk, the Iron Wall King, lives up to his reputation. The administration is indeed well organized. Kahalo commented quietly, adjusting his tie to look more like a successful merchant. As long as we don't stir up trouble, we should be fine. Sammy grinned. Then let's first find a place to sell these local products, replenish the ship's supplies, and then take a good look around. In the biting wind, Sammy and his companions soon found a shop that seemed to specialize in collecting rare overseas treasures. The bell hung at the entrance chimed crisply as they opened the door. Welcome. You look unfamiliar, must be from a merchant ship that just docked. The shopkeeper, wrapped in a thick apron, invited the customers to browse before stepping forward. Come in and warm yourselves. After a brief exchange, Kahilo naturally took charge of the negotiations. I'll boss, you have excellent taste. Look at these coral carvings from the Western Sea. The color, the craftsmanship, truly top-notch. In the West, they were exclusive to the royal court. And these overseas specialties, we risked everything to bring them from. In the end, thanks to Kahilo's half-truth business rhetoric, the dozen crates of Western Sea handicrafts and overseas specialties sold for an unexpectedly good price. First step complete, funds secured. Sammy weighed the heavy bag of coins in his hand, then casually tossed it to the squad leader who had followed them. Go buy the supplies on the list first. Remember, keep your men in line. This country's defenses look formidable. Don't stir up trouble. Understood, Captain. The squad leader nodded, took the bag, and led his men away excitedly. After the squad left, Sammy's gaze turned to the town named Robble. Let's go, he said to his cadres. We'll try our luck and see if we can find a few doctors willing to sail with us. Robble town was livelier than they had imagined. Despite the cold, the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Most striking was the sight of a clinic or pharmacy every few dozen meters. White curtains and the cross symbol of medicine were ubiquitous. Freshly brewed ginger soup chases away the cold and prevents flu. Healer's Tower certified the latest formula for cold medicine. Secret family recipes specialized in stubborn ailments. This is too much. Aldo muttered, looking at the streets lined with clinics. Do people here get sick that easily? Sammy picked a clinic at random and walked in. A middle-aged doctor in a white coat was using a stethoscope on a child. All right, little one, just a common cold from the chill. Nothing serious. The doctor put away the stethoscope, turned to a row of cabinets against the wall, and skillfully took out several pre-packaged herbal remedies. Take the medicine on time, drink plenty of warm water, keep warm, and you'll be fine in a couple of days. The child's mother repeatedly thanked him. Thank you so much, Dr. Peterson. I always feel bad for troubling you. You're welcome. It's my duty. The doctor looked up and noticed Sammy and the others. He adjusted his glasses. And you are? Do you have any ailments? Sammy offered a friendly smile. No, doctor, we're fine. We just wanted to ask, if we want to recruit some doctors to join our ship, where would be the best place to go? Recruit doctors? The doctor adjusted his glasses, sizing them up with a hint of surprise, but still pointed toward the towering peaks outside the window. Go ask at the Healer's Tower on the summit of Drum Mountain. That's the medical center of our Drum Kingdom, where most of the nation's doctors and scholars gather. You can take the drum cable car from the station outside town. Thank you for the guidance. Sammy expressed his thanks. With a clear target, the group headed straight for the cable car station outside town. Mushroom-shaped cable cars shuttled back and forth, and the waiting area was packed with people. Besides doctors of all kinds, there were many patients from various regions, their faces etched with illness. Open wide and say, tonsillitis. Go to the third floor of the tower throat department. Doctor, I've been taking this medicine for 3 days, but it's not working yet. Don't worry, old sir. Chronic conditions need slow adjustment. Let me revise your prescription. This was truly a great nation renowned for its medical arts. The depth of medical culture here was astonishing. Sammy was genuinely impressed. Whether in his past life or after his rebirth, he had never seen a place where medical care was so widespread. Even while waiting for the cable car, doctors were giving simple diagnoses to patients in the queue. Sammy and the others queued up and squeezed into a mushroom-shaped cable car. As a burly man in front pedaled like riding a bicycle, the cable car began to ascend along the steep cableway, swaying unsteadily higher and higher. The town below shrank, and the view was replaced by magnificent snowy scenery. Soon the cable car arrived at the mountaintop station, where a grand castle-like building stood before them. Sammy's eyes flickered. Wasn't this the palace that Bastard Wapple would occupy decades later? It seemed that before the original story began, this place was indeed a true academic sanctuary, only later usurped by Wapple. Unlike the empty desolation depicted later in the manga, the castle square was now bustling with scholars, doctors, students, and patients in various attires, coming and going in an endless stream. All visitors please disarm here. No weapons are allowed within the Healer's Tower. A well-equipped squad of guards blocked them at the castle entrance. After complying with the rule and surrendering their weapons, except for Marcus, who refused to part with his newly acquired Ransakura and preferred to wait in the square. Sammy and the others entered the castle. The academic atmosphere inside the castle was even thicker than down the mountain. People in white coats or scholar robes hurried by the air, a blend of aged book ink, the exotic scent of various herbs, and the smell of antiseptic. Each floor boasted an astonishing number of libraries along with numerous medical rooms and laboratories of different functions. So, how do we recruit? Sammy watched the doctors rushing past and rubbed his chin in thought. If he walked up and said, "Hello, we're pirates. Would you like to abandon everything here and join our ship?" he'd probably be arrested by the guards on the spot. While Sammy and the cadres were racking their brains on the mountaintop over how to lure away a few doctors down in Rubble Town, the supply squad, having completed most of their procurement, was shouldering large bundles, chatting as they headed back to the harbor. The captain went to find doctors. "I wonder if they'll succeed." "I doubt it. The doctors here live such comfortable lives. Who'd want to endure hardship at sea with us? But we still have many islands to visit. There are nearly 140 people on board, and we only have 3 half-baked doctors. If something goes wrong..." Their discussion caught the attention of a passerby. He was a man who looked about 30, wearing a sharp black suit and a top hat. Under the brim, his hair was meticulously styled into 3 cylindrical buns, left, right, and back, making him look quite bizarre. However, his lower half was clad only in a pair of brightly colored floral shorts, creating a stark visual contrast with the cold environment and his formal upper attire. "Hey, are you newly arrived sailors?" The strange man approached them with an overly enthusiastic smile. "I overheard you. Your ship is looking for a doctor?" The squad leader was taken aback by the sudden approach and the man's outrageous outfit, immediately categorizing him as an unreliable riffraff. "None of your business. Don't be like that. Meeting is fate." The strange man, undeterred by the cold reception, introduced himself with even more enthusiasm. "I'm Dr. Zellialuk, and I'm a doctor. Please let me board your ship." "You? A doctor?" The squad members were startled, their eyes scanning him up and down. "Why are you dressed like that? Aren't you cold?" "Ha ha ha." Zellialuk let out a hearty laugh. "As a doctor, I naturally know how to strengthen my body and ward off illness. This little cold is nothing. How about it? Take me with you. I want to see the vast world out there." "Take me with you." The squad members exchanged glances. The captain was struggling to recruit doctors, and here they were encountering a volunteer on their supply run. "You? Really a doctor?" The squad leader still looked at him suspiciously. His appearance was far too different from the white-coated doctors in town. "Of course." Zellialuk puffed out his chest, trying to look more credible. "I'm a doctor from the Healer's Tower. I just find it too boring staying in the tower all day. Endless research. A true doctor should travel the world, treating all kinds of patients, discovering unknown diseases and herbs. That's the romance of medicine. Take me with you." Impressed by his seemingly professional and lofty speech and backed by the prestigious reputation of the Healer's Tower, the squad's doubts vanished instantly. "Captain, a doctor from the Healer's Tower wants to come with us. We're so lucky." "Yeah, Captain, say yes." The squad leader's face lit up with a grin as if he'd found a treasure. "Great, Dr. Zellialuk. Welcome aboard. Please come back to the ship with us. Our captain will be thrilled." That year, Dr. Zellialuk was 30 years old. In truth, he had no medical talent. At the Healer's Tower, he was a negligible figure, even marginalized and ridiculed for his eccentric behavior and the impractical research directions he pursued in the eyes of mainstream medicine. He stubbornly believed that the island had too many doctors, severely limiting his ability to display his talents. Thus, he had long yearned to leave Drum Island and travel the outside world. By chance, he overheard the supply squad's chat, and on a whim he deceived them into thinking he was a doctor hoping to hitch a ride and fulfill his dream of circumnavigating the globe. In the Tower of Healers atop Drum Mountain, Sammy and his officers' recruitment efforts were proving anything but smooth. "Boss, this isn't working." Alder wiped his face wearily, still damp with spittle from an elderly scholar's tirade. "The moment these doctors hear the word pirate, they treat us like the plague. They won't so much as exchange a word with us, let alone sail with us." Expected, Sammy sighed, watching the scholars and physicians hurry past. To them, laboratories and libraries hold far more allure than the open sea. "Kailua, what if we just threw around the berry? Would that improve our success rate?" "I already tried, boss." Kahiluo adjusted his disheveled collar and spoke in a low voice. "The physicians here live in comfort and enjoy lofty status. For their top doctors, especially, the lure of money is exceedingly faint. They would never abandon such a stable, respected life to risk their fortunes on the sea. In my opinion, we should simply deceive several onto the ship first. Once we've set sail, it'll be too late for them to back out." Sammy shook his head. "No. A forcibly plucked melon tastes bitter, and deception is the worst strategy of all. Not to mention the risk of them slacking at critical moments, or even sabotaging us behind our backs. That mere resentment alone would reduce any medical treatment to half its effectiveness. At sea, we need companions we can entrust our lives to. If all else fails, we execute the contingency plan. We'll pay top dollar for a collection of foundational medical texts, Trauma care common ailments pharmacology. Our crew can study them themselves, they'll surely gain something. At that moment a detachment of guards approached with grim expressions. Halt. You lot. Suspicious identity, furtive behavior. A report has come in alleging you are pirates harassing doctors and scholars within the tower. Surrender immediately and come with us for identification verification. Sammy raised his hands, forcing a harmless smile onto his face. Easy, sir. We mean no harm. We're merely lost merchants hoping to recruit a few physicians. Since no one's willing, we'll at least purchase some medical texts. We have no desire to cause trouble. Lost merchants. The guard captain sneered, yanking forth several crumpled wanted posters, each bearing the unmistakable bounty portraits of Sammy and his officers. Predator Sammy, and you officers as well. The sheer audacity to disguise yourselves and infiltrate the Tower of Healers. Seize them. Alive or dead. Scarcely had the captain's words left his lips when the soldiers behind him not only drew their blades, but also leveled muskets. The black muzzles bore down on Sammy and his crew without mercy, regardless of the panicked scholars and patients nearby. Protect the king. Slaughter the pirates. The captain's roar carried an uncompromising killing intent. TCH, truly ungrateful for kindness shown. Sammy's expression darkened instantly. They had not only seen through his cover, but had issued a kill-on-sight order from the outset, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. At this moment, fight or perish. There was no other choice. The battle erupted instantly. Though the tower's guards were numerous and well-equipped, Sammy's crew had spent a year wrestling dinosaurs in Little Garden and grappling with giants, forging their physiques and reflexes to inhuman levels. Even barehanded, these elite soldiers stood no chance against them. Alder laughed madly as he faced the thrusting spearhead, refusing to dodge. His palm vast as a fan clamped onto the shaft, and terrifying force exploded outward, the hardened wooden spear bending and warping under his bare hands. He then swung it violently, flinging the petrified guard like a sandbag across the room, where he crashed into a cluster of tables and chairs. Isaac's fists flew like a tempest, a blur of strikes that sent several fully armored guards flying backward in a heap, smashing into bookshelves and scattering precious tomes across the floor. Yet the Tower of Healers, as the kingdom's core, boasted responses and reinforcements beyond imagination. As shrill alarms blared, more soldiers poured in from all directions, and the battle rapidly spilled from the tower into the castle courtyard. Sammy's brows knitted together as he scanned the frightened scholars, physicians, and patients around him. Seeing precious books and instruments topple and shatter in the chaos, he sighed inwardly. Don't get bogged down in combat. Follow me, break out. Paving the way were Sammy and Isaac, with Alder and Lori bringing up the rear. After linking up with Marcus in the courtyard, they fought their way backward toward the cable car station. The soldiers relied on wave after wave of human-tide tactics to block their path. Though unable to pose a real threat, they severely delayed their evacuation. Who dares to run rampant in the Tower of Healers? A thunderous roar boomed from the heights of the castle, numbing the eardrums. The next moment, an exceptionally towering and burly figure launched himself from the castle terrace, like a cannonball, crashing onto the stone pavement with a deafening boom and sending sprays of snow and dust flying. The newcomer was none other than the current king of the Drum Kingdom, the Iron Wall King Bottomolros Jabbo. The Iron Wall King appeared to be in his 50s, with a resolute face and wild white hair and beard. Clad in a heavy fur-trimmed cloak, he merely stood there, yet an oppressive weight as monumental as a mountain bearing down upon them. The aura radiating from him told Sammy one thing clearly. This was a powerful warrior. A guard captain hurried forward, handed over several wanted posters, and whispered urgently into the king's ear. The king glanced over the posters, his gaze finally locking dead upon Sammy. A pirate with a 69 million berry bounty dares set foot in my Drum Kingdom and act wildly, truly ignorant of his own fate. Sammy spread his hands and explained, Iron Wall King, we harbor no ill will. We merely wish to recruit a few physicians. If no one is willing, that's fine. I'd at least buy 2 medical books. I never intended to cause trouble from start to finish. It was your guards who. Pirates dare negotiate. Eat my fist. The king gave him no chance to finish. In his eyes, any words from a pirate were nothing but cunning excuses. With a bellow of rage, his massive body erupted with astonishing speed unmatched by his size. The stones beneath his feet cracked, and his enormous fist, wreathed in vicious wind, hurtled straight for Sammy's face. Now that's what I'm talking about. A glint of sharp light flashed in Sammy's eyes. He had been eager to test the growth he'd achieved over the past year and more. Without flinching, he twisted his torso, engaging his core, and swung his own fist. Boom. The 2 fists collided with brutal simplicity, unleashing a muffled, yet devastating thunderclap. An invisible shockwave radiated outward from the 2 combatants, scattering snow and dust in every direction. A flicker of astonishment crossed the king's face, and then a surging, overwhelming force rebounded against him. Thud, thud, thud. His burly physique was uncontrollably pushed back 3 steps each step, leaving a deep footprint on the stone slab floor, his entire arm growing sore and numb. Such overwhelming brute strength. The king was horrified within himself, to be at a disadvantage in sheer power. But his rich combat experience allowed him to instantly change tactics. Borrowing the momentum of his retreat, he stabilized his center of gravity and swung his left leg like a steel whip with a fierce howl, striking savagely at Sammy's lower body. Sammy reacted even faster. A subtle curve touched his lips as he advanced. Instead of retreating, his body gliding weightlessly into the air. He not only narrowly dodged that vicious sweeping kick, but used the momentum to leap entirely above the king's head. Heaven-piercing drop. A low growl escaped his throat as Sammy's core exploded with force, his body twisting unnaturally midair. His right leg descended like a war axe, carrying tremendous downward momentum, aiming to cleave directly onto the king's crown. The speed was so great that only a blurred afterimage remained visible. The king's pupils contracted sharply, a fierce sense of danger making his scalp tingle with alarm. He roared and crossed both arms into a cross, throwing all his strength upward in a desperate block. Boom! Another thunderous crash echoed through the air. The king felt as though an entire hill had crashed onto his arms. The sheer force made his legs buckle, his knees bending uncontrollably as he nearly fell to the ground right there. The stone slabs beneath his feet shattered catastrophically, his boots driving inches deep into the ground. Sammy struck without mercy, and the moment he landed, he closed in like a phantom, his speed even greater than before. His movements flowed seamlessly like water, hands extended with fingers pressed together, transforming into countless blur-like afterimages too fast for the naked eye, striking the king's joints and weak points with the ferocity of a sudden tempest. The king roared repeatedly, his arms flailing wildly in a futile attempt to parry the omnipresent assault. Sammy's peripheral vision swept the area. More and more soldiers were gathering, and from certain vantage points in the distance, musketeers had already taken position, their gleaming bayonets seeking shooting angles. He could not afford to delay any longer. Drawing a deep breath, his speed surged once again. In the blur of his movement, he seemed to split into 3 afterimages, attacking the king from different directions simultaneously. Dazzled and disoriented, the king could only rely on instincts forged through years of combat, throwing wild punches with whistling wind. But every blow landed on empty air, not even grazing the hem of Sammy's clothing. In that fleeting instant when the king's strikes were about to lose momentum, Sammy appeared before him, as if teleported right at his exposed chest. Sammy's palm pressed gently yet decisively against the center of the king's chest. Venom Fong's sting. There was no thunderous crash. Instead, King Potamuro's body went rigid as a wave of paralysis swept instantly through him, the strength in every limb and bone receding like the tide. His wide eyes brimmed with disbelief, but his massive frame had completely lost control. Frozen in place, he could not move even a single finger. "Your Majesty, protect the king." The surrounding soldiers were terrified, desperate to charge forward and rescue their ruler. Nobody moved. Sammy's ferocious roar shook the entire crowd, and in one swift motion, he seized the sluggish king, holding him firmly in front of himself as a shield. "One more step forward, and I cannot guarantee your king's safety." With the king held hostage and the soldiers frozen in hesitation, Sammy barked at the officer. "You? Go immediately to the tower's archive and bring me all the medical theory texts and volumes on common disease treatments. Quickly. Hurry." The officer's face drained of color as he looked toward the king. Though unable to move, the king's eyes blazed with fury. Under Sammy's slight tightening grip, he humiliatedly closed his eyes and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Soon several soldiers came running back, panting heavily under the weight of large crates filled with books. "Load the books," Sammy commanded his men while holding the king tightly as a human shield. "We're heading down the mountain." Sammy, still clutching the king, and the rest of the group quickly retreated into the mushroom-shaped cable car. The operator had long since cowered into a corner in terror. Isaac roughly shoved him aside and took control himself, sending the cable car sliding down the mountain. As the cable car descended slowly, the view of Robble Town at the mountainside and its foot grew clearer. "Look, on the cable car." What is that?" "On the cable car. It's His Majesty the King." "Good heavens. What has happened to the king?" "It's those outsiders. They've kidnapped His Majesty the King." When the cable car passed over the town and the residents, tourists, and physicians caught sight of the unbelievable scene inside, the entire town of Robble erupted into chaos. People dropped their work and flooded into the streets, looking up in disbelief at the slowly descending cable car, their faces etched with shock and fury. "Guards! Where are the guards? Quick, save His Majesty. Damn pirates! How dare they lay hands on the Iron Wall King?" Behind the ramparts of the mountain fortress, the defenders ground their teeth in frustration. Arrows and muskets were aimed at the cable car, yet no one dared pull the trigger. They could only watch helplessly as the car slid toward the town below. "Make way. Clear the area. Don't make any sudden moves. The king is in their hands." A man who appeared to be an officer screamed hoarsely, desperately driving back the civilians and restless soldiers who tried to approach the dock. Finally, with a clang, the cable car arrived at the station at the mountain's foot. Sammy and his group did not pause. They rushed through the crowd with the king in their grasp, sprinting toward the dock under countless burning glares. Raise the sails. Get anchor. Quickly. Sammy was the last to step onto the gangplank. He looked back at the soldiers and civilians poised for action, yet daring not to advance, and at the king, he held immobilized and helpless. With a powerful thrust of his arm, he hurled the king like a sack of grain, landing him precisely on the open ground of the dock. Fear not. Your king has only been struck with a potent paralyzing toxin. It will naturally wear off in a few hours. No lives will be lost. We truly mean no harm. This time we were disrespectful, but consider these medical books as a loan. Until we meet again. The sails rose swiftly, the anchor chain clattered as it was hauled in, and the swordfish began to depart from the boiling dock, riding the sea currents and wind. All that remained were the confused soldiers on the dock rushing toward their king and countless gazes, a mixture of anger and disbelief, fiercely tracking the pirate ship as it gradually drifted into the distance. Only when the ship had reached a safe distance did Sammy truly breathe a sigh of relief. Hans, is the recording needle fully charged? Hans looked at the needle on his wrist, his face wretched. Boss, this island requires 4 full days to charge the magnetic field. Today is only the first day. What a... Sammy's brow furrowed deeply. Are you saying we must hide around this island for 3 more days waiting for the needle to fill up? Just as the atmosphere grew taut with tension, a figure with an entirely different energy staggered out from among the crew members. Well, regarding the recording needle issue, Dr. Hiruluk produced a fully charged needle from the pocket of his floral shorts and presented it to Sammy with a flourish. I happen to have one that is already full. Sammy stared at the peculiar figure before her, a man in a tailored suit jacket paired with oversized floral pants, and blinked in astonishment. Who on earth is this fellow? Captain, this is the physician I brought back. He's from the medical tower. The captain of the procurement squad that had accompanied Sammy emerged eagerly, a smug smile playing on his lips as if seeking praise. A doctor. Sammy and the other officers turned their gaze to Hiruluk in unison. The way he was dressed, the aura he projected. It was nothing like the physicians she had encountered at the medical tower. Hiruluk felt deeply uncomfortable under their scrutiny, forced into an awkward smile as his hand drifted up to scratch the back of his head, slightly disheveling the 3 cylindrical buns. He was also surreptitiously sizing up Sammy, the young captain with a bounty approaching 70 million berries who had just held a king hostage. She carried more presence than he had anticipated. Sammy set aside her doubts for the moment, accepting the log pose from Hiruluk without a second glance and passing it to Hans beside her. Yet her eyes remained fixed on Hiruluk's face, her brow furrowing slightly. You look familiar somehow. Have we met before? Hiruluk waved his hands frantically, replying in an exaggerated tone, How could that be? Captain, you must be mistaken. I've lived on Drum Island my entire life, and this is my first time seeing an outside pirate ship. Someone as distinguished as yourself, if I had ever encountered you, I'd never forget. Sammy studied him for 2 seconds. Beyond a hint of tension and excitement, there was no obvious malice in those eyes. Is that so? Sammy acknowledged vaguely, and then turned to her officers, issuing orders. Isaac, Aldo, take a few people and move these chests of books to the medical room. Be careful, these are valuable. Then he gestured toward the medical room with a tilt of his chin, addressing Hiruluk. Since you're a doctor, go with them. I'll help you get acquainted with your new workplace and colleagues. Why, yes, Captain. Hiruluk responded hurriedly, feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He followed the officers carrying the book chests toward the ship's hold, secretly relieved that his deception had worked and already planning how to maintain his disguise aboard. In truth, Sammy couldn't blame herself for not recognizing Hiruluk. The man before her bore little resemblance to the slovenly old man depicted in the manga. At barely 30 years old, despite his eccentric attire, his hair remained brown, and his face lacked the deep wrinkles that would mark him as elderly. He looked more like a young man in his late 20s, harboring unrealistic dreams, so it was natural that Sammy failed to recognize him. At that moment, Hans had finished his careful inspection and hurried over to Sammy's side, a look of delight spreading across his face. Boss, confirmed beyond doubt. The log pose's magnetic field is completely charged. Excellent. Sammy's spirits lifted, casting aside all other thoughts. Striding to the bow, he faced the sea breeze and announced in a loud voice that carried across the entire ship. Brothers, full sails. Adjust course. With a sweeping gesture of his arm, he pointed toward the direction indicated by the log pose and declared triumphantly, Destination, Alabasta. Set sail. Oh! Over the following days, under Hans's guidance, the voyage proceeded smoothly, without encountering the extreme weather fluctuations where clear skies gave way to blizzards and hail one moment to the next. It was evident that through a year of torment and trial in Little Garden, Hans was beginning to master the capricious temper of the Grand Line. Captain, bad news, Captain. 2 large ships spotted behind us. What's all the commotion about? Aldo was currently leading his subordinates in daily training on deck. While effortlessly lifting massive dumbbells, he called out without looking up, We're pirates. What's wrong with 2 ships? What's there to fear? They might be fat sheep delivering themselves right to us. Just then the crew member at the crow's nest continued shouting, They've spotted us. They're adjusting their course and heading straight for us. Moving fast. I can see clearly now, they're pirate ships. Bang. Aldo burst through the captain's quarters door. Boss, something's off. 2 pirate ships are closing in on us rapidly, and they don't look friendly. Hearing this, Sammy became immediately interested. Setting aside the medical tome he'd borrowed from Drum Island, he made his way to the deck and took the telescope Finch offered, gazing astern. As expected, on the sea surface not far behind the Swordfish were 2 sizable pirate ships. Their figureheads appeared to be some kind of canine, while the pirate flags flying from the main masts were particularly unusual. A simplified white skull resembling a dog's head with 2 crossed bones in its mouth. The moment Sammy saw the pirate flag design, he blinked in shock, nearly convinced his eyes were deceiving him. Holy, could that flag be Garp? Pirate Garp. Alternative world. Could this be a sting operation? He muttered under his breath instinctively, then handed the telescope to Kahalo beside him. Which pirate crew do they belong to? Does anyone know? The officers and sailors on deck exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the Grand Line was vast beyond measure, teeming with countless pirate crews. Moreover, they had just departed Little Garden and hadn't even docked to gather intelligence before setting course for the next island. Kahalo took the telescope and examined the pirate flag, carefully contemplating for a moment before retrieving his bounty poster collection from his pocket and quickly flipping through it. Boss, found it. Kahalo pulled out the bounty poster and read aloud, Dog Pirates. The captain is Shortleg Wiener, a Zoan-type devil fruit user specializing in the Dachshund form, with a bounty of 73 million berries. Sammy took the bounty poster and studied the illustration of the man with drooping sideburns. Though the artist had attempted to convey a fearsome expression, the severe disproportion of the man's frame, his legs barely reaching 1/3 of his body length, rendered the portrait quite comical. Dachshund, devil fruit user, a bounty of 73 million berries. Sammy let out a soft chuckle, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The bounty's just a touch higher than mine. How interesting. Boss, what should we do? Aldo had already hoisted his spiky club onto his shoulder with excitement. Should we show them what we're made of? Not yet. Sammy handed the bounty poster back to Kahalo, his gaze returning to the 2 pirate ships drawing nearer. Signal them. I want to see what this short-legged wiener intends by chasing us down. Captain, they've replied to our signal flags, the communications crewman called out loudly, interpreting. They say they want to discuss something. Maintain course, slow down, and let them come alongside. Since they want to talk, let's hear what they have to say. But everyone stay alert and prepare for battle. No one makes a move without my order. Soon the 2 pirate ships of the Dog Pirates accelerated, enclosed and expertly flanking the Swordfish on either side like pincers, creating a brief moment of parallel sailing. Hey, over there. Is that Captain Ribera? Sammy, a slightly hoarse voice called out from the opposing ship. There stood Wiener, the short-legged man whose bounty poster depicted a comically proportioned figure, shouting at Sammy from the ship's railing. You've got quite the nerve, causing such a ruckus on Tsigu Island, holding the king hostage, and still managing to get away scot-free. Impressive. Truly impressive. Sammy planted 1 foot on the Swordfish's railing, his body swaying gently with the ship. What? Captain Wiener, did you chase us all the way here to seek justice for the king of Tsigu? No. Wiener waved his hands frantically, his smile widening. Fighting and killing. So bad for harmony. I, Wiener, love making friends. I've got a great opportunity to strike it rich, and I want to discuss it with you. A chance to get rich. Sammy raised an eyebrow, showing intrigue. Exactly. Shouting across ships like this is exhausting, and the sea wind is too strong. How about I come aboard your ship? We can talk face to face in detail. What do you say? Clearly Wiener was confident in his strength and numerical advantage, unafraid of any danger on Sammy's ship. A glint flashed in Sammy's eyes, and he waved his hand generously. Oh, if it's something that warrants Captain Wiener personally chasing us down, it must be extraordinary. Please, we'll have drinks ready to welcome you. Soon Wiener, accompanied by 4 or 5 rugged-looking subordinates, boarded the Swordfish's deck via a makeshift gangplank. Up close, his physique was even more striking. His upper body was almost as burly as Aldo's, but his legs were so short that they couldn't help but draw stares. Sammy signaled his men to bring an empty barrel as a makeshift table poured 2 glasses of rum and slid one toward Wiener. So, Captain Wiener, what exactly is this great matter that warrants such a grand pursuit? Sammy raised his glass, but didn't drink, his gaze calm as he observed the other man. Are you here to let my brothers and me in on a windfall? Wiener picked up his glass, also refraining from drinking, instead tracing the rim with his finger. He leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. Exactly, a big fortune. The next island is Alabaston, you know that. I've heard a bit. Sammy nodded cooperatively. They say it's a desert kingdom, nothing but sand. Doesn't seem very wealthy. If you're looking in the wrong places. Wiener scoffed with an expression of, you just don't get it. I've been watching this country for a long time. It's different from many militaristic or oppressive nations on the Grand Line. Their king, they say, is a rare, benevolent ruler who doesn't tax the people heavily. Your point being? Sammy deliberately showed a puzzled expression, prompting him to continue. A greedy smile spread across Wiener's face. Since the king is kind and taxes are light, the common folk in those small towns must have saved up quite a bit over the years. We pick a random town, concentrate our forces, and rob it blind. The spoils will be enough to keep our crews living lavishly for years. Oh, sounds like a decent plan. Sammy stroked his chin, feigning interest, then shifted his tone with well-timed skepticism. But Captain Wiener, with your strength and well-armed crew, why would you seek out a newcomer like me for such a surefire deal? Oh, brother Sammy, don't laugh at me. Wiener suddenly sighed, forcing a look of helplessness. I've been sailing these waters of the Grand Line for years. What's all this nonsense about circling the Grand Line to become the pirate king? All bullshit. In my eyes, cold hard cash, belly and jewels. Stuff you can actually pocket. That's what matters. What I said earlier was just me blowing my own horn. The truth is I'm not strong enough. This damn place is full of monsters. Bounty hunters like us with a few tens of millions. Looks intimidating, but in reality it's nothing. All these years I've only dared to prowl the very first stretch of the Grand Line, never venturing deeper. I've practically worn out the first few islands on these fixed routes. Usually I only target remote, impoverished, and poorly defended corners of various countries. The pickings are pitifully slim my brothers have suffered under my command. As he spoke, he watched Sammy and the officers behind him from the corner of his eye. Then Wiener's voice suddenly rose, his face instantly shifting to a look of extreme admiration as he gave Sammy a vigorous thumbs up. But that job you pulled on Tsugu Island, it really opened my eyes. My God, you actually dared to take the king hostage. And the kicker is your bounty is only 69 million. With your strength and that bounty, you pulled off something like that, and you actually succeeded. What does that tell me? It tells me you've got balls, and you've got brains. A talent. An absolute talent. He pounded the barrel, producing a loud, thumping sound, visibly excited. I figured if the two of us joined forces, with my years of experience in these waters, and your daring and sharp mind, plus our combined combat strength of over 140 million belly, looting a small town in Alabaston would be a walk in the park. Then gold jewels belly. We'll be hauling them aboard by the ton. Ha ha. In truth, Wiener was so open with his plan because he had already discreetly investigated Sammy's exploits in the West Sea through his own channels. He knew that in the West Sea, Sammy had specialized in robbing gangs, trafficking weapons and slaves, and operating without any scruples, whether the target was the underworld, the Marines, or other pirates. From his pattern of behavior, he was clearly a ruthless player who believed in great risks for great rewards, caring more for money than his own life. Wiener calculated that if this cooperation succeeded and Sammy tasted the benefits, the man's greed and audacity would make him addicted and he'd follow along. Then maybe he could even swallow up this pirate crew and greatly expand his own power. When Sammy first heard Wiener mention plundering a town in Alabasta, he assumed the man had some earth-shattering grand scheme or a deep, intricate conspiracy. Thus, he patiently indulged in a few more exchanges. Yet the more he listened, the more something felt off. He realized this so-called short-leg Wiener was nothing more than a typical short-sighted, narrow-minded pirate. His strength was far from formidable, and his mind was consumed solely by the notion of looting a town before squandering the spoils on debauchery and dissipation at the next island. The flicker of interest in Sammy's heart quickly faded, and his face revealed an undisguised weariness. Hey, Sammy drawled lazily, digging at his ear and cutting off Wiener, who was still rambling about the splendid prospects of wealth. His tone was dripping with sheer indifference. I say, Captain Wiener, could you stop talking to yourself? When did I ever agree to go to Alabasta with you to burn, kill, and loot? The warm smile on Wiener's face froze instantly. His complexion darkened visibly, and his voice turned cold. So you're saying you don't want to join forces with me? Sammy couldn't be bothered to waste more words on him. Instead, he looked up, studying with keen interest the dog-headed skull flag fluttering proudly on the main mast of the pirate ship, his tone teasing. I say, this flag of yours. Is it intentional? Designed so uniquely, aren't you afraid that one day a certain marine hero who loves Senbei might misunderstand and punch your broken ship into the sea to feed the fish? Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? Wiener clearly didn't catch Sammy's reference to garb, but the man's contemptuous attitude thoroughly enraged him. Looks like you refuse a toast only to drink a penalty. If I don't give you a good beating, you won't know the power of my 73 million berry bounty. He took a sudden step back and roared at his crew on the ship. Boys, prepare for boarding. Animal transformation. With a thunderous roar, Wiener's body underwent a grotesque transformation. His limbs and torso stretched abruptly like rubber bands. His already short legs became even shorter, almost retracting into his body, while his arms shortened proportionally. The entire being morphed into a gigantic dachshund over 3 meters long, still clad in clothes. Though his size had increased considerably, and his muscles seemed somewhat bulked, the bizarre proportions and form gave off a comical sense of negative enhancement. Ha ha ha. This is Too hilarious. Your devil fruit is a joke, isn't it? Sammy couldn't hold it in any longer at the sight of that ridiculous appearance and burst out laughing. Even Aldo and the other officers behind him were shaking with suppressed laughter. Wiener's face turned as black as a pot bottom. Clearly this wasn't the first time he had been mocked like this. The extreme humiliation drove him completely mad. Enough talk. Die, Sammy. His elongated body, though comical, was astoundingly flexible and agile. Using the core strength of his abdomen and waist, he launched himself like a whip violently snapped. Whoosh. Catapulting from the bow in an instant. His speed was astonishing. The sharpened claws at the front tore through the air, aiming directly for Sammy's face. Dachshund missile. Oh, not bad. Those short legs sure can move fast. A flicker of surprise crossed Sammy's eyes, but instead of retreating, he advanced. With a powerful push from his feet, he executed a nimble sidestep in the nick of time, narrowly evading the swift strike. Simultaneously, his right fist shot out like a cannonball, carrying formidable force directly into the midsection of that elongated body. Thud. A dull sound echoed. However, the tremendous flexibility of Wiener's dachshund form allowed the struck area to twist and ripple like a wave, dissipating most of the force upon impact. Huh. Useless. Wiener let out a triumphant cackle. I'm a dog fruit model dachshund user. After transformation, both my body's strength and resilience are greatly enhanced. Your punches are just tickling me. Is that so? Sammy's face turned cold. With a shift in his footwork, he closed in again. In an instant, his palm coated with a faint purple toxin pressing against Wiener's chest. Venom Fang's sting. An intense numbness surged like electric current from Wiener's chest, rapidly spreading through his limbs and bones. The triumphant grin on Wiener's face instantly froze, replaced by horror. Damn. Poison. Seizing the precious moment of Wiener's momentary paralysis, Sammy's left hand clamped onto his now shorter, thicker arm like a steel vise. The terrifying power of his core waist and arms erupted in a single burst. Get over here. Sammy growled, swinging Wiener's 3-meter-long dachshund body through a massive arc in the air before slamming it viciously onto the deck of the arrow fish. Boom. Ugh. A deafening crash accompanied by a piercing scream. Wiener was battered, senseless, stars dancing before his eyes. The paralysis toxin within him, combined with the excruciating pain from the violent impact against the deck, made it impossible for him to maintain his devil fruit ability. His elongated body quickly shrank back into human form. Meanwhile, the pirates on the two dog pirate ships on either side howled and charged across the gangplanks, brandishing their weapons, colliding fiercely with the already poised crew of the Jellyfish Pirates. The battle erupted into a white-hot frenzy. However, in terms of average strength, the Jellyfish Pirates, who had endured a year of hellish survival on Little Garden, were far superior to the members of the Dog Pirates. Though the Dog Pirates held a numerical advantage, the fight was almost one-sided. The Jellyfish Pirates were like tigers among sheep, often taking down an enemy in just 2 or 3 exchanges. Wiener struggled to get up from the deck, but the numbness from the poison and the internal injuries from that heavy blow made his movements excruciatingly slow. He barely managed to lift his head, only to meet Sammy's condescending, mocking gaze and the raised palm once again. Wait. Aye, sir. Sammy didn't give him the chance to finish the word surrender. His toxin-coated palm struck the side of Wiener's neck. Ugh. Wiener's eyes rolled back. In his final conscious moments, a surge of bitterness and regret washed over him before he fell into complete unconsciousness. Sammy shook his hand, looking down at the limp Wiener at his feet. Since arriving in the Grand Line, I haven't had a chance to make a catch. Today I finally officially stock up. He had never forgotten the words of the slave trader Jillian. Pirates with bounties over 50 million berry could fetch a good price. Pirates like Wiener, who lacked brains and whose strength was mediocre, held no interest for Sammy to recruit under his command. Soon the remnants of the dog pirates, deprived of their captain, were completely subdued. The remaining pirates, seeing their unconscious captain and the menacing Jellyfish Pirates, abandoned all resistance. Boss, this guy is too weak. Aldo jabbed the fallen Wiener with his spiked club. How did he ever get such a high bounty? Who knows? First tally the loot, confiscate all treasures and useful supplies. Captain, should we sink the 2 ships? Sammy walked over to the 2 ships, looking at the terrified minor pirates. As for these 2 ships, never mind, let them all go. Just as Sammy was on the dog pirate ship, a crew member approached. Brother Aldo, what about this guy? Just tie him up and throw him in the bottom hold. The battle ended quickly. When Sammy returned to his ship, he found that Wiener had disappeared. Where's that short-legged dog? Aldo stepped forward. Boss, I've already thrown him in the bottom hole. Be careful. Don't let him escape. He's a devil fruit user after all. You got it. Aldo gave an okay sign, then shouted to the crew, did you hear that? Keep him tied up. Just like the dog pirates' appearance of strength, but weak reality, although they had 2 ships, the total value of the looted treasures, berries, and valuables did not exceed 5 euro berries, making them practically paupers of the Grand Line. They're utterly broke. Hansi closed the ledger and shook his head helplessly. Apart from that way, Na himself, this trip was like raiding a bunch of fishermen. No matter, Sami said, quite optimistic. With a bounty of 73 million berries on Wei Na, this trip wasn't in vain. Sami, however, was more optimistic. He had just contacted the intermediary Ji Lian via a Din Din Mushi and arranged to conduct the transaction in the port city of Ukawa in Alabasta. Alabasta Kingdom Port City Ukawa. The blazing sun poured down, without any obstruction, twisting the air with its heat. The moment his feet touched the wooden planks of the dock, a wave of heat carrying the texture of sand grains rushed toward him, vastly different from the humid climate at sea. Wow. It's too hot. What a big city. Truly. Bustling. Unlike the ice castle of Drum Island and the primeval jungle of Little Gardens, the port city of Ukawa, before them, was full of exotic vitality and noise. Looking around, tall buildings with a dominant earthy yellow color were everywhere. To ward off the scorching heat, countless huge white sunshades were stretched between the walls and roofs along the street, fluttering slightly in the hot wind. Under the shade of the cloth, there were a dazzling array of stalls piled high with colorful desert specialty fruits, fragrant grilled bread and meat, and various ethnic handicrafts and daily necessities. The streets were crowded with people. Many locals wrapped their heads tightly with turbans and wore loose white or black and white striped robes to adapt to the blistering heat. Some balanced huge clay water jars on their heads. Others led camels or mules laden with goods, slowly weaving through the crowd. The shouts of vendors, the jingle of camel bells, and the chatter of people mingled together, forming a vibrant symphony of the desert port. Damn, the exotic vibe here is off the charts. Sami took off his hat and fanned himself, gazing at the scene before him that seemed to have stepped out of the tales of 1001 Nights, an excited expression spreading across his face. Since transmigrating to this world, it was the first time he had personally visited such a distinctively characterized desert kingdom. By the way, this country is really ridiculously hot. Fei Qi, while wiping the sweat constantly seeping from his forehead, couldn't help complaining. He felt that the metal parts of his flintlock were almost too hot to touch. At this moment, the always silent cadre mute, Air Bei Tuo, suddenly became a bit unusual. He frowned vigorously, fanning his hand in front of his nose, while making a series of complicated gestures and uttering eager, ABA sounds from his throat. What's wrong, Air Bei Tuo? What are you trying to say? I can't understand it all. Air Duo looked at Air Bei Tuo's gesticulating, utterly confused. Kahai Luo interpreted Air Bei Tuo's sign language and then translated to everyone. Boss, Air Bei Tuo says. The air here is very dry, mixed with a lot of dust, perfume, and livestock smells. The odor makes his throat and nose uncomfortable. He's a bit dizzy and wants to go back to the ship first, where the sea breeze makes him feel better. Air Bei Tuo quickly nodded, indicating that Kahai Luo's translation was completely correct. I see. I actually find the perfume scent quite refreshing. Sami took a deep breath of the complex air mixed with perfume, leather, and sand, then waved his hand dismissively. All right, since you're not feeling well, go back to the ship and rest. The rest of you act according to plan, and remember to take shifts. Yes, Captain. That tavern over there looks good. Its sign is quite distinctive. Sami pointed to a shop near the dock that had a sign hanging with dried chili peppers and colorful clay pots. Come on, we've been on the ship so long, let's go there for a few drinks and try some local specialties. Meanwhile, aboard the Jinyu. Hey, delivering food to that short-legged dog. A sailor who was wiping the deck joked to his companion carrying a tray, be careful. He's a big pirate with a bounty of 73 million berries after all. What could happen? He's so weak he can't even last 3 rounds against the captain. The delivering sailor shrugged dismissively. Besides, hasn't he been quite docile all this time? His limbs are all shackled and locked in the cell. Even if he wanted to attack me, he couldn't. Saying that, he carried the food and water down the stairs to the bottom of the hold, which had been converted into a row of cells separated by thick hardwood bars. The environment was not particularly dirty or messy. Sami regularly sent people down to clean, since the health of the goods also affected the selling price. However, the air was inevitably a bit damp. Time to eat, short-legged dog. The sailor shouted, pushing the tray with hard bread and vegetable soup through a narrow gap specially left at the bottom of the bars. In the corner of the cell, Wei Na, whose hands and feet were bound by heavy chains, slowly raised his head. His eyes appeared particularly deep and dark in the dimness. He did not immediately touch the food, but asked in a hoarse voice, "Are we at the shore now?" "Of course," the sailor replied, leaning against the opposite bars with his arms crossed, a hint of mockery on his face. "We're now at Ukawa Port in Alabasta. Our captain has already arranged for someone to pick you up in a few days and send you comfortably to the Shampoo Islands. How about that? Didn't you always say you only dared to wander around the first few islands of the first half? This time our captain is kind enough to send you directly to the most prosperous place in the first half of the Grand Line to see the world. Don't thank us too much." Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Wei Na lowered his head and let out a low laugh. As long as we've docked, that's enough." The delivering sailor thought his reaction was a bit strange and was about to taunt him again, when suddenly Wei Na stood up with a violent start. Clatter, crash. The heavy chains wrapped around him clattered loudly as he straightened up. You? What are you doing? Stay put. The delivering sailor, startled by the sudden movement, shouted sternly. Huh. Ha ha ha. Wei Na slowly raised his head, the previous dejected and obedient expression wiped from his face, replaced by a maniacal grin of wild joy. You? Really thought I was a pushover. Animal transformation Dachshund form. Before the words faded, Wei Na's muscles suddenly bulged, his body expanding as if inflated. His limbs and torso rapidly elongated and deformed, transforming him into a slender monster over 3 meters long in just a few seconds. Roar. The transformed Wei Na threw back his head and let out a short, ferocious roar. Converging all his strength into his arms, he suddenly wrenched outward. Squeak. The shackles binding him let out a piercing metallic screech. The chains at the joints were stretched taut and sparks flew from the connections. Yet after a moment the shackles remained firmly clamped around his wrists. At the cell door, the delivering sailor was startled by the sudden commotion, nearly dropping the tray in his hands. He stared wide-eyed at Wei Na's Adam's apple bobbing. Seeing that the shackles hadn't budged, he let out a long sigh of relief. The terror on his face gradually turned to mockery. Huh. Ha ha. The sailor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and straightened his back. Scared me. Go ahead, break free. These are pure iron shackles. With just you, this Dachshund, you think you can break them? Dream on. Wei Na didn't reply. He just lowered his head, his red-tinged eyes fixed on the iron rings around his wrists. Inhale. Exhale. He slowly clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Roar. The second roar was even more violent than the first. Wei Na's arm muscles bulged to the limit, veins writhing like earthworms under his skin. Creak. 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 The shackles emitted increasingly rapid metallic groans under his terrifying strength. The chains stretched inch by inch, and the gaps in the links visibly expanded. The sailor's smile froze on his face. No. Impossible. Bang. Crack. A harsh sound of metal snapping suddenly exploded. The joints and links of the shackles were forcibly snapped apart by this pure brute force. Fragments and sparks flew in all directions, along with the broken chains clattering against the cell walls and floor. Wei Na twisted his neck, finally free, his sharp teeth glinting coldly in the dim light. It's my turn to collect interest. Come. Someone. Short-legged Wei Na. Arg. The delivering sailor's cry of alarm was cut short, replaced by a brief scream and the dull thud of a body hitting the wooden bars. In the flying wood chips, a slender claw covered in short fur clamped tightly around his neck, lifting him bodily off the ground. Now, am I still weak? Come on, Isaac. Don't lose to the captain. Brother Erjuo. One more bite. Just a little more. Wah. Wah. Sound of desperate chewing. Erjuo's mouth was already stuffed to the brim, his cheeks bulging like a hamster's, even the veins on his forehead bulging from the strain. With defiant eyes, he trembled as he thrust the spoon into his already overloaded mouth, stubbornly forcing in the last lump of golden curry rice. Latest bulletin. Captain Sammy has devoured 9 portions like a whirlwind. He's already 2 full plates ahead of second place Brother Isaac. A massive lead. A crew member tasked with counting excitedly announced the battle report as if narrating a match of the century. Wow. Captain is mighty. The surrounding crew let out louder whistles and jeers, while other patrons in the tavern glanced over at the boisterous pirates wearing resigned expressions. In the center of the tavern, named Desert Camel Bell, several long tables were pushed together and empty plates piled high before the contestants. Participating in this impromptu competition, aside from the recognized heavyweights Sammy, Erjuo, and Isaac, were 3 or 4 other sturdy crew members who usually boasted of their huge appetites. The origin of this contest was purely a casual remark Sammy made while waiting for the signature curry rice to arrive. I say, on this vast sea, the stronger a person is, the more energy they consume, the bigger their appetite, and the more they eat. So it stands to reason that those who eat more must be formidable. This seemingly casual remark instantly ignited the competitive spirit in Erjuo, who slammed the table and challenged the captain to a contest. Several other unyielding men joined in, and an ordinary lunch quickly turned into a battle of honor to prove one's strength. In the end, the impromptu curry rice eating challenge concluded with Isaac slowly collapsing against the back of his wooden chair. I can't. Watching the pitiful contestants sprawled around the central table, Kahelo, seated alone at a small table in the corner, elegantly used a knife and fork to bring a piece of cut chicken to his mouth, chewed slowly, then dabbed the corners of his lips with a napkin. Vulgar, so vulgar. A true gentleman ought to pay more attention to dining etiquette and refinement. And the champion is... The crew member acting as referee jumped excitedly onto an empty chair. After fierce competition, Captain Sammy has achieved an overwhelming victory with an absolute advantage of 11 servings of Inferno Blast curry rice. Let us cheer for this astonishing appetite. Oh no, for Captain Sammy's unfathomable strength. Hurrah! Long live Captain Sammy. Even some of the local patrons caught up in the atmosphere smiled and clapped along. Sammy wiped the curry sauce from the corner of his mouth. Despite having eaten 11 servings, his complexion appeared surprisingly normal, only a faint sheen of sweat on his temples. He raised his huge wooden beer mug, triumphantly gesturing to his crew, which sparked another round of laughter and whistles. Burp. Erguo finally swallowed the last mouthful, let out a loud belch, and slumped weakly over the table, raising a trembling thumb towards Sammy. Boss, you win. Next time. I'll definitely. You won't win next time either, Erguo. Sammy laughed heartily, downed his drink, then looked around at the lively crowd. Where's Liang? Why haven't I seen him? Oh, brother Liang, he eats fast and finished early. Said he noticed the fish were biting well at the docks, got the itch, and took his gear down there for a few casts. Alabasta Raintown Harbor, near the Swordfish. Huh. Huff. Cough. Heavy breathing. Wayna pressed himself into a narrow gap between stacked wooden crates at the docks, clutching a wound on his side that wasn't too deep. That damn mute is actually this strong. He glanced nervously in the direction of the Swordfish, still shaken. Erbichuo's lightning-fast blade had left a deep impression on him. If not for the regenerative power and physical enhancement of his animal-type ability, he would have been finished on that ship. Wayna gritted his teeth against the pain and cautiously poked his head out to scan the dock environment. No, he couldn't stay here long. If they searched the docks, they'd find this place soon enough. He had to leave quickly, find a small boat, and slip out of the harbor first. He clenched his jaw, using a stolen sword as a makeshift crutch to prop himself up. Nearby, a commotion arose at the edge of the dock. Wow, look at that big guy. Another one. Damn, in just a short while he's caught nearly 20 fish, right? Master, what secret bait are you using? I want to learn fishing. Huh, luck all luck. There sat Liang with his bronze skin on a small stool, holding a fishing rod, while the bucket beside him was alive with splashing fish. His astonishing catch had drawn a crowd of dockworkers and loafers. Liang casually responded to their exclamations while expertly reeling in the line, landing another plump sea fish onto the shore. Just as he was about to cast again, a familiar, yet utterly out-of-place figure caught the corner of his eye. Shortleg's long torso covered in blood. The smile vanished from Liang's face. Shortleg's Wayna. How did he get out? Wait. That sword in his hand. Liang's eyes sharpened. Erbichuo's blade. How could it be in the hands of a prisoner? Had something happened to Erbichuo? Fishing's over, scatter scatter. Liang abruptly stood up, quickly packed his rod, his movements startling those around him. A fight's about to break out. If you don't want to get splattered with blood, get out of here. The onlookers hesitated for a moment, saw the fierce aura suddenly radiating from Liang, followed his grim gaze to the blood-soaked Wayna, realized the danger, and scattered like startled birds. Liang leaned the rod against the stool, bent down, and picked up his weapon, a heavy harpoon. He strode over and blocked the path Wayna was about to take toward a small boat. Hey, Shortlegs, how did you get out? Wayna stopped, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the giant man with the harpoon, recognizing him as one of the Jellyfish Pirates' officers. He grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth, and brandished the sword. You think those crappy shackles of yours could hold me? What's with the stance? Want to try your luck with your second uncle, Wayna? Liang's eyes locked onto the sword in Wayna's hand. Where did you get that sword? Wayna deliberately held the blade up to his face. Who knows? Maybe some fool mute gave it to me. Want it? He pointed the tip at Liang, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Then come and take it, you harpoon idiot. Liang's pupils abruptly contracted. Wayna's words had already ignited his fury. What have you done to Beituo? With a roar of rage, the harpoon in Liang's hand thrust forth like a dragon emerging from the sea. This strike, born of wrath, was heavy and forceful. The tip of the harpoon tore through the air with a shrill screech, aiming straight for Wayna's chest. Humph! Though severely wounded, Wayna's Zoan-type devil fruit granted him a robust physique and lightning-fast reflexes, allowing him to react swiftly. After his transformation, his elongated body leaned backward at an impossible angle, the cold gleam of the harpoon passing mere inches from his fur, leaving a trail of blood droplets and severed hairs. Want to know? Seizing the momentum of his backward lean, Wayna kicked off the ground, with both legs launching his slender body upward. The blade he had snatched from Beituo arced through the air, slashing directly at Liang's wrist that held the harpoon. Go ask him in the afterlife. Liang reacted swiftly, twisting his wrist to lift the harpoon's shaft in a parry. With a crisp clang, he blocked the descending blade. The first solid clash of their weapons sent a savage force surging through the shaft, numbing Liang's tiger's mouth. This bastard, despite his grievous injuries, could still muster such strength. Zoan abilities were truly troublesome. After a brief contact, both retreated half a step, their eyes locked on each other. Sausage whip. Wayna growled, launching another attack. He slammed both hands onto the ground, using them as a pivot. His supple, elongated body spun like a giant windmill, with his legs together, leveraging the rotational force from his core, sweeping toward Liang's lower body with a whoosh. Caught off guard by such an unorthodox move, Liang quickly stepped back, driving the harpoon's shaft downward with a heavy thud. Boom! Legs and metal shaft collided solidly, producing a dull, massive sound. A powerful rotational force traveled through the shaft, leaving Liang's arms numb. Meanwhile, Wei Na used the recoil to flip nimbly in the air, stumbling slightly upon landing due to his injuries, but he managed to steady himself. Liang clenched his teeth, drawing a deep breath to suppress the surging blood in his chest. Harpoon thrust consecutive strikes. With a low shout, he swung the harpoon, transforming it into a series of dazzling lethal afterimages that sealed off all of Wei Na's avenues of evasion. Wei Na's pupils abruptly contracted. His elongated body contorted in ways that defied joint mechanics, bending at impossible angles. This harpoon-wielding bastard. His strength surpassed that of the mute swordsman on the ship. Despite Wei Na's desperate dodging, Liang's thrusts were too dense and swift. A flash of cold light sliced open a deep, bone-deep gash on his shoulder blade. Ugh, damn it, you harpoon bastard. The searing pain ignited a savage glint in Wei Na's eyes. He no longer merely dodged, instead he brandished his blade into a silver curtain, combining it with his eerily flexible upper body, adopting a desperate brawling style that overwhelmed technique with ferocity. Clang, 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 clang. The metallic ringing erupted like popcorn as the two sparred and maneuvered across the open dock area. Wherever they passed, stacked crates shattered under the impact, mooring ropes were severed by the sheer force of their movements, and the entire dock fell into chaos. Clang. Another unadorned head-on collision. With a thunderous crash, Liang was knocked back 3 steps, a wave of numbness shooting from his fingertips to his shoulder blades. Wei Na, however, used the recoil to roll backward, creating a safe distance, and barely supported himself with his blade. Though they appeared evenly matched, any discerning eye could see that he was now on his last legs. You're not getting away. Liang slowly steadied his heavy breathing and raised his harpoon once more. Wei Na lifted his head with difficulty, wiping the frothy blood from his mouth, but said nothing, his gaze darting around. The commotion had already drawn a large crowd of onlookers encircling the area. Ha ha. Wei Na suddenly let out a hoarse, grating laugh. Then he did something no one expected. He spun around, abandoning Liang, and lunged toward the nearby civilians and workers who had been watching. Get the hell out of my way if you want to live. Wei Na, completely discarding defense and caution against Liang, plunged into the crowd, wildly slashing and stabbing with his blade. He intended to use the casualties and chaos to create a barrier against Liang's pursuit, seeking a slim chance of escape. Oh. Murder. Run. Run. In an instant, the dock area erupted with screams, cries, and shouts. The crowd scattered like a disturbed beehive, pushing and trampling each other, the scene spiraling out of control. Guards. The kingdom's guards are here. Amid the chaos, someone shrieked. A squad of soldiers clad in the distinctive white robes of Alabasta and wielding spears swiftly converged from the main dock road and adjacent alleys. The captain at the front immediately took in the carnage, Wei Na's berserk attacks and Liang's murderous aura. His face darkened. Seal off the dock. Disperse the crowd. Prioritize protecting civilians and cargo. The soldiers skillfully spread out, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. Guards. Wei Na grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth, a cunning glint in his eyes. Far from being intimidated, he grew even more frenzied, grabbing fleeing civilians and hurling them like sandbags one after another into the forming guard perimeter. Catch them. Ha. The guards were forced to lower their weapons and frantically catch the innocent victims, their formation instantly thrown into disarray and creating gaps. Wei Na seized the opportunity and burst through the gap. No, he's getting away. Liang immediately tried to give chase. Don't move. Move, and we'll loose arrows. The guard captain's voice rang out, and at the same time the archers and musketeers who had taken commanding positions or completed their aim leveled their weapons at Liang. The threat of being targeted by at least dozens of ranged weapons forced Liang to halt in his tracks. Having escaped the encirclement, Wei Na scrambled onto a high stack of cargo and turned back to look at Liang, now blocked by the guards. He even paused to taunt him. Come and get me, you harpoon bastard. I can't let him get away. For Air Bay 2O's revenge. Harpoon heavy stream breaker. Liang channeled all his strength into his right arm, bellowing as he hurled the harpoon like a javelin straight at Wei Na's figure. The harpoon transformed into a blur of dark light, tearing through the air with a terrifying shriek. Wei Na's sneer was still plastered on his face, yet his pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpricks. In that frantic moment, he could only manage to raise the blade in his hand horizontally across his chest. Crack, thud. First came the sound of the blade snapping under unbearable strain, followed by the dull impact of a weapon piercing flesh. Ugh! Wei Na let out a blood-curdling shriek as his entire body was sent flying through the air, crashing through several stacked heavy wooden crates in succession. As the dust settled slightly, Wei Na struggled to his feet once more, but blood gushed from his mouth and nose, his chest a mess of mangled flesh, clearly indicating that this long-range heavy blow had inflicted grievous injuries. Cough. He cast a venomous glare at Liang in the direction blocked by the guards, then, without a word, leveraging his Zoan-type ability user's physique, he turned and dove into a narrow alley, vanishing within moments into the shadows of the dock buildings. First squad track the blood trail. Second squad seal off all exits immediately. Move. The captain of the guards gave the order at once. Some soldiers immediately pursued the direction Wei Na had disappeared in the dripping blood. At that moment the captain's gaze finally fixed on Liang, the only one still standing on the scene. Though this man before him bore numerous injuries, it was clear he was no ordinary troublemaker. You? State your identity. Why are you fighting here? What is your relationship with that fugitive? The captain barked sternly as the soldiers' encirclement tightened further, the tips of spears and muzzles drawing closer. Liang panted heavily. The furious throw moments ago had nearly drained his remaining strength. Now that he had stopped, he felt a sharp pain radiating from beneath his left ribs. That was the injury left by Wei Na's desperate counterattack. It had likely damaged his ribs. His right arm was also wounded from multiple clashes and the final all-out throw. Liang glanced at the direction where Wei Na had vanished, then looked around. Hundreds of fully armed kingdom soldiers surrounded him, with more reinforcements rushing in from afar. Force a breakthrough. With his current stamina and physical condition, even if he could take down a few soldiers, he would never escape this harbor now layered with blockades. Surrendering was equally dangerous, but at least he wouldn't be killed immediately. Perhaps there was still room for negotiation. The captain and the others were still ashore. Once they learned the news, they would surely find a way. In a flash, these thoughts raced through Liang's mind. Though brave, he was no mindless brute. In the face of absolute disadvantage and unclear circumstances, forbearance was the only rational choice to preserve his life and buy time for his comrades. He slowly raised his hands, signaling that he had no intention of further resistance. I was only stopping that fleeing criminal. He injured one of my crew. I had no intention of causing trouble in your kingdom's port. The captain made no comment on his words, merely giving a sidelong glance to the soldier beside him. Several soldiers cautiously approached, swiftly searching Liang's body while briefly examining his injuries. Soon they secured the scene and pieced together the general course of events through questioning witnesses. A criminal had fled, and the giant before them had been trying to stop or even capture him. However, when a soldier searched Liang's belongings, a carefully preserved wanted poster fell out. The soldier picked it up, glanced at it, his expression shifting, and immediately handed it to the captain. The captain took it, his eyes landing on the poster. Harpoon Liang. Bounty 14000 berries. Captain of the Cormorant Pirates. Crimes plundering merchant ships, attacking towns, heinous offenses, dead or alive. The captain's expression turned remarkably vivid. He first squinted to scrutinize the details of the poster, then couldn't hide his excitement and delight. Harpoon Liang. Ha ha ha. He held the poster up to Liang. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? You're actually a pirate, Captain. I thought I'd caught a brawling commoner, but instead I've landed a big fish. He wiped the smile off his face and snorted. Harpoon Liang. What audacity. As a pirate captain wanted by the Navy, you dare to openly fight and disturb the peace in my port of Alabasta. Guards, put him in heavy shackles and take him away. Keep him under strict watch. I will report this to His Majesty the King immediately. Liang was roughly fitted with heavy chains. He made no superfluous movements or protests, but before being shoved away, he cast a deep look toward where the swordfish was moored. Then, escorted by the guards, he disappeared at the other end of the dock. Meanwhile, the procurement team of the Jellyfish Pirates, having successfully purchased large quantities of freshwater food and other supplies in the market, was pushing over a dozen rented carts laden with goods back to the ship. Hey, why is there such a crowd gathered at the dock? Looks like there are guards. Did something happen? The squad leader frowned. Don't meddle. Our task is to get the supplies back to the ship. Move quickly, circle around from the side, and don't get involved. They detoured around the gathered crowd, approaching the swordfish via a relatively secluded path on the other side of the dock. Hey, brothers, we're back. Where is everyone? But as soon as they stepped onto the gangplank, an eerie silence mixed with the smell of blood washed over them, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. What's going on? Brother Alberto. The sight before them sent a chill down their spines. On the deck, the crew members who had stayed behind lay scattered, collapsed in disorder. Alberto lay in a pool of blood with at least 5 or 6 severe cuts visible on his body. Moreover, the sword he never parted with was nowhere to be seen. Quick, check if they're still breathing. Doctor, where's the ship's doctor? Check the others. Check everyone. They frantically examined the area. Apart from Alberto, who was critically wounded and hanging by a thread, the other remaining crew members were also injured, though still alive for now, but all urgently needed treatment. They soon found the ship's doctors also injured and unconscious in a corner. All 4 doctors had been taken down without exception. The same was true for Dr. Hilialik from Drum Island. A large lump on his head, some bruises on his body. He had obviously put up a fight, but was overpowered early on and knocked out. The squad leader felt a chill run through him. He immediately led a charge down into the hold. The door to the lower prison cell was wide open, with signs of fierce struggle both inside and out. Deep scratches on the walls and splattered bloodstains. Damn it, it's that short-leg Wei Na. He broke his chains and escaped. The squad leader's fists clenched with a crackle, rage burning in his chest. Those with bandaging experience stay behind. Whether you're a doctor or not, use the emergency first aid techniques we learned. Stop the bleeding for the severely wounded first. Prioritize the critical cases, especially Brother Alberto. The rest of you follow me now. We're going to the island to find the captain. Something big has happened. The boisterous revelry within the tavern had yet to fully subside, and Sami was savoring this rare moment of relaxation, laughing and chatting with AR Duo and the others who were sprawled in chairs catching their breath. Bang! The tavern door was violently slammed open, and the procurement squad leader along with several subordinates rushed in breathlessly, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Ship! Captain! This is bad. Something terrible has happened. Wei Na has escaped. He broke free of his shackles. Brother Airbe Tua tried to stop him, but was severely injured. Now he's barely hanging on. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had exploded over everyone's heads. The smile on Sami's face instantly froze, and the relaxed look in his eyes was replaced by icy coldness. The other crew members who were still laughing and joking in the tavern fell instantly silent. Back to the ship. Sami spat out only 2 words. He threw a stack of belly onto the table and then rushed out of the tavern door. The drunkenness and smiles on the officers' and crew members' faces vanished instantly. They grabbed their weapons and followed closely behind. The tavern, which had been bustling with activity just moments ago, was suddenly half empty, leaving only the stunned innkeeper and other patrons. When Sami and his crew rushed back to the Swordfish at top speed, the thick smell of blood and the oppressive atmosphere on the deck weighed heavily on everyone's heart. The lightly wounded crew members left behind were assisting in caring for the more severely injured. Low moans replaced the usual bustling noise of the ship. The 4 ship doctors were toiling on the deck, sweating profusely. They immediately rushed over to Airbe Tua, who was surrounded in the center. He was wrapped in bandages like a mummy with gauze covering most of his body, yet dark red bloodstains kept seeping through. His face was completely pale, his eyes tightly shut, and his breathing so faint that it was barely perceptible. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest indicated that he was still clinging to life. Sami crouched down, gently placing his fingers on Airbe Tuo's cold wrist, feeling the terrifyingly weak pulse. How is he? He looked up, his gaze first sweeping over the 3 ship doctors who had been with him since Shihai, and finally settling on Shilulu Ku. Shilulu Ku wiped the sweat from his forehead. Critical. Very critical. He lost too much blood. Although we did our best to suture and bandage the wounds and used the best hemostatic medicine on the ship, the blood loss was too massive and the damage to his body is too severe. For now, we can only maintain the most basic vital signs. Whether he can pull through depends on his own will to survive and his body's ability to recover. The next 12 hours are the most critical period. Sami slowly stood up, surveying the battered deck littered with wounded crew members, and forcefully suppressed the rage within him. What the hell is going on? Several lightly wounded crew members, enduring their pain, recounted the events intermittently. Wei Na broke free from his shackles and launched a sudden attack. Airbe Tua immediately rushed forward to intercept him, and a fierce battle erupted. The other crew members tried to assist, but were defeated one by Wei Na's zone ability. Finally, Wei Na seized Airbe Tuo's sword, severely wounded him, and then fled the ship. Sami listened, fell silent for 2 seconds, and looked around. Where is Liang? Isn't he here? Captain, when we returned from the procurement, we didn't see Brother Liang anywhere near the ship. Could it be that Brother Liang? He was negligent, or he? Shut up. Air Duo roared, cutting him off. Liang is not that kind of person. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Sami raised his hand to stop the impending argument. Don't jump to any conclusions. The top priority is to find Liang and Wei Na. We must see them alive or see their corpses. Ai Sa could take half of the navigation team and stay behind to assist the doctors in caring for the severely wounded and strengthen the ship's vigilance to prevent that short-legged mongrel from launching a counterattack. Air Duo Ka Hai Luo take everyone else who can still move and spread out to search, centering on the dock. Be careful, Wei Na has a bounty of 73 million belly, extremely dangerous. If you find any trace, don't act rashly, immediately send a signal. Yes, Captain. Soon the crew members who had been sent out to gather information returned with news. Captain, someone saw Brother Liang at the dock. They said they saw Brother Liang fighting a big dog at the dock. That should be Wei Na transformed. Brother Liang severely wounded Wei Na at that time, but that bastard Wei Na used civilians to create chaos and escaped, while Brother Liang was arrested by the royal guards of Alaba Sitan. Arrested? Air Duo said anxiously. Boss, we have to rescue Liang. He was targeted by the guards because he was trying to capture Wei Na. We must go save him. Yes, rescue Brother Liang. We can't abandon him. Sami closed his eyes and thought for a moment, his face expressionless, then raised his hand to quiet the commotion. Air Duo, do you think I'm the kind of captain who would abandon his brothers and only care about saving his own skin? Liang is our brother. Air Bay Tual lies here. Liang has been taken, and that mongrel dog Wei Na is still at large. I will settle these 3 debts one by one with interest. Kahai Luo take a few clever brothers change into civilian clothes and find out where the guards are holding Liang, as well as the guards shift times numbers arrangements and patrol routes. Remember, only reconnoiter, no action, no exposure. Report any findings immediately. Ma Ku Si take another team and continue to secretly search for traces of Wei Na in the dock area and its surroundings. Focus on medical clinics, pharmacies, abandoned houses that can hide people and sewer entrances. He's so badly injured he must need treatment and a place to hide. Ai Saka, the ship's defense and care for the wounded, must not slacken. Hansi, the magnetic force of Alabasi 10 might not have time to fully charge. Go to the market immediately and find a way to buy a log pose that has already been fully charged. Spend more money if necessary. At the same time, inventory all supplies, fresh water, food, medicine, ammunition. Prepare for everything in case we are forced to leave Yukai Hua port early, even in a hurry. We must first try to rescue Liang, while also doing our best to search for Wei Na. However, once we rescue Liang, or if the situation changes, we must be ready to evacuate Yukai Hua port at any time. Sami glanced at the unconscious Air Bei Tuo, and the wounded around him, recalling another matter. As for the deal with Ji Lian, I'm afraid we'll have to play it by ear. The climate of Alabasta was as extreme as any other desert region. The days were brutally hot, yet the temperature would plummet suddenly come nightfall. Marcus, leading a team of capable subordinates, had already combed through the dock area and its surroundings multiple times after receiving news of Wina's escape. For hours they searched, initially able to follow sporadic drops of blood, but the trail vanished mysteriously after they followed it through a back alley as though Wina had evaporated into thin air. They then turned to the surrounding residents for information. Several porters claimed to have glimpsed a man covered in blood running toward the commercial district to the north. The commercial district. A flicker of doubt crossed Marcus's eyes. That area is crowded with people and heavily patrolled by guards. Would a severely injured pirate dare to head there? Perhaps. He's trying to blend into the crowd to shake off pursuit. Or maybe he has accomplices waiting for him there. Accomplices? Where would he have allies in Alabasta? Just as everyone was at a loss and the search hit a dead end, a crewman sent to scout the other side of the dock came running back panting. Brother Marcus. Major discovery. In that secluded berth at the northeast corner of the dock, 2 ships are moored. The figureheads. They're dog heads. Though the pirate flags are lowered, the design is identical to the group we plundered. It's the Dog Pirates ship. The Dog Pirates. They've actually come to Alabasta as well. Let's go check it out immediately. Stay hidden. Meanwhile, Cachero and several of his most nimble subordinates had already donned white robes and head wraps purchased from the marketplace, in Alabasta style, largely concealing their faces and hair color. Through extensive inquiry and careful observation, they pinpointed where Leon was being held. On the eastern side of Rapeseed Flower Port stood a square structure built of thick sandstone, the port's prison. According to fragmented intelligence gathered, any suspects causing trouble, engaging in brawls, or apprehended within the port area were typically first detained here for interrogation. However, this time the matter had escalated significantly due to the involvement of pirates and injuries to numerous innocent civilians. Reports indicated it was being prepared for submission to His Majesty the King in the distant capital of Albana. Remember our mission: observe only, do not engage. Map out the building's layout, all entry and exit points visible, and hidden guard positions, patrol routes, and shift changes. Then analyze comprehensively to determine where Leon is most likely being held. If you sense any risk of exposure or notice any unexpected movements, immediately evacuate along the predetermined route and regroup on the ship. Understood? Everyone silently nodded, and then dispersed using the shadows cast by buildings and stacked cargo to stealthily approach the sandstone prison from various angles. It wasn't until the first faint trace of dawn began to color the horizon that the 2 teams led by Marcus and Cachero finally began to return. The captain's quarters were brightly lit with Sammy and the officers standing around a table spread with a map of Rapeseed Flower Port. Cachero removed his disguise robes. Boss, the prison security is looser than we anticipated. I even infiltrated it personally and observed for a while. He pointed to a hand-drawn sketch. The first and second floors are mainly office and guard rest areas. The cell block is in the basement with an iron door at the entrance guarded by at least 2 sentries at all times. I didn't get a chance to sneak in and examine the interior structure. Outer patrols occur roughly every 15 minutes. With our officers' capabilities and speed, there's a good chance we can rescue the person without alerting the port garrison. Sammy studied the sketch, carefully nodded, and turned his gaze to Marcus. We couldn't locate Wina's hiding place, but we found those 2 ships belonging to the Dog Pirates. They're docked right in the harbor. Even though the flags are lowered, the figureheads are unmistakable. There are still some people on board, but their guard is extremely lax. They look somewhat careless, either feeling secure in a kingdom port or expecting their main force to be elsewhere. We didn't see Wina directly, but Our surveillance team noticed that sailors from the ship purchased large quantities of bandages, antiseptics, and pain relief medicine from the dock pharmacy. That's a substantial quantity. We're unsure whether they're using it themselves or Wyna's. Given Wyna's escape and our failed search efforts, I personally believe Wyna has almost certainly returned to his ship in secret. Sammy listened to the reports, his gaze shifting across the spread-out map as his fingers absently tapped the tabletop. Isaac, how's Alberto doing? And what about Hans? Did he manage to purchase the log post for the next island I tasked him with? Brother Alberto remains in a coma, but according to the rotating ship's doctor, his vital signs have stabilized and are gradually improving, meaning he's temporarily out of the most dangerous phase. Hans took the procurement team out this afternoon, and everything has been purchased. Additionally, he overheard some rumors in the market. The fierce pirates who caused trouble at the dock yesterday injured quite a few civilians and are now under strict guard by the soldiers. It said the matter has reached His Majesty the King. That must be referring to Leon. Sammy nodded. Oh, everything was exactly as he had anticipated. Once Leon's identity as a pirate is exposed, the nature of this situation changes completely. What was initially a routine port brawl has now become a pirate invasion of a kingdom port with innocent civilians harmed. The Alabasta royal family will never let this slide easily in order to maintain their prestige and stability. We're running out of time. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across all the officers. The action plan prioritizes capturing Wyna first, then breaking into the prison to rescue Leon. Isaac, relay the orders. Recall all brothers still on shore immediately. This trouble is likely to be significant, and we probably won't be able to stay here long. We must be ready to set sail at a moment's notice. Inform everyone that operations begin tonight. All crews out on assignments must return to their posts immediately, and all non-essential activities are canceled. Every member is to inspect their weapons, replenish ammunition, refrain from alcohol after meals, and stand by at all times. As for the specifics of the arrest and prison break, Sammy paused, gazing out the window at the dawn breaking. We won't need a large force this time. A big presence would be too conspicuous and risk tipping them off. I'll go with you, officers, and we'll finish this quickly. Tonight we'll resolve both matters at once. Yes, boss. Although the jailbreak was scheduled for the night, the operation to capture Wyna had no time limit. Thus, after a brief rest and a meal to restore their strength, the group dashed straight toward the secluded northeastern berth where the dog pirate cruise ships were moored. At this moment, the morning light had fully dispelled the night's darkness. A few early risers had begun to appear on the docks, but this area remained eerily deserted. Approaching the two vessels with doghead figureheads, several figures could be seen moving about on the deck, seemingly not yet fully awake. Captain! A lookout on the dog pirate cruise ship suddenly widened, his eyes pointing toward the dock. What's the matter with you? It's early morning, why are you stuttering all of a sudden? The crewman he was addressing mid-yawn turned around impatiently, and the next second all drowsiness vanished. What do you want? Several dog pirate members hastily gathered together. Sammy appeared beneath their ship's gunwale with several officers, Makusi and Kahailuo, flanking him on either side. Don't get worked up. We're just here to take Wyna away. Wyna? Wasn't he taken away by you? A small-time leader of the dog pirates shouted, trying to sound brave. Ha, he escaped. Sammy sneered. He's not on your ship, is he? The dog pirates exchanged glances, then all shook their heads in unison. Mind if I search? Sammy said, sweeping his gaze across the two ships. They instinctively shook their heads, then realized their mistake. But with the sight of Sammy's subordinates poised for action, the dog pirates dared not refuse. They could only cower and nod. Sammy waved his hand, and his men quickly boarded the ships to conduct a thorough search. Cabins hold storage rooms. Every possible hiding spot was examined. However, after the search, no trace of Wyna was found. While his men searched, Sammy calmly observed the nervous pirates before him. Why are you here? Supplies. We came to resupply. Oh, I heard you bought a lot of medicine and bandages. The dog pirates immediately began to chatter, showing off their injuries, raising bandaged arms, or revealing dressed wounds. It's from last time. The wounds we got when you took Captain Wyna away. Many of our brothers were hurt, so we bought medicine. Sammy nodded, seemingly accepting the explanation. As I recall, I didn't leave you with a log post. How did you find Alabasta? This. They were all at a loss, their eyes darting, pushing, and shoving each other, stammering unwillingly. Sammy lost patience, his gaze suddenly turned icy, and the air around them seemed to drop several degrees. Makusi and Kahailuo understood, stepping forward in tacit coordination. Makusi grabbed the small leader by the collar, and before his fist could fall, the man was terrified out of his wits, crying for mercy. Don't hit. I'll talk. It's a Viver card. Captain Wyna made Viver cards and gave them to his officers. We have pieces of his Viver card. We followed it all the way here. Sammy extended his palm. Hand it over. A bruised small leader tremblingly pulled out a small white paper fragment that was slowly moving from his pocket. Sammy took the small Viver card fragment. The paper's movement was feeble, indicating the target's vital signs were weak, but the direction pointed into the port. Just as I thought. Sammy narrowed his eyes. He never went back to the ship. He's hiding somewhere in the harbor. Ignoring the collapsed dog pirates, Sammy led his men in the direction indicated by the Viver card. They crossed the dock area, weaving through the port streets between warehouses and buildings. Eventually, they were led to a tall building near the port square, the clock tower of Raftel Harbor. The tower was built of gray-white stone. It was not yet time to strike the hour. The tower gate was tightly shut, and the area was silent and deserted. Sammy and his men quietly approached the base of the tower. The clock tower's door was ajar with a spiral staircase inside. The Viver card trembled more noticeably here. He's up there, Sammy whispered, looking up toward the observation deck and bell chamber at the top. Ma kusi ka heluo, come with me. The rest of you guard every exit below. Don't let a single rat escape. They crept up the narrow, winding stone steps. The higher they climbed, the stronger the pull of the Viver card. A faint scent of blood began to drift down from above. Finally, just below the top bell chamber, they reached a small storage room with a wooden door left ajar. Heavy breathing came from inside. Sammy signaled, and Ma kusi kicked the door open with force. Ugh! A cry of pain, mixed with shock and anger, came from within. In the cramped space, Wayna was sitting against the wall. Though his body was wrapped in bandages, blood still seeped through. His face was deathly pale, his hand gripping a short blade tightly, his eyes filled with terror and despair. He clearly had not expected them to track him so quickly to what he believed was a hidden refuge. Morning light streamed through the tower's high window, illuminating the dancing dust motes in the air, as well as Wayna's twisted face and Sammy's cold, impassive eyes. Found you. Sammy's voice echoed faintly in the empty tower. Sammy. Spare me. Last time I was wrong. I shouldn't have run away. We can negotiate again. These towns of Alabasta. If we join forces, we can really get a lot more. He brought up that old proposal again, a glimmer of light in his eyes, as if it were his only lifeline. Sammy listened quietly, his face expressionless, not even a hint of contempt. He merely tilted his head slightly, signaling to Ma kusi and Ka Hailuo beside him. Looks like he still doesn't get it. To Sammy, Wayna's proposal was laughably naive. A lowly pirate who only pounces on defenseless villages like a hyena, a scum of the sea who only dares to bare his fangs at sheep, and he dares to speak of joining forces. When he had first listened to him boast, Sammy had already concluded that this man lacked the courage to challenge the strong and the ambition to sail far. A short-sighted fool who would eventually dig his own grave. Selling him to the collectors or arena owners on the Sympathy archipelago who delight in acquiring unique pirates to exchange for some berries was the only value he had. Join forces? Wayna, you've got two things wrong. First, I never considered you a worthy partner. Second, you ran away, messed up my plans, cost me a capable subordinate, wasted an entire night, and forced me to come to a place like this to find you. Do you think a simple "let's talk again" can make up for that? Wayna's face grew even more ashen. He could hear the utter lack of room for negotiation in Sammy's tone. His survival instinct urged him to struggle, but Sammy was done wasting words. Do it. Ma kusi and Ka Hailuo lunged forward. Wayna roared, swinging his short blade with the last of his strength, but Ka Hailuo sidestepped the blade easily, seized his weapon hand, and twisted it hard. A crisp crack sounded, followed by Wayna's agonized scream. The short blade clattered to the floor. At the same time, Ma kusi delivered a heavy punch to Wayna's already injured abdomen. Ugh! Wayna's scream cut off, abruptly replaced by pained gasps. His body curled up like a shrimp, all resistance and remaining strength dissolved in that single blow. He collapsed into a pile of debris, his wounds bursting open, blood quickly soaking through the bandages. Only pained moans and uncontrollable spasms from the agony remained. I came with sincerity. I truly wanted to work with you. Sammy walked over to him, looking down at the pirate captain. A deal is a deal. I made an arrangement with someone on Sympathy to deliver a dog pirate captain. You escaping made things difficult for me. He took out some hemostatic powder from his pocket, roughly sprinkled it over Wayna's burst wounds, then used a strong rope he carried to tie his hands and feet securely, with a special technique ensuring that even if he woke up, he could never free himself. Take him away. Sammy stood up, dusting off his hands. Ma kusi hoisted the completely incapacitated Wayna onto his shoulder like a sack of rice. Ka Hailuo scanned the tower, cautiously confirming they had not been noticed. The three of them quickly descended back to the base. The crew waiting below immediately gathered around in tacit understanding, forming a covering formation. The morning light was now fully bright. The port was beginning to bustle. Yet just as they had come, they withdrew from the clock tower area, using the shadows of buildings, rapidly returning to the Jinyu. Sammy walked at the front. The mission to capture Wayna had been completed, albeit outside the planned schedule. Next, they would conserve their strength, waiting for nightfall to deal with another more troublesome issue, rescuing the subordinate who had caused even more trouble, Lion, from the prison of Raftel Harbor. After throwing Wei Na into the cell at the bottom of the Jian, Yu Hao Sami ordered the entire crew to rest, seizing the time to replenish their sleep and strength. Soon only the sound of snores rising and falling remained in the cabin, while the rotating watch crew on deck vigilantly watched the gradually bustling port. Time flew swiftly in slumber. When Sami opened his eyes again, dusk had gathered outside the porthole, and Yu Kai Hua Gang was shrouded in a night interwoven with deep blue and orange-red hues. He rolled out of bed and stretched his limbs. Before long the other officers arrived one after another at the captain's quarters. Have you all rested well? No problem, boss. Air Duo clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Are all the brothers on board? Not a single one missing, all back ready to move at any time. Good, prepare to set out. Sami walked to the table and picked up a small transponder snail. Feichi, your task is to find a high vantage point to provide long-range observation and fire support for us. Take this transponder snail and stay in contact with us at all times. Understood, boss. Feichi took the transponder snail, slung his rifle over his back, and ran toward the best observation point selected during the earlier reconnaissance. Ai Saku Air Duo Maku Si Ka Hai Luo U4, come with me to the prison to rescue Liang. 5 dark figures slipped away from the Jian Yu Hao and stealthily moved toward the gray-white sandstone prison. Before long the transponder snail in Sami's bosom vibrated slightly, and Fei Chi's lowered voice came through. Boss, it's Fei Chi. The view from my observation point is excellent. A 4-man patrol just circled from the main gate to the side of the prison, and they are now heading toward the eastern warehouse district. The prison courtyard is momentarily clear for entry. Roger, stay in contact. Sami ended the call and gestured to the 4 behind him. They used the shadows and the uneven surfaces of the outer wall to climb over the wall and drop into the courtyard. Ka-Hai Luo quickly led the group to the entrance leading to the underground cells. As expected, 2 drowsy guards stood at the entrance. Sami and Ma Ku-Si struck with their knife hand blows, and the 2 guards collapsed to the ground without even a grunt. Ai Saku and Air Duo quickly stepped forward, dragging the unconscious guards into a nearby corner cluttered with odds and ends to hide them. Ka-Hai Luo meanwhile felt for the keys from one guard's waist, inserted them into the lock, and turned gently. With a soft click the door opened. A stone staircase stretching downward appeared before them with torches on the side walls casting dim light that barely illuminated a few steps ahead. The 5 entered in single file, gently closing the door behind them, and descended the stone steps. After descending about the height of 1 floor, the faint sound of voices came from ahead. They immediately lightened their steps and crept forward. What a nuisance. It's just a pirate, isn't it? Why all the fuss making us send extra men? Cut the crap. Just do as the higher-ups say. I heard that guy is vicious. He injured several of our brothers yesterday. And early tomorrow morning this guy is to be escorted to Air Ba-Na. Don't let anything go wrong on this last night. Sami peeked cautiously and saw a slightly larger stone chamber ahead, which looked like a crude relay post. 3 guards were sitting around a small wooden table chatting by the dim light of an oil lamp. Several large key rings hung on the wall, and a few spare lanterns were placed nearby. Sami made a signal to attack, and the 5 instantly charged into the stone chamber. These ordinary guards were no match for them. They were knocked out cleanly almost the moment they met without even a chance to raise the alarm. Grab the keys quick. They continued along the main corridor. Soon cells separated by thick iron bars began to appear on both sides. They moved swiftly, scanning each cell for Liang's figure. Just as they passed a row of cells, rustling sounds suddenly came from the darkness on both sides. Hey, who's out there? Here to break someone out? Huh? Quick. Let us out too. Yeah. Let us out. Rescuing one is the same as rescuing a bunch. Set us all free. That's right. Let us out now. More and more prisoners rushed to the bars, shouting frantically, and even began pounding the iron rails, producing dull, bang-bang sounds. Sami's gaze turned cold. If this continued, the noise would eventually attract guards from other areas. Shut them up. Air Duo immediately stepped forward and growled at the nearest prisoners who were shouting the loudest, "If you don't want to die, keep quiet." But these desperate men imprisoned for so long would not easily give up the glimmer of hope. Let us out, or we'll shout. We'll call the guards. You don't want to cause a big scene, do you? Let us go too, and we'll keep out of each other's way. That's right. If you don't free us, we'll yell. Then we'll see if you can escape. The prisoners' voices grew louder, and their emotions became more agitated. Sami stopped, turned around, and swept his icy gaze across the twisted faces in the darkness. He suddenly grinned. Stop shouting. I'll find the person I'm looking for first. After that, I'll throw the keys here, and you can get out yourselves. These words momentarily doused the flames of agitation. The prisoners exchanged glances and gradually quieted down. Sami and his team soon found Liang in a cell near the end of the corridor. At that moment, he was sitting against the corner wearing the coarse prison uniform of a Laba Sitan. When he saw Sami and the others, he immediately struggled to his feet and rushed to the bars. Boss, I knew you'd come. Are you okay? Just flesh wounds, nothing serious. That bastard Wei Na. We've already caught him. We'll get you out and leave a la seat immediately. Everything is arranged. AI Sokka stepped forward and by the dim light, tried one key after another on the large lock of the cell door. Hey, you found him. Give us the keys now. Hold on. Hold on. Seeing this, the prisoners behind immediately became restless again, their voices more impatient than before, and their pounding on the bars grew heavier. Sami and his group escorted Liang back along the same route. As they were about to exit the cell block, Sami stopped and looked back at the cells on both sides. He suddenly made an extremely exaggerated grimace. You scum and trash, you still want to get out. Dream on. Before the words faded, he abruptly hurled the large key rings in his hand toward the direction of the stone chamber. Go! Sami shouted in a low voice, and the five with Liang dashed out of the stone chamber, without any hesitation racing up the stairs they had come from. Behind them, there was a moment of dead silence followed by an eruption of roaring cursing mingled with despair and rage, and the mad noise of smashing against the bars. The entire underground prison instantly erupted. Bastards! You'll die a horrible death. Come back. Find the keys. Oh. What's that noise from the dungeon? Something's wrong. Go check it out. Where are the guards at the dungeon entrance? Why is the door open? Lights on the upper floors of the prison began to turn on one after another, and the clamor of footsteps and shouts came from all directions. Almost at the same moment that Sami and his team burst out of the dungeon entrance and returned to the shadow of the courtyard, the transponder snail in his bosom rang, and Fei Chi's voice came through. Boss, all the lights in the prison are on. The guards are gathering. You've been exposed. Do you need me to fire a shot to create chaos? Sami picked up the receiver, gesturing to his companions to prepare for a forced breakout, while speaking into the transponder snail. It's fine, Fei Chi. Liang is already rescued. Don't worry. Now that we have the man, there's nothing to fear. He looked toward the prison courtyard, where figures were beginning to move, and a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Just blast our way out. What's going on? A roar erupted from the direction of the prison's main building. A tall man in an Alabastan officer's uniform, hurriedly fastening his sword belt, charged out the door in large strides. Lord Hashem, someone is breaking into the prison. They've already entered the dungeon. What? Daring to storm the prison? How bold! Dense ranks of soldiers converged from all directions, armed with spears and shields, while musketeers and archers took high ground in the rear. Every exit was swiftly sealed, trapping Sami and his five companions in the center of the courtyard. Yet no trace of fear could be seen on the faces of the surrounded. Aldo even grinned, cracking his neck with audible pops. Who are you people? How dare you trespass into the prison of Yukawa Port? Prison Warden Hashem pointed his greatsword directly at Sami. We're here to rescue someone. Aldo hefted his spiked club and shouted back without flinching. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. Don't make us use force. He's an accomplice of that pirate we locked up yesterday. A soldier recognized Leon still in his prison uniform. Rescue. Everyone in this prison is a serious criminal. Breaking in here is already a grave offense. Surrender now. If you want to take anyone out of here, you'll have to get through us first. Take them down. At the command, the soldiers pressed forward. Hashem himself led the charge, his massive frame exploding into astonishing speed. His two-handed sword, accompanied by a sinister wind, came crashing down towards Sami at the head of the group with the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. Boss, leave this to me. Aldo bellowed, swinging his spiked club into a black whirlwind, meeting the descending greatsword with unadorned power. Heavy mace, city-breaking hammer. Clang. The deafening clash of metal-pierced eardrums, sparks erupting wildly between the spikes of the club and the edge of the greatsword. Hashem's figure swayed, slightly surprised flickering in his eyes. His full-force strike had been blocked. Aldo grinned savagely, then twisted and shoved his club forward. Open up. The immense force forced Hashem to stumble back half a step, creating a small gap between them. This man's strength. No wonder they dared to defy the prison guards of Alabasta. Hashem glanced at Sami standing behind Aldo. The strongest one was probably him. This is truly troublesome. Don't let them form up. Scatter them. A squad leader roared, and more soldiers surged forward with him. Small fry, don't get in the way. Marcus's fine blade, Chaos Cherry Blossom, traced cold gleams in the dim light. Chaos Cherry Blossom scattered flowers. The blade moved so fast that only afterimages remained. A series of cracking sounds rang out, and the spearheads and half of the wooden shafts in the hands of the front 5 or 6 soldiers were sliced cleanly off. The soldiers stood frozen, staring at the suddenly shortened sticks in their hands. His sword. Watch out for his sword. Every flower has its meaning to bloom. And blood blossoms are no different. Kahilo's figure ghosted into the right flank of soldiers attempting to encircle them. Facing several spears thrust at once, he slid forward, his body weaving at a subtle angle between the shafts. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he crossed his 2 blades and struck. Gentlemen's praise, bloody waltz. Before the words faded, his body began spinning rapidly, the twin swords becoming a silver wheel of light. Uft, uft. The dull thuds of blades cutting flesh echoed in quick succession. The two spear wielders at the front froze mid-motion, staring down in disbelief at the thick scale armor on their chests, now split open with two deep crossed wounds gushing blood. Before their screams could escape, Kahilo flitted past them like a butterfly among flowers, spinning his blades back. The edge swept across the throat of a sword-and-shield soldier on the flank, sending a spray of dazzling blood mist. Unarmed Isaac guarded the flank of Sammy and Leon. Facing incoming swords and spears, he did not dodge. Instead, he punched out with a single blow. Rock shatter collapse. Thud. A muffled sound, and the iron-bound thick wooden shield was shattered into pieces by that punch. The soldier didn't even have time to grunt before flying backward. Isaac's steps didn't stop. His other hand caught the blade of a sword, swung from the side, twisted it, and wrenched it away. Then he struck back with the blade, cutting down the ambusher. Fierce battles erupted across the courtyard, a cacophony of metal clashing shouts and cries of pain. Though few in number, Sammy's team advanced steadily through the thickening wall of human flesh. Don't be afraid. There are only a few of them. Archers. Musketeers. Aim. Hashim parried a heavy strike from Aldo and roared, expecting arrows and lead bullets to rain down from above. But his answer was only a few sporadic gunshots, followed by brief screams and the dull thuds of bodies falling from heights. What's happening? Fire. Uft. A soft, almost inaudible sound drowned by the noise of the courtyard. From the corner of his eye, Hashim saw an archer on the third floor of the main building. Just as he drew his bowstring, the archer's head snapped backward, and his body slumped limply over the railing, tumbling down. What's going on? Uft. Uft. Two more soft sounds, almost simultaneous. On the left rooftop, two musketeers loading their matchlock guns shuddered at the same time, blood blossoms blooming on their chests. They screamed and rolled off the roof. A sniper. There's an accomplice of theirs in the distance. On a distant high point, Fitch's rifle muzzle emitted a faint wisp of black smoke. The chaotic battle and dim light perfectly masked his long-range kills. Stop staring. Your opponent is me. Aldo swung his heavy mace again. Block them. Charge. A squad leader-type figure led a group of soldiers rushing forward. Leon, stay behind me. Sammy took a deep breath, and on the bare skin of his arms a layer of pale, purple venom rapidly gathered. Then he swept his arms forward in a cross motion, spraying the venom into the air. Poison Fall's thousand-needle rain. In an instant, a massive fan of purple venom cascaded forward, covering an area nearly 20 meters wide. What is that? Dodge! Shouts turned instantly into blood-curdling screams. Soldiers hit squarely by the venom felt a dense, stinging sensation on exposed skin and thin clothing, as if pierced by countless fine needles. The stinging quickly turned into burning pain, and they dropped their weapons, falling to the ground, writhing and screaming. This created a gap in the front line, temporarily incapacitating the soldiers ahead. Now, break through toward the main gate. Hearing this, Aldo swung a heavy horizontal strike to drive back Hashim. No more playing with you, big guy. You bastard. Trying to flee. Stop them. Don't let them escape. Blood trickled from Hashim's lips as he roared and attempted to pursue. Uft, uft, uft. A few more pinpoint shots blocked their pursuit. 6 figures swiftly vanished into the darkness of Yukawa Port. Almost as they landed from a high point in a distant abandoned warehouse, Fitch stowed his sniper rifle and ran toward the port with astonishing speed. Damn it. Go inform the nearby navy at once. Yukawa Port is under attack by evil pirates. I must report this heinous incident to His Majesty the King. Brew brew. Brew brew. In the dead of night, the communications room of the Alabasta outpost base attached to the Marine G2 branch echoed with the ringing of a transponder snail. Hello? This is the Alabasta outpost base attached to the Marine G2 branch. The transponder snail mimicked a face of anxiety. Hello? Hello? This is the garrison of Yukawa Port, Alabasta Kingdom. The port prison has just been violently invaded and broken into by evil pirates. The guards have suffered heavy casualties, and the prisoners have been taken. They're now fleeing toward the docks, requesting immediate marine support. The operator's drowsiness vanished instantly. Received. Situation noted. Please keep the line open. Support is on its way. The Marine who received the message stiffened his expression, swiftly recorded the key information, then grabbed the logbook and dashed to the base commander's room, knocking on the door. Report. Captain Buligulasi. Emergency. A slightly lazy female voice came from inside. What is it? Captain, it's bad. We've just received an urgent distress call from Yukawa Port, Alabasta. A group of vicious pirates attacked the port prison and carried out an armed jailbreak. The door opened, and a tall female Marine officer stepped out wearing a yellow dress and fastening a deep blue tie. What's going on? The blonde captain, known as Captain Buligulasi, raised an eyebrow as she gently pushed her sunglasses up to the top of her head, taking the logbook and several attached wanted posters from her subordinate. Quite a sizable operation. Have you found out which pirate crew did this? Who's the leader? The Marine pointed at the wanted posters. Based on cross-referencing of eyewitness accounts and residual intelligence, we've confirmed the involvement of at least the following high-bounty criminals. The Predator Libela Sammy bounty 99 million berry. The Iron Rudder Isaac bounty 24 million berry. The Bone Crusher Kate Airjuo bounty 40 million berry. Additionally, intelligence indicates the captains of the Twilight Pirates and the Cormorant Pirates are also involved. That many. Captain Buligulacy's gaze swept quickly across the wanted posters, pausing briefly on Sammy's poster, which bore a bloodthirsty grin. These bastards. I recall that the bounties of several of them were recently raised significantly after the incident in the Tsigu Kingdom. Looks like a bunch of restless troublemakers. Yes, Captain. What's more troublesome is that from the current intelligence analysis, the Jellyfish Pirates, the Twilight Pirates, and the Cormorant Pirates have either temporarily merged into one force or have formed some kind of pirate alliance. The enemy this time is formidable in both numbers and quality. Captain Buligulacy put her sunglasses back on, stepped into the room, and draped the Marine's Justice cloak over her shoulders. An alliance. A mob of rabble is still rabble, but we can't afford to be careless. Issue the order. The outpost base is to enter level 2 combat readiness. Immediately mobilize all deployable warships in the base with maximum firepower configuration. I want them ready at the port within half an hour. She stepped out of the room. At the same time, contact the G2 branch headquarters to inform them we are in action and request remote support if needed. Target Ukawa Port Alabasta. Let's go welcome these ill-mannered guests. Yes, Captain Buligulacy. The Marine saluted and sprinted off to relay the orders. Only after the Marine had run far away did Buligulacy slowly exhale. She walked to the window, gazing at the port below that was beginning to stir. She took off her glasses and rubbed her brow. 99 million. She smirked at her own blurred reflection in the glass. Better not just be rabble. Otherwise it would be too dull. Alabasta Kingdom Ukawa Port. Sammy and his crew burst out from the dim alleyways, heading straight for the swordfish docked at the berth. Immediately more intense sounds of footsteps and clanking armor echoed from the main road of the port. The regular garrison of the port, alerted by the prison's alarm, was surging in en masse. Quick, get on the ship. Sammy led the way, leaping onto the deck via the gangplank with the rest following closely. Is everyone on board? Fiki. Boss, I'm here. Lads. Cast off. Hoist the sails. The crew of the Swordfish, who had been waiting on standby, acted immediately. The mooring lines were cut directly, and the sails rose with the sound of pulleys and ropes. Don't let them escape. Block the berth. Stop that ship. Fire. Aim for their sails and rudder. The soldiers, armed with muskets and bows, quickly formed ranks at the edge of the dock, attempting a final interception. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted. Lead bullets rained against the Swordfish's hull and masts, producing dull thuds. Boom. A muffled blast came from the Swordfish's stern. A cannonball roared out from the stern gun, smashing violently near the area where the dock soldiers were lined up. The fierce explosion shattered stacked barrels and cargo into splinters. Several soldiers who failed to dodge were thrown by the shockwave, crashing to the ground with screams. Up. Huh. Good shot. Brother Fiki, fine cannon. What are you waiting for? Open fire. Let them taste our power. At Marcus's command, the others also grabbed a motley assortment of firearms and returned fire. These were treasures they had borrowed from other pirate crews on Shaohuayuan. In an instant, the Swordfish's broadside erupted with return fire no less intense than that of the garrison. Though most of them were poor shots, the sheer volume was overwhelming, sending fragments of stone flying from the dock edge. The soldiers were forced to take cover, and their pursuit momentarily stalled. Hey, move aside, move aside. Check out this treasure I found last time. A crewman shouted excitedly, hauling a rugged-looking rocket launcher from the hold. He loaded it swiftly, hoisted the launcher onto his shoulder, and took a rough aim at the firelit dock area. Folks of Alabasta, taste this. The big rocket's coming. Boom. A thick trail of fire-dragging smoke slammed into the cargo storage area near the pier. An explosion more violent than the stern cannon erupted, accompanied by a towering blaze. Though it didn't hit the center of the crowd, the raging shockwave instantly knocked over a dozen nearby soldiers. Worse still, the scattered burning debris ignited the stacked wooden crates and tarpaulins. A massive fire roared to life, spreading across the area and turning it into a sea of flames, completely blocking the pursuers' assembly and pursuit routes. Ha ha ha, nicely done. Aldo, carrying his spiked club, roared toward the dock, engulfed in fire and chaos. Bye-bye, folks of Alabasta. No need to see us off. This taunting farewell, mixed with the pirates' arrogant laughter, drifted back to the dock. Damn it. You pirates, just wait. If I ever get my hands on you. The Swordfish had just departed from Alabaston, and the entire crew was still immersed in the exhilaration of the successful rescue, outwitting the pursuers and making a clean getaway. Haha, look at those guys jumping around on the dock. The captain is amazing, charging into the prison just like that. Huh. Just then the lookout on the crow's nest sounded an alarm. Captain, Captain, a ship ahead. No, a fleet. Sammy's heart tightened. He grabbed the telescope and rushed to the bow. Sure enough, on the dark horizon ahead, the silhouettes of 3 ships emerged, approaching them in an intercept formation. All hands on alert. As the distance closed, the image in the telescope became clear. 3 standard-issue Navy warships. It's the Navy. They came fast. Sammy lowered the telescope. All hands battle stations. Navy ahead. Give it 120%. Marcus stared at the 3 steel behemoths approaching in a pincer formation. 3 against 1. Trouble. With the Navy blocking ahead and Alabastan behind, if they wanted to reach the next island, they had to break through this Navy blockade. Meanwhile, a female voice amplified through a din-din mushy cut through the wind. Attention, pirate ship ahead. This is the Alabastan Sea Patrol fleet attached to Navy G2 branch. I am Commander Colonel Buligulasi. I order you to lower sails and stop immediately for inspection. Repeat, stop immediately. Otherwise we will use force and sink you. Stop. Dream on Navy. Aldo spat fiercely. Boss, they've blocked the route. Should we turn? Sammy's eyes quickly scanned the 3 approaching warships, then glanced back at the receding coastline of Alabastan. No turning. Turning will lose speed and make it easier to be surrounded. A mere Navy colonel. Full speed ahead. Charge through them. Isaac, lead the navigation team and be ready for damage repair. Fitch artillery crew, get into position, fire at will to disrupt them. Aldo battle team, prepare for boarding. If we want to get through, we have to crush them. Aight. On the Navy flagship. Colonel Buligulasi. The Jellyfish Pirates show no signs of slowing down. Instead, they are accelerating to charge our formation. Buligulasi raised an eyebrow and pushed her sunglasses to the top of her head. Oh, trying to force through. Courageous but foolish. Order. Right flank ship, accelerate to outflank and cut off their retreat. Left flank ship, maintain distance and suppress with fire. Main ship, calibrate main cannons on their rudder and sails, give them a greeting first. Aye, Colonel. Entering range. Fitch yelled on the swordfish. Fire. Almost simultaneously, the cannons on both sides roared. Boom, 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 boom. Tins of firelights intertwined in the darkness. The whistling of shells merged into one, and towering water columns erupted on the sea surface. On the deck of the swordfish, Marcus and Kahalo transformed into 2 blurry streaks of blade light, cleaving the shells in midair as best they could. Aldo was even more ferocious, roaring and swinging his mace, using brute force to smash the shells. Get the hell out of my way. Explosions flashed around him. Shockwaves sent him staggering. Smoke blackened his rugged face, but with his monstrous physique, he roared and stood firm time and again. Despite intercepting most, several shells still hit the swordfish. Boom. Crack. Hit on the side. Minor hull damage, under repair. Don't stop. Keep charging. Keep firing. Hit them hard. The swordfish's cannons fought back fiercely, gunners operating various artillery pieces, causing explosions on the target ships. However, both in accuracy and sustained firepower, they were clearly outmatched by the well-trained Navy gun crews. More importantly, the Navy warships were primarily steel-structured, far sturdier than wooden sailing ships, so the damage inflicted by the swordfish's cannons was relatively limited. If their gunnery accuracy is better than expected, they're not entirely a rabble. Pity. Buligulasi lowered the telescope, clearly losing patience. Playtime is over. All hands prepare for boarding. Let them see the gap between regular forces and sea rogues. The 2 side ships closed in at high speed amidst deafening gunfire and thick smoke, the distance rapidly shrinking. The swordfish suddenly made a strange turn, no longer heading straight for the central flagship, but lunging toward the left flanking warship, seemingly trying to break through from the relatively weaker side. Nice try. Buligulasi instantly saw through their intention. The flagship's signal flags waved, and the 3 warships flexibly adjusted formation, quickly closing in, instead trapping the attempted flanking swordfish into an encirclement. Throw grappling hooks. Board. With a command from the Navy officer, countless ropes with iron hooks flew from the 2 warships, firmly latching onto the swordfish's railing. Cut the ropes. But many Navy soldiers had already leaped onto the swordfish's deck using ropes and gangplanks. For justice. Kill these pirates. Brothers, fight our way out. The 2 forces crashed into each other like 2 opposing torrents. The clashing of blades, the roar of muskets, shouts and screams instantly filled the swordfish's deck, and the smell of blood quickly spread. Amidst the chaos, a tall figure draped in a justice cloak lightly leaped from the Navy flagship, and after a few bounds landed steadily at the very center of the swordfish's deck. Her white justice cloak fluttered in the wind, and her yellow dress stood out strikingly among the fighting men. I am Colonel Buligulasi of the Navy G2 branch. She adjusted her sunglasses. Cease pointless resistance, surrender immediately. Your pirate path ends here. A female colonel. The pirates were taken aback. In the West Sea, female Navy officers were extremely rare, let alone such a young and beautiful field-grade officer. Aldo shook his soot-blackened face. I don't care if you're male or female, if your Navy, shut up. Take this. He ignored her surrender demand and swung his mace horizontally at Buligulasi's waist. Oh, full of spirit, big guy. Facing this thunderous strike, Buligulasi only slightly ducked with incredible flexibility and speed, the vicious wind from the mace grazing her hair. Then with a nimble and swift somersault, as Aldo leaned forward from the force of his swing, her figure suddenly rose, her long legs crossed like scissors, and she directly rode onto Aldo's broad shoulders, simultaneously locking his neck tightly. Erjuo was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a response. The pirates on the deck who noticed this scene were also dumbfounded. What kind of move was that? So envious. Wait, what am I thinking? Erjuo, shake her off quickly. Makusi shouted urgently. Erjuo then snapped out of his shock, angrily reaching back to grab. Get off me. However, Buligulesi's movements were faster. She pressed her hand like lightning against the back of Erjuo's neck. Buzz. A strange ripple spread out, and a semicircular ring resembling a saddle handle emerged prominently from beneath Erjuo's skin. Buligulesi firmly grasped the handle that had appeared out of thin air. Good, Buligulesi chuckled lightly. Then you will be my first mount. Charge, big guy. The next moment, a scene that shocked all the pirates occurred. Erjuo's eyes were slightly dazed, and he actually turned his spiked club and smashed it fiercely at one of his own crew members who was about to ambush a marine. Brother Erjuo, what are you doing? Fortunately, that crew member reacted swiftly and threw himself to the ground. The spiked club grazed his back and slammed into the deck, leaving a deep pit. Watch out. Brother Erjuo has been controlled. Stop him. No, get out of the way. A few anxious pirates tried to rush up and restrain him, but were instead sent flying by Erjuo's wild sweep, crashing into the crowd with screams. Bastard. Give Erjuo back. Makusi's eyes were blazing with rage as he drew his blade and tried to charge forward, but was intercepted by a swift figure. Your opponent is me, pirate sir. A slightly flippant young male voice sounded. Blocking his way was a seemingly frail male Marine lieutenant commander, holding a pair of metal spikes resembling giant acupuncture needles. Marine G2 Branch Medical Officer and Special Operations Team Lieutenant Commander Kalin, nice to meet you. Get lost. Enraged Makusi slashed fiercely at Kalin with his blade, but the latter parried with exquisite stabs. Amid the clang of metal, Makusi found himself unable to break free. Meanwhile, the controlled Erjuo had transformed into a terrifying beast of destruction on the deck, rampaging under Buligulesi's command. Not only did he break the formation the pirates had struggled to maintain, but his indiscriminate berserk attacks also forced his former comrades to dodge miserably, unable to fully focus on the approaching marine soldiers. The tide of battle turned sharply. Buligulesi, riding on Erjuo's shoulders, looked down from above, her gaze piercing through the chaotic battlefield to lock onto Sami. Predator Sami, aren't you going to act? Letting your subordinates fight each other. That's not what a qualified captain does. Sami narrowed his eyes, staring at the handle in Buligulesi's hand. It's a devil fruit ability. Paramecia. Good eye. I am the ride fruit user, the rider. Now this big guy is under my command. Are you still going to put up a desperate fight? A controlling type devil fruit. It seems we have to get her off Erjuo's body. But Buligulesi was too high up, and she used Erjuo's massive body and berserk attacks as cover, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to reach her. You handle the other marines. Leave this colonel to me. Before his words faded, Sami shot like an arrow straight toward Buligulesi. Capture the leader first. Good idea, but too naive. Buligulesi sneered, maneuvering Erjuo to swing the spiked club down at him. Sami ducked and sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the heavy blow, and struck at Buligulesi with his venom-covered right fist. Buligulesi reacted swiftly, maneuvering Erjuo to leap sideways and retreat, while Erjuo's free left hand clenched into a fist and punched at Sami. Sami was forced to change his move and block. Bang! Fist and arm clashed, and Sami was knocked back 2 steps, secretly shocked. Erjuo's strength had become even more terrifying after being controlled. It's useless, Predator Sami. Surrender. You don't want to fight your own comrades, do you? As she spoke, she controlled Erjuo to launch an even fiercer attack, the spiked club forming a devastating black storm that forced Sami to dodge repeatedly, unable to get close. The situation on the deck was increasingly unfavorable for the swordfish. The core combatant Erjuo had turned traitor. Although the members of the Jellyfish Pirates were individually stronger, the Marines had an absolute advantage in numbers, coordination, and equipment. The pirates began to be split, and suppressed casualties starting to appear. Can't drag this out. Sami's eyes hardened, and a dangerous thought flashed through his mind. He no longer persisted in attacking Buligulesi high above, but suddenly shifted his target to Erjuo's lower body. Venom instantly condensed on his right foot, and a swift whip-like low sweep kick slammed into the back of Erjuo's knee. Although the kick was mostly blocked by Erjuo's thick calf muscles, the potent paralyzing toxin attached to it took effect instantly. Erjuo's massive body tilted involuntarily, his balance shattered, and his berserk assault momentarily stalled. Now, seizing the moment of imbalance, Sami ignored Erjuo's swinging giant arm, fully coated his right arm with venom until it turned purple-black and gleaming, and thrust it straight at Buligulesi on Erjuo's shoulder. This was a desperate move to save the siege by attacking the relief. Buligulesi's pupils contracted. It was too late to maneuver Erjuo to dodge fully. She made a snap decision, pushing off Erjuo's shoulders with her legs and leaping backward into a backflip. The moment she left, the eerie handle on the back of Erjuo's neck vanished instantly. Sami's venomous fist grazed Erjuo's shoulder. The venom corroded his clothes and a little skin, but the burning pain instantly brought him back to his senses. I just... Erjuo shook his head, dazedly looking at the spiked club in his hand and the chaotic deck around him. Then rage surged up. You treacherous marine. Stand down, leave this guy to me. Sami stepped forward, blocking the enraged Erjuo, and formed a brief standoff with the gracefully landing Jellyfish on the deck, filled with corpses and smoke. Jellyfish landed lightly, her heels not yet steady when Sami had already lunged close. Close quarters combat. This was exactly Sami's forte. Grapple and ride. Jellyfish did not evade the charging Sami, but instead actively met him. Her hands shot out like eagle claws, lightning fast, aiming for Sami's shoulders and neck. A standard grappling and throwing initiation, intending to instantly suppress him with technique and re-establish a riding relationship. However, in the split second of being grabbed, jellyfish fruit partial beast form. The muscles and skin of Sami's captured shoulders and arms instantly underwent a strange writhing covered with a layer of extremely slippery, translucent mucus. Jellyfish's seemingly sure grip slipped off without any purchase. Not only did it slip, but Sami also used the momentum of her forward charge, twisted his body and hips, and unleashed a long-prepared whip kick from below upward. This strike landed squarely on Jellyfish's chest and abdomen. Thump! With a heavy, dull thud, Jellyfish's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. Instead, she was jolted by the force, releasing her grip and staggering backward, her riding attempt thoroughly disrupted. She let out a muffled groan, staggering back several steps before barely steadying herself, her face showing for the first time a mixture of pain and incredulous shock. She raised her head and looked at Sami before her. At this moment, Sami's upper body had undergone a significant change. His arms became flexible and elongated, and on his shoulders and back, translucent membrane-like structures faintly fluttered, presenting a pale pink appearance overall. Cough. As expected from a jellyfish who ate the animal-type human fruit. Jellyfish wiped the corner of her mouth lightly, her eyes gleaming brighter. I didn't expect you to be so refined in using your ability, able to partially transform and use skill to overcome strength. It seems I underestimated you, Predator Sami. Off the coast of Alabasta, the air was thick with smoke. The battle aboard the swordfish's deck had reached its white-hot climax. Brugula's gave a light backward leap, putting distance between herself and Sami. For a creature as seemingly gentle as a jellyfish, you've developed the human fruit in such a devious, twisted way. You really are something, Captain Sami. She straightened her slightly askew sunglasses. Unfortunately for you, your opponent is me. My ride fruit excels at controlling all kinds of mounts, including things you'd never expect. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly bent down and slammed her palm against the wooden deck of the swordfish. Riding brand ship. From. An invisible shockwave rippled outward from the center of her palm. The next instant, a faintly glowing handle materialized in midair before her hand, exactly like the one that had appeared behind Aldo's neck earlier. Wait, no way. A sharp-eyed pirate suddenly realized what this meant and shouted in alarm. Without hesitation, Brugula's seized the handle created by her ability. At almost the same moment, a terrified cry came from the helmsman near the wheel. Captain, the wheel won't obey. It's moving on its own. What have you done to my ship, eh? Sami's eyes turned to ice in an instant. Brugula's curled the corner of her mouth. I just said a simple hello to it. The true power of the ride fruit isn't as simple as controlling animals or people. Anything that is theoretically recognized as something that can be ridden or used as a mount, I can exert my influence over. Granted, I can't fully control a massive steel vessel like a marine warship yet, but maneuvering your wooden sailing ship, that's as easy as can be. Captain, look at the cannons. Another pirate shrieked. With a strange creaking groan, the mounts of the fixed cannons on the deck shifted and the muzzles turned by themselves, as if alive, aiming at the pirates aboard the ship. Your ability is truly repulsive. Sami's aura grew more dangerous by the second. I'll blast you off my ship. If you've got the guts, try it, jellyfish captain. Brugula's taunted. Boom, boom, boom. The seized cannons roared. Sami's figure flashed repeatedly and easily dodged the shells, but every round slammed into the swordfish's hull, masts, and deck. Wood splinters flew and screams rose one after another, adding new wounds to the already battered swordfish. You are looking for death. A furious roar drowned out the thunder of the explosions. In his hybrid beast form, Sami's speed surged. He kicked off the deck with both legs and shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring. Both arms had become as supple as whips coated in lethal purple-black venom. With ear-piercing shrieks as they cut through the air, they lashed at Brugula's from left and right like constricting pythons. Jellyfish martial art, twin whip strangulation. Brugula's did not dare take it lightly. She instantly released the ship's control ring. Alternating between Soru and Kamii, Her figure flickered across the deck, continuously narrowly evading the vicious, venomous lashes. Sammy's assault came like a raging storm, giving her no chance to apply her riding brand again. Huh. I never imagined a jellyfish like you could develop the human fruit to such a level. Brugulus' breathing grew slightly quick. The intense consecutive evasions were taking a toll. Humph. Sammy briefly withdrew his stance, his body returning to its human form. You can't win this. Why not let us go now? It'll be better for everyone. Impossible. When the Marines meet pirates, there are only two outcomes: arrest and execution on the spot. There's no reason to let a tiger back into the mountain. Brugulus straightened up her justice coat, snapping in the sea breeze. Then Marine Captain. Sammy tilted his head, killing intent radiating thick as physical force. Have you decided how you want to die? Brugulus steadied her sunglasses, unmoved by the deathly threat bearing down on her. Humph. Once you're in impel down, let's see if you still have the nerve to talk like that. Your ability, the ride fruit, is certainly amusing. But this is as far as it goes. Oh, do you want to taste what it's like to be ridden yourself? Brugulus shot back with a cold laugh. Your ability won't work on me. Sammy growled, suddenly channeling the full power of his devil fruit. Poison armor possession. This time the pale purple venom was no longer limited to his arms. It rapidly seeped from every pore across his entire body. In the blink of an eye, Sammy seemed to be wearing a suit of liquid armor dripping with poison. He spread his arms wide in provocation. Come on. If you've got the guts, try riding me. Brugulus' expression turned grave. With his entire body coated in venom, any direct physical contact became extremely dangerous. This all but completely sealed off the use of her ride fruit ability. But she was after all an elite of Marine headquarters. In a flash, she made her decision. Since there was no room for trickery, she would crush him head-on with overwhelming strength. Then have it your way. With a sharp battle cry, her figure vanished, only to reappear the next instant at Sammy's side. Fists, feet, fingers, and knees turned into countless afterimages raining down on him in a violent storm. She unleashed the essence of Rokushiki to dazzling effect, seeking to crush him through sheer power, speed, and technique. In terms of combat technique, Brugulus, as a Marine headquarters captain, was naturally superior. But in terms of raw physical constitution, Sammy had the slight edge. Moreover, Sammy was completely unconcerned. Protected by his poison armor, he abandoned almost all defense, counterattacking with every punch and kick wrapped in venom, trading injury for injury. Brugulus, by contrast, was constrained. Though her techniques were ingenious, she had to be extremely careful not to touch the venom directly, which silently diminished her offense. With one side waxing and the other waning, the verdict was clear. Thud, thud, crack. Amid the exchange of blows, no matter how careful she was, the toxin still crept into Brugulus' body through contact. Brugulus' movements began to slow, her breathing grew rapid and ragged, and cold sweat beaded on her brow, sure signs that the venom was taking effect. Got you. Sammy's eyes blazed with savage light. He took a heavy side kick head-on, then seized Brugulus' leg and drove a massive fist upwards, slamming it squarely into her abdomen. Venom Fong Sting. NGH. Brugulus' eyes flew wide, and every movement of hers froze on the spot. That punch carried enough force to shatter stone monuments, and it also injected a highly concentrated paralytic venom directly into her body. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Her vision blurred rapidly, and the strength in her body ebbed away like a receding tide. Under the horrified gazes of her subordinates, the proud Marine captain swayed, and unable to hold on any longer, slowly crumpled to the deck. Before she lost consciousness, the last image seared into her retinas was Sammy's fist still dripping venom. Captain! The Marines around her cried in shock. Having defeated his strongest opponent, Sammy did not pause. He immediately turned his attention to the other Marines who had boarded. Venom Waterfall, Thousand Needle Rain Curtain. A wide spray of venom drenched a swath of fighting Marines, paralyzing them and dropping them in an instant. Quick! Tie up every Marine who got on board. The Swordfish crew's morale shot to its peak. With roars, they pounced, quickly overpowered the helpless Marines and bound them tightly with hawsers. Sammy climbed to the highest point of the bow, raised the unconscious Brugulus high overhead with one hand like a trophy, and shouted with all his might at the 3 Marine warships that were trying to close in again. Look closely, all of you. Who is this? Hey, stop the bombardment. Open the encirclement. Otherwise I'll throw her overboard right now and feed her to the fish. Uproar swept across the 3 warships. Every cannon and encircling maneuver froze at once. The commanding officer's face turned livid and his fists clenched until their knuckles crackled. They could endure casualties and accept defeat, but they absolutely could not stand by while a Marine headquarters captain was executed by pirates before their very eyes. Stop. Everyone stop. They have the captain. Good. Now open a path. For every minute you delay, I throw another person overboard. In extreme unwillingness and frustration, the 3 warships grudgingly moved apart, revealing a narrow passage. Now's the time. Set all sails. Full speed ahead. The Swordfish, despite its wounded hull, strained its canvas to the limit and shot out through the narrow gap left by the Marine warships. Once they had gained some distance, Sammy immediately sent Isaac to inspect the ship's damage. The marine bombardment, the hijacked cannon barrage, and the boarding battle had left the swordfish badly wounded. Then his gaze swept over the captured marines tied up in bundles and finally settled on the unconscious Brigulus. "Boss, what do we do with these marine scum?" Aldo wiped the blood and grime from his face, the murderous gleam in his eyes unconcealed. A few crew members also gathered around, knives in hand. "Kill them." "No." Sammy glanced at the 3 warships tailing them. They weren't far off, and they were surely watching this spot closely through spyglasses. Besides, Viver cards were not exactly rare. Even if they dragged the prisoners below deck to do the deed, the moment the Viver cards began to burn, the warships behind them would absolutely charge in like mad dogs. Given the swordfish's current state, 2 more broadsides would make it a miracle if the ship didn't fall apart, let alone outrun them. Keep them. That wouldn't work either. As long as they remained on the ship, those 3 tails behind them would keep following. They would report the swordfish's position to the Marines in real time. Within 2 days, there would be far more than 3 warships hunting them. It would be a much larger fleet, and perhaps even more troublesome big names. Can't kill them, can't keep them. A cold glint flashed deep in Sammy's eyes. "Although, Marcus." "Yeah, boss." "See our guests off." Sammy jerked his chin toward the ship's railing. "Throw them far out and scatter them." Aldo blinked, then grinned savagely as realization dawned. "Heh, got it." He had been holding in a bellyful of anger. Marcus nodded, silently stepped forward and grabbed another marine. "No. What are you doing? What are you doing? You pirates. You'll die horribly." The prisoners realized what was about to happen and began thrashing and cursing in terror. Sammy paid them no heed. He had calculated that the Marines would never abandon their comrades. Once these men were flung into the sea, the 3 warships behind would have to stop the chase and focus entirely on fishing them out. And away you go. Aldo's arm muscles bulged as he hurled the first Marine far out into the sea like a javelin. Splash, 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 splash. The sound of bodies hitting the water rang out in rapid succession. The sea erupted into a chaos of splashes and terrified cries for help. "Bastards!" They threw the men into the sea. "Stop the chase. Launch the boats. Rescue them. Prioritize rescue." As Sammy had expected, the commander on the rear warship nearly vomited blood at the sight, yet he had no choice but to scream out rescue orders. The orderly pursuit formation instantly collapsed. The 3 warships clumsily slowed and turned, lowered countless small boats, and swept frantic lights across the waves. "This is it. Set all sails. Full speed. Get out of this sea." The swordfish seemed to sense its chance to escape alive. Its sails swelled to the maximum, and despite its battered body, its speed abruptly surged as it raced into the distance, quickly leaving the chaotic rescue scene behind. Only after confirming that no enemy ships remained in sight did Sammy slowly let out a long breath. After a long while under her subordinates' anxious calls and rescue efforts, Brigulus, brought back onto the flagship, coughed violently, choking up mouthfuls of seawater, and finally opened her eyes. Then, supported by her subordinates, she struggled to her feet. Her soaked justice coat clung heavily to her back. Though her abdomen still throbbed with searing pain and numbness, her gaze stayed fixed on the direction in which the swordfish had vanished. "Signalman, record the entire account of this engagement. Note the Jellyfish Pirates' final heading, the ship's characteristics, and details of their crew's abilities. Send a detailed alert and tracking request to G2 Branch and Marine Headquarters immediately." She gripped the ship's railing tightly. "They won't get away." The sea breeze stirred her wet, tangled blonde hair. Slowly she took off the sunglasses covered in a web of cracks and clutched them tightly in her hand. The swordfish in the waters of the Grand Line. The swordfish raced at full speed until the silhouettes of the 3 Marine warships were utterly swallowed beneath the distant horizon. Only then did the taut bowstring-like tension on the deck abruptly slacken. Yet in its wake surged a tide of pain and exhaustion. "Quick, carry the severely wounded to the medical bay. Ship's doctor. Mr. Hilliolic. This side needs priority treatment. Brother Isaac, please take some people to check the hull damage, especially the spots that were hit. Give me a hand. Be careful, his leg might be broken." The deck instantly bustled into chaos, a symphony of shouts, clanging tools, and cries of pain. Sammy stood alone on the quarterdeck, silently watching it all. Though he was also wounded, it was not severe, and under his extraordinary self-healing ability, the bleeding had already stopped. At this moment, he chose not to add to the commotion. After watching for a while, he turned and walked toward the helm. Before the wheel, Hans remained fully focused, his hands steady on the rudder. "Hans, boss." Hans turned his head at the sound, his body still maintaining the steering posture. "We've shaken them off. Relax. Lock the wheel and take a break." "What's the next island?" Hans finally let out a long breath, his shoulders visibly relaxing. "Boss, according to the current course in the direction of the log post, the next record is Autumn Island, Borsal Island. At our current speed, if the wind and current don't change significantly, we should arrive in about 7 days." "Borsal Island." Sammy frowned almost imperceptibly. "Shouldn't the next island be Jaya?" In his memory, the next stop after leaving Alabasta was clearly Jaya, from which they would ascend to Skypiea via the knock-up stream. Was it because the current route differed from decades later, or? Hans was taken aback by Sammy's question. He lowered his head again, carefully cross-referencing the readings of the eternal pose in his hand with the chart markings, then shook his head with certainty. Boss, you might have mixed up the routes. After departing from Alabasta, the log pose does point to Autumn Island, Borsal Island. Only after recording there will the needle recalibrate and point to the next stop, which is the Jaya you mentioned. Is that so? Sammy fell silent for a moment. A navigator's judgment and the log pose's direction could not lie. Perhaps he truly had misremembered, or perhaps the sea routes themselves harbored subtle differences that even time could not fully unravel. I must have been mistaken. Follow the needle's guidance. Maintain course. Yes, boss. Hans turned his attention back to the wheel and the chart. Sammy turned and left the helm, heading toward the noisy bow. Aldo. Where's Aldo? Fitch, who was helping carry the wounded, looked up. Boss, Aldo says his whole body hurts. The ship's doctor checked him and said it's a severe muscle tear and internal shock from overexertion. He's been forced to rest in the cabin. All right, let him lie low. Fitch, notify everyone we need to repair and treat as quickly as possible. We have 7 days of voyage. Before reaching Borsal Island, we must restore most of our combat strength. Understood, boss. Sammy said no more and turned toward the captain's quarters at the stern. Closing the door shut out most of the external noise. He took a deep breath, sat down at the desk, and spread open the logbook wrapped in waterproof oilcloth. Just as Sammy was writing the date and the words Battle of the Alabasta Offshore Breakout, he suddenly thought of something and paused his pen. The deal with the intermediary Jillian. Originally agreed to be concluded in Alabasta. Now, with such a huge commotion, the entire Alabasta kingdom was likely under high alert. There was no way to conduct the transaction there. The next port of call, Borsal Island, might be a good choice. Sammy closed the logbook, his fingers unconsciously tapping the wooden desktop. 7 days of voyage were a precious period for rest and preparation for future uncertainties. Borsal Island. Narration on the Grand Line, where climate, magnetism, and currents are all capricious and treacherous. Countless generations of navigators have explored with their lives, eventually establishing 7 relatively stable and swift main routes. By strictly following the log pose and sailing along one of these routes, one can reach the end with relative safety. However, relative safety does not mean the absence of variables. Once a ship deviates from the predetermined course due to naval battle, storm, or other accidents, it may enter uncharted waters beyond the main routes. At that point, the needle of the log pose will shift to point toward an island with stronger magnetism, thus altering the entire route. Just as years later Nami said that the next island after Alabasta was Autumn Island, but due to Hina's pursuit they deviated from the course, and the powerful magnetism of Skypiea forcibly rewritten the direction of the needle. Marine Headquarters, Marineford Supreme Strategy Room. Around the heavy wooden table, over a dozen Marine officers in justice coats sat upright with solemn expressions. On the projection screen at the front of the meeting room, an urgent report with images from G2 branch was being displayed, presented by Captain Nelson. The final image froze on a blurry shot of a 3-masted ship breaking through the smoke and siege, along with a brief description of Captain Bragulatha's injury and capture. In conclusion, this is the emergency combat report and preliminary threat assessment submitted by Captain Bragulath of G2 branch regarding the Medusa Pirates' armed prison break violent attack on the Kingdom of Alabasta's Royal Guards and our Marine Patrol fleet and their successful breakout at Flowerport, Alabasta. Captain Nelson, who was presenting, finished his statement, distributed copies of several documents to the assembled officers, and fixed related photos and wanted posters onto the tactical board with magnets. Presiding over the meeting was the current Fleet Admiral Kong, who stood with arms crossed at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping across every face in the room. Regarding the emergency report from Captain Bragulath of G2 branch and the series of extremely severe cross-border attacks and confrontations with the Marines recently perpetrated by the Medusa Pirates and the Predator Rabila Sami crew, what are your opinions? A brief silence broken only by the rustling of papers. This Medusa Pirates again. Vice Admiral Yashio Lard, wearing round glasses, spoke first. We haven't fully dealt with the domestic protests and the world government's inquiries yet. Now they've escalated to openly attacking another member nation, Alabasta, carrying out an armed prison break and decisively defeating a fleet commanded by a Marine captain. Isn't this pace of action and escalation too fast? Vice Admiral Lard, your wording is too mild. This is not provocation or escalation. This is outright warfare. Vice Admiral Journeyer Base, known for his hardline stance, slammed the table. Attacking 2 world government member nations in succession, decisively defeating and capturing a Marine field officer. This is tantamount to declaring war on the world government's order and the Marines' authority. I believe the immediate priority is to drastically raise their bounties to show the world the Marines' resolve to eradicate this scum. We must use higher bounties to make all pirates understand the consequences of crossing this red line. Raising the bounties, I fully agree. Rear Admiral Suddy, sitting across from base, frowned deeply, repeatedly flipping through the file. But what concerns me more is this file. About a year ago, this pirate group completely vanished, only to reappear recently in the Drum Kingdom. After reappearing, their strength and threat level have increased exponentially. Where did they go during that missing year? What did they experience? Is there some unknown support behind them? This question hit the crux of the matter. Several officers exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing heavier. This is the key point. Kong's gaze sharpened. He gave a slight nod to Captain Nelson. Yes, Fleet Admiral Kong. Captain Nelson stepped forward, immediately pointing a pointer at the Grand Line navigational chart on the board. A route marked in striking red extended from the west blue through the reverse mountain past several islands, and then formed a stagnation point at the position of Little Garden. Based on cross-referencing the Medusa Pirates' route trajectory and multiple intelligence sources, it can be analyzed that during their missing year, they most likely remained on the special island of Little Garden, where the log pose requires a full year to store magnetic energy. Little Garden. Rear Admiral Gregor leaned forward slightly, an incredulous expression on his face. Isn't that? Exactly, Nelson said as he pinned a yellowed wanted poster to the tactical board. Dory the Blue Ogre, Broggy the Red Ogre, Bounty Wizero Berries, the giant pirates whose bounties exceeded 100 million 56 years ago. Vice Admiral Lard took a deep breath, his eyes behind round-rimmed glasses filled with shock. A stifled intake of breath rippled through the conference room, and the faces of several officers turned grim. The captains of the giant warrior pirates, Dory the Blue Ogre and Broggy the Red Ogre. It's them. A bounty of 100 million berries might not be top tier today, but 56 years ago, it was a colossus that could shake an entire era. More troubling, according to intelligence, these legendary giants are still active on Little Garden. The Jellyfish Pirates not only survived there for a year. Nelson paused, then continued his analysis. So we cannot rule out the possibility that they have established some connection with those two giant captains, or even gained their protection or guidance. Furthermore, according to Colonel Bergrass's report, the combat proficiency and ferocity displayed by the ordinary crew members of the Jellyfish Pirates clearly exceed those of typical pirates. The colonel assessed that their individual combat abilities have surpassed the elite soldiers of headquarters, with some reaching the level of a corporal. Given their one-year stay on Little Garden, it is reasonable to infer that they underwent extremely high-intensity survival competition and brutal elimination, there leading to a sharp increase in overall combat power. Not only did the original crew undergo ruthless selection, but more importantly, they also absorbed the top combatants of other pirate crews. Without pausing, Nelson quickly pinned up several new photos and wanted posters. The photos showed Alberto pinching his nose in Rogue Town and a front-facing shot of Leon in a prison uniform. It has now been confirmed that the former captain of the Twilight Pirates, the gentleman of the West Blue Kahalo, and his key officer Mute Alberto officially joined the Jellyfish Pirates after the incident in the Drum Kingdom. And the target they risked a prison break to rescue in Alabasta, the former captain of the East Blue Cormorant Pirates, Harpoon Leon, has also been successfully absorbed into their fighting force. Nelson paused briefly to let the information sink, and then he added another wanted poster to the board, placing it alongside the previous three. Additionally, according to the testimony of the remnants of the Dog Pirates captured in Alabasta, their captain, Short Legs Wina, disappeared after losing a battle with Leon. Given the timing of his disappearance and the Jellyfish Pirates' demonstrated modus operandi of efficiently absorbing the defeated and turning them into their own assets, we make a reasonable inference. Short Legs Wina has very likely also fallen into Sammy's hands, and the possibility that he is controlled or even assimilated by the Jellyfish Pirates is extremely high. Vice Admiral Base's brows knitted into a tight knot. A single pirate crew integrating at least 3 captains with bounties in the tens of millions along with their core officers in such a short time. This Sammy's ambition is far greater than we estimated. The sheer volume of information plunged the entire conference room into silence. Kong's eyes finally fell upon the young Rear Admiral at the far end of the long table, who had been silently flipping through a file. Sengoku, what do you think? The eyes of all present followed, focusing on the man who was then a Rear Admiral at Marine headquarters. Though still young, he had already made a name for himself at headquarters with his meticulous thinking and exceptional strategic vision. Sengoku put down the copy of the report, adjusted his glasses, and walked to the tactical board. Based on the available intelligence, I believe Vice Admiral Base's judgment to raise the bounties is absolutely correct, and perhaps it is already overdue. That remark made several officers glance sideways. He picked up a pointer and indicated the positions of Alabasta and the Drum Kingdom. From Drum to Alabasta, they attacked countries that are members of the world government. This is not random pillaging by a wandering pirate crew, it is a deliberate challenge to the order itself. Their threat has shifted from sea to land, escalating from raiding merchant ships to destabilizing kingdoms. This has already crossed the red line of the world government. He paused, seeing a few colleagues nod slightly before continuing. Secondly, we have been puzzled by the blank year of their disappearance. Now the answer of Little Garden is worse than we anticipated. His gaze fell on the two yellow giant wanted posters, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Not only did they survive, but they also achieved a comprehensive boost in strength. More critically, they likely established contact with the giants. This means the level they have reached, the information they have obtained, and even the potential allies they have acquired have already touched the realm of the new world. Think about it, a crew that can survive and thrive in such an environment. Their resilience, combat experience, and the tier they have tapped into are far beyond ordinary pirates on the first half of the Grand Line. Next, his gaze shifted to the photos of Kahalo, Leon, and the others. And what worries me most is Sammy's organizational ability. Sengoku's tone grew heavier. Look at these people. Kahalo from West Blue, known for his cunning, Leon from East Blue, adept at sea combat, and Waina, who may have already fallen into his hands. Different background, styles, and abilities, yet all were absorbed by him in a short time, and he can make them work together, even risk a high-stakes prison break for him. The integration capability and expansion speed displayed by this pirate crew are more alarming than mere power inflation. Whether it was seeking medical resources in the Drum Kingdom or rescuing members in Alabasta, it shows that Sammy is deliberately building a complementary and highly loyal team. This kind of strategic vision and layout ability already surpasses the vast majority of pirates. Finally, the pointer landed on the blurred image of the arrow fish breaking through the siege. Being able to cause incidents in two kingdoms and successfully escape in succession also proves that their actions combine boldness with meticulousness and extremely quick reflexes. This is not luck, it is a manifestation of comprehensive strength. Sengoku put down the pointer and turned to face the officers. In conclusion, they are a mature organizational threat with a clear expansion model and extremely high growth potential. Therefore, we must absolutely not treat them as an ordinary pirate crew. Substantially raising the bounties of their core members is a way to show the world how seriously we take this, and also to exploit the rules of the pirate world. Higher bounties will attract greedier hunters and more internal strife, creating opportunities for us. At the same time, we must mobilize corresponding resources and prepare to treat them as a long-term priority target for suppression. The conference room fell silent for a moment as everyone digested Sengoku's thorough analysis. Even Vice Admiral Lard, who had initially had reservations, nodded slightly in agreement. Excellent. Kong nodded approvingly. Rear Admiral Sengoku's analysis is very thorough. This Sammy has indeed outgrown the framework of a rookie. The bounty increase is imperative. The specific amounts will be drafted by the staff department as soon as possible based on the latest performance of the Jellyfish Pirates risk assessment and the original bounties of the related pirates, and then submitted for approval. Additionally, notify the G2 branch and all surrounding naval units, raise the alert level and strengthen surveillance and intelligence gathering on possible movements of the Jellyfish Pirates. Sengoku, you will be responsible for the subsequent tracking, analysis, and coordination. Yes, sir. The meeting ended and the officers rose and left one by one. As Sengoku stepped out of the conference room, a large hand clapped him on the back with a hearty laugh. Huh. Sengoku, well done. You really held your own in front of the old folks. The voice belonged to the equally young Monkey D. Garp, his face beaming with a cheerful smile that clashed with the solemn atmosphere of the meeting. Sengoku staggered forward, adjusted his glasses, and said helplessly, Garp, we're in the headquarters corridor. Mind your image. What's the big deal? All that talking made me hungry. Come on, the cafeteria has grilled meat today, and if we're late, it'll all be gone. Ha. He hooked an arm around Sengoku's neck, and without listening to the young Rear Admiral's attempts to maintain his dignity, dragged him off toward the cafeteria. The 7-day voyage was unexpectedly calm, with gentle seas. The sun was warm, the breeze filled the sails, and the swordfish glided swiftly across the azure ocean. Taking advantage of this precious time, the crew of the Jellyfish Pirates made emergency repairs to the hull. Although the newly nailed planks and coarse caulking made the ship look like a patchwork, Sammy didn't mind, as he had long planned to use his savings to buy a good ship once they reached Chishuejidu. The belly saved over the years plus the share from dealing with Waina this time should be enough to get a fairly decent ship. Unlike the Straw Hat Pirates, Sammy's ship had no common funds. After all, being a pirate is a job where you risk your life, though no one knows if an accident will happen in the next skirmish, so they prefer to spend their money and time. After each operation, the spoils were distributed according to pre-agreed ratios, and everyone managed their own share. This model gave Sammy absolute control over the ship, legally speaking, if pirates had such a thing. Everywhere on the deck, bandaged crew members could be seen training. Even Erjuo was shirtless, his bandages still on, yet he gritted his teeth and lifted 2 huge dumbbells over his head. Not far away, Kaheluo's twin blades turned into a dazzling silver blur as he fought against Fiki, who wielded a long staff. Other crew members were sparring in pairs or doing endurance training. Sweat droplets fell on the deck, quickly dried by the sea breeze. These past few days have been really calm. The Vida Honglu doesn't seem as terrifying as legend says. A sailor who was wiping the deck straightened up and stretched lazily. Yeah, the companion doing push-ups beside him gasped. It's no different from the Shihai. Haha, maybe it's because our captain's presence is so imposing that even the Vida Honlu shows some respect. Laughter spread across the deck. Meanwhile, inside the helm was a different scene. Hans held the helm with his left hand, raised the log pose with his right, and stared fixedly at the sea ahead. His head turned from time to time to check the direction of the clouds, the speed of the current, and then quickly scanned the few crude measuring instruments at hand. Hans, relax. The weather outside is pretty good. Take a break. You haven't slept for days. Makusi, who was passing by, leaned against the doorframe and grinned. Hans turned his head abruptly, his dark-circled, bloodshot face startling Makusi into recoiling. Hans didn't have the strength to retort. He just stared at him with hollow eyes. Boss, Borsai Island is in sight. We can dock in 2 hours. Sammy nodded. After docking, everyone stay on the ship for now. Hans Fiki Erjuo Kahelo, you guys come with me. Bring Wayna. As usual, gag him and put him in a box. When the swordfish finally docked at the pier of Borsai Island, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally arrived. Just at that moment of relaxation. Ship doctor, come quickly. Hans. He fainted. Everyone was startled and rushed to the helm. They saw Hans slumped on the floor beside the helm, pale-faced, but snoring deeply. Makusi crouched down to look, then didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy is so exhausted he just passed out. Everyone looked at Hans's peaceful sleeping face, and then recalled his terrifying look from the past few days. For a moment, they didn't know what expression to make. Sammy shook his head. Carry him to the cabin to sleep. Then Sammy and the others took the sealed wooden box containing Wayna and quickly left the ship to go ashore. The port town of Borsai Island was quite sizable, with stone houses stacked along the gentle slope. The streets were lined with shops. The aroma of wine drifted from taverns, and the hawkers' cries mingled with tourists' laughter, creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere. But Sammy and his group paid no attention to this, quickly weaving through the town's alleys according to the information they had obtained beforehand. After several turns, they entered a noticeably desolate and dilapidated district, finally stopping in front of a seemingly inconspicuous remote house. After exchanging the code, the door silently opened. My dear business partner, Captain Sammy, long time no see. The man who greeted them was Jillian, sporting an exaggerated pompadour. Long time no see, Jillian. Business going well. Just getting by, barely making a living. Sit. Jillian greeted warmly. But you, Captain Sammy, you really surprised me. Oh, how so? Jillian said nothing but pushed a stack of newspapers and wanted posters over. Ferocious pirates attack Alabaston. Prison raided, Navy fleet broken through. Predator bounty skyrockets. Marine headquarters issues priority pursuit warning. The top one was Sammy's new wanted poster. Predator lead Bela Sammy bounty 1500 belly, captain of the Jellyfish Pirates, heinous criminal, dead or alive. The wanted poster used a photo of Sammy unleashing poison waterfall, thousand needle rain to knock down Marine soldiers, the whole image filled with a sense of oppression. Behind Sammy came faint gasps. Obviously the officers were also excited, but since negotiations were ongoing, they held back their emotions. Sammy himself merely glanced at it indifferently and put the wanted poster back on the table. We can talk about this later. Let's do the transaction first. Of course, Jillian said, his smile unchanged, but his tone shifted. However, the amount needs to be adjusted. As soon as he spoke, the officers behind Sammy placed their hands on their weapons, and the atmosphere suddenly tensed. Sammy narrowed his eyes, his voice betraying no emotion. Jillian, we've been partners for 5 or 6 years. Are you trying to turn against me? Or have you taken a fancy to my head? No, you misunderstood. Jillian waved his hands repeatedly, though his smile still seemed arrogant. He gestured to a subordinate to hand over another wanted poster and pushed it in front of Sammy. Short legs, Wayna bounty 85 belly, original bounty 7 belly. We originally agreed on 80 million, but now he's gone up to 85 million. I won't take advantage of you. Let's settle at 90 million, how about that? Sammy stared at the wanted poster, silent for a moment. Several officers behind him were also stunned. Wayna's bounty had actually increased too, although they didn't understand why earning an extra 10 million belly was always a good thing. Sammy looked up at Jillian. You could have kept quiet and taken the difference yourself. I did think about it. But we've been cooperating for so long, and you're so promising now. It's not worth ruining our relationship over such a small amount. His words were blunt but honest. Besides, Jillian was well aware of Sammy's vengeful nature. Back in the Shihai, Sammy was bullied by a gang. Later, after gaining strength, he pursued that gang relentlessly for 3 years until they completely disappeared from the world. Good, Sammy also smiled. Then 90 million. Happy cooperation. The wooden box was pushed over the belly, counted, and received the transaction clean and swift. Next time you have such good goods, remember to come to me. Definitely. On the deck of the Arrowfish, Sammy and his crew swiftly returned with the berries from their trade. No sooner had they stepped aboard than the crew, unable to contain their excitement, crowded around. The captain is back. How did it go, boss? Got the money. Back so soon. The crew chattered in a flurry, their faces brimming with anticipation for the dividends. They had already decided how to spend the money while Sammy and the others were ashore trading. Sammy did not answer immediately, he merely nodded to the executives behind him. Marcus stepped forward, knowingly clearing his throat. All noise ceased, and every gaze focused on him. Listen up, our captain and many of you. New bounties are here. He paused, deliberately heightening everyone's anticipation. Captain of the Jellyfish Pirates, Rebear Sammy bounty 150 million berries. There was a 3-second silence on the deck. The next moment, boom! Like a volcano that had been suppressed, it finally erupted. The deafening roars and cheers nearly tore the mast of the arrowfish apart. 100 million. 150 million. Broke 100 million. Truly broke 100 million. 100 million pirate. Our captain is 100 million pirate. The Jellyfish Pirates. Long live, Captain Sammy. Long live. The crowd went wild. Only then did Sammy slap a thick stack of fresh bounty posters onto the wooden crate in the center of the deck. Take a look yourselves. Before the words faded, the crowd surged forward like a tide scrambling to sea. Sammy himself picked up the top one, his own, and gazed at the photo, capturing that moment of overwhelming pressure. Heh! Sammy's fingers brushed over the staggering number, a grin uncontrollably spreading across his lips. This is how it should be. This kind of photo is truly cool. 150 million. The Navy is really pissed off this time, boss. Kahilo had appeared beside him unnoticed. This amount indeed exceeded my expectations, but it suits me just fine. The captain is amazing. As expected of the boss. In the world of pirates, bounty is the symbol of strength. The higher the bounty, the stronger the individual. The thick stack of bounty posters meant that almost all the executives had received significant increases. The most eye-catching were Aldo and Marcus. Both had broken through the 50 million mark. Ever since the Drum Island incident, both of their bounties had been locked at 40 million berries, and they had been competing both openly and secretly over who was the second in command on the ship. Now the results were revealed. Bone Crusher Kate Aldo bounty 55 million berries. Chaos Sakura Teresa Marcus bounty 60 million berries. Huh. See that, Aldo? Marcus thrust his bounty poster almost into the other's face. 60 million versus 55 million. I'm the stronger one. The position of second in command is mine. Bullshit. Aldo snatched the poster, stared at it wide-eyed, then pointed at the blade at Marcus's waist. Chaos Sakura. Huh. The Navy clearly recognized your fine sword and gave you that nickname. Riding on the weapon's glory, what's there to be proud of? If not for this, Chaos Sakura, your bounty might be even lower than mine. What do you know? Marcus slammed the sword still in its sheath onto the table. A legendary sword chooses its master. Being acknowledged by Chaos Sakura is itself part of my strength. The Navy changing that epithet means they know what's good. It's the reputation I carved out with this blade. If you're jealous, just say it. Jealous my ass. I rely on this solid brute strength. Aldo stuck out his neck. Being 5 million higher is no big deal. Next real fight, we'll see who takes down more enemies. Then we'll know who the real second in command is. Who's afraid of you? The two glared at each other like bulls. Though they argued fiercely, the veteran crew members just laughed, knowing this was merely the prelude to another sparring match. Other executives' bounties were also found, one after another, drawing exclamations. Gentleman Nostra Kahilo jumped from 23 million to 45 million. Iron Helm Isaac from 24 million to 30 million. Heavy Cannon Blaze Fitch from 22.8 million to 35 million. Mute Alberto from 10 million doubled to 20 million. In addition, some outstanding combat squad leaders made their first appearance on the list or received modest increases. Although their bounties were mostly in the millions, it was enough to have them tossed high by their comrades and treated like heroes. The deck instantly displayed two moods. Those lucky enough to make the list were surrounded by their comrades, becoming the center of attention, basking in the envious gazes and questions of their admirers, while those without a bounty yet clustered around the wanted individuals, eagerly seeking advice. Sammy clapped his hands. Third squad stays on duty today. The rest, go ashore. Clean out the tavern stock. We're going to hold a celebration party on the beach of Bulls Island. Ooh. Night fell. On the seaside beach of Bulls Island, blazing bonfires dispelled the slight chill of the autumn night. The grand banquet had already begun. For those who had drifted on the harsh seas all year round, nothing relieved stress better than a hearty revelry. Meat sizzled over the fire, fat dripping with fragrant aroma. Barrels of alcohol were opened, and the various liquids slid down throats, igniting even more fervor. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, someone started it, and the familiar melody of Bink's Sake rang out swiftly, sweeping across the entire beach. More and more people joined the chorus. Alcohol erased all technique, and the rough, even off-key voices gave the song an even more surging vitality. The singing intertwined with the sound of waves and laughter. The ship's Dr. Hilialik was especially excited. Having been confined for years to the winter island of Drum Kingdom, even after boarding the ship, he had only moved within the port of Arabasta. Setting foot on such a pleasant autumn island and joining a banquet on the beach was a completely new experience for him. He held a wooden cup awkwardly, swaying his body to the rhythm. The flush on his face, whether from the firelight or intoxication, made him smile like a child. The executives also set aside their usual demeanor and fully immersed themselves in the revelry. One moment Aldo and Marcus were bickering over bounties, the next they were arm in arm bellowing along with the beat. Even the usually quiet Kahilo gently swayed his glass and hummed softly to the tune. In a corner of the banquet, Hawk's crash course on getting a bounty reached its climax. Hawk, the squad leader who had a 3.7 million berry bounty poster sewn onto his chest, was now surrounded by a group of eager, unbountied crew members. You say you're good at fighting? Being good at fighting is useless. Hawk stood with one hand on his hip, the other gesturing, looking quite like a teacher imparting wisdom. Listen up. If you want a bounty, you need to let the Navy see you. During battle, your expression must be fierce. Like this. He twisted his face into what he thought was a vicious grimace. Your eyes must be fierce. Roll up your sleeves. Your aura must be powerful. Smile. Smile, my ass. You want the Navy to think, while this guy is not to be messed with, we must pay special attention. The rookies watching nodded repeatedly, and some even began to imitate his twisted expression and exaggerated gestures. And Hawk grew more and more absorbed, picking up a twig to use as a musket. There's also a trick to holding a gun. Stand sideways like this, muzzle slightly down, but ready to raise. Yes, make your eyes a bit more arrogant, right. That's the feeling of, I'm awesome, but I can't be bothered with you. So the Navy will look at you and think, wow, this kid is definitely extraordinary, definitely a master. The apprentice's eyes sparkled as they desperately memorized every detail. That's right. Practice like this. Hawk tossed the twig aside, satisfied with how his theory had stunned the crowd. Trust me, as long as you master my exclusive techniques. Hawk the Eagle Eye. One day your names and portraits will also be proudly printed on bounty posters. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. Not far away, Sammy suddenly sprayed a mouthful of liquor, far out, choking and coughing, tears almost coming out. Boss, what's wrong? Marcus beside him asked with concern. And nothing. Sammy waved his hand, finally catching his breath, then glanced at Hawk, who was still rambling on in the distance, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Eagle Eye, you really dare to call yourself that? He then pointed at the rough wooden cup in his hand, trying to change the subject. What kind of wine is this? The taste. Quite special. Oh, this, Aldo leaned in to look, is a specialty of Bowles Island persimmon wine. This lousy island only produces persimmons and they don't store well, so the islanders simply brew them into wine for easy sale. So sweet. I don't think it's that great either, a slightly disdainful voice cut in. Too cloyingly sweet. Everyone turned to look. The speaker was a young man with dark skin who was unceremoniously tasting the persimmon wine from their barrel with a wooden cup. Erjuo glared. Hey, who are you? You're freeloading here and still putting on airs. The young man, undaunted, took another sip, smacked his lips thoughtfully, and shook his head. I'm serious, this wine is mediocre, far too sweet. If you want good wine, you have to try the Wine King we drink during the Sweet Wine Festival. Sweet Wine Festival. That's right, our annual festival on Boersai Island. The young man's eyes lit up. Besides that, there's the Persimmon Cake Festival, Persimmon Tasting Convention, Persimmon Offering. Good grief, Sammy couldn't help but laugh. You guys are really obsessed with persimmons. Can't help it, the island is famous for them. The young man shrugged. And our persimmons are different from those on other islands. There are honey-fire persimmons with caramel aroma, sea salt persimmons with a sweet and salty taste, and crisp wood core persimmons. Sammy shook the wooden cup in his hand, interrupting him. Where can I buy that Wine King you mentioned? You can't buy it. The young man shook his head, pointing toward the town center. It's determined by competition. During the Sweet Wine Festival, dozens of breweries bring out their best wines to compete, and only the winning jar is worthy of the title Wine King. It's not the name of a specific wine, it's the champion's title. What a pity, Kaheluo sighed softly. It seems we won't get to taste it. How could that be? The young man laughed. In half a month the Sweet Wine Festival will begin. Half a month. Sammy mused. AI Sake leaned in and whispered to Sammy, Boss, that kid Han-Si is nearly worn out. Let him rest. Let's stay here for half a month. Give everyone a break, how about it? Sammy looked at the distant swordfish, then swept his gaze over the expectant faces and nodded. All right. Once Han-Si has slept enough, pick 2 sharp guys from the navigation team to assist him and let him use this time to teach them how to predict weather and navigate in extreme climates. Let's stay here and wait for the Sweet Wine Festival. Half a month passed slowly in the pleasant autumn days of Boersai Island. Han-Si slept for 2 full days before recovering, then resignedly took the 2 selected young crew members and spent each day gesturing at the sky seabirds and crude instruments, pouring out years of accumulated experience bit by bit. The rest completely relaxed. Wounds healed faster in the warm weather, bandages were gradually removed, and suntanned skin glowed with a healthy sheen. Crew members went ashore in small groups, using their share of berries to buy new clothes and replenish personal supplies, or listening to locals boast in taverns, gradually blending into the island's daily rhythm. Until the day of the Sweet Wine Festival, the entire port town seemed to be set ablaze. On both sides of the long street, temporary stalls stretched endlessly, and the air was filled with the mingling aromas of roasted persimmon cakes, sweet candied fruits, and the rich scent of various wines. In the main square, dozens of competing brewery stalls were arranged in a circle. Behind each stall stood a confident brewer with their proudest work displayed before them. The raised platform in the center of the square was decorated with red ribbons and festoons. The island's elders and judges were already seated upon it. Even more striking was the row of tasting areas at the edge of the square, separated by red silk. 100 seats awaited, and a lottery would decide which lucky souls would earn the right to judge. I heard that those chosen can taste all the competition wines for free. What are we waiting for? Let's go write our names. Pick me. I must be chosen. Sammy and his group squeezed through the crowd, infected by the pure joy. The lottery begins. The elder on the platform announced loudly. A huge wooden box was shaken, and names were drawn and called out one by one. Number 87, AI Sake. Number 99, Nuisatila Kaheluo. AI Sake, who was busy wrestling with a grilled fish, was taken aback. The crew burst into envious cheers, and the two were guided by their companions' teasing shouts toward the tasting area, enclosed by red silk. The 100 lucky ones took their seats one after another. Long tables were neatly arranged with dozens of exquisite small clay cups placed before each person. The tasting begins. At the command, the brewers personally lifted jars and poured wine. Amber, golden orange, and deep red liquids were poured into the cups in turn. AI Sake picked up a cup, sniffed it seriously, then slowly drank, squinting as he savored it. Kaheluo, on the other hand, was elegant in posture, rinsing his mouth with water after each taste and jotting down notes in a notebook, looking every bit a connoisseur. Outside, Sammy led the rest of the crew, completely immersed in the sea of festivities. They wandered with the crowd from stall to stall, tasting all kinds of persimmon products, watching street performers' acrobatics, and listening to impromptu band music. Zilialuk and a few uninhibited crew members even joined the islanders' dance circle, clumsily stepping to the rhythm. No pursuers, no battles, no life and death tension. All there was food, fine wine, music, and long-lost carefree laughter. Warm sunlight fell on their shoulders, and the sea breeze, carrying the sweet scent of persimmons, brushed their cheeks. This was the rare peace they had found on the Grand Line. Meanwhile, in the waters near Jaya Island, a marine warship had been quietly anchored on a remote sea surface far from the shipping lanes for 15 whole days. On the deck, the soldiers' spirits were visibly low. Fresh water was strictly rationed, and fresh vegetables had run out 3 days ago. Now every meal was hard biscuits and salted fish. Jaya Island's location was special, far from marine bases, making resupply difficult. Carrying out such a dreary ambush here for half a month was a brutal drain on the will and stamina of the entire ship's crew. A few sailors lay listlessly by the ship's rail, staring eagerly at the distant outline of Jaya Island. There were supplies, taverns, soft beds. But that place was a gray border zone under the world government's jurisdiction, also a paradise for outlaws. Inside the bridge, Zhangguo put down the den mushi that had just ended the call and rubbed his brow. After half a month of high alert and waiting, even his resilient body felt a hint of fatigue. Commander Zhangguo, call it off. Zhangguo stood up and gave the order. Call it off? But Commander, aren't we ordered to capture the Jellyfish Pirate crew heading to Jaya Island? Although they are much later than expected, maybe. No need to wait. Zhangguo cut him off, walked to the sea chart, tapped Jaya Island's location, then traced another route. Headquarters just reported that a slave appeared at an auction on the Sabeti archipelago, identified as the former captain of the doggy pirate crew, Shortleg Wayna. Shortleg Wayna, the adjutant exclaimed. Wasn't he absorbed by the Jellyfish Pirate crew? How did he end up at an auction? That's the problem. A pirate crew that risked an armed jailbreak in Alabasta to rescue their comrades, and a leader like Sammy who demonstrated efficient ability to absorb and integrate. Would they easily sell off a fighter of Wayna's level who also has a devil fruit ability? Unless... The adjutant followed his line of thought and drew a sharp breath. Unless they encountered a major catastrophe, an irresistible enemy on the route to Jaya Island, or were taken down by a more cunning faction in a betrayal. Wayna's capture and being sent to the auction is a message. The Jellyfish Pirate crew likely no longer exists. Exactly. Based on this intelligence analysis, headquarters has downgraded the pursuit priority of the Jellyfish Pirate crew. Regarding the final status of the Jellyfish Pirate crew, further intelligence confirmation is needed, but whether they were destroyed or diverted to another route, they won't come to Jaya Island anymore. The ambush has lost its purpose. Convey the order, all ship, turnabout, return to the waters near the nearest base for resupply and rest. The warship slowly turned its bow and headed toward the nearest marine base. The soldiers on deck breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt an indescribable frustration. After waiting bitterly for half a month, they ended up with such an anticlimactic conclusion. They would never know. At the very moment they turned away, far away on Boersai Island, Sammy was raising high the champion wine hailed as a miracle by AI Sake, and Kahelo, clinking glasses with the entire crew. Cheers rang out across the beach again. To the Wine King. To Boersai Island. Cheers. Hooray. The arrowfish sliced through the azure sea steadily sailing toward Jaya Island. Marcus clapped Hans on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Hans, you're getting more and more adept at steering the ship. Hans scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. Well, yeah. After that stop at Borsal Island, it was like something suddenly clicked. Sometimes when I hold the wheel, I can even sense the movement between heaven and earth, as if I've become one with the weather of this sea. Sammy turned around with keen interest upon hearing this. Hans, you don't mean you've touched that threshold, have you? Ha. I'm not sure. Keep feeling it. Ha. As the group was laughing and chatting, Aldo walked over carrying a spiked club. Captain, I heard Jaya Island is a pirate's paradise. Think we can score something. We've been on Borsal Island for half a month and the brothers are almost out of money. True, I already spent a good chunk of my funds on the last batch of Wine King. Hope the pirates there don't disappoint. At the mention of Wine King, Sammy and the others couldn't help but swallow. The moment the words faded, several cries of alarm suddenly rang out on the deck. Sky, what is that thing? All the crew members on deck, those training, chatting, or busy at work, lifted their heads in unison. There against the deep blue sky, several huge blurry shadows were clearly visible, as if colossal giants were walking among the clouds. The sheer visual impact struck instinctive fear into everyone aboard. Monsters. They're even bigger than those two giants on Little Garden. Escape. Turn the ship now. Marcus instantly gripped his sword hilt, ready for battle. Even he felt a suffocating pressure facing such beings beyond common understanding. Hans was also terrified, but he forced himself to stare at those shadows, squinting and observing carefully for a few seconds. No. Wait. Don't panic, everyone. This is a mirage. A mirage. Hans explained earnestly. Exactly. A phenomenon that projects distant scenery to another location. Clearly this is casting the shadows of giants from elsewhere. The crew was uncertain and alarmed, but considering the wonders of the Grand Line, it seemed plausible. Sammy directly slapped the back of his head. Don't talk nonsense. Put away your weapons. These aren't monsters, just shadows. Shadows. The crew looked up at the sky with doubt and confusion. Sammy walked to the ship's rail and pointed at the huge, slowly fading shadows. What you just saw were the silhouettes of people living on a sky island. If you look closely, you should notice that behind those shadows there's the shape of a pair of small wings. Indeed, behind those inhumanly huge dark shapes there seemed to be two small peculiar patches of light. Sky. Island. Kahailuo sheathed his twin blades thoughtfully. Captain, do you mean? Exactly that. Islands floating in the sky. Sky. There are islands up there. The faces of the crew showed an expression of disbelief even more exaggerated than when they saw the shadows. Of course. Above the Grand Line there are many floating islands collectively called sky islands. There are sea clouds that can carry ships and island clouds that can be built upon. What we just saw is nothing more than a play of light and shadow. The figures of Sky Island people high above refracted and magnified by some special light or cloud layer, then projected onto the low altitude sea where we are. Islands in the sky. People living on clouds. This story was too bizarre beyond the comprehension of most of the crew. They exchanged glances, their faces filled with skepticism. But the one who spoke was their captain. So doubt gradually subsided, replaced by discussions about the wonders of the Grand Line. Sammy, however, gazed at the distant sky lost in thought. A few days later the outline of Jaya Island finally appeared on the horizon. Pirate ships. So many. Captain, look at the docks, packed with pirate ships as far as the eye can see. The lookout crewmen swallowed hard. Pirate ships with all kinds of flags filled every berth, and the very air seemed to carry a chaotic and savage aura. This is exactly what a pirate paradise should be like. Sammy waved his hand. Let's dock. I'll go ashore with the officers to check things out. After landing, the scene before them was somewhat different from what they had expected. On the streets, pirates with swords and guns at their waists could be seen everywhere. But at the same time, vendors pushing carts, women carrying children, and old men mending fishing nets also moved among them. Shops were open for business as usual. Tipsy songs drifted from the taverns, and one could even see a pirate arguing with an old fruit seller over a few berries. Although the atmosphere wasn't exactly harmonious, there was at least no bloody conflict with drawn blades. So, peaceful. I thought this place would be crawling with ruthless killers. Isaac was somewhat surprised. Even pirates need someone to provide services, Kahailuo chimed in, adjusting his cuffs. If they killed or scared away all the civilians, how could they enjoy the wealth they looted? True. The group headed toward the largest tavern on the island. Sammy reached out and pushed open the wooden door covered in the marks of swords and axes. The scene inside immediately came into view. A pirate was ecstatically leaning over a table, sweeping a pile of berries into his pocket with a rustling sound. Ha ha ha. I won. His opponent across the table pounded the table in frustration. Damn. So close. The moment Sammy's figure appeared at the doorway, countless gazes shot toward him in unison. The noise stopped for a split second, then fell into a deathly silence. The winning pirate's ecstasy froze instantly, his hand sweeping the money paused mid-air, and the berry slipped through his fingers, clinking back onto the table. He stared blankly at the door. His companion's hand, which had been pounding the table, also hung in the air. Cough, cough, cough. In a corner, a pirate who was chugging his drink choked, his face turning red. He covered his mouth tightly, but his eyes never left the tavern entrance, afraid to make any noise. A pirate who had been drunk and slumped on the table stood up. Hey, why is it so quiet all of a sudden? The companion beside him immediately pulled him under the table. Shut up, you idiot. It's the Predator. Labura Sammy. Someone trembled as they uttered that name. A 150 million berry pirate. Clang. A bartender who was pouring a drink jolted, dropping the pewter jug, and the ale spilled across the table. The Jellyfish Pirates are here. That ruthless bastard who attacked 2 member nations and got away clean. What is he doing here? Murmurs of shock and sharp intakes of breath echoed in every corner of the tavern. The space that had been so noisy was now so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Some quick-thinking pirates had already begun to inch toward the door, trying to slip out unnoticed. A big shot, a VIP they couldn't mess with, had come ashore. They had to immediately inform their captain to get out of here. Sammy rubbed his nose, a faint smile spreading across his face. Excuse me everyone, sorry for the interruption. We're just passing through this island to restock. With that, he led his officers straight to a large table that had just been vacated in the center of the tavern. Pirates and bounty hunters along the way stepped aside on both sides. The tavern remained eerily silent save for heavy breathing, and the oppressive tension stretched to its limit. The tavern keeper, shuffling with mincing steps, tremblingly sidled up to Sammy's table. And may I ask what you honored guests would like? We have fine rum here, and also. Sammy waved a hand casually. Something local. Barbecue. Aldo immediately added. Large portions. Bring plenty. Yes. Right away. The owner bowed and scraped as he retreated, but tripped over his own feet and disappeared behind the curtain. Soon several large platters of sizzling, greasy grilled meat were brought to the table. Aldo laughed heartily, grabbed a steak thicker than his palm, and stuffed it into his mouth, without ceremony, chewing vigorously. The pirates in the tavern had been covertly observing, and as they listened to Sammy and his companions chatting with a hint of amusement in their tone, they realized this bounty over 100 million big shot wasn't as ferocious as the rumors suggested. Their taut nerves relaxed slightly. Bam! The tavern door was shoved open violently again, crashing against the wall with a loud thud. Damn, what are those cowards outside running for? Like they've seen a ghost. A group of pirates who looked like trouble swaggered in, cursing. They seemed utterly oblivious to the unnaturally quiet atmosphere and the averted gazes, and walked right over to the empty table next to Sammy's, plopping down loudly. Old Shanmo, where the hell are you? Bring the booze. The best rum, and hurry. The scar-faced brute at the head chugged a large gulp of wine, then slammed the wooden cup heavily on the table. What a bloody lousy trip. Didn't get a damn thing this time, and nearly ran into a Navy patrol. The hell if there aren't warships lurking around this damn place. Their ruckus drew some uneasy glances, but most people just buried their heads, even lower, wishing they could turn invisible. The conversation at Sammy's table somehow circled back to the astonishing sight they had witnessed at sea not long ago. So it's just a trick of light and shadow, and that enormous silhouette was merely a shadow. Enormous silhouette. Oh, you mean that big shadow in the sky? I saw it too. The scar-faced man from the next table turned his head, his eyes unabashedly sizing up Sammy's group. Huh. Rare fresh faces, plain clothes, obviously some greenhorns fresh into the Grand Line who've never seen the world. A smirk of local superiority mixed with disdain for these bumpkins immediately spread across his face. Greenhorns. That thing's just a natural phenomenon, scaredy cats. The scar-faced man raised his voice, deliberately making sure half the tavern could hear. Tisk, you must be newbies jumping at the slightest noise. And you dare to sail the Grand Line. At those words, the pirates at nearby tables who knew Sammy's identity felt the hairs on the backs of their necks stand on end, and cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. Bajinsi, you drunken fool with a brain pickled in booze. Shut up. Don't talk to him. That's Sammy the Predator. A pirate worth 150 million. And besides the giant shadow, there's something even crazier. Bajinsi, utterly oblivious to the sudden chill in the air, only grew more eager to talk, striking a pose of a seasoned veteran. Let me tell you, out on this sea, sometimes a whole ship will come crashing down from the sky. Ships falling from the sky. Isaac couldn't help but widen his eyes. Doesn't that prove? There might really be islands in the sky. The legend of Skypiea. Skypiea? Ha ha ha. Bajinsi burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke, slapping the table. Kid, you've been listening to too many stories, haven't you? How can there be islands in the sky? That's for fooling kids. Then how do you explain the ships falling? What's there to explain? It's this sea area that's messed up. This damn place has giant sea currents shooting up every now and then. From the look of you, you don't know, but any ship that meets those currents gets blasted high into the air, then drops back onto the sea. Because of those unlucky bastards, some fools make up that nonsense about Skypiea. Skypiea, my ass. Ha ha. Sammy, hearing this, gently set down his glass and looked up at Bajinsi. No, you're wrong. Skypiea is real. Bajinsi dug a finger in his ear, never expecting this out-of-town bumpkin to dare contradict him, the local authority. Hey, what did you just say? I'm wrong. He had been bragging in this tavern for 10 years, relying on this well-traveled persona, and no newcomer had ever dared to embarrass him in public like this. The air in the tavern was stretched to the breaking point. Some patrons wished they could stuff their heads into their mugs. Bajinsi, do you want to die? Don't drag us down with you. One of his underlings, sensing something off in the tavern, hurriedly tugged at Bajinsi's sleeve. Captain Bajinsi, why bother with a few fresh-faced greenhorns? No need. Let's just drink. Get lost. Bajinsi shoved his subordinate back into his seat. He planted one foot on the stool next to Sammy's table, leaning forward to create a menacing posture. You tell me, where am I wrong? If you can't come up with a good reason today. He pulled the stool directly in front of Sammy's table and sat down, blocking the way. You won't leave this door standing today. In the sky there are sea clouds that can carry ships and island clouds on which you can build houses. Sammy did not get angry, but simply described in a flat, matter-of-fact tone the scenes that sounded utterly absurd to Bajinsi. Yet the more detailed his description, the more exaggerated the sneer on Bajinsi's face became, until it twisted into undisguised mockery. Especially when Sammy mentioned that Scythians had small wings on their backs, Bajinsi could no longer contain himself. Ha ha. Oh, my stomach. He doubled over with laughter, nearly knocking over his stool. Listen to him. Listen to him. He's talking as if he's seen it. Wings. What are they, bird people? Why don't you say they can shoot lightning too? You've been reading too many storybooks. What are you laughing at? Sammy looked up at him. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at how you talk like it's real. Bajinsi wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes. How could there possibly be a Skypiea in this world? At least make your story sound believable. Skypiea does exist, Sammy repeated. The huge shadow that appeared near Jaya Island is the shadow of the inhabitants of the Sky Island, cast down by some special light and shadow effect. Haha, I said from the start it was a natural phenomenon. You've come full circle and landed right back on my point. The tavern fell into a deathly silence, with only Bajinsi's laughter echoing. You're so sure? Bajinsi stopped laughing, raising his chin in a challenge. Have you been there? If you haven't, then what are you making up? Taking rumors for truth, what a joke. Sammy shook his head gently, his expression akin to looking at a child stubbornly lost in delusion. It seems that words alone cannot convince someone who only believes in his own eyes. Oh no, I mean only in his own meager knowledge. What knowledge is needed here? The words meager knowledge stung Bagans' fragile pride like needles, making him feel deeply insulted. No islands in the sky. Isn't that common sense? Even a 3-year-old knows. Hey, even if I can't read a single word and can't count past 100, I know what floats in the sky is clouds, not islands. Bagans, stung by the retort, felt his temper flare, and his voice grew louder. The pirates at nearby tables, terrified out of their wits, began quietly shifting their stools to distance themselves from this reckless fool. Silence, such absolute silence. The feeling of being the center of attention. How exhilarating. This absurd illusion inflated his vanity to the extreme, and he unconsciously straightened his back, trying to appear more imposing in the eyes of the crowd. Go on, keep making up stories. A sky island. Why not say the moon is an island with moon people living on it? Why don't you fly up right now and show me? The pirates all kept their heads down, their eyes avoiding Sammy's table, but their ears were perked up. They wanted to hear the truth, but feared being caught in the crossfire. Sammy's brow furrowed slightly. He knew that although the tavern patrons dared not speak openly, their hearts were more inclined toward the old local's words. Sammy shook his head. These fools living in the sea of miracles, yet sneering at miracles. Using violence to silence people. That would be too dull, and it wouldn't prove anything. Suddenly a playful curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. Forcing others to bow is pointless. Sammy leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on Bagans. Since you believe in common sense and I insist that my truth is the truth, how about we make a bet? A bet that I can prove Sky Islands are real. A bet. You think you're worthy? Our boss Bagans has been on Jaya Island for 10 years. What hasn't he seen? Do you think you, a greenhorn, can bluff us? A lanky subordinate of Bagans couldn't help but jump up, slamming his hand on the thick solid wood table to add force to his words. I'm putting it out there. If you can prove Sky Islands exist, I'll eat this table. This provoked another round of strange laughter and agreement from his companions. Bagans' drunkenness and competitiveness surged together. Prove it. How? Are you actually going to fly into the sky? Of course. I'll find a way to show you, to show everyone, the evidence. Meanwhile, Cariello leaned closer to Sammy's ear. Boss, they're just a bunch of ignorant local pirates. Is it really worth getting into a dispute with them? Sammy turned his head to look at Cariello. What, you don't believe me either? Cariello paused, a trace of awkwardness crossing his face. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just. Isaac and Fitch also exchanged a glance, saying nothing, but showing similar doubt in their expressions. After all, common sense and the Mirage explanation seemed more acceptable than a sky island. Sammy took in his subordinate's reactions and shook his head gently. Fine. It's a bet. Meanwhile, Bagans, thoroughly provoked, slammed the table, rattling the cups and dishes. I've been on Jaya Island for 10 years, seen all kinds of monsters and freaks, but I've never seen a braggart as fresh as you. If you can't prove it, he looked around, deliberately raising his voice, then shout 3 times in this tavern, Sky Islands are bullshit, and I, Grandpa Bagans, am the smartest man in the world. Do you dare? Whoa, that bet was vicious enough, humiliating enough. It was meant to trample the other's face completely. Aldo and the others darkened their faces, ready to burst out. But Sammy raised a hand to gently stop them, the playful smile on his face deepening. Deal. Sammy slowly rose to his feet. Though not tall, his presence brought an invisible pressure, and the entire tavern's breathing seemed to pause. And if I prove it, what do you lose? Lose, eh? What? Afraid? Sammy stared straight at Bagans. Or maybe you're not so confident in your common sense after all. Bagans felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze, but with everyone watching, he couldn't back down. He stiffened his neck, his mind boiling over. Lose? Impossible. I'll stake my entire voyage and all my belongings on it, and kneel on the spot to apologize. Is that enough? Deal. Sammy agreed readily, as if the terms were hardly worth considering. He extended his hand, palm open in the air. Then a handshake to seal the oath. It's a deal. Bagans steeled himself and slapped his large hand hard against Sammy's. Slap. The bet was sealed. The real show had just begun. Sammy withdrew his hand. Within a year I will return to this island. Bagans raised his head unfazed. Good. I'll be right here waiting for you. Let's see what tricks you can pull. Sammy said no more, signaling his men to continue their meal. After the meal, he left the bill and walked out of the tavern with his officers. No sooner had they stepped out than the wooden door behind them burst with exaggerated laughter and noise that nearly lifted the roof. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? Sky Islands are real. A pirate mimicked Sammy's calm statement in an extremely exaggerated, strange tone. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. A pirate with a bounty of 150 million berries. And he's such a naive little kid. Hey Bagans, this bet is practically a steal. Who knew you'd have a day when a great pirate calls you Grandpa? Don't forget to treat us when it happens. Amid the noise, Bagans silently downed a large gulp of rum, wiped his mouth, then suddenly asked a subordinate with a distant look, Hey, what's that kid's bounty again? Higher than mine. The subordinate, who had turned pale at the mention of Sammy's bounty, stuttered, See, Captain, his bounty seems to be. He involuntarily swallowed. 150 million berries. Which is a more than 6 times yours. 6 times more. Bagans chewed on this unfamiliar multiple, putting on a face of indifference. Only someone of that level is worthy of betting with me, Grandpa Bagans. Ha ha. Ha ha. The surrounding patrons first froze, then burst into even stranger laughter. Everyone could tell that Bagans had no idea what 150 million and 6 times more really meant. Outside the tavern on the street, Aldo clearly heard the taunts from inside and clenched his spiked club. Those bastards. I'll go back and shut them up. Sammy reached out to stop him. Let it go. A year is nothing. We'll be back. Then we'll shut them up with evidence. Aldo barely suppressed his anger, but couldn't help muttering. Boss, can you really swallow this? It's not that I don't believe you. But a Sky Island. What if? Aldo, Marcus Calmer grabbed his shoulder. Don't you find it strange? The boss has never insisted on something that didn't exist. Isaac and Fitch nodded silently. Sammy didn't look back, but slowed his pace. Why do you think they laughed? Aldo answered without thinking, because they don't believe it. They think we're talking nonsense. Some things you'll understand only when you see them with your own eyes. This sea is full of miracles. The louder they laugh now, the more interesting it will be when the evidence is laid before them. I look forward to seeing their expressions then. Meanwhile, the celebration in the tavern continued. Bagans had been hailed as a hero who dared challenge a 100 million berry criminal. Rum after rum, his boasts grew more absurd. Burp. You didn't see it. When he shook my hand, his palm was all sweaty. He was nervous. Bagans thumped his chest. A 1-year pact. I bet he's just finding an excuse to slip away. This time next year I'll be sitting here waiting for him to call me Grandpa. Ha ha. Long live Captain Bagans. Make sure he shouts it loud. From now on, Bagans's name will echo across Jaya Island. Laughter erupted again, filled with a cheerful atmosphere. No one truly cared about the absurd bet. No one even thought, what if? What if the Sky Island really existed? That was beyond the scope of their night's revelry and jokes. The tavern owner wiped a glass, listening to the uproar, and sighed softly. In all his years running the tavern, he had seen countless pirates come and go, bragging fighting dreams shattered or quietly disappearing. That young pirate who made the bet would probably end up the same way, wouldn't he? This sea had no room for naive children. Night deepened, and the tavern finally closed. Bagans, supported by his subordinates, staggered toward his pirate ship. He looked back at the dark sea, then dizzily up at the starry sky. An island. In the sky? Bah. He spat the unease stirred by Sammy's calm gaze before he left, drowned in drunkenness. I'll be waiting for you. The real show had just begun. Back aboard the GNU, how the crewmen who had been waiting on the deck immediately crowded around. Big brother, air duo, how was the island? Did you see any big game? Is there any fun place in the port? Facing the crew's suggestive winks about entertainment on the island, air duo just waved his hand irritably. I just went to a crappy tavern and almost got pissed off to death. How could I care about anything else? Air duo grunted, pulled over a wooden barrel, and sat down. He then recounted his experience in the tavern with a sour tone, especially the arrogant faces of Bajin Si and his gang, and the bet about the Kong Dao, adding embellishments to the story. Those small fries dared to disbelieve the captain. What background does that Bajin Si have? He's got some nerve. Found it. A small-time pirate with a bounty of 17 million. Many people were indignant and wanted to rush onto the island to beat him up, but some also caught another key point. Wait. Kong Dao. We're not really going to that place, are we? Go up to the sky. How? The deck immediately became noisy, but Sami did not join the discussion. He walked straight to the wheelhouse. The navigator Han Si was leaning over the navigation chart marking something. Han Si. Captain. Sami walked over to the chart. Let me ask you something. Do you know of any island near the way to Hang Lu that has strong upward winds or a massive upward sea current? Strong enough to lift an entire ship up. Han Si was taken aback, pushed up his glasses, and showed a puzzled expression. Well, there shouldn't be, right? I've never heard of such an island. Lifting a ship upward. It doesn't have to be constant, Sami added. It could be periodic, but the scale must be large enough. Periodic. Han Si frowned and flipped through several navigation manuals and scattered logbooks beside him. After a long while, he hesitantly pointed to a sea area near Jiayo Island. Continuous. There is no record at all, but intermittent ones do exist. For example, near the Jiayo Island we are on now, there are often abnormally violent upward sea currents. But according to sparse records, each time it lasts very briefly, about only 1 minute or so. And it's completely unpredictable. Encountering it basically means shipwreck and death, so no ship ever bothers to record its exact pattern. Sami nodded silently. He certainly knew that Jiayo Island had a skyward sea current, but the problem was that at this point in time, there was no one like Mengbu Lang, Kuli Kai on the island, who would spend 10 years studying this upward current. More importantly, Sami's gaze swept over the crew members outside the window who were still discussing excitedly. His team was not like the Straw Hat crew who were children of destiny, nor did they have a monstrous navigator like Na Mei who could master all kinds of extreme weather upon first entering the way to Hang Lu. Of course, this is by no means to say that Han Si is poor. Han Si was indeed conscientious and responsible, and had grown rapidly through each voyage, but facing the skyward sea current, a terrifying natural phenomenon, with a fleeting opportunity and near-zero margin for error, Han Si could hardly guarantee that the GNU How would be safely carried up into the sky. The bet must be won, but he could not risk the lives of the entire crew for such a huge danger. Therefore, the option of the skyward sea current at Jiayo Island was temporarily excluded. Sami vaguely remembered that there seemed to be another relatively safe route to Kong Dao, but it had been too long since he had crossed over. He could not remember the specific name and location at all. He could only pin his hopes on finding an island with continuous upward air currents. Since even Han Si, who was responsible for planning the navigation route, could not find any clues, it likely meant that such an island was not within the several known mainstream routes of the way to Hang Lu. Unknown sea areas. Islands with that kind of special strong wind were extremely rare, but since someone in history had successfully reached Kong Dao, there ought to be some clues or secret legends left behind. Speaking of secret legends, a flash of inspiration struck Sami. Ji Li-en, as a slave trade intermediary who roamed the four seas and the way to Hang Lu, had an information network spanning both the underworld and the legitimate world, and might be able to provide some special information. However, before that, Ka-hai Luo's figure soon appeared at the door. Captain, you called for me. While at the tavern, did you notice any targets with suitable bounties? Upon hearing this, Ka-hai Luo immediately took out the bounty poster collection folder from his bosom and quickly flipped through it. Found it. The Blood Axe Pirates Ripper Luo, Z, bounty 51 million belly. This is the one with the highest bounty among the intelligence gathered in the tavern, and also one of the several pirate crews on the island that are making a name for themselves. Only one over 50 million. There are two slightly lower ones, Ka-hai Luo said, pulling out two more wanted posters and handing them over. Anchor Huaku bounty 42 million, Poison B Wei La bounty 38 million. Except for them, the bounties of the rest are somewhat mediocre. 51 million, 42 million, 38 million. Sami took the three wanted posters, glanced at the ferocious faces on them, and shook his head. Attacking towns, slaughtering civilians. The quality of this pirate paradise is much lower than expected. Oh well, even a fly leg is meat. Let's take these three. Notify the others. Tonight, send a few clever, unfamiliar faces to the island and scout out the layers and activity ranges of these targets. We'll start harvesting tomorrow. Yes, Captain. The 51 million Ripper Luo Z is mine. Ma Kusi and Fei Chi are one team. You and Air Duo are another team. Each team takes care of one. Understood. Remember, Sami paused and emphasized, try to capture them alive. Be careful when you strike, it's best not to leave any severe disability or hard-to-recover injuries. After all, defective goods sell at a heavily discounted price in the market. The next morning the atmosphere on the deck of the GNU How had become somewhat tense. That 42 million anchor Huaku is mine. Makusi and Air Duo stared at each other. The air seemed to crackle with electrical sparks. Kahai Luo stood in the middle with a helpless look, holding up the two wanted posters that had become the focus. Makusi leaned against the mast with his arms crossed and let out a cold laugh. On what basis? In terms of bounty ranking, I'm higher than you. In terms of mission efficiency, when have I ever been slower than you? This target naturally belongs to me. Bullshit. Air Duo slammed his spiked club onto the deck with a dull thud. Last time in Alabasi 10 I knocked down twice as many small fries as you did. Can you? Mere brute courage. Is clearing small fries the same as capturing a captain? Who are you calling a brute? When I was following the captain you were nowhere to be found. That's the past. Now my bounty is higher than yours, so it stands to reason that I should take on the stronger opponent. Makusi's words were as sharp as ever, hitting Air Duo's sore spot. Seeing the tension between the two growing stronger, Kahai Luo helplessly rubbed his forehead and looked away. Fei Chi, on the other hand, sat leaning against a bollard, cleaning his beloved gun. Just then a sharp gleam flickered in Air Duo's eyes, and an extremely rare trace of cunning quite incongruous with his rough and bold appearance flashed across his face. His gaze passed over Makusi as he raised his voice toward the cabin, his face contorted with feigned grievance. Captain, you've come just in time. Come and judge. Makusi is trying to snatch my captain. Makusi instinctively turned his head and looked toward the cabin door behind him. There was no one there. Now, with lightning speed, Air Duo snatched the wanted poster that contained detailed information on Anchor Huaku. Haha, all is fair in war, got it. Clutching Huaku's wanted poster, he turned and rushed down the gangplank shouting, lads, follow me. We'll take the lead. The combat team members behind him, who had been itching for action, immediately howled and followed. Fei Chi shook his head, picked up his gun, and leisurely chased after them. Air Duo, you bastard. You actually tricked me. Makusi reacted, watching Air Duo's back quickly disappear into the crowd on the dock. Furious, he directly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He then looked at the remaining wanted poster of Poison Bee Wei La in Kahai Luo's hand. Although this target was also good, he just couldn't swallow the anger in his heart. He glared fiercely at Kahai Luo, who shrugged innocently, then turned and barked at his own team members. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Move it, all of you. We must not let that brute Air Duo get ahead of us. If we lose, everyone will have extra training when we get back. On the western pier, Aldo, carrying his spiked club, led the way at the forefront. His heavy footsteps thudded on the wooden boardwalk, and behind him, over 20 battle team members exuded a murderous aura, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Lads, see that? That broken ship flying the anchor flag. Charge over, knock them all down. Strip all the loot and leave their captain to me. Oh, a group charged straight toward the medium-sized two-masted sailing ship moored at berth 3. Several pirates on night watch were yawning, and when they saw this commotion, they were momentarily stunned. It was only when Aldo had already stepped onto the gangplank that a tall, thin pirate, rubbing his eyes, spoke up. Hey, where do you lot think you're going? It's early in the morning, don't you know the rules? Then he suddenly seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead in realization. Oh, I know. You want to join Captain Hawk, right? You. Before he could finish, Aldo, not even bothering to listen, swung his spiked club with a vicious wind. Bang! That pirate flew off like a broken kite, crashing into the ship's railing with a sickening crack of bones. Too much talk. Aldo spat, striding onto the deck. Knock them all down. Touch a weapon, lose a hand. Stare at me, lose a leg. Enemy attack. Help! Captain, someone's attacking. The deck immediately fell into chaos. Sleepy-eyed pirates scrambled to fight back, but against Aldo's elite battle team, it was almost a one-sided slaughter. Bang! The door to the captain's cabin was kicked open violently. Anchor Hawk, bare-chested with bulging muscles, wearing only a coat, rushed out with bloodshot eyes, holding a weapon shaped like an anchor that matched his epithet. From the cabin, behind him, came the panicked cries of a woman. Which blind bastard dares to cause trouble on my ship? Shh! Are you tired of living? Anchor Hawk roared, his eyes locking onto the most conspicuous figure on the deck. Aldo the giant, who was embedding his first mate into the deck boards. Hey, finally dared to come out. Aldo grinned, kicking aside the unconscious first mate, then turned with his spiked club, dragging. Your 42 million bounty is mine. This is about my pride. Arrogant. Die. Hawk directly swung the anchor weapon with both hands, smashing it down toward Aldo's head. This strike had crushed countless pirate skulls and the keels of enemy ships. Aldo did not dodge or evade, his muscles bulged, and his spiked club swung upward with tremendous force. Clang! A deafening metallic clash exploded, sparks wildly flying from the point where their weapons met. Hawk felt an irresistible force transmitted through the anchor's handle, his tiger's mouth stinging and numbing. The overwhelming power actually lifted him off his feet, and he staggered back 5 steps before barely managing to steady himself. How? How is this possible? Hawk stared at his trembling hands in disbelief. The power that had made him famous was actually completely outmatched. Interesting. It's not over yet. Aldo gave his opponent no chance to catch his breath. He stepped forward, his spiked club turning into a black whirlwind, raining down blows on Hawk like a storm. Bone-crushing wild windstorm. The shadow of the club descended. Hawk had no choice but to hastily raise his anchor and grit his teeth to block. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive clashes, each impact like striking iron, numbing the bones of his arms. His limbs grew heavier and heavier. The 4th time, as Hawk swung his anchor to block, his feet stumbled noticeably, his movements half a beat slower. Not good. My legs are weak. The after effects of last night's fierce battle with the 2 bar girls until dawn finally showed their evil consequences. How could Aldo, with his extremely rich combat experience, let such a fleeting opening slip by? He twisted his wrist, rapidly changing the club's trajectory from a smash to a sweep, striking heavily against the side of Hawk's hastily raised anchor. Bang! Hawk felt a tremendous force transmitted. His hands could no longer hold the weapon, and the anchor flew from his grip, whistling, as it smashed through the side railing and plunged into the sea. He himself was sent staggering backward by the residual force, his back crashing heavily against the main mast, a sweet taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could struggle to get up, Aldo's spiked club was already pressed against his forehead. The cold touch of metal made his whole body stiffen. Come on. Aldo's eyes surged with the frenzy of battle lust. Show me some real skill, entertain me to your heart's content. Hawk's face showed a look of despair. He knew he was finished. On the dock, more and more people were drawn by the commotion. Quick, let's go. The pirates are fighting again. The vendors didn't even bother to pack up their stalls that had just been set up. They directly ducked into the alleys. My God, that's Anchor Hawk's ship. Close the windows. Shut the doors. Don't get caught up in it. Meanwhile, the pirate ships at other berths were in an uproar. Their crews were all craning their necks, leaning over the rails to watch the excitement. Oh my God, Hawk can't even fight back. Who's that big guy? He's so fierce. That's Bone Crusher Kate Aldo, an officer of the Jellyfish Pirate crew, a man from Predator Sammy, and an officer is this strong. I heard he's not even the strongest. In the Jellyfish Pirate crew, the strongest is that Chaos Sakura Teresa Marcus. Marcus, what's his bounty? 60 million, 500 more than Aldo. At these words, a chorus of sharp intakes of breath sounded across the deck. Almost at the same time, at the northern estuary of Jaya Island, the river mouth. The current here was relatively gentle, with a dozen or so medium and small pirate ships anchored in this harbor. Morning mist shrouded the area, which should have been peaceful. But at this moment, on the deck of a single-masted sailing ship with a beehive pattern carved on its bow, the killing intent was thick and oppressive. Facing him was a woman with a hot figure wearing only what could barely be called clothing, Poison Bee Vera. Although she still had a certain charm, the wrinkles on her face that could not be hidden betrayed her age. Ha ha ha. Marcus suddenly let out a low laugh, licking the corner of his mouth with his tongue, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. Auntie, at your age, practicing swordplay in such skimpy clothes before dawn. Aren't you afraid the sea breeze will give you a backache, old lady? Auntie. Poison Bee Vera's face instantly turned livid. What are you shouting? Women are always 18. You insolent pretty boy, today I'll first tear apart that stinking mouth of yours, then chop you into pieces and feed you to the fish. Before the words had faded, her figure turned into a blur as she pounced forward. Her twin swords danced, bringing a flash of greenish poisonous light straight for Marcus's throat and heart. Oh, quite a temper. Marcus's words were flippant, but his wrist suddenly turned. Clink, clink. 2 crisp sound sparks flying. Luaning parried the twin swords. The force was not great, but carried a skillful twist, numbing Vera's wrists. Vera missed her strike and immediately changed tactics. Her body twisted like a snake, her short swords thrusting from all kinds of tricky angles. Even more vicious in the gaps of her turned steps, and even retreats, poisonous needles, as fine as ox hair, shot out from her sleeves, waist, and boot heels. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Marcus's eyes narrowed, and Luaning danced into a silver screen of light. Luaning scattered blossom. Ding, 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 ding. A continuous series of crisp sounds like rain on banana leaves. All the poisonous needles were cut down and scattered on the deck. Not bad with hidden weapons, but unfortunately, Marcus parried a thrust and smoothly stepped into Vera's opening. Too slow. Vera's pupils suddenly contracted. She desperately retreated backward, but it was still a step too late. Rip, rip, rip. The already scant leather armor on her chest was slashed with 3 gashes, and 3 lines of blood instantly seeped out on her pale skin. Up. She cried out in pain, a cruel glint flashing in her eyes. Ignoring her injuries, she crossed her twin swords and thrust them fiercely at Marcus's abdomen, a completely suicidal tactic. Marcus snorted coldly, narrowly avoiding the sword tips, while simultaneously sweeping Wanting upward from below. Clang, thud. Vera's right short sword was knocked flying, spinning, and embedding itself into the mast. Her left sword was also a half-beat too slow, kicked away by Marcus. And he still want to fight. Next time it won't just be your clothes that get cut. On the dock, a crowd of pirates and brave residents had already gathered, drawn by the news. What's going on here too? That's Poison Bee Vera. She's up against Chaos Sakura Marcus. The Jellyfish Pirate crew again. Are they going to turn Jaya Island upside down today? Vera's bounty is 38 million, yet she's being crushed. Are the officers of the Jellyfish Pirate crew all monsters? In the central district of Jaya Island, the Tropical Hotel. This 3-story building constructed of white stone and tropical wood usually exudes a leisurely vacation atmosphere, but now it is replaced by a tense feeling, as if a storm is imminent. Ripper Loazi sat on a leather sofa, the cigar between his fingers already burned to ashes reflecting his gloomy face. Several trusted subordinates were surrounding him, anxiously persuading. Captain Loazi, let's go quickly. That predator Sammy has really come to the island. Yes, Captain, that guy has a bounty of 150 million. He's the most desperate of desperados. And he's a madman who attacked 2 world government member countries without blinking an eye. He's absolutely lawless. Loazi's face grew darker. He abruptly pressed the cigar into the expensive crystal ashtray, producing a faint hiss. Enough. All of you shut up. He slammed his palm onto the rosewood coffee table, causing cups and saucers to jump. He just arrived on the island yesterday, and today I have to flee in disgrace under his intimidation. You were also at the tavern yesterday. You saw him argue with that fool Bajinsi, and in the end, he didn't do anything to Bajinsi, did he? Yeah. Don't you understand? Loazi stood up, looking around at his men. The bounty doesn't represent the absolute strength of one's power. He has such a high bounty mostly because he continuously attacked member countries, crossing the world government's bottom line. I'm different from him. He tore off his ornate silk coat, revealing his steel-like lean muscles and crisscrossing scars. My 51 million bounty is earned through real killing. Sword and gun built upon the lives of countless pirates and marines. A fierce gleam flashed in Loazi's eyes. If he dares to come, I'll let him know what a real pirate is. Before his words faded, creak, the hotel's ornate teak door was gently pushed open by a fair, slender hand. Morning light flooded in, silhouetting a figure against the light. Yeah, this place has a nice atmosphere. Sammy strolled in, leisurely looking around at the decor like a guest on vacation. You is sorry to disturb. The hall instantly fell dead silent. Predator. Lee Bela Sammy. Loazi's pupils contracted violently. This hotel is really nice. The decoration is tasteful. Stop pretending. Loazi grabbed 2 ferocious-looking curved sabers leaning against the sofa. Today let me see how much of that 150 million bounty is just hot air. His trusted subordinates also drew their weapons. Though fear gripped their hearts, the captain's ferocity and the long-accumulated prestige gave them a shred of courage to fight. Charge! Loazi roared and charged first. He crossed his 2 sabers, drawing a crimson cross in the air. Before the blades arrived, the fierce, killing intent struck like a blast. Ripper cross slash. Sammy's smile faded. Instead of meeting it head-on, he lightly tapped his feet and slid backward like a phantom. Boom! Woe so fierce. The cross slash struck where Sammy had stood, tearing 2 deep grooves into the marble floor, extending to the wall and leaving a shocking X-shaped scar. Missing his strike, Loazi whirled his twin sabers into a bloody storm, attacking Sammy wildly. His chops, slashes, cuts, and thrusts. Each strike aimed at vital points with vicious angles and a madness that sought to tear his opponent apart. The blade wind howled, tearing at the curtains and decorative paintings in the hall. Hey, don't cause trouble for the owner. Sammy wove through the blade light, his movements appearing unhurried, even leisurely, but always evading the blades by a hair's breadth at the last moment. Are you just going to dodge a 150 million bounty great pirate, and this is all you've got? Unable to land a hit, veins bulged on Loazi's forehead. His attacks grew more frenzied, yet he never touched Sammy's clothes. This helplessness made him more and more agitated. Dodge! After evading another diagonal slash, Sammy stopped retreating and instead surged forward. His right hand opened and a faint, almost invisible purple instantly covered his palm as he struck straight at Loazi's chest. Loazi was startled. He wanted to change his move, but was too late. He could only twist his body and block with his left arm. Loazi felt a strange force. Not just impact, but a chilling numbness that instantly seeped into his skin and spread rapidly along the blood vessels of his arm. Poison. Despicable. His face changed in horror. He tried to retreat, but Sammy's speed exploded at that moment. He slid past Loazi's blade into his guard, his left hand clamping onto Loazi's right wrist like iron pincers, and the eerie purple emerged again. Oh! A piercing pain and numbness shot through Loazi's right wrist, and the saber fell from his hand for the second time. Then Sammy bent his knee and drove a vicious knee strike solidly into Loazi's unprotected abdomen. Ugh. Loazi's eyes bulged and he vomited gastric juice mixed with blood curling into a shrimp. Sammy took the opportunity to chop his hand edge at Loazi's neck. Loazi's eyes rolled back and his massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The battle from start to finish lasted less than 3 minutes. Sammy shook the poison from his hands and looked at Loazi's stunned subordinates. Their faces were pale as the faint purple slowly faded. He looked at Loazi's subordinates whose weapons had already fallen to the ground. Their lips trembled, unable to utter a word. Sammy ignored them and surveyed the chaotic hall. 2 oil paintings were slashed, a blue and white porcelain vase shattered on the floor, and the leather sofa was torn, revealing its stuffing. He sidewalked over to the unconscious Loazi and actually sat on him. Then he gave the terrified subordinates a smile that could almost be called kind. I say, is the treasure on your captain's ship enough to pay for the renovation here? If not, I'll have to sell you and your captain to the slave traders. At the same time on Bajinsi's ship in the dock area. Bad news. Boss. Bad news. A pirate scrambled into the captain's cabin, startling Bajinsi, who was still nursing a hangover headache, almost making him draw his blade. What the hell are you screaming about? I'm not dead yet. The Jellyfish Pirates. They've made a move. Over at the docks. Who? What the hell? Bajinsi didn't catch it at first. It's the Jellyfish Pirates. Right there at the docks. Boss, we need to run. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. The messenger pirate was so scared that tears and snot flowed and his pants were soaked. Bajinsi looked at his cowardly subordinate and was furious. What nonsense are you talking about? I'll go see for myself. He kicked his subordinate aside, grabbed his coat, and staggered onto the deck. The morning sea breeze brought a chill, sobering him a bit. He squinted toward berth No. 3 and saw a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. Erjuo jumped down from Iron Anchor Hook's ship, carrying a person in one hand. The person being carried was covered in blood, his nose crooked, lips swollen, like sausages, one arm twisted unnaturally, nearly unrecognizable as human. Only his distinctive outfit hinted at his identity. That's who. Bajinsi's voice was dry. Boss. That's Hooka. Iron Anchor Hooka. Hooka. Bajinsi's voice shot up, mostly sobering him. That Hooka with a 42 million bounty. My god. How did he swell up like a pig's head? 3 months ago, Bajinsi had a conflict with Hooka over a berth. Hooka single-handedly beat down 5 of his men and then pinned him at the dock, forcing him to apologize publicly. That was one of the many humiliations Bajinsi had endured in his 10 years on Jiao Island. Now the Hooka who had once humiliated him was being carried like a dead dog. Who are these people? To even defeat Hooka, Bajinsi swallowed hard. Another trembling underling pulled out a crumpled wanted poster which featured Erjuo's ferocious face. Boss. This is the Jellyfish Pirates officer, Bone Crusher Erjuo, with a bounty of 55 million berries. An officer? Is this powerful? At this moment the first messenger pirate came closer. Boss, I remember you. Made a bet with the captain of the Jellyfish Pirates yesterday. Even an officer is this strong, let alone the captain. We need to flee. Before they come for us. Before they remember this. He had actually recklessly made a bet with the captain of these monsters yesterday. Bajinsi's legs gave way and he nearly collapsed on the deck. He gripped the railing, gasping for air, all color drained from his face. Flee. The moment the word entered Bajinsi's ears, his heart gave a violent leap. To be honest, he was tempted, wildly tempted. Facing monsters who could treat Hooka like a punching bag, what's a bet? To hell with them. Survival was the most important thing. But now, could he still escape? Would that young captain really let him go? But another pirate, slightly older, stepped forward in opposition. No, we can't run. What nonsense are you spouting? Haven't you seen that even Huaku with his over 40 million bounty has fallen? Exactly. Or are you hoping that once the boss is taken down by the Jellyfish pirate crew, you can seize the captaincy? At these words, Bajinsi's face darkened instantly, his gaze turning dangerous as he fixed it on the subordinate who had suggested they couldn't flee. The subordinate, terrified, waved his hands frantically. No, that's not what I meant, brother Bajinsi. Think about it. The captain of the Jellyfish pirate crew with such a high bounty, if he truly wanted to eliminate us, he could have easily done so at the tavern yesterday, right? But he didn't. What does that imply? Could it be? Bajinsi stroked his chin, adopting a thoughtful pose, that he forgot. No, brother Bajinsi, it means he acknowledges this bet with you. The more the subordinate spoke, the more convinced he became. He's keeping us alive because of that wager. If we flee now, what if he considers it a breach of contract? Pirates of their caliber value face and promises above all. Even if we plan to leave, we should at least wait until they've departed this island. A crew as large as theirs could never remain long in a small place like Jiao Island. Bajinsi gazed at Huaku, who was being displayed by a air duo like a trophy, then touched the 17 million berry bounty poster in his bosom. The memory of Sa Mi's calm eyes from the tavern yesterday surfaced once more in his mind. For a moment his head buzzed with confusion. All right, we can't run. Bajinsi muttered, uncertain whether he was convincing his men or himself. He abruptly straightened his back, trying to reclaim some captain-like authority. Actually, when I made that bet, I had already anticipated they might target the island's pirates to establish their dominance. But don't worry, everyone. He scanned his subordinates, saw their puzzled expressions, and his mind raced as he hastily fabricated an explanation. We'll just wait here. Pirates of their caliber are the most honor-bound. A bet is a bet. As long as we don't leave Jaya Island and don't provoke them, they won't bother with small fry like us. On the contrary, if we run, that's when the real danger begins. A man who breaks his word has no credibility at sea. The more he spoke, the more plausible it seemed, even fooling himself into a smile of complete control. Ha ha. To be honest, the moment I laid eyes on them, I had already devised this strategy. Use the bet to hold them off, let them clean up the other nuisances while we sit back and watch the tigers fight. Huh. Ha ha. The subordinates exchanged glances, but seeing their captain's confidence, and recalling that Sami hadn't acted on the spot yesterday, they gradually began to believe. So that's how it is. As expected of Captain Bajansi. Far-sighted and shrewd. I knew it. Why would the boss actually clash head-on with a 150 million berry pirate? He had it all planned. Bajansi listened to his men's flattery and forced a dry laugh, but the hand behind his back discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his palm. He looked toward the harbor where a air duo had already bound Huaku tightly. The other members of the Jellyfish Pirate crew were hauling chests of treasure from the Iron Anchor pirate ship, one by one tossing them onto a flatbed cart. Bajansi swallowed hard and offered a silent prayer. Captain Sami, you are a man of great magnanimity. Please keep your promise. Our bet still has a year left. Please, don't come looking for me ahead of schedule. Swordfish Captain's cabin. The sea breeze drifted through the porthole. The commotion on deck had subsided, replaced by orderly bustle and a faint undercurrent of excitement. All three teams had returned successfully, not only with their targets, but also having seized a fair amount of plunder. Isaac, who was overseeing the inventory. Brew, brew, brew. Brew, brew, brew. Click. The Den Mushy's eyes opened, its facial muscles swiftly contorting into an arrogant expression, as if invisible gel had fixed an exaggerated pompadour atop its head, the signature image of the intermediary Jilian. Ayaya. The voice emerging from the Den Mushy bore the exact same oily intonation as Jilian himself. Look who it is. My dear patron Captain Sami. The morning sun shines all the brighter for your call. So what surprise gift package have you prepared for me this time? 3 people. One at 51 million, the other 2 around 40 million each. Whoa. The Den Mushy's expression instantly lit up. A big move. One shot, and you've brought 3 guests worth millions. Captain Sami, working with you keeps my heart racing above 180. So the usual spot, or will you name a feng shui treasure land? You choose the location. But before that, answer me a question. Sami leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on the Den Mushy. On the Grand Line, where can I find sustained violent updrafts strong enough to launch a ship skyward, or regular vertical sea currents? Upward gales. Vertical currents. Captain Sami, that's a rather obscure query. Forgive my impertinence. Are you planning to? I'm going to Skypea. The Den Mushy fell silent for a full half-minute. Captain Sami. Skypea. Do you know what place you're talking about? It's not on any of the 7 routes. It's not even recognized by mainstream navigational charts. It's a forbidden realm that exists only in the drunken ramblings of fools and ancient legends. I know. That's why I need precise intelligence. Intelligence. I have it. But Skypea is incredibly dangerous. I know the way and I could tell you, but I, Jilian, do business with a long-term view. I truly don't want to see a partner of your caliber meet his end in a place like that. Sami listened without a flicker of hesitation. Name your terms, Jilian. Very well. If you're set on going, I can tell you what I know. But information of this level can't be measured in ordinary berries. How about this? Out of the 3 esteemed guests you've brought, give me 1 for free. Second, you must promise that if you really make it up there, you'll bring back some local specialties for me. Specialties? Scythian slaves. Sami frowned slightly. If it's about capturing Scythian residents as slaves, I have little interest in such things. Huh, of course not. Those Scythians are rare. Without a high bounty on their heads, they're worth at most a few 100,000. I've no interest in such petty business. Jilian burst into laughter, the Den Mushy's expression arrogant. What I'm truly interested in are Kong Bay, a unique product found only in Skypea. Kong Bay. Yes, all kinds of Kong Bay. Yin Bay that can store and play sound, Feng Bay that store wind power, Yin Bay that spew flames, and there are even rumored to be Chongji Bay that can produce shockwaves. These are rare curiosities across the Grand Line. For certain collectors, scientists, and even weapon developers, their research and collectible value far exceeds that of gold or diamonds of equal weight. If you can reach Skypea, I hope you can bring back as many as possible for me, especially rare species and large specimens. That's my condition. Trade Skypea's specialty Kong Bay for the intelligence on reaching Skypea. Of course, the purchase price for the Kong Bay you bring down will be more than satisfactory. This was a classic Jilian gamble. betting a piece of intelligence that Sami would survive and return with dreamlike goods. If he wins, the profits are immeasurable. If he loses, he suffers no loss and gains a slave for free. Agreed. We'll discuss the intelligence and specific purchase price once we see the Kong Bay. Now tell me, where do we trade these 3 people, eh? Straight to the point. Where are you now? Jiao Island. Jiao Island. The log pose there takes only 2 days to set. Then shall we meet in the waters near Chonghuan Island? Agreed. Chonghuan Island. I look forward to your arrival, Captain Sami. Wishing you smooth sailing. The Den Mushi winked, revealing a meaningful smile, then with a click, fell back into its dormant state. As the arrowfish slowly docked, what came into view was an incredibly vast grassland that was almost unnaturally flat. What kind of island is this? Air Duo was the first to jump off the ship, stomping on the thick soft turf. Where are the trees? The mountains? Not even a decent rock. This ground is flat enough to be a racetrack. Look, what the heck is that? Following the direction of his finger, a brown bear was slowly walking upright. Or rather, a giraffe bear would be more appropriate. Its torso was relatively normal, but its neck and limbs were bizarrely long, making it look like a giant yarn puppet. Oh, my God, such a long bear. Huh. Oh, I can't take it. Look at the way it walks. Huh. Long Ring Island, as its name suggests, all creatures on the island seem to follow a bizarre evolutionary principle that longer is better, forming a strange and slightly comical ecosystem. Boss, the pointer points here. Looks like we're on the right track. But Ji Lian and the others haven't arrived yet. Sami withdrew his gaze from the strange creatures. Alright, stop gawking. According to intelligence, there are nomadic tribes living on this island. Everyone form into squads and spread out to scout the area. Stay alert. Aight. The crew quickly moved into action, splitting into several squads and heading into the depths of the grassland. Captain, no signs of human activity in the east, only animals. Found some abandoned dome-shaped houses in the center of the island, empty. Inside, no signs of habitation. West, south, north as well, no human traces. Looks like they migrated elsewhere. Good, saves us the trouble. Everyone temporarily set up camp in those empty houses. Be careful to keep everything as is, don't damage anything. Who? The crew cheered. Staying in ready-made houses was better than sleeping in tents. After settling in, their abundant energy naturally needed an outlet. A patch of grassland was designated as a temporary training ground. Come on, place your bets, place your bets. Bets placed, hands off. A quick-witted crew member somehow found a small wooden crate to serve as a makeshift gambling table, shouting at the top of his lungs. Latest odds. Captain's dodge bullet training session. Latest odds, captain gets hit more than 3 times 1-1. 5, less than 3 times 1-2, E perfect dodge 1-3. Hurry. Rare opportunity, first come first served. The atmosphere quickly became lively. The crew gathered around, laughing and joking. Belly and various personal items quickly piled into 2 small mountains beside the crate. I bet 1,000 the captain will get hit at most twice. Come on, that punk Chong Ni has improved his marksmanship rapidly. I bet 500 at least 5 hits. I bet on a perfect dodge. Because the captain is awesome. Liang also approached and watched the odds with interest for a while, then noticed Han Si sitting alone on a grassy slope, not far away, holding a notebook and pen, sketching the sky and the distant long-necked animals, completely oblivious to the noise behind him. Liang walked over and sat down next to him. Han Si, why aren't you joining the fun? If you win money, you could treat us to a meal. Han Si didn't look up, just pushed his glasses. They say I'm too accurate with my guesses, so they've unilaterally blacklisted me as an unwelcome gambler. Huh? Liang couldn't help laughing, patting his shoulder. No kidding. So what do you think, will the captain get hit this time? Han Si finally stopped writing, glanced at Sami in the center of the clearing, blindfolding himself with a black cloth, then looked at Chong Ni on the other side, carefully inspecting his gun. I'm not telling you. Wait for the result, and you'll know. Hey, keeping secrets. Liang nudged him with his elbow. Come on, how do you guess so accurately? What's the trick? Teach me, so I can earn some pocket money next time. Han Si didn't answer immediately, but looked thoughtfully at the strange animals on the grassland. It's a feeling. Probably. After observing a lot, you get a sense. A sense that some outcome is more likely to happen. Liang listened, half understanding. Look, it's starting. Someone shouted, and everyone's eyes focused on the center of the clearing. Sami had already blindfolded himself tightly with the black cloth. He stood still, entering a state of extreme perception. 20 paces away stood Chong Ni, the fastest rising young gunner of the Jellyfish Pirate crew, now flexing his wrists and fingers. Captain Sami. Ready. Fair warning, my gun is fast. Come on, Chong Ni. Sami's blindfolded face turned slightly toward Chong Ni. Let me see how fast you really are. The next moment. Bang, 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 bang. Both guns spewed flames the instant they were drawn. The gunshots were so dense, they almost merged into one continuous roar with no discernible gaps. What's more terrifying was that Chong Ni started moving the instant the first shot was fired. He moved at high speed in an irregular zigzag pattern, simultaneously pulling the trigger from different angles and positions. Lead bullets tore through the air from all directions toward the blindfolded Sami. Sami's head tilted slightly, his body making small swaying movements. Sway, sidestep, lean back. First shot, second shot, third shot. All missed. Nice. Come on, Chong and I bet big on you. Make me proud. A glint of excitement flashed in Chong Ni's eyes, and his movement and shooting rhythm suddenly accelerated. Two-finger style hummingbird. His fingers became blurs on the trigger, the firing rate reaching a terrifying degree. Bullets sprayed in an even denser pattern, sealing off most of the dodge space from different angles, forcing Sami into more exaggerated movements. Faced with such multi-angle high-intensity attacks, Sami's movements gradually lost their fluidity. After all, relying purely on hearing and perception to predict and dodge placed an enormous burden on both his mind and body. Pew! A bullet grazed his arm, drawing a spray of blood. Then his shoulder thigh. Sami's body trembled slightly with each impact. Thanks to the powerful vitality and regenerative abilities granted by the jellyfish fruit, he could almost ignore such superficial flesh wounds. The gunfire finally ceased. Chong and I stopped, panting heavily with wisps of smoke rising from his gun muzzles. Such an intense mobile rapid fire was also a huge test of his stamina and concentration. Sami also stopped removing the blindfold. He squinted, and the few bleeding wounds on his body stood out against his dark clothes, but the bleeding had mostly stopped. Damn, still not good enough, what's the problem? But he quickly adjusted his mindset, looked at Chong and I, and showed an approving smile. Not bad, Chong and I. Sami walked over and patted his shoulder. The transition between movement and shooting, the sudden changes in rhythm, and the last few shots where you used my dodge habits to block my escape routes. Very noticeable improvement. Especially the idea of using irregular movement to create firing blind spots, very clever. Chong and I flipped his wrists, expertly twirled the guns, and holstered the still hot pair. Thank you, Captain. I'll keep pushing my limits. Go rest. Yes, sir. Chong and I, as if receiving the highest praise, walked toward the onlookers with his head held high and a light step, greeted by cheers and whistles. Wow, Chong and I. The captain personally praised you. So cool, Chong and I. Tell us, how did you achieve that rapid fire? Teach me. Surrounded by his comrades, Chong Ni's vanity was greatly satisfied. He proudly raised his hands, showing off his 10 long flexible fingers, and then began to make them twist in wavy motions, quickly flex and extend, and even bend in ways that seemed to defy joint limits like sea snakes. The secret? It's all in these hands. See, the dexterity, the strength. These knuckles can bend 7 times per second. This is the result of countless days and nights of hard training. If you can have a pair of hands like this one day. The smile on Sami's face instantly froze. He clearly saw that the crew members' gazes at Chong and I gradually shifted from admiration and envy to strange expressions filled with question marks and gossipy light. Chong and I, shut up. I praised your tactical awareness and rhythm control, not your finger flexibility. And don't use such strange phrasing and even stranger gestures to make it seem like I have some weird fetish. Although inside it felt like 10,000 den mushi were screaming, Sami maintained his captainly composure on the surface. However, Chong Ni's fingers were still twisting tirelessly, completely immersed in his own world. Can you feel the vitality pulsating in these fingertips? This is... Ahem. Sami coughed loudly, deciding to immediately end this topic that was gradually going off the rails. Alright, stop crowding. Training continues. Everyone add an extra set of physical exercises today. Chong and I. He pointed to the seemingly endless coastline in the distance. Run around the island 10 times. Right now? Immediately. Let your excess energy have an outlet. Yes, Captain. Chong and I had no complaints, even feeling that this was proof of the captain's special regard for him. He howled like a monkey let out of its cage, his speed leaving a trail of dust on the grass. Sami washed his youthful back and shook his head helplessly. Oh well, at least. The training atmosphere is quite lively. He glanced at the crew members, who occasionally let out strange chuckles, and felt a pang of headache. Hopefully this liveliness won't spawn any weird shipboard culture. Several days later, off the coast of Chonghuan Island, a merchant ship far larger than the swordfish slowly approached. Its figurehead was a grinning gold coin, marking it as the vessel of the middleman Jillian, the Gilded Dice. The two ships drew alongside. Though the swordfish was a 3-masted vessel capable of long voyages, it appeared modest compared to the other ship, which was designed for cargo capacity. Huh. Captain Sami, punctuality is the greatest virtue, and you are always so delightful. Jillian, with his flamboyant pompadour, appeared on the other ship's rail, flanked by 2 tall guards. Enough small talk. Let me see how my dear guests are doing. Bring them up. The transaction was swift and matter-of-fact. Rhodes Hawk and Vera, tightly bound, were personally escorted by Isaac for the handover. As they passed Jillian, he didn't spare them a glance. Several heavy wooden chests were carried aboard the swordfish by the other crew, filled with neatly stacked, freshly printed berries that still smelled of ink. Standard procedure, count it. The counting of the vast sum of cash was completed quickly, with both sides demonstrating efficient professionalism. But now everyone knew that the real transaction was only just beginning. Intelligence. Of course, my dear partner. This is the main event. Jillian's smile faded slightly as he signaled an underling to hand over a sealed waterproof copper tube. From it, he produced a sea chart and slowly unrolled it on the spacious table of the Swordfish's captain's quarters. This is a perfect one-to-one replica. I wouldn't part with the original. It's my most treasured possession. On the chart, a route marked in red ink diverged from all 7 standard courses, winding into the depths of a blank expanse of sea. The route's endpoint was a location annotated in ornate script. High West. Sammy read the name aloud. That's right. The junction of the sea and the sky islands, High West. Jillian pressed his finger heavily on the mark. The island itself originally had no formal name. It lies off the 7 main routes in a crevice between 2 major currents, a forgotten sea. High West is the name given by mariners who had fleeting contact with the Sky Islands, and it was later recognized by the Sky Islanders themselves. His fingertip traced along a route marked with dashed lines, finally stopping beside a cliff on the island's western side drawn with a symbol of fierce whirlwinds. The key is here. On the west coast of this island, there is a vertical cliff hundreds of meters high. Below the cliff lies an unfathomable trench. And there an updraft rages year-round along the cliff, shooting straight into the sky. Its scale and power are sufficient to lift small to medium ships up to the Sky Islands. Only small to medium sailing ships. Sammy frowned. His Swordfish, though smaller than Jillian's vessel, was still a standard large, 3-masted ocean-going ship, comfortably accommodating over 100 crew and months of supplies. Air. Indeed. Jillian showed a hint of embarrassment. The updraft is fierce, but its lifting force has limits. A hull that's too large, weight and wind resistance become problems, the success rate plummets. But don't worry. According to intelligence, there is a village on High West with shipwrights. They are descendants of survivors from a failed ascent long ago. Among them, craftsmen preserve a special technique, the skyboat. Skyboat. A specially designed light sailing ship. The materials are unique and the sail design is tailored to handle vertical air currents. It sacrifices most cargo space and comfort for extreme lightness and structural strength. It's a tool born solely for charging upward. At this point, Ardo, standing nearby with arms crossed, couldn't help but interject. What? We have to change ships. What about all our people and supplies? Squeeze into a small boat and drink the wind. It's a temporary transfer. Your Swordfish can be safely anchored in the harbor at High West. You'll swap back when you return from the Sky Islands. If you can return. Kahalo caught the last remark. You said if you can return? That doesn't sound like a sure thing. Jillian rubbed his hands together. I told you this path is a desperate gamble. First, simply sailing to High West is no easy feat. Deviating from the main routes means unknown seas and more risks from sea kings. Second, even if you get there riding the updraft skyward, that's a life-or-death struggle with the extreme weather of the Grand Line. There are no charts up there, no landmarks. Only the navigator's skill, the captain's resolve, and a bit of luck. As far as I know of the ships that try this route, maybe 1 in 100 makes it safely to the Sky Islands. That would be a miracle. This sobered the surrounding officers who had been listening. 1 in 100. And we still go? Sammy was silent for a moment. I understand the risks. How do we get to High West? I knew you'd ask that. Jillian seemed relieved, then took out a log pose from his pocket and pushed it along with the chart. From Changwon Island, the next record point is Rongrong Island, a spring island. After recording the magnetic field there, the pointer will indicate the next island. Then following this chart and the pointer, you'll need to steer toward High West. From Changwon to Rongrong at the Swordfish's speed, it takes about 15 days. Those 15 days are your final preparation period. I'll take the intelligence and the pointer. Sammy accepted the chart and pointer. We'll discuss the sky shells when I return. Then, good luck, Captain Sammy. I look forward to the exotic goods you'll bring back. Jillian gave a farewell salute and returned to his own ship, regretting the potential loss of a quality source of goods. After the 2 ships separated, Sammy immediately summoned all officers to the captain's quarters. The chart was spread out and Hans was already leaning over it, rapidly comparing with a ruler and his logbook. Hans, what's your assessment? Hans adjusted his glasses. Boss, the coordinates of the known islands marked on this chart match the data I have. Mostly consistent. That part should be reliable. As for the section pointing to High West, there are no known references to verify directly, but from the drafting style and notation, it's likely genuine. The new log pose points to Rongrong Island with stable magnetic readings, no issues. He paused, then added, from our position to Rongrong, given current currents and typical winds, it does take about 15 days. That means we need to stockpile enough supplies before arrival. The rich animal resources on Changwon Island are a good opportunity. Sammy listened, then swept his gaze across each officer's face. There was gravity, doubt, but more than that, excitement kindled by the challenge. You all heard it. The path to the Sky Islands is found. First step, reach Rongrong Island safely and complete the recording. Before that we make full use of Chongwan Island. Brothers, before we set off for the sky, let's have a proper hunt on these grasslands first, to stock up enough meat for the voyage ahead. Hoorah! Ardo was the first to roar, already shouldering his spiked club. I've been itching for action. Leave it to me. I'll bring back enough prey to fill the store. Sammy assigned tasks directly. Ardo, take a team to the eastern grasslands. Marcus, take yours to the west. Kahalo and Fitch scout the north and south. Look for water sources and possible large herds. Isaac, take all non-combat personnel to inspect the swordfish's hull rigging and holds immediately. Ensure everything is in perfect condition. Leon, you're familiar with fishing and hunting. Take some people to the coast and river mouths. Fish and fresh water are also essential. Aye, Captain. Days later, under the blazing sun and a cloudless sky, the sea lay as smooth as a mirror reflecting a blinding white light. This was the 3rd patrol sector under the jurisdiction of Marine G12 branch. A standard single-masted patrol ship was carrying out its routine patrol along the prescribed course. On the deck, Lieutenant Roman Peck leaned against the railing, sipping the hot coffee freshly brewed by his orderly. On such a beautiful day, even this officer, known for his strict and even rigid demeanor, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. How peaceful! It's truly refreshing to the soul. 3 full days of patrol, and not a single pirate ship had been spotted, not even a suspicious fishing boat. It seems the petty scoundrels in these waters are well aware of the authority of our G12 branch, and dare not show their faces lightly. Lieutenant Peck's tone carried a hint of pride. The superior private standing beside him quickly chimed in, "Indeed, Lieutenant. I've heard that thanks to the recent safety on several trade routes, multiple merchant guilds have sent letters of gratitude to the branch." Naturally, upholding justice and maintaining order at sea is the very duty of the Marines. However, Lieutenant Peck puffed out his chest, then habitually raised his head to scan the lookout tower. "Paul, even if this is the last day of patrol, don't slack off up there. Stay sharp. It's precisely in times like these that we must not let our guard down." "Ahem. Yes, Lieutenant." The lookout, Paul, who had been secretly feeding breadcrumbs to seagulls, was startled, quickly straightened up, grabbed the binoculars hanging from his chest, and began to feign scanning the sea. "Humph." Lieutenant Peck snorted with satisfaction, then raised his coffee cup for another sip. It's always right to remain vigilant. The calmer the sea surface, the more turbulent the undercurrents may be. "You're right, Lieutenant. But this patrol has been quite smooth. We'll likely be back in port for rest soon." Before the superior private could finish, Paul interrupted. "Report, Lieutenant. Unknown vessel sighted ahead. 10 o'clock direction. Wait, that flag." Lieutenant Peck's eyes narrowed, and he set down his coffee cup on the nearby table, striding quickly toward the bow. "Can you make out the flag? Is it a merchant ship or—" "Report. It's a pink jellyfish skull flag. It's the Jellyfish Pirates." "What a—" Peck's heart sank. A chill mixed with indescribable excitement surged up his spine. He grabbed the high-powered telescope from his adjutant. Through the lens, a sleek, 3-masted ship was racing northwestward, its sails full of wind. The pink jellyfish skull pattern on the sails was glaringly clear under the sunlight. The jellyfish skull flag, the Predator Rebera Sammy. It's the Jellyfish Pirates. Murmurs spread across the deck. That crew, with a total bounty exceeding 400 million berries. Weren't they rumored to have been wiped out near Jaya Island? Why are they here? The extremist villains who attacked the Drum Kingdom and Alabasta. 400 million berries. That number was astronomical for a medium-sized patrol ship on routine duty. The highest combat power on board was merely a branch lieutenant. "Lieutenant, what should we do?" Lieutenant Peck, being an experienced officer, forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, cooling his mind, which had been heated by the staggering bounty and fearsome reputation. "All hands to battle stations. Gunners to your posts, load live ammunition. No one is to fire without my order. Helmsman, change course to follow the Jellyfish Pirates. Maintain a safe distance, though absolutely do not enter the effective range of their main cannons." Then he muttered in a low voice, "Signalman. Contact the base immediately. Emergency communication." Marine G12 branch, built on a large cluster of reefs, guarded several busy shipping routes. Its daily duties included monitoring the waters, combating ordinary pirates, protecting trade routes, and ensuring the safety of nearby islands. Now, bathed in the scorching afternoon sun, a few medium-sized warships were moored quietly in the harbor. Everything seemed orderly, even somewhat languid. In the base commander's office, Rear Admiral Gall Baskerville was dozing off while facing the training ground outside. Bang! The door burst open and the duty signalman rushed in without knocking. "Rear Admiral Baskerville. Urgent military report." The snoring stopped abruptly. Baskerville opened his eyes, stretched lazily. The afternoon sun made him a bit bleary. "This sun is so drowsy." "What is it?" "Go ahead. Yawn." Lieutenant Peck sends an urgent report. "They've spotted the Jellyfish Pirates in the 3rd patrol sector. Confirmed to be the Predator Rebera Sammy and his crew. They are sailing northwest." "What a—" Baskerville shot to his feet, the remnants of sleep instantly dispelled. "The Jellyfish Pirates. That lawless gang. Didn't headquarters previously speculate that they might have been wiped out?" Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed his justice coat from the rack, draped it over his shoulders, and strode out the door. Sound the battle alarm. All ships on standby and port prepare for departure within 10 minutes. Target, the 3rd patrol sector. As he walked, he added to the signalman following close behind. Tell Peck's patrol ship to stick to them like glue, but maintain absolute safety distance. No unauthorized contact or fire. Those guys are not something a single patrol ship can handle. Tell that rigid Peck this is an order. Yes, Rear Admiral. The battle alarm blared across the entire port base, shattering the afternoon calm. 3 medium-sized warships quickly unfurled their sails and sailors surged onto the decks like a tide. Rear Admiral Baskerville strode onto his flagship. The sea breeze whipped his justice coat behind him. It seems headquarters' previous assessment was too optimistic. These dangerous scum never disappeared. Very well, this time, let the G-12 branch put an end to their misdeeds. In the name of justice, full speed ahead. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere on the Marine Patrol ship, under the sun on the deck of the Swordfish, the Halo stood before a group of crew members patiently demonstrating various simple hand signals. Pay attention. This gesture means a large number of enemies ahead. This one means danger, recommend immediate retreat. And this one means support needed here. CA Halo's main goal was to enable everyone to communicate more fundamentally with Alberto, who could not speak through this simplified sign language. However, the results were not significant. So complicated. Aldo scratched his head. I learned these gestures today, but by tomorrow after sleeping I forget half of them. Seems being mute. I mean, someone who can't speak has quite a hassle in daily communication. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he turned to the ship's doctor who was drying medicinal herbs. Hey, Hilialik, aren't you a doctor? Think of a way to help Alberto speak again. That's way better than learning sign language, right? Yet Dr. Hilialik. Several crew members who were also tortured by the daily sign language lessons gathered around. Even if doctors in the West Blue couldn't help, the Grand Line is huge. There must be some folk remedies or miraculous methods, right? Exactly. Learning it every day and forgetting it all the time too troublesome. What a... Hirarik was startled by the sudden, heavy responsibility, and the trumpet-shaped herb in his hand almost fell to the ground. No. Oh. I mean this congenital aphasia, conventional medical methods simply can't. Maybe. Well, you haven't even looked, and you're saying it's impossible. Ardo was straightforward, speaking his mind, without noticing the doctor's embarrassed expression. But, congenital diseases have very complex causes. With the current medical knowledge, I really can't be sure. Surrounded by the group, Hirarik's face flushed red, seemingly ashamed of his incompetence, yet also somewhat irritated by Ardo's layman's demands. Just then Sammy's voice cut in, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Don't be too hard on Hirarik, Ardo. Everyone turned to look at the approaching captain. Sammy patted Alberto on the shoulder, who looked at him quietly. In this world, nothing is impossible. Even if conventional medicine cannot meet the requirements for now, somewhere in the Grand Line, or even in the New World, there might be special methods or miraculous items that transcend common sense. As long as we keep sailing, we will find hope someday. He turned to look at the flustered Hirarik, his eyes carrying encouragement. Hirarik, you can try researching in this direction too. Isn't the boundary of medicine precisely expanded by breaking through one impossible problem after another? Perhaps the key to a difficulty that others cannot overcome will ultimately be found by you. When that day comes, you'll be more than just a ship's doctor. Hirarik was stunned, murmuring, more than just a ship's doctor. When that day comes, you'll be a great medical scholar recorded in history. A great medical scholar. Can I too be one? Hirarik was stunned, a flicker of confusion in his eyes along with a faint spark ignited by the vision depicted in the words. Nothing is impossible. On this sea, under this flag, anything can happen. Just like Skypea we're heading to. Everyone says it's a fictional legend, yet countless pieces of intelligence and physical evidence prove its existence. If Jillian wants dials, where would these specialties come from without Skypea? So by inference. Captain, a shout from the lookout tower interrupted the discussion on deck. 5 o'clock direction. An unidentified ship is following us. The silhouette looks like a Marine patrol vessel. The relaxed atmosphere on deck instantly tightened. Sammy climbed to the stern castle in a few steps, took the binoculars offered by a subordinate, and looked behind. On the horizon, the small black that was following the Jinyu unhurriedly. It's a Marine patrol vessel. He lowered the binoculars. Only one, maintaining a cautious safe distance. Ardo clenched his fists and stepped closer, his knuckles cracking. Boss, let's turn back and fight them. One patrol vessel, I can dismantle it alone. Sammy shook his head. If they really wanted to fight, they would have caught up long ago. Keeping this distance means they've already called for backup. The main force is likely on its way. Turning back now would just waste time. Besides, patrol vessels are fast. If they decide to run, we might not catch them, and we'll be delayed. He turned and walked toward the helm. Hans. Boss. Hans was already waiting at the wheel. We've got a tail. Check the chart. Any terrain nearby suitable for shaking them off. Preferably something that blocks line of sight, or has complicated hydrology. Hans quickly bent over the chart, his finger tracing across marked areas. After a few seconds, he looked up, pointing to the east-northeast direction. About 20 nautical miles in this direction, there's a small cluster of islands and reefs. But he adjusted his glasses. This area is a regular marine patrol route. They're likely far more familiar with the surrounding islands, reefs, currents, and shallows than we are. Sammy's eyebrow lifted slightly. Oh, so you're saying playing hide-and-seek on their home turf won't work? Yes, boss. Hans nodded, his finger landing on the marker of the largest island at the easternmost edge of the reef cluster. So we need an unexpected move. Look at this island. Although the eastern side has steep cliffs, there's also a relatively gentle shoreline. We can head straight for it, making it look like we're forcing a landing. When they're confused by our course. His finger traced a tight arc along the island's coast. Suddenly sail close to the island's cliff face, using the mountain to instantly cut off their direct line of sight. If we can get around to the island's backside before they react, the mountain's cover will buy us a window to escape. With luck, that brief time difference will be enough. Good. Let's do it. Change course full speed toward that reef cluster. We'll use that big island to lose this tail. Report, Lieutenant. The target pirate crew has suddenly changed course, heading northeast straight for the reef cluster where Ringy Island is located. They might have realized they're being followed and intend to use the island terrain to shake us off. Lieutenant Peck immediately raised his binoculars, staring intently at the Jinyu's turn. Trying to play hide-and-seek in the reef cluster. Keep your distance, stay on them. Don't get too close. Watch out for reefs. Report the target's course change to Vice Admiral Baskerville immediately. Now, hard to starboard. Full speed. Hug the cliff wall, get around to the east side. The Jinyu's wheel was spun hard over the hull, carving a sharp arc across the sea, slicing into the deep shadow cast by the eastern cliff of the island. The next second, the entire ship vanished behind the mountain's bulk. Lieutenant, the target vessel suddenly executed a sharp turn, hugging the eastern cliff of Ringy Island. They've gone behind the island. We've lost direct visual. Lieutenant Peck's heart sank. In the binoculars, there was nothing but empty sea and the island's outline. Cunning bastards. They definitely spotted us. They want to catch us off guard behind the island. We can't follow their path. Helmsman, hard to starboard. Increase distance from the island. Take a longer route to the northern waters. Stay alert. They might be lurking in the island's shadow. But he completely misjudged the Jinyu's intentions. The moment the mountain blocked the Marine's view, Hans issued a new full-speed command. The Jinyu, sailing in a completely different direction from the Marine's prediction, northwest, left Ringy Island far behind, completely out of the patrol vessel's tracking range. When the Marine patrol vessel cautiously rounded to the expected position north of Ringy Island, all they saw was the vast open sea glistening under the afternoon sun. Seagulls glided leisurely, waves gently lapped against distant rocks. There was no trace of the Jinyu. Report, Lieutenant. No target vessel found north of the island or in the surrounding waters. What? Impossible. Lieutenant Peck rushed to the bow, sweeping his binoculars back and forth. Could they be hiding in a small cove on the island? Clutching at a last shred of hope, the patrol vessel carefully approached the island and conducted a thorough search, but found nothing. Lieutenant Peck's face turned ashen. He slammed his fist against the gunwale. Damn it. Lost them. His expression darkened, realizing he had been fooled by a simple line-of-sight trick. The enemy had never intended to tangle with him around the island. Their goal from start to finish was just to shake off the Marine warship. Lieutenant Peck took a deep breath and picked up the Den Mushi. Apologies, Vice Admiral Baskerville. The target pirate crew used the island's cover near Ringy Island to momentarily break our line of sight and successfully escaped our tracking. At present, we have completely lost their trail. The tracking mission has failed. Vice Admiral Baskerville listened to the report from the Den Mushi, fell silent for a few seconds, and showed no great surprise. Understood. You did your best. The enemy is a cunning lot who escaped under the pursuit of the kingdom and the headquarters fleet. Shaking off a single patrol vessel is not surprising. Your mission is patrol. Continue your set course and stay vigilant. I'll dispatch 2 more patrol vessels to conduct a cross-search in the area where they disappeared. Keep your communications open and be ready to provide on-site intelligence. Yes, sir. Without the expected harsh reprimand, Lieutenant Peck's voice regained some vitality. After ending the call with the patrol vessel, Vice Admiral Baskerville wasted no time. He immediately ordered the signalman to connect an encrypted line to Marine headquarters. This is Vice Admiral Gar Baskerville, commander of Marine G-12 branch. Urgent intelligence: the Jellyfish Pirate crew, Predator Rivera Sammy and his gang, has been spotted in the 3rd patrol sector of my jurisdiction. The crew demonstrated extremely high counter-surveillance awareness and exceptional navigational skills. Our patrol vessel briefly made contact and attempted to track them, but they cleverly evaded using complex terrain. I have dispatched additional vessels to conduct a search in the relevant waters. He paused, his finger unconsciously tapping the course line on the chart. Furthermore, based on their heading, the target pirate crew appears to be deviating from the 7 standard fast routes. Their final destination is currently unclear. Over. Intel received G-12 branch. Maintain tracking and updates. Headquarters will coordinate with relevant areas. Vice Admiral Baskerville put down the receiver, his brow furrowed. Deviating from the standard routes. Where in the world were these lawless ruffians heading? Could there be something hidden in those waters that attracted them? At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, in Sengoku's office. Sengoku sat behind his desk, his fingers interlaced beneath his chin, the round-rimmed glasses on his nose reflecting the white light of the documents on the table. He had just finished reviewing the emergency report from Rear Admiral Baskerville of G-12 branch, urgently compiled by the Intelligence Department, along with the attached patrol ship observation records and sea route heading analysis. A thick stack of documents lay spread before him, yet Sengoku's face revealed little emotion. Crunch, crunch. On the sofa opposite, Garp was lounging casually, munching on rice crackers with relish, utterly out of step with the room's solemn atmosphere. The predator Sammy has been confirmed to appear again. Location: the marginal waters of the G-12 branch jurisdiction. Sengoku picked up a sea chart on which the approximate area where the swordfish had been sighted and vanished was marked in red. Moreover, according to G-12 branch's observations and course backtracking analysis, they are not following any of the 7 regular fast routes. Instead, they are moving beyond the conventional routes, destination unknown. Oh, Garp had somehow finished the bag of crackers, patted the crumbs off his hands, and ambled over to the desk. That kid you've been dissecting over and over in the meeting room. He managed to slip through your carefully laid net once, and now he disappears right under the branch's nose. He's quite the troublemaker. Looks like this sea is getting more lively. Ha ha ha. Sengoku's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Although the initial judgment hadn't actually been his deduction, he was the lead on that mission, and he couldn't and wouldn't shirk the responsibility for the mistake. So he didn't refute Garp's ribbing, merely pushing the course analysis chart forward. Garp Sammy's crew has been a pirate group for nearly 7 years. In those 7 years, their strength has grown exponentially. Now, according to G-12 branch's report, their navigator is highly skilled, capable of using complex terrain to instantly shake off warship pursuit. Ambition, strength, intelligence, and superb sailing skills. A team with such a clear development trajectory and organizational ability would never wander aimlessly. Their sudden deviation from the convenient main routes to sail into other waters must have a reason. Garp picked his nose and flicked away an invisible small object. Maybe you're overthinking it, Sengoku. Pirates change course on a whim all the time. Maybe they heard about some treasure in a remote corner, or maybe they just got lost. You're making pirates too complicated. They're often simpler than you think. Simply. Sengoku looked up. A crew that survived a year on Little Garden and emerged stronger, that stirred up trouble in the Drum Kingdom and Alabasta consecutively and escaped, and that easily shook off Marine patrol ships. Would they be simple? Garp, don't underestimate them. Sengoku's gaze swept across the sea chart over Drum Kingdom, Alabasta, and Jaya, finally resting on the area mentioned in the G-12 branch report. Logic, Garp. Look at their previous actions. Their journey to the Drum Kingdom could be explained as seeking top-tier medical resources to ensure the crew's well-being. The attack on Alabasta had a core purpose: to rescue their recruited officer Leon, demonstrating their cohesion and initiative. Both actions logically serve the team's survival and expansion. So what is the purpose of this deviation from all known routes into unknown waters? If there isn't a deeper scheme behind it, it doesn't match the predatory efficient growth pattern they've shown so far. Garp also put away some of his joking demeanor. You mean, they're looking for something? Does it have to do with their year on Little Garden? Do the giants know something? We can't rule out that possibility. Little Garden is a primeval island, and the 2 captains of the giant warrior pirates are living legends. What Sammy's crew gained there might not be limited to combat experience. Perhaps they came into contact with some ancient records, heard certain legends, or obtained information from the giants. This deviation from the route might be their pursuit of that goal. What could be in those waters to attract them? An ancient weapon? Lost history? Sengoku, even you're considering such things. Garp expertly opened Sengoku's desk drawer, where snacks were always kept, and pulled out another bag of rice crackers, tearing it open. What a waste of your brain. You should write adventure novels. Eliminate all impossibilities, and whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. G-12 branch's patrol ship lost them, but I'll order coordination with nearby branches to expand the reconnaissance scope over the blank sea area to the northwest, while intensifying intelligence collection on related legends and unofficial routes. Sammy's crew must be re-added to the priority monitoring list. The office fell silent again, broken only by the occasional rustle of Garp's rice cracker bag and the scratch of Sengoku's pen across paper. A few days later, in the waters near Rongrong Island, after successfully shaking off the marine pursuit, the swordfish continued sailing northwest for several days. The sea breeze gradually grew warm, and the air became more humid. Captain, an island ahead. Hans nodded after checking the sea chart and the log pose. The coordinates match, and the climate fits the description. Boss ahead should be Rongrong Island. Brothers, prepare to dock. Replenish fresh water, gather supplies. Sammy's command drew a long-awaited cheer from the deck. The swordfish anchored in a bay with a gentle coastline. The moment they set foot on the island, everyone involuntarily took a deep breath. Rong Island, a place entirely belonging to mushrooms. The vegetation was astonishingly dense, and beneath the various shades of green lay a dazzling array of mushrooms of countless types. But the most striking sight was the colossal mushroom that served as a landmark in the distance. It stood in the center of the island, its top canopy blotting out the sky, casting a shadow that covered nearly half the island. My God, such a huge mushroom. What's with this island? Mushrooms everywhere. Look, that tree is covered with little mushrooms. Whatever. Finally on land. I've been eating fish for days, I just want meat. Charge, let's hunt. Hey, calm down, don't act like starving ghosts, Kahailua warned, adjusting his cuffs. The intelligence says there are people living on this island. Don't frighten the locals. Sammy assigned Isaac to lead a group to guard the swordfish, while the other officers each led a small team into the jungle to hunt. Then he turned to Kahailua and Hiraluk, who was curiously examining the mushrooms on the ground. Kahailua, with your experience, take the cook team and the medical team. Collect edible fruits and vegetables and confirm which mushrooms are safe. Hiraluk, you should oversee this carefully. I don't want anyone ending up in the infirmary from eating the wrong thing. Hiraluk immediately straightened up. Yes, Captain. Just then a commotion came from the direction of Marcus's hunting party. Catch it. Don't let that boar get away. Holy crap. How is this pig so fast? It's running that way. After it. Sammy shook his head. Watch out. Be careful of poisonous mushrooms. Got it. Watch out for poisonous mushrooms. Got it. A rabbit with fur displaying a riot of colors burst out from the bushes. Before anyone could react, a swifter black and yellow figure pounced diagonally from the side. Bang! Ardo's mace struck first, smashing the figure to the ground. The group looked closely and saw it was a sleek leopard, but its skin was covered in eerie patterns with several clusters of small grayish-white, coral-like mushrooms growing on its shoulders and back, trembling gently with the leopard's faint breathing. Ardo scratched his head, prodding the unconscious leopard with his mace. A leopard with mushrooms. This thing. Can you still eat its meat? Several sailors who had gathered around looked uneasy. Will we get diarrhea if we eat it? What if we eat its meat and start growing mushrooms on ourselves? Sammy was also in the group. He crouched down to examine the mushrooms on the leopard. They might be parasitic. Parasitic. Exactly. In nature, some special plants can invade an animal's body using the host's tissue as nutrients and can even affect or manipulate the host's nervous system. They manipulate the host's behavior, perhaps to move the host to a place more suitable for spore dispersal. The mushrooms on these animals are likely that kind of parasitic fungus. Their brains and actions may no longer be entirely under their own control. Wow, what? Several sailors stepped back in fright. If we eat their meat, will we be parasitized too? Turn into mushroom people? Oh heavens, this island is too eerie. And people actually live here. Just as the group was chilled by this terrifying thought, Ardo, who had been silent all along, suddenly stiffened and turned around extremely slowly. Even more horrifying, a bright red spotted mushroom was perched on his head. I have been parasitized. Now, I'm coming to parasitize you all. Ha ha ha. Ardo couldn't hold it in anymore, plucked the mushroom he had just taken from a tree and doubled over with laughter. You actually believe that? With such little courage, how dare you sail the seas? Huh. Damn it, brother Ardo. Scaring people like that can kill. Captain, you two are ganging up to scare us, right? This island is already creepy enough. Amid the unsettled atmosphere. Excuse me. Are you the merchants who came to buy mushrooms this year? A voice, hesitant and thick with a local accent, came from behind a giant fluorescent blue mushroom, as thick as two men could embrace. Then a ruddy-faced, middle-aged man in simple linen cautiously poked his head out. The key point. On his head unmistakably sat a large red and white mushroom. A mushroom man. A real mushroom man. Several sailors, still spooked by Ardo, reflexively drew their weapons blades and gun barrels, all pointing at the man. Whoa! The man was startled by their reaction and waved his hands frantically. Don't be alarmed. It's just a decoration. See? He quickly took off the mushroom, revealing normal black short hair underneath. I'm not a mushroom person. Phew. Scared me to death. The sailors breathed a sigh of relief and sheepishly put away their weapons. This weird place. Do people always wear mushrooms when they go out? The man also relaxed, wiping cold sweat from his brow, and curiously studied Sammy and his group, who looked nothing like a typical merchant caravan. Where are you from? The merchants seem to have come a bit earlier than usual this year. And you don't look like the usual bosses. We are just sailors passing through by chance looking for supplies. Sammy stepped forward. Are you a local? Yes, I live in Mushroom Village up ahead. You don't seem like bad people. Come with me. Grandpa Village Chief has seen a lot and should welcome you. Under the man's guidance, Sammy and his party traversed a forest of bizarrely shaped mushrooms and arrived at the village in the center of the island. The villagers had hollowed out the thick, sturdy mushroom stalks and converted them into living quarters. The man explained that this special mushroom variety called columnar giant mushroom had flesh as tough as wood, was waterproof and insect-resistant, and stopped growing after a certain age, a natural building material bestowed by heaven. The group was led to the largest mushroom house in the center of the village. An elderly man with white hair and a kind face received them. "Welcome to Mushroom Village, travelers from afar. I am the village chief. You can call me Old Mushroom Head." The old man smiled and brewed them a pot of tea. The tea was amber in color with a unique aroma blending truffle and herbs. "This is made from dried fragrant tea mushrooms ground and brewed. It refreshes the mind and drives away the sea's dampness. Try it." Sammy took a sip. The flavor was rich, and indeed a cool sensation rushed to his head. "Good tea. Village chief, we came to ask about a place. High West. Have you heard of it?" Old Mushroom Head paused slightly as he drank. High West. Such a familiar yet unfamiliar name. It's probably been decades since any outsider last mentioned it. He looked at Sammy with a complex expression. "You are planning to go to the Sky Island, aren't you?" Sammy keenly sensed the discouragement in the chief's tone. "You seem to advise against it." "Alas." Old Mushroom Head sighed deeply. "Take my advice, give it up. Don't go." "Why is that?" Old Mushroom Head set down his teacup and began recounting history. "According to records passed down through our village about 300 years ago, our fluffy island was much more prosperous than it is now. Because of its location right on the route to High West, it became one of the important transit supply points. At that time, large numbers of merchant ships would stop here for supplies, then head to High West trying to trade with the Sky Island people. Though the success rate of reaching the Sky Island wasn't high, only 2 or 3 out of 10 ships would make a safe round trip, the profits were astonishing. The immense profits drove wave after wave of merchant associations to take the risk." The chief's tone turned wistful. "But about 300 years ago things changed. Fewer and fewer merchant associations were willing to go to the Sky Island, and this route gradually fell into disuse. By a few decades ago, no merchant association said they would head to High West anymore." Old Mushroom Head picked up the now-cooled tea and took a sip. "According to news brought back by the last few groups of merchants, a war broke out on the Sky Island. A monumental war that had already lasted for centuries. Because of the war, the Sky Island became extremely xenophobic and dangerous. The ships from the Blue Sea, the ships of the Grand Line, were no longer treated as merchants, but were often mistaken by both warring sides as spies or enemies from unknown forces and subjected to indiscriminate fierce attacks. The losses of the merchant associations grew heavier. Less than 1 in 100 survived. Gradually the risk no longer matched the reward, and no merchant association was willing to do such a losing business. That route was thus severed. High West was gradually forgotten." Old Mushroom Head looked at Sammy and the others earnestly. "You must be adventurers who heard tales of the Sky Island's existence. Take my advice, turn back. Going there now isn't adventure, it's suicide." Sammy nodded inwardly. The timeline and description matched the 400-year-long war between the Shandians and the Sky Island natives over Upper Yard. This basically aligned with the original information. Just then, several sailors who had been in charge of procurement came running back excitedly carrying several baskets of fresh mushrooms and some local dried goods. "Captain, things are so cheap here. Look, we bought this huge pile of mushrooms for just a few hundred berries, and the quality is excellent. And there's this healing mushroom. The villagers said you can crush it and apply it externally to speed up wound healing." Old Mushroom Head chuckled. "We don't have much here, but we have plenty of mushrooms. They cover the mountains. We just earn a hard day's pay. In another 2 months, when the mushroom outbreak season comes, the prices will be even cheaper. A few merchant associations will come to buy then. Besides them, the most frequent visitors are pirates. Adventurers like you who specifically inquire about High West are rare." The chief's words were interrupted. "Chief. Trouble." Several young villagers with flintlock rifles rushed in urgently. "We spotted a pirate ship on the western beach." The atmosphere within the mushroom house instantly grew taut at the villagers' urgent report. No sooner had Erjuo heard the word pirate ship than he reflexively tightened his grip on the spiked club leaning beside him. However, Sammy, standing beside him, reached out and quietly pressed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head slightly. "The western beach. We landed from the southeast. It seems another group of uninvited guests has arrived." Erjuo caught the signal of restraint in his leader's gaze. Though somewhat puzzled, he grudgingly suppressed the impulse to erupt. At this moment, the wistful expression on Old Mushroom Head village chief's face had been replaced by deep worry. He let out a heavy sigh as if long accustomed to such sudden troubles. "Alas, speak of the devil, and he appears. Quick, sound the alarm. Notify all villagers gathering outside to return to the village immediately. Where's the patrol team? Assemble at once, bring your weapons, and prepare for defense." Old Mushroom Head issued the orders with practiced skill, then turned to Sammy and the others with a bitter smile. "Dear guests from afar, you must forgive the spectacle. But worry not. Though we are but humble mushroom farmers, having lived on Rongrong Island alongside fungi for so long, we have devised a method of defense using the island's special mushrooms, enough to handle some 30 to 40 million berry pirates. I only hope the strength of this crew. Sammy took in the anxiety and forced composure on the chief's face. Chief Old Mushroom Head, we have just enjoyed your hospitality and learned some valuable information about Sky Island, sparing us much trouble. If these uninvited pirates prove too much for you, we would be glad to help defeat them. Unlike the gentle southeast coast, the western shore was mostly jagged rocks where waves crashed against them, sending up white foam. A pirate ship, its hull an unhealthy grayish-green, lurched onto a relatively flat stretch of shingle in a manner bordering on pathetic. The ship's sails bore a skull and crossbones pattern, with the skull holding a mushroom in its mouth. Nah, Captain. Finally we've found this legendary island. A pirate as thin as a bamboo pole gazed at the lush mushroom forest on the island. Yes, to find this Rong Island we've searched countless islands, weathered how many storms, lost so many brothers, woo. Several emaciated pirates nearby actually broke down, hugging each other and weeping. Their mournful appearance resembled not fierce pirates, but rather shipwreck survivors. Their emotions infected those around them, causing many others to redden at the eyes. Clearly this journey to find the island had been filled with unimaginable hardship. Stop crying. Pull yourselves together. A rousing voice suddenly cut through the lament. The crowd parted and a man dressed in a medieval captain's outfit stepped forward. We endured countless hardships, traversed mist and storms, suffered hunger and sickness, and have finally arrived. Look around. Endless mushrooms. This is the bed of my dreams, the cornerstone of our new era. Next we shall occupy this place, rule it. Found a great kingdom belonging to me, Morris. His words, paired with his fanatical demeanor, were highly inflammatory, making his men temporarily forget the journey's hardships and rekindle the flames of greed and ambition in their eyes. Long live Captain Morris. Occupy Rong Island. Found the Mushroom Kingdom. Yet at that very moment the lookout came tumbling down from the mast. Captain Morris. The Navy, that warship, is also approaching. The Navy. Those pesky flies. Can't shake them off no matter what. They've been chasing us for so long, though I haven't had a proper meal in days. As if to confirm his words, a series of gurgling stomach sounds rippled through the crowd. What's the panic? Instead of panicking, Morris grew even more excited. He licked his cracked lips and let out a low chuckle. Perfect timing. Here, this is my turf. Now even if the Navy Admiral comes, I'll dare to fight him. He waved his hand abruptly. Move out. First follow me ashore. Before those annoying Navy flies arrive, we must obtain that thing. Under Morris's lead, the pirates swiftly left the beach and plunged into the dense, bizarre mushroom forest. Once inside the forest, Morris's entire demeanor transformed. He no longer resembled an impatient invader, but a pilgrim returning to a holy land, a monarch returning to his throne. He took a deep breath of the humid forest air, his face flushed with ecstasy. He stretched out a trembling hand and gently caressed the mushrooms of various shapes and sizes. Ah, magnificent. Too magnificent. Do you hear them? These mushrooms, they whisper, they cheer, they sing. They have been waiting for their true king to arrive. An officer sidled up and whispered, Captain, these seem mostly common non-toxic or low-toxicity varieties, though astonishingly abundant. Of course I know, but there must also be countless rare, powerful, even unrecorded species sleeping here. However, Morris's hand suddenly shot up, pointing toward the center of the island, toward the direction of the giant mushroom. But for now our main target is that. Once I obtain it, no matter who comes, Navy or other foolish pirates, as long as I'm on this island, I'll be the strongest. I will be the undisputed king of this mushroom island. Ha ha. Boom, boom, crack. The heavy sound of running footsteps and the crisp snap of trees being smashed, accompanied by a beast's roar, mingled with anger and pain, drew nearer, like muffled thunder, shattering Morris's intoxicated speech, and the fervor just kindled in his men. Huh, what's that sound? What's going on? An earthquake? The members of Morris's pirate crew looked up in alarm, glancing around. The enormous mushroom caps blotted out the sky, leaving the forest dimly lit by only a few glowing mushrooms, making it hard to pinpoint the source of the sound. Boom. Just ahead of them, at the edge of a clearing where fluorescent blue giant mushrooms grew, the tall stipes and bushes suddenly burst apart. A colossal creature charged out like a runaway war chariot. It was a boar of exaggerated proportions. Standing, its shoulder height must have exceeded 3 meters, its body length approached 7 meters. Its body was covered in steel needle-like dark brown bristles, and from its mouth protruded 2 curved, ferocious pale tusks. Yet at this moment the beast, the supposed overlord of the forest, looked quite disheveled. Its robust frame was marked with several deep wounds that reached the bone, with flesh curled back. The cuts were clean, clearly inflicted by masterful swordsmanship. Blood continued to gush from these wounds, staining half of its body dark red. The intense pain and weakness from continuous blood loss had driven it into a frenzy. Its small red eyes had lost all reason, leaving only the mad instinct to charge blindly. The direction it burst out from was right toward Morris's group. Wah! Dodge! Get out of the way! Morris's men, terrified out of their wits, scrambled to both sides. But the giant boar was too fast. Bang! Crack! Two unfortunate pirates who couldn't dodge in time were directly hit by the massive body and terrifying momentum. They flew off with screams, crashing heavily into the mushroom clusters in the distance. The rampaging boar didn't even pause. It crashed into the loose ranks of the pirates, scattering the formation. Bastard! Morris, both shocked and furious, saw the maddened giant boar about to completely disrupt his carefully planned landing operation. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he pressed both hands onto the ground covered in mycelia and fallen leaves. Don't be too arrogant, you reckless beast. Let me show you who truly rules on this island. Mushroom net binding. Morris's ability activated, where his palm touched the natural mycelium network that had been quietly lying on the ground, and several small climbing mushrooms with clinging properties seemed to be instantly infused with wild vitality. The grayish-white mycelia thickened at a visible rate and abruptly shot up from the ground. Nearby, the slender stalks of several ghost vine mushrooms also swung violently, cooperating with the proliferating mycelia to wrap layer upon layer around the bleeding hind leg of the giant boar. These instantly activated and strengthened mycelia and mushroom bodies were exceptionally tough. Although they could not completely stop the fierce charge of the giant boar, they greatly restricted its speed, causing it to struggle and writhe in fury on the spot, splashing mud and broken mycelia everywhere. Well done, Captain. We've stopped it. As expected of Captain Morris. The pirates, who had just calmed their startled nerves, cheered in unison and were about to muster their courage to step forward and assist the captain in subduing the severely wounded beast. Just then, a swift figure pursued from the direction the giant boar had come, moving even faster. With a few agile leaps, it landed lightly on the thick stalk of a nearby mushroom. The newcomer was none other than Marcus. He frowned as he glanced at the giant boar entangled by mushrooms, then cast a cold look over the unfamiliar, disheveled faces below. Islanders. No dress like this. Pirates. 'Tis quite tenacious vitality to have taken so many cuts and still run this far. Marcus muttered to himself, his tone carrying a hint of mild dissatisfaction that the prey refused to fall obediently. He paid no attention to Morris and his group, his gaze fixed solely on the giant boar. In a flash, his figure vanished from the stalk and reappeared the next moment at the side of the struggling giant boar. This farce should end now. He let out a low shout, pushing the tsuba of his blade with his thumb. Shwa! A silver line so thin it was nearly invisible sliced through the air and appeared on the exposed side of the giant boar's neck. Dong! The giant boar's massive body shuddered violently, its crimson eyes swiftly losing their luster. Without even a grunt, it crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust mixed with spore powder, completely unconscious. Only then did Marcus land, lightly dusting off his clothes though there was no dust, and looked at the fallen trophy with a satisfied expression. He turned and called out to the several panting members behind him. Hurry up. Huh. See this? This boar is enough to feed the whole crew for at least 2 days. That kid Aldo definitely didn't catch one this big. Drag it back, and we'll have a feast tonight. You bastards. Morris snapped back from the series of lightning-fast changes, looking at the fallen giant boar and his wounded subordinates, then at Marcus's attitude of complete disregard for them. A surge of anger shot up like a flame. He was Mushroom Overlord Morris, the great pirate with a bounty of 43 million belly, the future king of the Mushroom Kingdom. These unknown guys who appeared from nowhere actually dared. Are you blind? Don't you see we're here? Injuring my men and stealing my prey. What audacity. Exactly. You bastards, are you blind? Your prey collided with our people. Do you know who our captain is? Kneel and apologize. Leave the pig behind. Then maybe Captain Morris will be merciful and spare your lives. Huh. Marcus seemed to finally notice them, his cold gaze sweeping over Morris and his startled men. You? Judging by your appearance, you must be pirates too. This boar was first hunted and wounded by us. As for the collision, he glanced at the 2 pirates groaning on the ground. I don't need to explain anything to you. If you heard such commotion in the forest and didn't know to avoid it, you can only blame your own slow reflexes. Ha ha ha. The members behind him also laughed. His words spoken with such matter-of-factness and even a hint of lecturing thoroughly enraged Morris. Bastard, do you know who I am? I'm the great pirate with a bounty of 40 million Mushroom Overlord Morris. This forest, this island. Soon everything will be my territory. Who do you think you are? Ha ha. Someone actually calls themselves a great pirate. What nerve? Morris's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The air around him seemed to distort slightly with his rage, and the quiet mushrooms on the ground and trees appeared to stir uneasily. Looks like I need to show you some color, so you know who rules here. As Morris was about to activate his ability and attack, the scar-faced executive beside him hurriedly grabbed his arm. Captain Morris, calm down. We're in too poor a condition right now. Don't forget our primary objective. If we get entangled with these unknown people and waste time, it'll be trouble when the main force lands. Moreover, the executive shot a wary glance at the sword sheathed at Marcus's waist and the members behind him, who, though panting, had already taken advantageous positions. They look like they're not to be trifled with. Morris's chest heaved violently. He glared at Marcus, then looked toward the island's center forcibly, suppressing the urge to attack immediately. You're lucky. I have more important matters now. But everything on this island, including the pig you hunted today, will eventually be mine. Let's go. He gave Marcus one last sinister glare, as if to memorize his face, then waved his hand, and led his men around the fallen giant boar and Marcus's team hurrying off toward the towering giant mushroom in the island's center, soon disappearing into the depths of the mushroom forest. Marcus watched them leave. The hint of mockery on his face slowly faded, and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as a flicker of thought passed through his eyes. Mushroom Overlord Morris. Never heard of him. His ability. Controlling mushrooms. On this island that could be a bit troublesome. Brother Marcus, these people seem to be heading toward the island center sneaky-like. Should we follow and take a look? No need to bother with them. Our mission is to hunt for supplies. The priority is to complete our task. Marcus withdrew his gaze and commanded, first process the prey and get it back to the ship as soon as possible. We'll report everything else to the boss when he returns. The scene shifted back to Mushroom Village. Under the command of Village Chief Old Guta, the villagers had completed their defensive preparations. Chief, latest news. A young villager in charge of perimeter reconnaissance came running back. That group of pirates who landed from the west, about 30 or 40 of them, didn't even stop after disembarking. They went straight into the mushroom forest, heading toward the center of the island. The island's center. Old Gutu's brow furrowed. There's nothing there. What are they doing there? Chief, there's more good news. Soon after that pirate ship landed, a Navy warship arrived. It's now anchored in the Western Reef Bay, and the Navy soldiers are disembarking. They must be here to catch those evil pirates. The Navy is here. Really? That's great. It's the Navy. We're saved. While the villagers were rejoicing at the news of the Navy's arrival, Sammy and his companions, though they also wore smiles on their faces, had a glint of coldness in their eyes. The Navy has arrived. That certainly brings a lot of reassurance. Sammy smiled in agreement, but his mind was racing, analyzing this sudden variable. The Navy's landing on the island might be a blessing for Mushroom Village, but for them as pirates, it was far from good news. However, the log pose's magnetism hadn't fully stored, yet making it unsafe to set sail at this moment. Yet staying near the village, which would clearly become a zone of Navy activity, was obviously not a wise idea. Although he was not worried about the consequences of fighting the Navy, there was absolutely no reason to engage in conflict with them. His goal was Skypea. There was no need to stir up trouble. Time to withdraw, and it had to be done naturally without arousing any suspicion. After all, in the eyes of these villagers, they were still a group of curious adventurers. As the thought flashed through his mind, like lightning, Sammy's expression became more animated, even adding a hint of perfectly timed concern. He walked up to the old mushroom-headed village chief, furrowed his brow, and pointed toward the forest. Chief, there's something that troubles me. That bunch of pirates, after landing, neither plundered the village nor seemed to be resupplying. Instead, they plunged straight into the depths of the forest. That's far too abnormal. I have a feeling they might be plotting something dangerous. So I plan to take some people and go check it out. We absolutely cannot let these suspicious characters run amok on the island. What if they cause some destruction and threaten your village? That would be terrible. Wow, what? The old mushroom-headed chief and the other villagers were startled, repeatedly waving their hands. Impossible, impossible. Young man, those are vicious pirates. It's far too dangerous. You should stay here and let the Navy handle it. Don't worry, Chief. Sammy patted his chest and flashed a confident smile. Since we dare to sail the Grand Line, we have some ability to protect ourselves. Even if we can't defeat them, we have the confidence to retreat unscathed. We can't just stand by and watch potential disaster unfold, can we? That's not the way of an adventurer. Behind him, Aldo and the others straightened their backs in unison, exuding an aura of over-the-top righteousness and considerable strength, perfectly playing the role of a passionate adventure team. The old mushroom-headed chief looked at these spirited young people, the words of dissuasion circling on his lips before turning into a sigh. He could see their determination was set. Since you insist, be extremely, extremely careful. If things seem off, run back immediately. Don't worry, Chief, we'll be careful. By the way, Chief, how long does it take for the log pose here to store magnetism? Our Furfur Island's magnetism records vary quickly, just 1 day is enough. 1 day? I see, thank you very much. Soon, under the villagers' gazes filled with worry and blessings, the brave adventurers shouldered the large bags and bundles they had bought in the village, mostly dried mushrooms and local specialties, and resolutely set foot on the path leading into the forest at the island's center, their figures gradually disappearing into the mushroom shade. What brave and kind young people. Hope they stay safe. The villagers murmured as they watched them go. However, after venturing a distance into the forest and confirming they were completely out of the villagers' sight, the passionate expression on Sammy's face instantly faded. He made a gesture, and the team immediately halted. Change direction, full speed back to the swordfish. Yes, boss. Without any further explanation, the team that had just been marching fervently toward the island's center instantly changed direction and sped toward the southeastern coast, where the Swordfish was moored. Fur Island west coast. Colonel, look over there. It's the Mushroom Pirates ship. Colonel Ronald of the G-10 branch stood on the warship's bow, his sharp gaze sweeping over the messy stone beach. The gray-green pirate ship lay tilted and stranded there like a dead fish. Colonel Ronald, about 40 years old, had a stern face with a faint scar on his chin, a mark left by years of suppressing pirates at sea. He narrowed his eyes, his cold face showing no surprise. So he escaped here after all. That madman Morris. He muttered to himself, then waved decisively. First recon team board and inspect. The rest maintain alert, prepare to land. Yes. A squad of elite Navy soldiers quickly took a small boat ashore and boarded the silent pirate ship. After a moment. Report, Colonel. The ship is empty, only a few odds and ends left behind in haste. Judging that the entire crew has landed no more than 2 hours ago. A dying struggle. Colonel Ronald sneered. All troops land. Advance into the island in battle formation. Morris's devil fruit ability might be enhanced on this island. Everyone stay vigilant and watch for any abnormal fungal activity. Our mission is to capture or eliminate Mushroom Despot Morris and his henchmen, uphold justice, and eradicate this cancer. Yes, for justice. Fur Island southeast coast, the Swordfish. On the deck, the away team had all returned and were exchanging their experiences. Although we almost brought back the entire forest. Marcus crossed his arms, leaning against a pile of game stacked like a small mountain, and started teasing. Look at you empty-handed. Don't tell me you didn't even get a single hair. Shut your... Aldo's eyes widened as he was about to retort, but Sammy's voice cut through. All right, stop messing around. The situation has changed. The Navy has come to the island. Navy? Marcus frowned, instantly dropping his joking demeanor. Is it the warship from a few days ago? Did we not shake them off, and they followed us here? No, it's another group. They landed on the west coast. Their target is not us, but another pirate crew. The warship came chasing them. Another pirate crew. Isaac walked out of the cabin, said thoughtfully. Looks like Fur Island is quite lively today. Another pirate crew. I did see another bunch of pirates on the island. Marcus then briefly explained his earlier encounter with Morris's crew in the forest and their displayed ability to control mushrooms. That crew was in a bad state, but they had big mouths. They were muttering something about becoming the rulers of the island. The ability to control mushrooms. Sammy frowned, lightly tapping the ship's railing. Could it be the mushroom fruit? No way, the mushroom fruit isn't something from the main storyline. Oh, by the way, the captain of those pirates gave his name Mushroom Despot Morris, claiming to be a great pirate with a bounty of 40 million. Carhalo quickly located the target in his bounty poster folder. Mushroom Tyrant Morris. Bounty 4300000 berries. Paramecia type mushroom fruit user excels at utilizing and catalyzing various fungi for combat. Extremely dangerous, wanted dead or alive. Carhalo's expression turned somewhat grave. This island is practically tailor-made heaven for Morris. No wonder he fled here with his life at stake, even while being pursued by the Navy. Sammy took the wanted poster and glanced at it before nodding. Indeed. Although Morris's bounty is only 43 million, combined with the abilities of his mushroom fruit and Rongrong Island's uniquely advantageous environment, his danger level and actual combat power are likely far beyond this figure. He paused and added, for certain devil fruit users, the environment acts as a power multiplier. Sammy raised his head, his gaze piercing through the forest gaps to fixate once more on the super giant mushroom at the island's center, towering like a mountain range. The words of Elder Mushroom Village Chief and the villagers echoed repeatedly in his mind. The pirates who landed on the west coast headed straight for the island's center. There's nothing at the island's center. TCH, this is really unsettling. Sammy murmured under his breath. Boss. Sammy withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the officers beside him. Aldo, Marcus, Carhalo, the three of you come with me. The rest of you, he turned to Isaac and the crew members staying behind. Keep watch over the ship and maintain the highest state of alert. Hans, monitor the log post closely. We'll need immediate notification the moment the magnetic charge is full. We'll be back shortly. Understood. Boss, what are we going to do? Aldo hoisted his spiky club, his expression clearly puzzled. Didn't the Navy go to deal with those pirates? Why are we getting involved? I'm not entirely comfortable with this. That Morris. Let's check it out. If the Navy can handle him smoothly, that's best. But if... He left it unfinished, but the coldness in his eyes made it clear to Aldo and the others what he meant. The four-man team quickly disembarked and disappeared back into the vibrant, yet perilous mushroom forest, moving swiftly toward the giant mushroom at the island's heart. Meanwhile, deep within the mushroom forest, Morris's group, unlike Sammy's team, which advanced with cautious speed, Morris's group had grown increasingly somber and sluggish since their bitter parting with Marcus's unit, though they continued pressing toward the island's center. Light barely penetrated the forest canopy, and the air hung heavy with spore dust and the damp scent of decaying matter. Prolonged hunger and exhaustion were steadily eroding the pirates' already depleted morale. Ouch! I can't. Captain, I really can't walk anymore. A pale-faced pirate finally collapsed, sinking onto the muddy ground and clutching his growling stomach, too weak to speak. Useless. Get up, Morris shouted over his shoulder, veins bulging in his bloodshot eyes. Captain, I can't either. I need to relieve myself. All useless trash. Morris glanced at his fallen subordinate, then swept his irritated gaze around before grabbing a large chunk from a nearby gray-white mushroom and tossing it without a second look. Eat. It'll give you strength. There's food all over this island. The pirate caught the mushroom and stared at the unidentified fungus in his hand, his expression darkening further. Again with the raw mushrooms. Captain, we've been eating nothing but raw mushrooms for almost 10 days straight. I can barely smell this and I want to barf. Yeah, Captain, another officer chimed in with a pained expression. Even if these mushrooms aren't poisonous, eating them raw like this, cold and gamey, it's been almost 10 days and my stomach's been aching constantly, and I've been running to the bathroom so much my legs feel weak. Could we find somewhere to start a fire and cook some meat? Even just grilled mushrooms would be nice. Can't eat it. It's just raw mushrooms for 2 days. What's there to complain about? Morris's eyes hardened as he snatched the mushroom from his subordinate's hand and shoved it into his mouth, chewing furiously. Dag cough. Morris's stomach reflexively convulsed, and he wiped the corners of his mouth to conceal the momentary discomfort. Never mind, hang in there a little longer. We're almost there. Once we've repelled those annoying Navy flies behind us, all the resources on this island will be ours. When that happens, we can eat whatever we want, however we want. Whole roasted pig, stewed venison, your choice. But for now, everyone pull yourselves together. Yet his words drew only weaker groans and pleading looks from his subordinates. Not everyone could sustain their efforts through such extreme weakness and discomfort on empty promises alone. Morris's patience quickly evaporated as he coldly surveyed his faltering men. If you can't keep walking, stay here. Those who can still move, follow me. You lot stay put and don't wander off. I'll come back for you once we're done here. Captain, the Navy's right behind us. Captain, don't leave us behind. Pleading voices echoed, but Morris paid them no mind, leading the remaining dozen or so members in relatively better condition without looking back toward the colossal shadow ahead, towering like an obelisk. Along the way, similar scenes played out repeatedly. Every so often, 1 or 2 pirates collapsed from hunger, diarrhea, or sheer exhaustion, callously abandoned by Morris in the forest. Soon after, the Navy's G-10 branch tracking squad, led by Major Fox, quickly discovered the first batch of pirates Morris had abandoned by the roadside. Don't move. Navy, drop your weapons. The men were too weak to even attempt escape, only able to whimper where they lay. Well-trained naval soldiers swiftly secured the nearly defenseless captives. Torture wasn't even necessary. A simple interrogation had the abandoned pirates spilling everything they knew within moments. Morris is in terrible shape, yet he's abandoned his weakened subordinates and is now heading straight for the giant mushroom at the island's center. Major Fox's brow furrowed, an ominous feeling rising within him as he immediately ordered the entire force to increase their pace. Hurry! We must stop him before he causes irreparable damage. Unbeknownst to them, Sammy's team had been quietly tailing from the rear, using the forest's complex terrain to remain concealed as they observed the entire situation unfold. The Navy has caught up to them. Not bad efficiency. Morris discarded his burdens, so he'll definitely be moving faster now. Combined with the intelligence the Navy obtained, his desperate rush to this island suggests his target is likely that giant mushroom itself. A mushroom devil fruit user wanting to control the island's largest and oldest fungus. Sammy remained silent, his gaze fixed on the towering shadow of the giant mushroom ahead, his expression growing increasingly grave. Mo Lizzie and his party finally arrived at the foot of that colossal mushroom. Even from a distance it appeared imposing, but up close it was so breathtaking that words failed them. The thick stem alone would probably require dozens of people to encircle, and the enormous cap blotted out the sky, casting a shadow that covered the entire forest clearing. Mo Lizzie spread his arms, gazing up at the marvel, letting out a nearly manic laugh, as if the exhaustion and dishevelment of the past days were swept away. I've finally made it. Leonade, let's see how you stop me this time. At this very moment, Sami was leading his squad trailing behind the Navy, when suddenly he stopped dead in his tracks. An indescribable sense of crisis made him instantly look up, his gaze piercing through layers of leaves toward the giant mushroom. That mushroom seems to be moving. Almost simultaneously in the Navy formation ahead, Colonel Leonade seemed to sense something, his face turning pale. Something's wrong. Everyone be alert. Abandon concealment. Full speed ahead. Head for the island center, full speed ahead. The Navy soldiers, upon hearing this, ignored the obstacles in the forest and rushed desperately toward the shadow of the giant mushroom. However, when they finally burst out of the dense forest panting and reached the open ground at the foot of the giant mushroom, the sight before them made everyone's breath catch. Mo Lisi was already standing calmly right in front of the towering giant mushroom, his back against the rough stem. Only 2 or 3 of his relatively better-conditioned officers remained by his side, guarding him like they were facing a formidable enemy. "Captain, the Navy, they're here." Mo Lisi slowly turned around. His face was even paler and darker than before, but the fervor and excitement burning in his eyes were frighteningly bright. "Mo Lisi." Colonel Luonade stepped out from the crowd, his gleaming blade pointing at the other. "You are surrounded with no way to escape. Lay down your arms and surrender immediately. This is your last chance. No way to escape. Surrender." "Ha ha." Mo Lisi twisted his lips into a distorted smile. "You Navy people are always so ridiculously naive. How many times must I tell you before you understand?" He suddenly spread his arms wide as if to embrace the entire forest, his voice rising sharply. "It's not that I have no way to escape. It's you who have barged into my kingdom. Now it's you who are surrounded by me." As his words fell, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he slammed both hands heavily onto the stem of the giant mushroom behind him. "Feel it. What a true kingdom of fungi is. Great reproduction." With his all-out roar and the activation of his ability, the entire Rongrong Island seemed to tremble. This was not an illusion. Rumble. With the supergiant mushroom as the center, a deep thunderous roar came from deep within the earth, causing the gravel and fungal leaves on the ground to tremble restlessly. Next, under the horrified gaze of all the Navy soldiers, that giant mushroom, which seemed to have existed since time immemorial, began to shake violently with a visible amplitude. As the giant mushroom shook, an endless torrent of spore dust cascaded down from beneath its vast canopy like a waterfall. The spore dust covered an extremely wide area, instantly enveloping the vast region at the foot of the giant mushroom, along with Mo Lisi, his remaining forces, and the Navy that had just formed an encirclement. Within sight, everything was a vast white. Cough. What is that? Spores. The giant mushroom is releasing spores. Watch out. Cover your mouth and nose. It might be poisonous. The Navy formation, which had been on high alert, was shaken by this horrifying sight. The soldiers instinctively covered their mouths and noses, causing an inevitable stir and chaos in the originally tight encirclement. However, something even more terrifying was yet to come. Within just a few breaths of the spores landing, a humanoid figure made of spores bearing a striking resemblance to Mo Lisi stood up from the ground. Then a second, a third, a tenth, a hundredth. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of spore-condensed figures stood up. The speed at which the spores fell was exactly the speed at which these spore soldiers were born. Their numbers instantly surpassed several times that of the Navy present, and with the continuous supply of spores falling from the air, that terrifying number was still growing exponentially. At a glance, they almost filled every inch of space under the giant mushroom counter encircling the Navy in the center. What the hell is this? Clones. Spore clones. Damn. This quantity is simply endless. Does he want to drown us with absolute numbers? The scene before him had completely exceeded Colonel Luonade's worst expectations. Forcing down the shock in his heart, he shouted sternly to stabilize the morale, "Don't panic. These are all puppets made of spores, all show and no substance. Mo Lisi is a user of the mushroom fruit. These spore clones are most afraid of fire." Flamethrower squad moved forward immediately. Others maintained defensive formation and prioritized attacking Mo Lisi's main body. Capture the chief to capture the rest. Ha ha ha. Do you see Luonade? Do you see my spore army? Mo Lisi stood in the sea of his army, his back against the giant mushroom. Though his face had turned pale from overexerting his ability, his laughter was filled with the madness and pleasure of controlling everything. "Here, my soldiers are endless. I can wear you down to death. Charge. Crush these ungrateful intruders." He waved his hand abruptly. The next moment, the boundless spore army, moving with slightly stiff steps, charged toward the Navy's circular defensive line. Although individual spore soldiers were not fast, the overwhelming pressure built from sheer numbers still made the Navy soldiers' scalps tingle. Fire. Open fire. Bang bang bang. The gunfire rang out like popping beans. The Navy soldiers fired desperately, and bullets easily dispersed a spore clone. The spore soldiers that were hit burst open, instantly turning back into a cloud of diffusing dust. However, this loss was like scooping a ladle of water from the ocean for the entire spore army. The soldiers in the front had just fallen, and those in the rear stepped over their comrades, remains expressionlessly continuing to surge forward. Ha ha ha. Do you feel despair? On this island I am a god. I am the kingdom. Mo Lisi's wild laughter rang out piercingly amid the sounds of battle. The Navy, let alone a mere colonel, even if a Navy admiral came in person today on this Rongrong Island, I would dare to fight him. Colonel Luonade's face was livid. He swung his saber like the wind, cutting down several spore soldiers that had broken through the fire net, and approached, splattering himself with dust. But his heart had already sunk. Although the flamethrowers were effective, their ammunition was not unlimited and had to be used at the most critical moments, yet the number of enemies. Sami's squad witnessed this scene of one man forming an army. Even a reckless man like Air Duo who feared nothing couldn't help but gasp. Holy cow, this spectacle. No wonder he couldn't be bothered to care for his own men. With this ability, who needs subordinates? Kahai Luo also turned to Sami with a grave expression. Boss, these Navy guys are in big trouble. The disparity in numbers is too great, it's not a match at all. Sami's eyes were fixed on the battlefield, especially on Mo Lizi's pale, yet fanatical face, and the giant mushroom behind him, which seemed to have come to life. He shook his head slowly. Let's wait and see. Although these spore clones are terrifying in number individually, they are too weak. I'm afraid the Navy won't sit idly by, and as for Mo Lizi, maintaining an ability of this scale, his consumption must be considerable. Facing the spore army surging like a tide, Colonel Ronald forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. The cold gleam of his saber flashed repeatedly as he sliced several spore soldiers that lunged at him into drifting dust. He twirled the saber with a sharp, formidable flourish, the blade's gleam illuminating his resolute face. All troops listen up. First squad, hold the left flank crossfire to suppress the charge. Second squad, take the right. The flamethrower units will follow me directly. Under my command, execute area sweep. Yes, Colonel. The remaining squads clear the flanks for me and the flame team. Ronald's gaze was locked on Morris, who stood behind the massive mushroom at the rear of the spore army. Morris's ability to maintain such a scale must drain him immensely. His true body is his greatest weakness. Once I take him down, these spore constructs will collapse on their own. Decapitation strike. I'll execute it myself. Before the words faded, he suddenly exploded with force from his feet. Only a fading afterimage and the burst of dust from his feet remained. Leveraging the explosive speed of the T from the Lucier, Ronald instantly crossed over his men, who were engaging the Spore vanguard, and boldly charged into the front lines of the Spore army. Stop him. Seeing this, Morris's pupils contracted sharply. Driven by his will, more Spore soldiers like ants drawn to blood converged on Ronald from all directions, trying to build a wall with their bodies. Yet Ronald's speed was too great. Lancia. The moment his saber swung, even the air let out a piercing shriek. This was no ordinary slash. It was a flying slash technique Ronald had created by perfectly integrating the essence of the Lan Jiao from the Lucier, generating vacuum slashes through ultra-high-speed motion friction with the air, into his own meticulously honed swordsmanship. Boom! A crescent-shaped pale cyan vacuum wave shot from the blade, cleanly severing dozens of Spore soldiers in the fan-shaped area ahead, causing them to instantly burst into Spore smoke. This blow cleared a blank zone. Quick! Follow the Colonel. Behind him, the flamethrower unit of over a dozen elite soldiers opened fire at full power. A dozen blazing, scorching tongues of fire roared forth, turning the Spore clusters attempting to close in from the sides into blazing walls of fire and ash. They advanced along the gap Ronald had torn open, trying to forge a scorching path to the giant mushroom. Damn it! Don't even think about getting close. Seeing this, Morris's eyes grew even more frenzied. He knew he must never let this formidable Marine colonel get near him. He abruptly raised both hands from the giant mushrooms, stuck his fingers like claws, and clawed at the air in the direction of Ronald's charge. Fungal binding helmet. Instantly, the soil beneath Ronald's feet and a head covered with a thick layer of mycelium and fallen leaves churned violently. Countless pale gray activated mycelial threads burst forth, like living tentacles, forming a huge net of mycelium over a dozen meters in radius, hurtling down toward Ronald. Facing this overwhelming net, Ronald's eyes were icy cold, revealing no trace of panic. He gripped the saber handle with both hands, lowered his waist slightly, and with a speed beyond visual capture unleashed over a dozen intertwined pale, cyan vacuum slashes at the oncoming mycelial net and the still surging Spore soldiers. Lancia ran. SSSSSSSH. The storm of razor-sharp slashes instantly shredded the mycelial net into pieces, and Spore soldiers burst apart in droves. Ronald seized the opening created by the slashes to close the distance to Morris once more. Bastard. Seeing how tenacious and relentless Ronald was, Morris finally felt a surge of panic. He could sense that maintaining the Spore army, activating the mycelium. Multitasking drained his physical strength, and spirit, like a floodgate, opened, flowing away rapidly. His face had turned as pale as paper, and his breathing began to grow uncontrollably erratic. No, he must not let him get any closer. Morris, your crimes end here. Surrender now, and you'll still have a chance to go to Impel Down. Protect the captain. Seeing this, the last two lieutenants beside Morris rushed forward from left and right. They knew they must not let this terrifying Marine colonel reach their captain. Get out of my way. Ronald's eyes flashed fiercely. Instead of slowing his charge, accelerated to the limit. The lieutenant on the left swung a heavy maul. With a subtle, swift change in footwork at high speed, Ronald sidestepped like a phantom, narrowly dodging the hammerhead, and simultaneously thrust his saber backward. Lan Xieguan. At the tip of the blade, a highly compressed and concentrated slash of air formed a spiral drill-like vortex, instantly piercing through that lieutenant's chest and sending a spray of blood In the next instant, Ronald's right hand, still holding the saber, swung back to parry. Clang. The lieutenant on the right's machete was blocked by the saber, while Ronald's left fist like a cannonball slammed hard into the lieutenant's abdomen. Ugh! That lieutenant's eyes bulged, his body doubled over like a shrimp as he flew backward, crashing into the giant mushroom stalk. With the last two obstacles eliminated, only less than 20 meters, and a few hastily assembled rows of spore soldiers remained between Ronald and Morris. The manic grin had long vanished from Morris's face, replaced by pallor, fury, and an undeniable trace of weakness. He frantically drove his ability, causing more spores to fall from the giant mushroom's cap, trying to condense into a thicker barrier before him. It's useless, Morris. Your tricks end here. Colonel Ronald shouted as he exhaled, accelerating again. He gripped the saber with both hands, pouring all his strength into the blade, which began to hum faintly. Lucier Oogie Lon John. He leaped high. This strike was no longer a series of high-frequency slashes, but a single decisive blow, gathering all his power, speed, and the principle of vacuum slashes from the Lan Jiao into one. The saber transformed into a dazzling, sky-spanning rainbow that seemed capable of cutting even light itself, cleaving down toward Morris with resolve. Before the blade even arrived, its sharp, unmatched aura already suffocated Morris. Victory seemed to hang on this single slash. A flicker of madness crossed Morris's eyes. Damn it, you leave me no choice. No one can stop me. Awaken, giant mushroom guardian. Rumble. This tremor was far greater than before. The entire super giant mushroom, from its base to its cap, emitted a low roar. To the horror of Ronald and all the Marine soldiers, the immensely thick stalk surface several meters above the ground bulged and writhed violently. Two enormous fists, each the size of a small house, formed from hardened fungal flesh, materialized with a thunderous impact. Take this punch. Just as Colonel Ronald fiercely unleashed the gale slash and Morris madly drove the giant mushroom to counterattack with earth-shattering force in Mogu village. That. What is that? A villager pointed toward the center of the island. In the distance, the enormous cap of the Giacala giant mushroom, which they had regarded for generations as the island's symbol and sanctuary, was trembling slightly, and terrifying bulges were faintly visible on its massive stem. The Giacala giant mushroom is moving. A miracle. The mushroom god has manifested. Some elderly villagers immediately knelt with a thud toward the direction of the giant mushroom. Quick, pray to the mushroom god. As if to confirm his words, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble with obvious vibrations. The ground is shaking. Is it an earthquake? What's happening? What is going on? It must be those foreign pirates. They have angered the Giacala giant mushroom. They have offended the mushroom god. The elders kept kowtowing, prompting more fearful villagers to kneel toward the giant mushroom, mumbling and kowtowing. Pray quickly. Beg for the god's forgiveness. Don't let him punish us. How is that possible? How could the Giacala giant mushroom move? Never heard of it. Exactly. This is too strange. All of you get up. What are you doing? The old mushroom-headed village chief was so angry that his beard trembled, and he forcefully struck the ground with his cane. This is no miracle at all. This is clearly a disaster. It's those damned outsiders causing trouble. Wake up, all of you. However, fear and ignorance cannot be dispelled by a few reprimands. Most of the villagers remained kneeling in prayer, while only a few young people stood with unease, their gazes toward the giant mushroom, filled with anxiety. Rong Island Center. Facing the mushroom flesh giant fist comparable to a house in size, Colonel Ronald, who was in midair with no way to gain leverage, suddenly felt his pupils contract. He was not proficient in the moonwalk, so at this moment he could not evade. He could only place all his hope and strength into the blade that had been condensed to its utmost limit. Gale slash. He roared, and his saber transformed into a brilliant rainbow that tore through heaven and earth, decisively slashing toward the oncoming giant fist. Crunch, squelch. There was no loud clang of metal, only the dull tearing sound of a blade cutting into tough wood. This decisive strike, condensing Ronald's essence, energy, and spirit, was indeed astonishing. It actually severed the giant mushroom fist at the wrist. The severed fist fell to the ground, shaking the earth again, sending spores and dust flying. However, breaking through this fist nearly exhausted his upward momentum and remaining strength. Another giant fist, long ready, crashed toward him with the force to crush everything. Iron body. At the critical moment, Ronald roared, and his entire body tensed and hardened like steel, pushing the defensive ultimate technique of the six powers to its limit. Boom! The giant fist struck him solidly, and the terrifying impact sent him hurtling toward the ground like a meteor. Bang! The ground was dented into a shallow pit, and spore dust, gravel, and soil mixed with a violent blast of air exploded outward in a ring. Colonel! The Navy soldiers, who were still struggling against the remaining spore soldiers in the distance, widened their eyes in fury. As the dust cleared slightly, Ronald was seen lying at the bottom of the pit, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Thanks to the formidable defense of the iron body, he had withstood the deadly blow. Although his internal organs were shaken, his injuries were not yet severe enough to render him combat ineffective. He struggled to get up. But Morris's frenzied counterattack was not over. The severed surface of the giant fist's mushroom flesh writhed wildly, and in the blink of an eye an equally huge fist had regenerated. Die? Navy. Aura, aura, aura. Without giving Ronald any chance to catch his breath, the newly born giant fist together with the other fist began a frenzied continuous pounding on the figure in the pit like a pile driver. Boom, 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 boom. Facing the alternating blows of the two giant fists, Ronald seemed like a piece of rice cake on a chopping board, barely able to maintain his iron body, enduring one heavy blow after another at the bottom of the pit. Morris leaned against the mushroom stem, his pale face filled with a hysterical laugh. Just as all his attention was focused on controlling the giant fists and enjoying the pleasure of crushing the Navy, a ghostly figure silently approached behind Morris. Hand raised, palm fell. A heavy chop struck the back of Morris's completely unguarded neck. The mad grin on Morris's face froze instantly, and the crazed light in his eyes dissipated. Before he could even turn to see who it was, his body went limp and collapsed onto the thick mushroom mat at the base of the giant mushroom, unconscious. As the ability user lost consciousness, all the spore armies spawned by his power on the battlefield instantly turned into ordinary spore dust, drifting and dispersing in the air. The animated wriggling hyphae also quickly lost their luster and vitality, reverting to inconspicuous jungle ground cover. And the two giant mushroom fists that had been wildly pounding also lost all their strength and activity, hanging limp beside the stem. Sammy glanced at Ronald, who was momentarily still in the dust at the bottom of the distant pit, then glanced at the unconscious Morris at his feet, and reached out to touch the now calm giant fist of the Giacula giant mushroom beside him. Really? Such an exaggerated scale and control. Don't move. Who are you people? At this moment, the remaining Navy soldiers finally recovered from the shock of the spore soldiers' disappearance. Despite being wounded, they still managed to raise their muskets and swords, aiming them all at the suddenly appeared Sammy and his group. Water. Jellyfish Pirates. That's Sammy the Predator. Some sharp-eyed soldiers recognized Sammy's face. Oh dear, I've been recognized. Sorry to interrupt you Navy elites in the execution of your duties. Sammy scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed, but this seemingly casual action made the surrounding Navy soldiers who were gradually gathering treat him as a great enemy. They all clicked their bolts and loaded dozens of dark gun barrels fixed on him. Drop your weapons. Surrender immediately. Don't get excited, my Navy brothers. Sammy spread his hands, indicating he meant no harm. After all, I just helped you solve a big problem, didn't I? If I hadn't acted, your brave colonel would probably have become mushroom fertilizer. Doesn't that count as indirectly saving all your lives? Is this how the Navy of the Grand Line treats a concerned citizen and lifesaver? The Navy soldiers looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt and uncertainty. They couldn't refute Sammy's words, but they showed no sign of lowering their guns. Standing before them was the Predator, with a bounty over 100 million and a notorious reputation. His danger level was probably no lower than that mushroom madman from earlier. A pirate's help is only for your own benefit. Don't think you can get away with this. Everyone attention, maintain formation. Wait for the colonel's orders. Their gazes anxiously turned to the bottom of the pit, hoping that Colonel Ronald would immediately stand up to take charge. Sammy took in their reactions, and the look of helplessness on his face slowly faded, replaced by a hint of mockery. Well, it seems the role of concerned citizen doesn't suit me. Since you don't acknowledge this favor, forget it. But we didn't come all this way just to return empty-handed. So sorry, Robert. Before his words faded, his arms had already risen, with a pale purple venom swiftly coating his palms. Poison waterfall, thousand needle rain. A massive fan-shaped spray of venom erupted, blanketing the entire area ahead. Watch out. It's poison. Scatter up. The Marine's warning was cut short. The Marines had not anticipated Sammy's speed, the distance was too close, and the venom's coverage too vast. Most of them had no time to react. In an instant of burning pain and intense numbness seized their skin, and they collapsed to the ground with muffled groans. Though their minds remained clear, their bodies were stiff and immobile, leaving them only to glare helplessly. Damn pirates. Cowards. Ardo. Marcus. Kahalo. Don't just stand there. Gather all usable weapons, ammunition, medicine, and anything valuable or useful. Move fast. We're short on time. Ardo hoisted his spiked club and strode forward, eyeing the temporarily incapacitated spoils and scattered equipment on the ground, grinning. Ha, got it. This is what they call the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And we'll even grab a little extra. But boss, with so much stuff, how are we supposed to carry it all? And these big ones. Ardo kicked a heavy flamethrower on the ground. What about this? Do we take it? Sammy glanced at the bulky flamethrowers and shook his head decisively. No flamethrowers. They're too cumbersome, and we won't use them on the ship, and their specialized fuel supply is troublesome. Prioritize lightweight weapons and ammunition. Got it. But soon a problem emerged. They had come lightly equipped for reconnaissance and carried few bags. Boss, there's too much. Dozens of guns alone. There's no way to pack them all. Marcus frowned, staring at the small mountain of gear before him. Sammy's gaze slowly shifted to the Marines on the ground who glared, but could not move, and a mischievous smile crept across his face. Bags. We have the raw materials right here, don't we? The Marines. Hey, this fabric's nice. Pretty durable. Haha, this guy's even wearing a floral shirt underneath. Undo the belts too, we'll use them to tie things up. Boots. Never mind the boots. The scene erupted into a chaotic, darkly humorous frenzy. The crew skillfully sorted the captured firearms and ammunition, using the stripped Marine uniforms as makeshift bundles to wrap the loot. Throughout the process, the paralyzed Marines could only watch, helplessly unable to move even a finger. Sammy then headed straight for the shallow pit, his gaze fixed on the still unconscious Captain Ronald. Sorry, Captain. You sleep, I'll work. Sammy bent down and began searching Ronald for anything valuable or useful information. When he reached Ronald's waist, his fingers touched a cold, hard object. Without a second thought, Sammy tried to pull it off as part of the loot. But the moment his fingers grasped the metal ring, an indescribable weakness instantly flooded his entire body. Sammy felt as if he had been thrown into deep water. His strength was drained away violently, his breathing became labored, and his legs gave way, dropping him to one knee in the pit. Ugh! Sammy grunted, releasing his grip as if shocked, stumbling backward to sit on the ground, gasping with cold sweat beading on his forehead. Boss! Nearby Ardo and Marcus noticed the anomaly and immediately dropped their tasks to close in. And no, it's nothing. Sammy took a few breaths and waved them off to relax. The terrifying weakness faded quickly as he let go, but the lingering discomfort and palpitations still haunted him. He stared warily at the shackles on Ronald's waist, which emitted a unique matte sheen in the dim light. Could it be? A thought flashed through his mind. Sammy, unwilling to believe it, carefully avoided the metal rings this time, only pinching the chain connecting the two rings. No reaction. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. He tried again, quickly brushing the edge of one ring. That familiar repulsive weakness surged once more. Though the contact was brief and the area small, the effect was milder, yet Sammy still felt his vision darken and nearly collapsed again. He let go immediately, supporting himself on his knees, taking a few more breaths before fully recovering. Huh. Sammy chuckled softly, his eyes burning with heat as he stared at the unconscious Ronald. Unexpected bounty. Seastone handcuffs. Even with money, you can't easily get your hands on such treasures. Captain, you go out to catch a 43 million berry pirate, and you bring this ultimate weapon along. You've given me a phenomenal gift. He unfastened the entire shackle from Ronald's waist and carefully wrapped it in a piece of cloth torn from a Marine's uniform. Boss, what's that? You treasure it so much. Ardo leaned in, curious about the small cloth bundle. Seastone. Sammy said succinctly. Seeing Ardo's still blank expression, he added a special stone that drains a devil fruit user's strength. It's harder than diamond and rarer, used specifically to counter ability users. Soon Sammy and his crew completed their battlefield scavenging. Each person carried one or several bulging bundles made from Marine uniforms stuffed with loot. They took one last look at the chaotic battlefield, grabbed the unconscious Morris, and prepared to withdraw. But before leaving, Sammy glanced at Morris in his hands, and a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. He suddenly stopped, and with a tone full of admiration exclaimed loudly to his officers, "Ah, what a formidable devil fruit ability. Did you see that? Fists as big as a house." He pummeled the elite Marine captain into submission without mercy. That mastery over fungi is one of a kind on this grand line. He patted Morris's cheek. Such a rare talent left to wander hunted like a stray dog by the Marines. What a waste. It's a crime against nature. I've decided. I must recruit him into our Jellyfish Pirates. Nurture him well, make him an indispensable powerhouse on our ship. Huh. What a lucky trip today. This declaration of thirst for talent reached the ears of the Marines lying paralyzed nearby. Boss. Ardo was stunned, struggling to follow Sammy's train of thought. Are you really going to recruit that guy? Sammy didn't answer immediately. Instead, he winked, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth, then hoisted a bundle. Let's go. Time to properly welcome our new companion. The group, laden with loot and a captive, swiftly vanished into the depths of the mushroom forest, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos and a group of Marines whose hearts churned with turmoil. After half an hour. Hiss. So cold. Am I? In the underworld. Colonel Luonade's consciousness struggled to rise from a sea of darkness, the excruciating pain of his shattered body making him gasp sharply. Colonel Luonade, you're awake. The anxious calls of his subordinates gradually became clear in his ears. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, the first thing coming into view being several faces filled with concern, his soldiers. However, their appearance was quite strange. Most of them were wrapped in large leaves. Am I still alive? Luonade's memory came flooding back like a tide. Spore soldiers activated hyphae, the fists of giant mushrooms, terrifying pounding, and then endless darkness. Where is Mo Lizzie? Did you capture him? Luonade tried to sit up abruptly, but the movement aggravated his injuries, causing him to groan in pain and break out in a cold sweat. Reporting, Colonel. Mo Lizzie was taken away. Taken away? By whom? Luonade's heart tightened. It was the Jellyfish Pirate crew. Predator Lee Bela saw me and his gang. They appeared suddenly, taking advantage of the moment when we were trapped by Mo Lizzie's ability and you were struck down. They launched a sneak attack, knocked Mo Lizzie unconscious, and robbed him along with our weapons and equipment. The officer lowered his head in shame as he finished. The Jellyfish Pirate crew. How could they have appeared on this remote island? Luonade felt his mind buzz, the situation unfolding completely beyond his expectations. He had originally thought this was merely a pursuit mission targeting a specific dangerous ability user. How could it involve a notorious great pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million? Could it be they were lurking in the shadows all along? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Colonel Luonade's expression turned extremely grim. Also, Colonel. Another soldier hesitated, but added. Before Sami left, he shouted loudly, saying that Mo Lizzie's ability was very strong, and he must recruit Mo Lizzie into the Jellyfish Pirate crew. Recruit Mo Lizzie. Luonade felt his mind could barely keep up with this absurd turn of events. Mo Lizzie was defeated by Sami, and now Sami wanted to recruit him. What was this? A talent acquisition among pirates. He forced himself to calm down. The target, Mo Lizzie, had been taken by more dangerous pirates. His own side had suffered a crushing defeat, their equipment looted. The enemy had even publicly declared their intention to absorb the target and expand their power. Just then a cool breeze blew across his nearly bare upper body. Luonade suddenly snapped to attention and quickly felt for his waist. There should have been his saber and that crucial pair of handcuffs. Empty. He looked down and saw that aside from his Navy standard deep blue shorts, all his other clothing and equipment had vanished. My handcuffs. The seastone handcuffs. Luonade's face instantly turned ashen, and he slammed his fist fiercely into the ground. Bastard. It was over. This was truly over. Mission failure, target hijacked, troops severely wounded, equipment lost. All serious, but could be explained and remedied. But the seastone handcuffs, a strategic resource strictly controlled by the world government. Their G10 branch only had 3 pairs, an absolute weapon against ability users. Now they had been stolen by pirates on his watch, falling into the hands of a vicious and notorious great pirate. This was not just a major loss. It was a grave dereliction of duty. Once reported, he would face far more than a mere reprimand. Jellyfish Pirate crew. Sami. Fine, very fine. Luonade gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently. But now was not the time to vent. He forcibly suppressed the rage that was about to erupt and took a few deep breaths. Clean up the battle. No, tally the casualties and losses. Those who can move assist each other. Take all the wounded and immediately withdraw to the warship. This place is not safe to linger. Yes, Colonel. Luonade lay back on the ground, staring at the sky, half shrouded by the giant mushroom canopy of Kiela, his heart freezing cold. This operation on Rongrong Island had not only failed to eliminate Mushroom Tyrant Mo Lizzie, but had also cost them precious equipment, allowing Predator Sami to profit as the fisherman and grow even stronger. How was he supposed to write this report? Meanwhile, on the Jinyu, Sami and his crew had safely returned to the ship. He handed the carefully cloth-wrapped handcuffs to Kahai Luo. Use these to cuff that Mo Lizzie, then throw him into the bottom hold. We'll sell him along with the sky shells to Jillian later. Yes, boss. Al Duo scratched his head as he watched Mo Lizzie being dragged away, unable to resist asking. Boss, didn't you say in the forest that you wanted to recruit that guy? How come you changed your mind when we got back? Sami shook his head upon hearing this, a sly smile spreading across his face. Recruit. I did consider it. His ability is very troublesome in specific environments, and his potential is not small. He turned around, leaning against the ship's railing. But thinking it over, this guy is crazy and obsessive. He would do anything for his Mushroom Kingdom dream, even eating raw mushrooms and forcing his subordinates to go mad with him. That kind of personality doesn't fit well with our crew. The risk is too high. He walked to the side of the ship, gazing at the gradually receding outline of Rongrong Island, and continued, besides, I said that publicly mainly for the Navy to hear. For the Navy to hear. Al Duo and Makusi both looked over. That's right. Do you still remember Short Legway Na? Not long after we captured him, his bounty increased. Although I'm not sure of the exact reason, I suspect it's because the Navy thought we were going to recruit Short Legway Na. This time we showed up, defeated Mo Lizzie, who had just routed a Navy colonel, and clearly stated our intention to recruit him. What do you think the Navy headquarters will think when they receive this report? How will they assess Mo Lizzie's threat and bounty? They will believe that an opponent whom Predator Sami considers worth targeting and recruiting must have strength and danger far exceeding his current bounty. Especially since Mo Lizzie has demonstrated the combat ability to severely wound a Navy colonel. To counter a possible powerful alliance and to motivate other pirate hunters or internal competition, the Navy is likely to significantly raise Mo Lizzie's bounty. Exactly. Sami snapped his fingers, his smile widening. Mo Lizzie directly defeated a Navy colonel. This achievement is more convincing than Wei Naz, who lost to us. His bounty increase might even surpass Wei Naz. When we sell him to Ji Li, and we can split the profits based on the higher new bounty. Ma Kusi had fully understood, so boss, you never really intended to recruit him. You just deliberately sent that signal. Once his new wanted poster comes out, the Mo Lizzie we hold will increase in value. Selling him to Ji Li and will earn us even more. Al Duo was dumbfounded, and after a long pause he blurted out, boss, your calculations are too loud. Ha ha ha. Just a little experiment. We'll have to see how the Navy reacts. Just then Han Si poked his head out of the cockpit. Boss, the magnetic field of Rongrong Island has been recorded. Excellent. Everyone to your positions. Set sail. With his command, the Jinyu cut through the blue sea, heading toward a new course. Sami stood at the stern, taking one last look at the still majestic shadow of the giant mushroom in the center of the island. Mo Lizzie. Mushroom fruit. Navy colonel. Seastone handcuffs. This sea never fails to bore. The Jinyu Hao sailed across the azure waters of the Vida Honglu with the sun shining just right and the sea breeze gentle. It was a rare, delightful day. Sami was lounging leisurely on a specially laid cushion atop the stern cabin, a pair of sunglasses shielding his eyes as he basked in the afternoon sun, with the soft murmur of waves and the distant shouts of crew members caressing his ears. Come on. Last set of weighted squats. Everyone get down to the full depth. 30 reps. After that, rest. Brother Erjuo. Still more. Brother. I can't feel my thighs anymore. Less nonsense. If you want the numbers on your future bounty poster to look good, you have to train hard now. Continue. 29:30. Good. Rest for 5 minutes, then practice bench press. Just as everyone was groaning in agony, a crisp sound accompanied by shouts came from the other side of the deck. Clang, 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 slap. Ouched. A pirate who was sparring with Marcus crouched down, clutching his head. Marcus withdrew his stance and twirled the wooden sword in his hand. Your footwork is more agile than last time, and your timing of blocks has improved. 30 moves, 5 more than last time. Among those who wield swords on this ship, you are quite talented. Keep practicing, don't slack off. The crouching pirate heard these words, rubbed his head, and looked up. Yes, thank you, Brother Marcus. I will keep working hard. On the deck, a vibrant scene of training unfolded. Everything seemed so calm, almost dreamlike, until bang! A muffled explosion suddenly came from the middle of the cabin, even causing the ship to tremble slightly. Moi. Sami frowned, pushed his sunglasses to the top of his head, propped himself up, and squinted toward the direction of the explosion. That was the location of the ship's doctor's room. A plume of black smoke mixed with the smell of gunpowder and some strange herbal scent was billowing out from the window and door cracks of the medical room. Sami was silent for 2 seconds, sighed helplessly, and lay back down, pulling his sunglasses down to cover his eyes. Sigh, here we go again. That Zilia look. I really don't know whether giving him those things was helping him or causing trouble for ourselves. This matter traces back to a few days ago when they had just left Rongrong Island. At that time, Sami handed over to the ship's Dr. Zilialuk some special mushroom samples labeled as medicinal, which he had purchased from Mogu village, along with the Rongrong Mushroom Encyclopedia, depicting hundreds of mushroom forms on Rongrong Island and briefly describing their characteristics, which he had exchanged in the village, as well as several rolls of crude notes passed down through generations of villagers, recording various medicinal experiences with mushrooms. Zilialuk, you're the ship's doctor. These are materials about the mushrooms on that island. Some might be useful. Take a look. And by the way, let's enrich our ship's medical library. That's what Sami said at the time. At first, everything was fine. These medical books were extraordinary for Zilialuk simply because being a ship's doctor at sea was incredibly boring. As the ship's doctor, he didn't have to fight or participate in the crew's sailing tasks, so he could only exchange medical cases with a few doctors from the West Sea in the medical room, or else flip through the books in the ship's medical library. But those books were snatched by Sami from the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Most of them were basic medical texts of the Vida Honglu, and Zilialuk had already read them several times. Strange to say, back when he was at the Tower of Healers, medical books were within easy reach, yet Zilialuk dismissed them contemptuously. After leaving, when he went elsewhere to buy medical books, he found that they were not as good as the few on the ship. Although these from Rongrong Island were not so profound to him, they were like finding a treasure. In the following days, aside from daily consultations, Zilialuk practically immersed himself in these notes and mushroom samples. The crew was happy to see it because the more the ship's doctor knew, the more secure their lives were. But the change occurred 3 days ago in the afternoon when everyone was doing their daily exercises on the deck. Zilialuk, who hadn't been out for days, was dragged out by his fellow logistics team members for some fresh air, and they did basic physical exercises like jogging, stretching, and push-ups on the deck. After all, most members of the logistics team were non-combatants, so their training intensity naturally couldn't compare with the tough guys in the combat team. As usual, after completing a high-intensity training set, the tough guys of the combat team would during their break intentionally or unintentionally show off their training results in front of the jogging logistics team members. Hey, look at these lines. This is what real training looks like. A sailor with well-developed pectoral muscles flexed his chest, and his pectoral muscles began to twitch and bounce. Exactly. With that kind of running, how long will it take you to get like us? Another man whose arms were as thick as thighs struck a classic pose, showing off his biceps. The sunlight shone on the full muscles, almost reflecting a dazzling glare. So dazzling. At that moment, Zeliluk was jogging with several similarly thin doctors and navigation trainees, but the gleam of the muscles made him instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes. He looked at his companions around him, then down at his own thin arms and flat chest, a mixture of helplessness, envy, and resignation on his face. The other members of the skinny gang also showed similar expressions. After all, the gap in strength and physique could not be closed overnight. Damn it. So what if you have big muscles? That's just brute force. Exactly. We rely on brains and technique. Another doctor adjusted his glasses. That said, faced with the absolute visual pressure of their strength and the blatant show-off, this rebuttal seemed quite feeble. Guard from the combat team directly extended his arm and pulled two logistics team members close. Forget it. Running like this is too inefficient. Don't practice on your own. Let me teach you. Whoa, guard. You let go. All sweat. My clothes. My freshly changed clothes. The two suddenly attacked, exclaimed in surprise, and frantically tried to break free. But how could they contend with guard's strength? The wet, clammy sensation pressed tightly against them, and the heavy odor of sweat instantly made them hold their breath. Don't be polite. We're all brothers. Completely oblivious, guard hugged them even more enthusiastically and gestured a couple of times. As soon as they gained their freedom, the two jumped away immediately, looking disdainfully at the obvious wet marks on their shoulders and backs. One of them even lifted the hem of his clothes and sniffed, pulling a bitter face. Guard, my white coat that I just dried. You bastard, how despicable. I'm challenging you to a duel. I challenge you to a duel. The moment those words left his mouth, even the speaker himself was stunned. The surrounding area fell silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button, then erupted into laughter even louder than before. Dr. Davis wants to duel Captain Guard. Captain Guard, you're doomed. You've angered the ship's medic. Next time you're injured, he'll give you the bitterest medicine. Guard scratched his head and let out a sheepish laugh. Sorry. I really didn't mean to. As for the duel, forget it. How about I do your laundry? Hey, what's going on? Why all the laughter? Sammy emerged from the captain's quarters, drawn by the commotion outside. Captain, Dr. Davis just challenged Captain Guard to a duel. A crew member who loved stirring up trouble chimed in with a grin. A duel, eh? Sammy's gaze swept over the two, whose physiques were wildly mismatched, and a hint of amusement crept onto his face. Bare hands against swords? Captain, even if Dr. Davis held a knife, he'd probably lose to an unarmed Captain Guard. True. Sammy nodded. The gap is indeed too great. Though compared to ordinary people, Davis's strength is decent, he's still far behind the combatants on this ship. If he used a gun, he might stand a chance. In pure hand-to-hand combat, no way at all. This analysis only hammered home the chasm in their abilities, provoking another round of laughter. Jellyfish, who had been watching the whole scene, instinctively glanced at his own scrawny arms. Though we were logistics personnel, we were still members of the pirate crew. No one could guarantee they'd never have to fight. Build muscle. Like Guard. That would take too long to improve strength. Was there no other way to enhance combat capability? Firearms. That was a good idea. Range and power could compensate for many shortcomings. The captain had said that using a gun offered a chance. But if they used firearms for live combat drills, the risk of casualties was too high. What if they could drastically reduce the damage bullets caused? For instance, making bullets non-lethal. Anesthesia. The thought streaked through his mind like a meteor. If he could transform lead bullets into specially crafted anesthetic rounds, those hit would simply be knocked unconscious, allowing for maximum realism in shooting practice while ensuring safety. This way, not only the logistics team, but even the combat squad could engage in more realistic and secure firearm training, gaining real shooting experience and evasive practice. Jellyfish's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He felt as if he had pushed open a door to a new world. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, his mind consumed by the concept of anesthetic bullets. So from that day on, driven by the complex emotions of wanting to elevate the ship's safety training and prove that the logistics team also possessed battle wisdom, Jellyfish threw himself wholeheartedly into the development of anesthetic bullets. His first source of anesthetic material was Captain Sammy. He asked Sammy for some samples of paralytic venom to study. But he soon discovered that this biological venom was extremely unstable, losing its potency quickly under high heat, making it very difficult to refine. The initial attempt ended in failure. So he turned his attention to the mushroom samples and notes brought back from Rongrong Island. Talparus umbrella mushroom. a rare variety that actively releases anesthetic spores at night, recorded as having been used to make anesthetic blow darts. This was it. Heliolic immediately began extraction experiments on this mushroom, attempting to combine its anesthetic components with gunpowder and bullets. In the initial stages, it was only relatively mild paper calculations, herbal boiling, and small-scale tests. No one paid much attention as Heliolic was often tinkering with strange concoctions. Until, boom, enemy attack. Cannon fire. Where is it coming from? All hands on deck. All hands on deck. The crew training on deck instantly switched from a relaxed state to combat readiness, reflexively grabbing whatever weapons were at hand. Aldo even hefted his spiked club and dashed to the ship's railing, eyes wide as he scanned the sea for any sign of an enemy, as if facing a major threat. Sammy also rushed out of the captain's quarters thinking they were under attack by an unknown force, but when he looked around, their ship was the only one on the sea. Finally, following the thick smoke and strange odor, everyone's eyes turned in unison toward the ship's medical cabin, which was billowing smoke from the middle of the deck. The cabin door was pushed open from inside, and even thicker black smoke poured out. Then Heliolic staggered out, his hair still smoldering with wisps of smoke. Coughing, he emerged with a soot-blackened face, frantically waving his hands to dispel the smoke. Cough, cough. It's nothing. Don't panic, everyone. It's just an experiment. Cough. A little accident, just a minor accident. Heliolic wiped the black grime from his face, revealing an awkward smile. Everyone. Flashback over. Cough, cough. Damn it, I miscalculated the ratio again. The stability is still off. Heliolic waved away the last traces of smoke, slumped dejectedly to the floor, and sighed over a pile of charred experiment equipment and residue that emitted a pungent odor. Leon, who was fishing while sitting on a nearby bollard, raised an eyebrow. Heliolic, that commotion. Doesn't sound like you're making anesthetic bullets, but rather an anesthetic cannon. Are you planning to knock out the entire crew to prove the logistics team's strength? Heliolic irritably adjusted his glasses, which had cracked in the explosion. What do you know, Leon? This is science. I mean medicine. A groundbreaking invention that will enhance the safety of the ship's combat training. You who only uses cold weapons will never understand. Whether it's groundbreaking or not, I don't know, Aldo said as he passed by, hefting his spiked club and fanning the air in front of his nose with exaggeration. All I know is that since you started tinkering with this stuff, my ears have been trained. Now whenever someone shouts enemy attack from the lookout, I have to check if it's your medical cabin smoking again. Haha. But seriously, Heliolic, if you ever stop this entertainment, the guys might actually miss it. Ha ha ha. The surrounding crew burst into laughter again. A crew member responsible for washing the deck, still chuckling, came over with a bucket of water and expertly rinsed away the few stains that had splashed outside the door. Clearly, Heliolic's medical research had long become an indispensable form of alternative entertainment during the voyage of the Swordfish. Everyone had grown accustomed to the occasional strange smells and the ship's doctor's ever-changing soot-covered face. Faced with everyone's teasing, Heliolic looked a bit defiant. Just you wait. I've got an idea, and I'll succeed soon. Aldo, carrying his spiked club, grinned and said, All right, Heliolic, if you really pull it off, training will be a lot more fun. Even Leon put away his fishing rod and walked over to pat his shoulder. Take it easy. If you need materials, I'll help you find them when we reach the next island. Even Sammy leaned out from the upper deck. All right, clean up the medical cabin first. If you need materials, you can request them when we dock next time. Yes, Captain. Marine Headquarters mailing Fanduo. Knock, knock. The office door was knocked. Come in. Admiral Kong, you called for me. Commodore Zhang pushed the door open and entered, saluting. Inside the office, the current Marine Admiral Gangu Kong was sitting behind his desk, flipping through a document. Seeing Zhang enter, he put down the report, a hint of smile appearing on his face, and gestured for him to come forward. Zhang, you've arrived just in time. Come over and take a look at this. He pushed the document on his hand to the other side of the desk. Zhang stepped forward, picked up the report, on the cover of which was printed an urgent mark and the name of G10 branch. After the last strategic meeting, you were to coordinate the follow-up tracking of the Jellyfish Pirates. This report was sent urgently from G10 branch, and the intelligence department has already conducted a preliminary analysis. Take a look first. Zhang nodded, his eyes swiftly scanning the report. He read quickly, after a moment his originally calm expression turned serious. Finished. Tell me what you think. Gangu Kong leaned back slightly, waiting for the analysis of this young Commodore, known for his strategic mind. Zhang put down the report, organizing his thoughts slightly. The situation has become more complicated. First, regarding Gubo Malasai. According to the report of Captain Luonade of G10 branch and the testimonies of the soldiers on site, the combat ability Malasai displayed on Rongrong Island, especially his use of the island environment to manipulate giant fungi to launch attacks, far exceeds his original bounty of 43 million berries. He could seriously injure or even defeat Captain Luonade head-on, a strength that cannot be underestimated. He paused, then continued analyzing. So it's not surprising that Sammy has taken a liking to him. A devil fruit user capable of displaying such power is an extremely attractive combat asset for any pirate crew aiming to expand. If Sammy can successfully recruit Molossi, then with the power of the fungus fruit, the Jellyfish Pirates will be significantly enhanced in terms of creating chaos, area control, and combat in special terrain. Is that all? Not only that, Zhangguo adjusted his glasses, walked to the Grand Line, sea chart on the wall, his finger traced over Tsigu Kingdom, Alabasta, Jiaya Island, and finally stopped at Rongrong Island. Combining the latest intelligence obtained on Jiaya Island a few days ago with the intelligence from Rongrong Island, the target of the Jellyfish Pirates can be confirmed they intend to go to Kong Island. This also explains why he deviated from the main route. He turned around to face Gongu Kong. However, this raises a question. Did he choose this route just because of a bet with a local pirate? Or is there something on Kong Island that attracts him? This is the most puzzling point for me. The High West route is extremely dangerous, almost a 1 in a million chance of survival. Libela Sammy took this route despite the risk. His goal cannot possibly be just to win a ridiculous bet. There must be something on Kong Island that we don't know about, and that holds sufficient attraction for him. Unfortunately, Kong Island is also a gray area in our Navy's intelligence system, with few records. Gongu Kong slowly nodded, his expression turning somewhat solemn. This is also what I'm worried about. Sammy's actions may seem flamboyant, but every step he takes has a clear utilitarian purpose. From seeking medical resources in Tsigu Kingdom, to rescuing officers in Alabasta, and consolidating forces, to now targeting Kong Island. His pattern of action is strongly purposeful and predatory. Choosing a high-risk route that has been abandoned for decades must have a reason he deems worth the risk. Your judgment is consistent with mine. Zhangguo returned to the desk. Currently, intelligence is too scarce to determine Sammy's specific goal, but it is certain that his trip to Kong Island is not a whim. They are a pirate group with clear strategic goals, efficient organizational ability, and a strong desire to expand. Although they are currently only staying in the first half of the Grand Line, we cannot let our guard down. Gongu Kong's expression became even more serious. Indeed, this time, G10 branch suffered heavy losses, and the loss of the Seastone handcuffs is an even more serious incident. The strength and danger of Sammy's crew must be responded to immediately. So Zhangguo, based on the current intelligence, how do you think we should respond? First, we should immediately and significantly increase Molossi's bounty. This is to reflect his true combat level and the potential threat amplification brought by Sammy's interest in him. I suggest raising his bounty to over 70 million berries. Second, we should simultaneously raise the bounties of the other officers of the Jellyfish Pirates, especially Libela Sammy, adjusting based on his recent performance and the overall threat level of the crew. Zhangguo clenched his fist, producing a faint clicking sound. We must send a clear signal to the outside world that the Navy will never sit idly by while such a highly organized and growing pirate crew expands recklessly. Finally, order all Navy units at G10 branch and the surrounding seas to increase vigilance, closely monitor the movements of the Jellyfish Pirates. Once discovered, report first and may attempt to track, but avoid unnecessary direct confrontation. Gongu Kong listened to Zhangguo's proposal and nodded in agreement. Your suggestions are sound and conform to standard response procedures. However, I have some different thoughts. Zhangguo was slightly taken aback. Admiral Kong. Gongu Kong stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the busy Marine headquarters port. Sammy is so determined to go to Kong Island, there might be secrets there that we don't know. Although that route is dangerous, given the strength and sailing ability they have shown so far, the possibility of them successfully arriving is not low. We have been out of contact with Kong Island for decades. If it weren't for Libela Sammy, we would almost have forgotten this place. Kong Island. That realm where our intelligence is almost blank. What exactly exists there? What exactly is Sammy's goal? He turned around, his eyes blazing as he looked at Zhangguo. Perhaps we can be more proactive. Zhangguo seemed to understand something. You mean? Gongu Kong returned to his seat, clasping his hands together. Deploying undercover agents. Since Sammy has publicly declared his intention to recruit Molossi, that is an excellent signal. It demonstrates his ambition for expansion and the Jellyfish Pirates' inclusiveness and ability to absorb new members. It's a stance of threat and also an opportunity. This is too dangerous. The core cohesion of the Sammy pirate crew is extremely strong. Sending someone in rashly would not only have a low success rate, but once exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. The risk does exist, but it's worth trying. Gongu Kong did not deny the danger of this action, but his expression told Zhangguo that this was a well-considered idea. According to navigation and time calculations, after the Jellyfish Pirates leave Rongrong Island, the next recorded location is likely Jaiclay's Island. I will select suitable personnel to appear there in a reasonable manner and create opportunities for them to be accepted by the Jellyfish Pirates. The first thing we need to do is, when the next batch of bounty posters is updated, not only to significantly increase the bounties of Molossi and the other main officers of the Jellyfish Pirates, but also to add a few bounty posters for undercover agents among these bounties. Kong walked up to Zhangguo. These undercover agents must be carefully selected with flawless backgrounds, abilities that are prominent enough, but not too conspicuous, and most importantly, the resolve to sacrifice for justice. At the same time, I will arrange some additional assistance on the island to help them smoothly join the Jellyfish Pirates. Once successful, we will obtain first-hand intelligence about the internal affairs of the Jellyfish Pirates and their movements on Kong Island, a value far exceeding a simple military suppression. Zhang Guo fell into deep thought. He knew that Gonggu Kong's decision was bold, but not entirely without reason. I understand. Zhang Guo finally nodded. Then regarding the coordination of the bounty posters and the undercover plan. 2 lines open and covert will proceed simultaneously. Gonggu Kong returned to his seat, picked up a pen. The bounty poster updates will be released, as usual, and the undercover plan will be launched secretly. The personnel and plan will be personally drafted by me. You are responsible for coordinating the branches, strengthening surveillance of the relevant seas, and providing necessary intelligence and evacuation plan support for the undercover operation. Yes, sir. A few days later, near the waters of Falasigu town, Jellyfish Island. Captain, an island ahead. Good. As usual, lower the pirate flag and prepare to dock. 2 hours later, the Swordfish slowly sailed into a bustling port. It was a scene of lively activity, completely different from the tranquil and mysterious Rongrong Island. This was Jellyfish Island, where the Asteria Kingdom was located. It was an autumn island, yet unlike other autumn islands, it was dotted with numerous ancient volcanic craters. However, most of them had been dormant for many years, with only a few still showing signs of activity. Over the years, the sleeping craters had accumulated rainwater and infiltrated seawater, forming deep, clear lakes. From above, these azure sinkholes resembled stars embedded in the earth, earning the Asteria Kingdom the reputation of the Star Kingdom. These volcanoes had bestowed incredible fertility upon the land, ensuring bountiful harvests year after year, especially high-quality coffee, various fruits, and crops. The town of Falasigu, where Sammy and his crew docked, was a prosperous agricultural and trading town in the Asteria Kingdom. The docks were bustling with merchant ships and lined with warehouses. The air was a blend of coffee, fruit fragrance, wine aroma, and sea breeze. Wow, this island is so lively. It's completely different from the last island. Everyone be careful. This is a member state of the world government, a commercial hub with many guards and informants. Don't be too conspicuous. Finish your purchases and come back quickly. Got it, brother, I say. Hey, Dr. Zillia, look, would you like to come with us to the market? Let's go. I was just thinking of replenishing some herbs. Zillia look adjusted his glasses and eagerly followed the procurement team. Meanwhile, Erbichuo suddenly twitched his nose, then waved his hand in front of his face and looked at Sammy, making a drinking gesture. Boss, it seems Erbichuo has caught the scent of good wine. What do you say? Want to go try some good wine? Of course we can't miss that. Erjuo Fiki, let's go grab a drink. Haha, boss, I've been waiting for you to say that. As they disembarked, Erjuo deliberately shouted towards the ship. Hey, Bolegs, take care of the ship today. At the gunwale, Makusi, who was wiping Luining, froze, veins bulging on his forehead. You bastard. Want to die? Get lost. Erjuo laughed and slid down the gangplank, turning back to make a face. Bye-bye. Following Erbichuo's steps, the group crossed the bustling streets and arrived at the town's central square. It was even livelier than the docks. The square was surrounded by shops and crowded with vendors, the sounds of hawking, bargaining, and children's laughter interweaving into a vibrant symphony of the streets. But the most impressive thing was the aroma of wine that permeated the air. The fragrance wafted from all directions. Even without Erbichuo's extraordinary olfactory guidance, anyone stepping into this area would be instantly captivated by the rich, winey atmosphere. Wow. Erjuo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. What kind of wonderful place is this? Am I not drunk in a wine barrel dreaming of heaven? Fiki amusingly slapped his back. Stop daydreaming, you drunkard. The boss has already gone into the shop. Huh, damn, they didn't even call me. Erjuo snapped back to reality and saw Sammy Kaluo and the others entering a rather magnificent tavern on the edge of the square. He quickly strode in after them. Inside, the tavern was even more bustling than it appeared from outside. The wooden tables and chairs were filled with a variety of patrons, and the air was a mix of wine aroma and food fragrance. Sammy and his companions had already taken seats at a long table by the window, each holding a wooden mug and tasting. Hey, you guys were too fast. Erjuo shouted as he squeezed over, plopping onto the bench, causing the table to shake slightly. Then he waved his hand grandly. Bartender, a barrel of the best rum. The bartender approached and handed a drink menu to Erjuo. Welcome. Which specific rum would you like? I just want rum, you still. Customer, we have over 20 different rums from various origins, vintages, and flavors to choose from. Erjuo took the menu, glanced at it, and his eyes widened even more. Holy cow, so many kinds of rum. The text is so dense. He scratched his head and simply pushed the menu away. Fine, I can't read it. Just bring me a barrel of your most signature rum. Of course. Then I recommend our house specialty, premium, white rum Zabad Air Bahar, made from locally selected sugarcane and spring water filtered through volcanic rock layers. It has a crisp taste perfect for hearty drinking. 1 barrel. Right away. Yes, yes. This Sabad al what's it 1 barrel. Next to him Fiki also raised his hand. Make it a mug for me too, same as his. Very well, sir. 1 barrel of Zabad Air Bahar, plus 1 mug. Please wait, the fine wine will be right there. The bartender jotted down the order and turned to the back kitchen. Soon the drinks ordered by the two were brought up respectively. Erjuo couldn't wait to pour himself a full glass and gulp down a large mouthful. Huh, strong. This place is indeed great. I love it. Sammy swirled his own glass of deeper-colored wine, watching the bustling scene of people coming and going in the square outside, listening to the satisfied sighs and clinking of glasses from his companions, and couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smile. This Jiclays Island seemed to be a good place for a rest. Boss, what are you thinking? Erjuo downed another glass and wiped his mouth. This wine is really good. Should we buy more before we leave? Sure, have the procurement team check it out later. Based on our ship's capacity, buying about 80 barrels should be about right. Long live the boss. Cheers to the boss. Just as Erjuo was tilting his head back to down his second glass and letting out a satisfied breath of alcohol, a few merchant-looking guests at a nearby table seemed drunk, and their conversation drifted over with the wine. So after this trip I plan to take a few months off. A few months. Old Charlie, that doesn't sound like you. Isn't the profit on this route always good? So no matter how good the profit, you have to be alive to spend it right. I have some connections in the Navy. I ran into him at sea a couple of days ago, and he secretly warned me that these waters have been unsafe lately. Unsafe? Pirates. Which group is so brazen that the Navy would specifically warn? My old friend didn't go into details, only heard that this bunch just pulled off a big job elsewhere and made the Navy suffer. Old Charlie shook his head. Anyway, between the lines he advised me to stay away from these waters for the next few months and lie low. I trust him, so this time I plan to stock up well, and then just stay on land for a while to see how things go. Whoa, that's serious. Even the Navy advises to avoid them. Do they have a bounty? They do. As if to prove his point, old Charlie reached into his inner pocket and carefully pulled out a folded stack of wanted posters. He gave them to me, said for reference, only be careful. I glanced at them. The bounty amounts are not low. Sammy's hand, which was swirling the wine glass, paused slightly. He then tilted his head and cast a meaningful glance toward Kaheluo, who sat diagonally across from him. Kaheluo understood the hint. He raised his hand and gently pressed his hat down, letting the brim's shadow cover the upper half of his face. He beckoned the bartender and whispered a few instructions. The bartender glanced at the merchants at the neighboring table with a hint of confusion, but eventually nodded. Moments later he carried several specially mixed drinks to the merchant's table. Gentlemen, this is a gift from the guest at the next table. The merchants looked surprised and followed the bartender's pointing finger. They saw Kaheluo raising his glass in a toast, then he walked over with his drink. Excuse me, gentlemen, sorry for the interruption. And you, friend? Old Charlie scrutinized the stranger with the low brim of his hat. I don't mind me. I'm just an ordinary patron of this tavern. Kaheluo smiled and lowered his voice. I just happened to overhear you talking about the new bounty notice from the Navy. You know, for those of us who sail the seas, it's always good to stay informed just to have a sense of what's going on. So I boldly came to ask if it's not too much trouble. Could you let us have a look? Old Charlie's face showed hesitation. Friend, I'm afraid that's not convenient. After all, this was given to me privately by a Navy friend. I understand. Kaheluo was not annoyed by the refusal. He reached into his chest and pulled out a small stack of belly, gently placing it on the table and sliding it over. A small token just to buy you another round of drinks. I hope you'll do me this favor. Old Charlie's eyes fell on the stack of belly, who, judging by its thickness, it was about 3,000 to 4,000 belly. For these nearly costless bounty posters in his hand, this was undoubtedly a windfall. Moreover, in a few days these notices would be plastered all over the streets, and then they would be worthless. His expression flickered rapidly. After only 2 or 3 seconds, old Charlie's face broke into a warm smile. With one hand, he handed over the bounty posters, and with the other, he quickly pocketed the belly. Oh, what are you saying? Out here, everyone has it tough. We should help each other out. You're too polite. Ha. Thank you. Kaheluo took the stack of posters, thanked them, and returned to Sammy's table. He placed the pile of bounty notices in the center, and Sammy and the others immediately gathered around. The thick stack of bounty notices, more than 20 in total, included not only members of the Jellyfish Pirates, but also many other pirates and wanted criminals. Holy crap, Captain. Aldo was the first to exclaim, though he kept his voice low. The astonishment in his tone was impossible to suppress. Your bounty has gone up to 180 million. Sammy slightly curled his lips and made a calming gesture. Keep it low-key. And yours, eh? Aldo eagerly searched through the stack and quickly pulled out a poster. Haha, mine's gone from 55 million to 60 million. Now I'm the same as Marcus. Don't get too happy too soon. Kaheluo slowly pulled another poster from the stack and slid it in front of Aldo. Look, Marcus's bounty went from 60 million to 63 million. Damn it. Aldo slammed the table, attracting glances from nearby tables. He quickly ducked his head. He's got the upper hand again. Cahaluo's own bounty had risen from 45 million to 49 million. Fitch and Alberto carefully searched, but did not find new bounty posters for themselves. It seemed the Navy had not adjusted their amounts. Just then Alberto picked up a poster and held it in front of everyone, gesturing excitedly with unintelligible sounds. It was Morris's. Mushroom Tyrant Morris, bounty belly officer of the Jellyfish Pirates, heinous criminal, dead or alive. Aldo spat out a mouthful of wine, his eyes wide as saucers. 80 million. That's insane. It nearly doubled. The increase is even more outrageous than short leg wiener back then. It's about what I expected. Sammy took the poster from Alberto and examined Morris's gloomy face closely. Given the strength he displayed plus the threat multiplier from being absorbed into our crew, it's reasonable for the Navy to offer this price. Fitch leaned in, looking at the line officer of the Jellyfish Pirates, and clicked his tongue in amazement. An officer? Good grief, now he's the highest bounty under the captain. It seems the Navy is more cooperative than we thought. Sammy gently set down his glass, a playful smile on his lips. In that case, we'll gladly accept this generous gift. Ha ha ha. To our rising bounties, cheers. Far away at the top of the clock tower in Ferris Valley Town. The view from here was expansive, covering most of the harbor and the central square. Inside the attic, which should have been empty, dozens of Navy soldiers were now observing the Jellyfish Pirates through telescopes. It had clearly become a temporary surveillance post. Target A: Sammy and his 4 core officers still inside the tavern. Target B: supply team split into 3 small groups, entering the herbal market, the food wholesale district, and the miscellaneous goods street. Target C: leisure group is scattered across the central square at various casinos, game stalls, and specialty food stalls. Behavior normal, no signs of gathering or alertness. Wait, some are heading toward the red light district. In the center of the attic, a middle-aged man in a navy coat sat on a temporary soft sofa. This was Vice Admiral Sol Hark, the commander of G-10 branch, a Wolverine. He had been resting with his eyes closed until the sound of hurried footsteps came from the stairs. He slowly opened his eyes. The person who came up was none other than old Charlie, the merchant who had traded with Kahlo in the tavern along with his companions. Now their faces lacked any merchant's slickness, replaced by the crisp efficiency of soldiers. Reporting Vice Admiral Hark. Mission accomplished. The bounty posters have been delivered to the core members of the Jellyfish Pirates through the prearranged contact method. The interaction was natural and did not arouse suspicion. Vice Admiral Hark nodded slightly, his face showing little pleasure. Good. You did well. Rest now. Continue playing your roles and proceed to the next step. Remember, do not reveal any flaws in any detail. Yes, sir. Old Charlie and the others saluted again and quickly withdrew, blending back into the bustling town below as if they had never been there. Silence returned to the attic, broken only by the faint sound of telescope barrels turning. Vice Admiral Hark stood up and walked to the window, his gaze fixed on the faint figures visible through the tavern window in the distance. His fist slowly clenched at his side, the joints emitting a faint creak. Looting G-10's equipment, injuring over 100 of my soldiers, stealing precious seastone handcuffs. He muttered to himself, each word seething with anger through clenched teeth. Rebera Sammy. I have you marked. His adjutant behind him couldn't help but step forward. Vice Admiral, we have the advantage of terrain, and there are garrison troops on the island. If we strike unexpectedly, concentrate our forces to assault the tavern or the docks, we might be able to. Shut up. Vice Admiral Hark cut him off. Do you think I don't want to? I want nothing more than to charge down there right now, crush that jellyfish, and turn him into a cold jellyfish salad. He took a deep breath, forcing down the surging killing intent, and cast his gaze toward the distant sky. But the strategic mission assigned by the Admiral takes precedence over personal grudges. If we move now, it will only alert the enemy and ruin all our efforts. He turned, shadows covering half his face, making his eyes even more profound and unreadable. Let him go. Let him follow our guidance to the Sky Island he so desperately wants. Let him think he's in control. Let him continue to swell with arrogance. A smirk curled at the corner of Vice Admiral Hark's mouth. When he comes down from that Sky Island, no matter what he found, I'll be waiting for him. The disgrace of G-10 must be washed away with blood. At that time, I will personally send him and all his proud officers one by one into impelled down. Vice Admiral Hark's icy words echoed in the watchtower, casting a shadow over the seemingly joyful and peaceful holiday below. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group had been drinking heartily in the tavern for hours, each face bearing the pleasant languor of mild intoxication. Sammy signaled that it was time to head back, seeing that everyone had had enough. All right, no more drinking. Getting drunk won't do us any good. Let's call it a day and head back. Fine. You go ahead, I'll catch up. Aldo shouted as he turned and dashed toward the counter. Boss, give me 2 more barrels of that Zabad white rum you've got. I'm taking them home. Under the helpless gaze of the others, Aldo hoisted a small sealed barrel onto each shoulder and shuffled out of the tavern door with a grin. Hee, this'll last me a while. The group strolled through the still bustling streets in the evening, their steps lightened by the pleasant buzz of alcohol. This rare moment of leisure lifted everyone's spirits. This place is really something. Good food, good wine. If we ever pass by again. Aldo, carrying the barrels, was cut off mid-sentence by the rapid footsteps and shouts coming from the intersection ahead. Move. Everyone move. A man in a brown leather vest was weaving through the crowd at an astonishing speed. Behind him, 7 or 8 soldiers in the uniform of the Astrian kingdom were giving chase, but he kept widening the gap between them. Stop. Ryan. You can't get away. The man called Ryan even had time to turn back and flash a grin at the pursuing soldiers, a grin filled with palpable mockery. His steps were light. He slipped through the narrow gap between 2 fruit stalls with a single sidestep, snatching an apple and taking a bite as he went. Hey, thanks. He waved the apple at the stall owner, and amid the owner's curses he ducked low to evade a soldier's lunge, executed a neat forward roll, and rose to his feet, leaving the soldier behind him. The motion was as fluid as if rehearsed. Stop him. Flank him from over there. Give up. You can't outrun us. Ryan darted left and right through the crowded street at incredible speed. Every time it seemed he would be caught, he somehow slipped out of the encirclement at the last moment, drawing gasps from the onlookers. Adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, Sammy and the others stepped aside to clear the main road. Whoa, that guy's fast. Aldo's eyes widened as he watched the figure slip through the fingers of another group of soldiers. Yeah, 3 squads closed in on him, and he still got away. Fitch commented with his arms crossed. But he looks familiar, like I've seen him somewhere. Kahalo muttered doubtfully, pulling out a stack of wanted posters and flipping through them. I found it. Gale Ryan bounty, 34 million berries. The charge is attacking a kingdom caravan looting weaponry. A lone bandit active in nearby waters, known for speed and agility, having escaped multiple encirclements. His nickname is Gale. No wonder he's so fast. Just then another squad of soldiers, alerted by the commotion, blocked Ryan's path ahead. But he remained unruffled, scanning left and right. His eyes locked onto the awning of a nearby tavern. He took 2 running steps, kicked off the wall, grabbed the edge of the awning, and executed a graceful flip onto the roof. Standing on the ridge, he dusted off his hands and looked down at the panting soldiers below. Instead of fleeing immediately, he leisurely took another bite of his apple and taunted them with a thumbs down before vanishing behind the roof ridge, leaving the soldiers fuming below. This guy is pretty cocky, Fitch said, stroking his chin. Sammy had taken it all in. 34 million. No wonder he can escape so easily. Interesting. Good luck to him. He shook his head. Let's go. To Sammy, this was just a thief with decent skills. A bounty of this level wasn't worth his personal attention. The group quickly dismissed the incident, treating it as a minor episode on their way back, and continued toward the pier where the swordfish was moored. By the time they reached the dock, the setting sun had painted the sea in a brilliant gold and crimson. But the scene on the deck instantly sobered everyone up. The easy smiles vanished from their faces, replaced by gravity and solemnity. The crew members who had been left to watch the ship were sprawled across the deck, their weapons scattered about. Amid this chaos, a man sat cross-legged, silhouetted against the brilliant sunset. Hearing their footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. You the captain of this ship? His voice was steady, but a defiant grin played on his lips, and an aura of undeniable power radiated from him. Sammy's expression remained calm, but his eyes turned icy. Yeah, I am. Looks like you've been taking care of my crew. Them? I asked where you were, and they wouldn't tell me. They tried to fight me. I was just defending myself. You need something from me. The man shrugged, his tone casual. Name's Barnes. From the neighboring island. Since I set sail, I've never met anyone who could beat me. He clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked. Earlier at the casino, I heard some of your crew bragging that their captain is a big-time pirate worth 150 million. So I wanted to see for myself just how much a so-called big-time pirate is worth. And I figured I'd measure my own strength, see where I stand on this sea. Damn it. Which bastard has such a loose tongue? Aldo angrily slammed his barrel onto the deck. But Sammy just smiled. I see. His smile was cold. But you boarded my ship and hurt my men. I trust you're prepared for the consequences. Just then Hans, with a huge lump on his head, struggled to his feet. Captain, be careful. This guy's insanely strong. Even Marcus. Marcus? Sammy's eyes narrowed. Right, where's Marcus? Oh, the guy with the blade. Barnes jerked his thumb toward the cabin where the wooden door was now in tatters. He's not bad, but still far from my level. I knocked him into the cabin. Won't be getting up anytime soon. Sammy's gaze turned utterly cold. I was having a pretty good day. He slowly took off his coat and tossed it to Fitch, cracking his neck. But you. Sammy stared at Barnes, the sea breeze lifting the stray strands of hair from his forehead, revealing the sharp eyes beneath. You've really pissed me off. Then let's find a place and have a proper fight. Predator Rebera Sammy. About 2 nautical miles northwest of Ferris Valley Town, on a barren, uninhabited island. Sammy and Barnes stood a dozen meters apart, facing each other on the fine white sand. The sea breeze stirred up sand and dust, forming a hazy barrier between them. In the distance, the swordfish was anchored at a safe distance offshore. Aldo Fitch and other officers, along with the wounded Marcus and other injured crew members who supported each other, all gathered on the bow deck, their eyes fixed on the two figures on the island. "Marcus, what's wrong with you? You got taken down that easily." Marcus did not retort or joke as usual. He touched the bandage on his chest, his gaze unprecedentedly solemn. "That guy is strong. His strength, his speed. I was careless, but I lost without complaint." Seeing Marcus's reaction, Aldo shed all his frivolity and looked at the island with a serious expression. On the island, Sammy rolled his wrists and neck, looking around. "This place is spacious enough and remote enough. No need to worry about breaking anything." Barnes grinned, revealing an excited smile. "Just what I wanted. Don't disappoint me, 150 million berry great pirate." Boom. The moment the words faded, Barnes's figure vanished from the spot. The sand where he stood exploded into a shallow crater. Almost simultaneously, his true form had already closed in on Sammy, delivering a straight punch devoid of any flourish, yet brimming with terrifying kinetic energy. The fist wind tore through the air with a cannon-like shriek. Cannon fist. Such explosive speed. Aldo's pupils contracted aboard the swordfish. However, facing this ferocious assault, Sammy neither dodged nor retreated, meeting it with a simple direct right fist. Boom. The two fists collided, emitting a dull, thunderous roar like a massive drum. A visible ring of air burst outward from the center, stirring up dust and sand everywhere. A flicker of surprise crossed Barnes's eyes as he lightly leaped backward using the impact. He shook his slightly numbed fist, his contempt diminishing, slightly replaced by a fiercer battle lust. "You actually blocked my 7/10 power punch head on. Not bad. Your bounty isn't entirely exaggerated. You're not bad yourself." As expected of the mad shark, Barnes with a bounty of 99 million. "In my opinion, your strength is worth far more than that." Sammy paused, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "But you seem quite concerned about bounty amounts. How amusing. Even a martial arts fanatic like you is troubled by worldly price tags." Time rewound to about 2 hours earlier when the swordfish was about to depart. Sammy was assigning personnel, as some needed to stay at the Ferris Valley town dock to rendezvous with the purchasing and leisure crew members who hadn't yet returned. Cahillo and Alberto were assigned to handle this task. Before parting, Cahillo handed Sammy a wanted poster which featured Barnes. "Mad Shark, Barnes bounty 900 berries, charges, attacking martial artists and Navy officers, a lone wolf, fierce temperament. Capture alive recommended. Captain, be careful. His crimes differ from typical pirate raids. He causes limited harm to civilians. This bounty may not fully reflect his true combat ability." Seriously, Sammy shook his head with a tone nearly of regret. "Your strength really doesn't match this bounty. It's a pity. But I happen to have a way to boost your value." Clearly, Sammy was somewhat bothered that his opponent hadn't reached the 100 million tier. "Enjoy this last taste of freedom. This will be your final moment of glory." "Huh? What nonsense are you spouting?" Barnes frowned, an inexplicable irritation and chill creeping up his spine. Sammy's gaze made him feel less like a challenger and more like a fish on a chopping block. "Let's talk. Take this." Mad Shark fist wave-breaking strike. His arm muscles suddenly bulged, the sand beneath him exploded again, and he lunged at Sammy with the force of shattering waves. "Well met." Sammy barked, stepping forward instead of back, throwing a punch of his own in direct opposition. Boom. Another collision of pure unrefined power. As soon as Barnes closed in, he gave Sammy no respite, unleashing a continuous barrage of strikes like a raging sea. Raging waves barrage. His fists, palms, elbows, knees, and legs turned into a blur of afterimages, engulfing Sammy's form like surging tidal waves. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of impacts rained down like dense hail, and Sammy's figure was completely swallowed by the ferocious onslaught. "What's wrong? Is that all the 150 million berry pirate has?" Barnes attacked even faster, his laughter carrying contempt. "Can't even dodge this." Aboard the swordfish, Aldo and the others watched with growing anxiety. "The captain is being suppressed. Is this guy that strong?" "No." Hans, his head wrapped in bandages, stared intently at the battlefield. "The captain's strength is definitely above Barnes's. The reason he's not dodging." On the island's beach at the center of the battle, Sammy's voice carried a playful smile, piercing through the violent sounds of impact. "Is because my intuition tells me there's no need to dodge at all." The moment the words fell, Sammy ignored the barrage of fists around him, thrusting his right fist through Barnes's impenetrable offense like a brute force, driving it straight toward the opponent's chest. This earth-shattering strike was devoid of any flourish, yet it gave Barnes the illusion that no matter which way he dodged, he would be hit. Barnes's pupils contracted sharply, his offense forced to stop, and he could only cross his arms desperately in front of him. Thud! Barnes felt his arms go numb, an irresistible immense force transmitting through them, pushing him backward at high speed. He plowed 2 deep furrows several meters long in the sand before barely managing to steady himself. As the dust slowly settled, Sammy casually patted the spots where he had been hit, as if brushing off dust, then shook his head at the slightly pale-faced Barnes. Your massage technique is quite lacking, Mad Shark. Decent skill, zero force. For this kind of service I won't pay. The sea breeze picked up sand and dust brushing against Barnes's face, the slight touch snapping him out of his momentary shock. He slowly lowered his numb arms, shaking his wrists. The contempt and manic expression on his face had completely faded, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. The power of that punch, and the way his opponent had ignored his own relentless barrage. Animal type, human fruit. He muttered to himself, barely audible. To think physical enhancement could reach such a level. Troublesome indeed. Barnes lowered his stance, slightly clenching his fists again. His battle spirit, far from waning due to the setback, burned even brighter. Looks like I'll have to get serious. On the deserted beach, Barnes slowly exhaled a turbid breath. The Zoan type's enhancement to the physique is indeed astonishing. But unfortunately you are merely an ordinary species far inferior to the ancient and mythical Zoans. He slightly bent his knees, striking an opening stance that starkly contrasted with his earlier wild style. Now let me show you the true realm of the Mad Shark Fist, which I have honed to its utmost perfection. Oh, Mad Shark Fist. Sammy raised an eyebrow. The name sounds quite intimidating. Though Sammy's words were frivolous, he assumed a posture of utmost caution. Mad Shark Fist Ultimate Art. Barnes growled. As he began to gather his strength, his momentum surged to its peak. Whoosh. His figure vanished as if a cannonball had been fired, instantly crossing the distance between them. Boom. Barnes stomped heavily on the sand before Sammy, sending countless grains of sand shooting into the sky, concealing his movements. Now, unbeknownst to Sammy, Barnes had appeared at his flank and rear. His tactic had succeeded. From the thunderous frontal feint to the use of sand to obscure vision to the extreme speed repositioning in the blind spot. All of this was to create a single optimal attack opportunity. Sea-splitting, sky-rending fist. Without hesitation, all the power accumulated within Barnes burst forth like a mountain flood. The fist, embodying the true ultimate art capable of splitting the sea and rending the sky, tore through the lingering dust and struck directly at Sammy's unguarded back. This punch surpassed all his previous performances. This was the true sea-splitting, sky-rending. A hit. Well done. Sammy's pupils contracted. He detected Barnes' movement, but it was too late to dodge. In that split second, Sammy made a choice. Jellyfish fruit soft body form. Just before Barnes' fist made contact, Sammy's body underwent a dramatic transformation. His body instantly expanded, softened, and deformed, his skin taking on a translucent gelatinous luster. Barnes' ultimate heavy fist, capable of splitting the sea and dividing the waves, landed squarely on the soft elastic center of Sammy's umbrella-shaped body. Thump. A bizarre muffled sound echoed as if a heavy hammer had struck deep water. Sammy's body exhibited astonishing resilience and force-dissipating properties. The struck area caved in, deeply rippling like water, dissipating Barnes' power layer by layer. Nevertheless, the residual impact sent him flying backward, crashing heavily onto the beach and kicking up a cloud of sand. All the onlookers on the bow of the arrowfish held their breath. Did it hit the captain? No, it can't be. Is the captain going to lose? Huh. Barnes maintained his punching stance, breathing heavily. This punch had drained him. Though he had struck Sammy, his face bore no joy, only shock and doubt. Did I hit him? But the feel of it. There was no crisp sound of shattering bones, no solid impact of flesh against flesh. It felt more like a full-force punch into something bouncy and elastic. He stared fixedly at the dust screen ahead, not daring to relax for a moment. Whoosh. A sea breeze blew, dispersing the dust slightly. Just then a massive shadow slowly rose from the smoke. After all these years, you are the first to force me into this form. An enormous, translucent pink jellyfish appeared before the crowd. Beneath its rounded bell, dozens of tentacles of varying thickness and length supported it, suspending it above the sand. What is that? My God, is that the captain's true form? It's huge. Brother Aldo. Have you seen the captain like this before? Someone asked. Never. Aldo was equally stunned. It's my first time seeing the boss turn into something this big. The edge of the giant jellyfish's bell rippled slightly, and Sammy's voice emanated from somewhere within the massive body. Your strength is indeed impressive. I'm almost tempted to recruit you as a subordinate. Barnes was taken aback, then grinned savagely. So this is your true form? Huh, truly hideous. The giant jellyfish fell silent for a moment. You said that. You're asking for it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Over a dozen tentacles lashed down from various angles, screaming toward Barnes. Their range covered almost all his escape routes. Even with his speed pushed to the limit, Barnes dodged through the gaps in the whip-like shadows, but there were too many tentacles too fast. Slap. A tentacle grazed his shoulder. There was no sharp pain, only a faint, barely perceptible sting. Then a numbing sensation shot through half his body like an electric current. Damn. Poison. Barnes' heart sank. His movements inevitably stiffened. That instant was the decisive moment. Slap. 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 More tentacles took advantage, striking his arms, waist, and legs. Each hit delivered not only physical force, but also accumulated layers of toxins. Barnes felt his vision begin to blur, his limbs growing heavier. His once vaunted speed and power were being ravaged by the poison. He tried to counterattack, but his movements were already several beats too slow. His thrown fist was easily caught by a tentacle. Time to end this. The next moment, the countless tentacles converged, coiling like giant pythons, tightly binding the now weakened Barnes, lifting him into the air beneath the massive bell. As the poison continued to be injected, Barnes' struggles grew weaker. Eventually, Sammy threw him to the ground, where he knelt, breathing heavily. Your poison is really annoying. Ha ha ha, it's a jellyfish's instinct. Every creature has its own survival talent. The giant jellyfish's form began to shrink and change. Seconds later, Sammy reverted to human shape. He stood still, gently rolling his shoulders. The spot on his back where he had been hit still felt slightly swollen, but his powerful healing was rapidly calming the discomfort. Then he calmly walked over to Barnes, looking down at the challenger who was barely maintaining his kneeling posture. You win. Barnes looked up, his hair soaked with sweat, but his eyes showed he had not yet completely surrendered. What are you going to do with me? Well, Sammy rubbed his chin, then suddenly broke into a bright smile. Of course I'm going to help you prepare for your moment of glory. Before Barnes could react, Sammy's hand blade struck the back of his neck. His vision went dark and Barnes lost consciousness completely. Sammy turned toward the distant arrowfish, raised his arm high, and waved vigorously. It's over. Come pick him up. The arrowfish swiftly approached. Aldo was the first to jump off the ship, rushing to Sammy's side. He looked at the unconscious Barnes on the ground, both excited and curious. Boss, the way you looked just now. So cool. Huh. You have good taste. Boss, what do we do with this guy? Bind him tightly with chains. He's strong, will lock all his joints so he can't move even a finger. Throw him in the hold cell. Later, together with that Morris. Package them and sell them to Jillian. 2 officers of the Jellyfish Pirates at a high price should fetch a good sum. Just then Marcus, his body wrapped in bandages, approached. He looked at the unconscious Barnes with a complex expression, then lowered his head and turned to Sammy. Boss, Sammy raised his hand and patted his shoulder, firmly cutting him off. Don't worry about it, Marcus. It's not your fault. This guy's strength is beyond what you can currently handle. For reference, his combat ability is probably even a notch above an average Marine branch captain. Losing to him is no disgrace. Sammy smiled, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crew. Let's head back now. Supplies should be about ready. We'll rest up on Kiklad's Island for a couple of days. Aye, Captain. The arrowfish slowly pulled back into the dock of Ferris Valley town, the sun having almost completely sunk below the horizon, leaving only a trace of dark crimson afterglow at the edge of the sky. Brother Kahalo, the captain and the others are back. On the dock, Kahalo and the crew members who had finished their procurement had been waiting for a long time. Seeing the ship return, everyone visibly let out a sigh of relief. Kahalo stood up from the stacked cargo crates, adjusted his top hat, and quickly walked to the gangplank. Boss, how did it go? Kahalo asked with concern. That kid. Sammy was the last to step off the gangplank, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes. That guy isn't weak, but I still took him down. Don't just stand there. First, move the supplies onto the ship. We'll discuss the details once we're on board. Understood. Kahalo nodded and immediately turned to direct. Move quickly. Get everything on board. Soon the arrowfish completed its replenishment and returned to the quiet stillness of its berth in the harbor. But inside the cabin, it was bustling with excitement. The crew who had gone to watch the battle and those who had stayed behind for procurement gathered together, immediately erupting into lively discussion. Hey, how come you're all banged up? Was that guy really that fierce? He took on all of you by himself. A chef who had just returned stared wide-eyed at the bruises and bandages on his mates' faces. Pa, he's only a little bit strong. Nowhere near as good as our captain. A crew member with a bandage wrapped around his head immediately retorted. You guys really missed out by going ashore for procurement. You didn't see that scene. What scene? Tell us quickly. The procurement team immediately crowded around. The captain's true form. It was this big. A crew member spread his arms wide in exaggeration. It was as tall as 3 stories. Really? He's wrong. Another crew member pushed in and corrected excitedly. I measured it with my own eyes. Well estimated it. At least 20 meters. Its whole body was translucent pinkish. No, it was majestic yet elegant. Dozens of tentacles whipped out, wrapping that mad shark up like a dumpling, unable to move. My God. So the captain is like this. Poison. The tentacles are poisonous. That guy went numb the moment he touched them. Where's that guy now? He's locked in the brig in the hold, keeping company with that Morris. In contrast to the ruckus below, the atmosphere in the captain's cabin was much more serious. Sammy leaned back in the main seat with key officers, Aldo, Marcus, Kahalo, and Fitch seated around him. This Barnes, Sammy began, his strength has likely been severely underestimated by the Navy. If we sell him for 99 million, that would be too much of a loss, too much. In my opinion, based on the level he showed today, plus that pure martial obsession and potential. He's worth at least 130 million. 130 million. Aldo's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh excitedly. Then let's use the old trick. Spread the word that we've taken a liking to him and plan to make him a cadre. He paused, rolled his eyes, and came up with an even more brilliant idea. Oh no, a cadre isn't enough. Let's say we want to make him vice captain. Once the Navy hears that, won't they freak out? His bounty will definitely shoot up. After saying that, he crossed his arms and shook his head, smugly waiting for everyone's praise. The smile on Sammy's face instantly vanished, replaced by a nearly stunned speechlessness. Vice captain. The word caused the brows of the others present to furrow almost simultaneously. They exchanged incredulous glances but remained silent. No, absolutely not. Sammy flatly rejected the proposal. Marcus immediately chimed in. Exactly. Aldo, use your head. The trick we pulled on Morris back then. It was fine to fool the Navy since they're the enemy. But if we publicly announce that we're giving Barnes such a high position, it won't just be the Navy hearing this. Civilians, other pirate crews, underworld merchants. Everyone will know. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. What is a vice captain? It's the position second only to the captain on a ship, a brother who shares authority and has your back. And then we turn around and sell him. How would these people see us? The Jellyfish Pirates would become a group of unscrupulous scoundrels who would betray even their own vice captain. Our reputation would plummet throughout the entire circle, becoming a stain that can never be washed away. At that point, what decent talent would dare to join us? And what partner would dare to do business with us? Aldo, having been rejected by both Sammy and Marcus, instantly deflated like a punctured ball. He scratched his head and muttered, I was just trying to make more money. There was no anger in his eyes at being overruled, only regret that his brilliant plan hadn't been adopted. Marcus continued, Aldo, you need to understand that there are several core principles for survival in this world. Besides strength, the most important things are trust, reputation, and righteousness. Even if we're pirates, it's no exception. Kahalo took over and continued, I think Marcus is right. This world is indeed a jungle where the strong prey on the weak, but it also values reputation and righteousness. Expressing an intention to recruit and granting an actual high position are two different things. With Morris, we only expressed appreciation and a desire to recruit him, and the Navy overinterpreted it on their own, elevating him to a cadre. We didn't actually make any promises, and besides, only the Navy knew about it, so it was fine to fool them. In my opinion, we don't need to give him any title. We just need to subtly guide the outside world into thinking that this Barnes is of great value to us. That's enough. TSK. Fine. Aldo rubbed his face vigorously, his voice losing its playful tone. Since everyone says it's no good, then it must be a bad idea. Marcus Kahalo, what you said makes sense. I was mistaken. The name of our Jellyfish Pirates is worth far more than an extra few tens of millions of berries. We can't do such a stupid thing that would ruin our reputation. Sammy nodded approvingly, resting his elbows on the table and interlacing his fingers. Exactly. Making him vice captain is too stupid. All we need to do is send people to taverns, casinos, streets, and alleys to praise this mad shark, Barnes's astonishing strength, and the little trouble he caused us. He leaned forward, slightly lowering his voice. The key is to praise him truthfully, specifically, and even with a hint of lingering fear. He leaned back in his chair again, a smile appearing. As for what the big shots in the Navy will think after hearing it, Sammy spread his hands. That's up to them. Kahalo, I'm leaving this to you. I trust you to handle it with the right measure. The bottom hold of the arrowfish. Clank, clank. Hey, wake up, wake up. A slightly hoarse voice kept drilling into Ba NC's ears. His heavy eyelids felt like lead. Ba NC forced them open with all his might. His vision was blurred, with only the dim yellow halo of an oil lamp swaying before him. He instinctively tried to rise, but found his body tightly bound by something hard. He could not lift a single finger except his neck. Clang. The sound of chains scraping came from the side. Ba NC twisted his head with difficulty toward the source. Behind the bars of the adjacent cell, a man with disheveled hair and a gaunt frame was pressing his face between two iron rails, staring intently at him. You're awake. The man's voice grew more excited as he saw Ba NC open his eyes. Ba NC's vision gradually focused, and by the faint light, he recognized that face. Although his complexion was much worse, the outline gradually matched the gloomy photo on the wanted poster. You are Guba Molic. You know me? Molic was startled, then looked as if he had grabbed a lifeline. Yes, I am Molic. Guba Molic. You are new. How did you get locked up too? Are you also an ability user? Did they say they were going to sell you too? A barrage of questions came crashing down. Ba NC did not answer immediately. He narrowed his eyes and looked Molic up and down. Didn't you join the Jellyfish Pirates and become one of their executives? Ba NC asked slowly, his tone full of inquiry. Was this a trick by Sami, or hopefully not the latter? Ha. Executive. Molic looked as if he had heard the biggest joke. At first he chuckled, then it turned into uncontrollable manic laughter, and finally his voice suddenly rose. Who said that? Which bastard spread such a rumor? Ever since I was knocked out by that damn Sami on Rongrong Island, I've been locked up in this godforsaken place like a dog. They only told me they were going to sell me as a slave to the Shampoo Islands. Executive? Huh? What? How could this be? Ba Insi's voice dropped not out of fear, but out of confusion at losing control of the situation. What recruitment? What thirst for talent? It was all deliberately spread by Sami. So this whole thing was a carefully designed scam from start to finish. This Mo Lisi had been nothing but a commodity from the beginning, and as for himself, what else could it be? Mo Lisi was agitated, rattling the sea stone shackles on his body, producing a dull sound. If it weren't for this damned thing locking me up, leaving me unable to use any strength, I could break out of this lousy cell in minutes. Damn it. Damn. These bastards. Don't let me get my hands on them. Ba Insi tried to exert force to get up, but the layers of chains binding him made him unable to move. If it weren't for these chains. Forget it, brother. Mo Lisi shook the sea stone shackles on his wrists. I'm locked up with this thing now. I'm weaker than an ordinary person. As for you. He looked at Ba Insi's dumpling-like shape. Looks worse than us. Seems we really can't escape. Just hope that slave trader named Geely and can find us a better master. Boo-hoo. Shut up. Ba Insi growled, a fierce unwillingness blazing in his eyes. How could I ever become someone else's slave? Perhaps there is still a chance. He took a deep breath, began using his waist strength combined with slight shoulder twists, rolling awkwardly on the ground like a clumsy insect. Hey, what are you doing? Mo Lisi stopped sobbing, staring dumbfounded at his cellmate's bizarre behavior. Ba Insi did not reply. He took a full 2 or 3 minutes to barely adjust his body to face away from Mo Lisi, aligning his buttocks with the gap between the iron bars. Listen to me. Ba Insi's voice dropped extremely low. In the pocket behind but I have a miniature den mushy hidden. This is our only chance. Try to see if you can get it out. Den mushy. Hope instantly flared in Mo Lisi's eyes. He immediately lay on the ground, straining to reach his hand through the gap under the bars to fumble around Ba Insi's buttocks. There's nothing. Did you misremember? Mo Lisi panted, unwilling to give up, and tried again with various awkward positions for a long time. Finally, he stopped, collapsing to the ground, the flame of hope that had just ignited completely extinguished. Are you messing with me? There's nothing. Nothing at all. The pocket is empty. What a... Ba Insi felt as if struck by lightning. His last hope was extinguished. Could it be? They searched me. Of course. How could they not search him? That single hidden communication device had probably fallen into their hands while he was unconscious. Ba Insi's voice was dry. His last shred of hope was shattered. The plan had deviated from the very beginning. Not only had he failed to get close to the core, but he had become a prisoner about to be sold like goods. Boo-hoo. It's hopeless after all. I'm going to be sold as a slave. Ferris Valley Town Clock Tower Observation Post. Report. A Marine intelligence officer in civilian clothes quickly ascended to the top floor of the clock tower, stood at attention, and saluted Major General Ha-ku, who was gazing out the window at the harbor. Major General Ha-ku did not turn around. He merely raised a hand, signaling the other to report directly. Major General Ha-ku, based on intelligence fragments collected from scattered conversations of ordinary Jellyfish Pirates members in taverns, casinos, and other places, after comprehensive analysis, we can preliminarily confirm. Colonel Ba Insi from headquarters has successfully made contact and joined the Jellyfish Pirates. The contact process followed the preset script. A fierce conflict occurred between the two sides. Although the outcome of the battle deviated slightly, the final result was consistent with our deduction. Major General Ha-ku slowly turned around, his face revealing neither joy nor anger. Continue. Yes. According to the consistent descriptions of the target crew members, Colonel Ba Insi displayed strength far exceeding his current bounty in the battle against the predator Sami, even forcing out Sami's gigantic biological form at one point. The intelligence officer paused, then added, although the crew's descriptions may have some embellishment, it is sufficient to prove that Colonel Ba Insi's strength has been highly recognized by the other side, especially by Sami himself. Based on this, it is highly likely that the colonel, by virtue of this strength, has skipped the peripheral observation phase and directly entered the core decision-making circle of the Jellyfish Pirates. Directly entering the core circle. Major General Ha-ku stroked his chin, a sharp glint in his eyes. This was faster than expected. Does Sami have any suspicion about him? There are no signs at present. All intelligence shows that Sami regarded Colonel Ba Insi's challenge as a mere contest of strength. Major General Ha-ku walked to the hanging sea chart, his gaze falling on the black mark representing the Jellyfish Pirates. Good. Colonel Ba Insi has done well. Although the start was risky, the effect is remarkable. However, we cannot pin all our hopes and intelligence sources on Colonel Ba Insi alone. Don't put all eggs in one basket, especially against a cunning opponent like Sami. He turned his gaze, sweeping over the intelligence officer and the other officers in the room. The other teams of the Seaweed Plan will continue operations according to the predetermined plan. Yes. The sun was perfect on the deck, and Sammy lay alone in the lounge chair squinting at the drifting clouds, a twinge of bitterness stirring within him. Those guys, Air Duo Maku Si, every single one of them ran off to the island for fun, and they didn't even invite me. Not far away, under the awning, a few crew members left to watch the ship were huddled together, their heads nearly touching as they whispered excitedly about something. Did you see? The Celestial Dragons are on patrol again. It's the headline in the world global news. Which country is unlucky enough this time? Shoo, keep your voice down. The Jellyfish Pirates have gone completely berserk. Good heavens, their bounties are rising way too fast. Bounties rising fast. Can they outpace Luo Kusi? I'm his diehard fan. Oh come on, Luo Kusi hasn't been heard from in ages. If you ask me, the hottest name right now is still the vice captain of the Nine Serpents Pirates, Xiachi. Now that's a true, untouchable flower. Xiachi. She's my idol. Last time I paid a fortune to get her rare combat photo, even though it was just a silhouette. What? You have a photo of Xiachi? Let me borrow it for a quick look. I'll return it tomorrow. In your dreams. This is my family heirloom. Sammy, drawn by the commotion, got up and walked over. What's all the fuss about? What's so interesting? Let me have a look too. He casually picked up a newspaper from the wooden crate the men were gathered around. It was the world global news that had just been delivered to the ship. Unfolding the thick paper, the massive headline and accompanying image on the front page instantly seized his vision. While in Kingdom welcomes the celestial dragon Antikos, Saint, in grand style. A nation rejoices, an unprecedented spectacle. In the picture, a celestial dragon wearing a transparent bubble helmet raised one hand, while before him the king lay prostrate, in the most perfect kneeling bow. The article was laden with extravagant rhetoric depicting the luxury of the welcome ceremony and the fervent, spontaneous cheers of the people, every line overflowing with boundless reverence for the world nobles. Sammy's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as he flipped quickly through the pages. The second edition, the third, several consecutive editions, all in a similar style. Under the brilliant leadership of Commodore Kapu, the Marine G3 branch successfully annihilated the giant axe pirates, vigorously safeguarding navigation, route safety, and justice. List of benefits for World Government Member States: Marine Protection, Legal Trade, Cross-Sea Navigation, World Conference. The suffering of non-member states: chaotic seas, rampant bandits, impoverished livelihoods. Joining the world government is the only way out. He flipped a few more pages and finally saw something different. The heinous Jellyfish Pirates appear again. Their cruelty towards civilians and destruction of order are beyond description. Citizens in the rear are urged to stay alert. The Marines are pursuing with full force. Sammy turned the pages faster and faster, the paper rustling loudly. A full dozen or so pages were nearly all the same formulaic official propaganda, effusive praise for the world government and the Marines, one-sided condemnation of pirates, and constant emphasis on the vast difference between member and non-member states. TCH. He finally lost patience, tossing the thick stack of newspapers back onto the crate. Deadly boring. Nothing but glossed over nonsense. After all these years, this paper still hasn't a shred of fresh content. What do you mean? I think it's fine. Sammy curled his lip, his tone dripping with disdain. Don't these newspaper people know what everyone really wants to read? A celestial dragon just steps out, and it's worth 2 full pages of hype. Besides the pomp, what else can you see? Shoo, Captain. A young crew member who had been arguing about the photo just moments before turned pale instantly. He lowered his voice in panic, his eyes darting about in terror. Keep your voice down. Those are the world nobles. If anyone overhears. I don't get it. Sammy scratched his head. Am I wrong? You know what they're really like, don't you? Every time they step out, everyone has to kneel, and the newspapers have to sing their praises. Isn't that the truth? Do you actually think their reputation is good? Captain, please stop talking. Sammy raised an eyebrow, looking at the overly agitated crewman. You seem especially afraid of them. The crewman swallowed nervously, as if summoning great courage. When I was a child on my home island, I saw a celestial dragon procession once. His eyes turned hollow, as if sinking into a memory he wished to forget. They didn't look strong, even a bit ridiculous. But when you're standing on the street watching them ride on the backs of slaves and sweep their gaze over the crowd like they're looking at bugs, then you understand what it really feels like. His voice began to tremble. They don't need any reason to execute someone. Their mere existence is reason enough. Your life, your dignity, it all depends on their mood that day. A wrong glance, a misplaced word, and you could be charged with grave disrespect, and then there's nothing left. Wherever they passed, everyone had to kneel, heads down. All around were Marine officers and world government officials. A pressure so thick it congealed the air. That despair of knowing they were wrong, yet unable to summon even a spark of anger, leaving only fear. That feeling I'll never forget. The order and power they represent make it impossible to even think of resisting. It's too terrifying. Sammy listened in silence, saying nothing. Of course he knew what the celestial dragons were, and he understood perfectly the suffocating privilege and order beneath those seemingly comical bubble helmets. The celestial dragons were like the Brahmins of India, These hierarchical notions had been etched deep into the bones of many commoners, even becoming instinct. Overthrowing them, it was not impossible. That thought flickered through Sammy's mind, though of course he couldn't share it with the crew. They were too timid. He looked at the crewman's still pale face and the unease on the faces of the others nearby, knowing that this fear rooted in the apex of the world could not be dispelled with a few words. In the end, he simply reached out and gave the crewman a firm pat on the shoulder. All right, stop dwelling on that. Remember, you're on the Swordfish now, on the ship of our Jellyfish Pirates. On this sea. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crew. We follow only our own rules. Just as the atmosphere on deck grew tense, a air duo's unmistakable booming voice shattered the silence. Captain, we're back. Sammy looked up and saw a air duo and Ma Ku-si walking side by side at the front, followed by several other officers and crew members who had also gone out for fun. Every face beamed with the satisfaction of a good time. And beside a air duo walked a stranger. How did you enjoy yourself? Sammy approached, his gaze involuntarily falling upon the stranger. And this is a... Haha, Captain. This is the lad I met when I was out having fun, Saggins. Aldo clapped the boy beside him on the shoulder. Saggins, say hello to the captain. See, Captain. The youth's voice was low and he buried his head even deeper. What's this all about? Sammy didn't respond, instead directing the question to Aldo. Captain, hear me out. Let us rewind time 3 hours to the town of Ferris Valley. Haha. Brother Aldo, follow me. I found a place where the liquor is strong. Is that so? Lead the way. Aldo, accompanied by a few brothers, hurried through the crowd, following the crewman who was guiding them. Just as they passed a park, a burst of harsh jeers made him stop. In a corner, several ruffian-looking youths were shoving and teasing a figure. It was a boy who looked only about a dozen years old, wearing a faded linen shirt and brown trousers with an old jacket clearly a size too large over the top. His face was bruised purple and blue, with dried blood still smeared on his forehead. Although his appearance was so ordinary that he would be lost in a crowd, his eyes were arresting. Dull, utterly expressionless, he merely endured the shoves and mockery with wooden stoicism. Pa, a fool is a fool. He doesn't fight back or curse. Hey, Saggins, bark like a dog for us. If you do well, we'll give you a piece of bread, ha. Watching the boy's numb demeanor, Aldo felt an inexplicable surge of anger rise within him. Fuck, the guy's already simple-minded, and you're still messing with him. With a thunderous roar, Aldo charged straight over. Before those youths could react, Aldo grabbed them with his massive hands, tossed them one by one into the trash heap outside the park, and a chorus of wails ensued. Get lost. If I ever catch you bullying others again, I'll break your legs. Having driven off the thugs, Aldo turned to face the boy still standing there, woodenly, feeling both exasperated and helpless. He gave the boy's shoulder a firm slap. Hey kid, you're such a big lad. How can you let them push you around? Listen, next time someone bullies you, you hit them back. With your fist, got it? The boy slowly raised his head, his hollow eyes fixed on Aldo, and then he nodded almost imperceptibly. Hey, you took that in. Aldo felt much better at the sight, and without thinking much, he waved his men to continue onward. Let's go, let's go. Don't keep the drinks waiting. However, when they entered the tavern, Aldo happened to glance back and noticed that the boy named Saggins was following them, stopping a few meters behind the group and standing there blankly outside the tavern door. Brother Aldo, that kid. He's been following us. Aldo frowned, walked back, and his tall figure cast a shadow over the boy. What's up? Don't you go home. Saggins shook his head. What? You want to follow me? Aldo raised an eyebrow. Saggins shook his head again. Then what do you want? A third shake. Aldo, exasperated by the boy's unyielding silence, simply waved his hand. All right, tag along if you want. Just don't block the customers. With that, he turned and entered the tavern. The waiter outside glanced at the shabbily dressed, vacant-eyed Saggins and naturally barred him, a mere loiterer, from entering. Inside the tavern, the noise continued unabated. Aldo and his brothers clinked glasses and downed strong liquor, soon forgetting the little incident outside. About an hour later, deep in his cups, Aldo's gaze strayed to the door and saw the thin figure still standing there, motionless, starkly out of place against the revelry within. Aldo beckoned the bartender and pointed outside. Hey boss, do you know that kid out there? The bartender followed his finger. Oh, him. Saggins. He's the town fool. The bartender tapped his temple. Broken. A few years ago, a band of mountain bandits ransacked his home and killed his parents right in front of him. The kid was, well, probably the shock was too much. When he woke up, he was like this. Doesn't cry, doesn't make a fuss, barely speaks, and seems to have forgotten most of his past. Family. Any relatives? None left. He's all alone, utterly destitute. Kind folks in town occasionally give him a bite to eat. He just wanders the streets every day, and from time to time some troublemakers pick on him. He never fights back. If they hit him hard, he just curls up. Aldo felt a strange pang in his heart. He tightened his grip on his cup, but said nothing. Just then another burst of laughter came from outside. A few more drunken men, apparently seeking amusement at the fool's expense, had surrounded Saggins again, shoving him and trying to snatch his shabby jacket. Aldo furrowed his brow and was about to set down his cup and rise, but the next scene made him pause. Sagin's being tugged at still wore that hollow expression that seemed unchanged. Yet suddenly he reached out and grabbed the wrist of the drunkard who was trying to steal his jacket. Then under the astonished gazes of everyone, the seemingly simple and frail boy's arm abruptly exerted force. Oh! The drunkard barely managed a startled cry before his entire body, like a light tattered sack, was swung up by Sagin's with one hand. Left. The drunkard's back slammed into the hard ground. Right. The wooden crate of a nearby stall shattered into pieces. Sagin's movements were clumsy and unskilled, but the sheer terrifying brute force was unmistakable. He was like a child wielding an ill-fitting toy, gripping the over 100-pound grown man and smashing him left and right, the ground trembling with dull thuds. The drunkard's other companions, sobered by fear, scrambled backward, their faces pale. Madman! The fool's gone mad. Someone's getting beaten up. Inside the tavern, Aldo's eyes lit up. He drained his cup, slammed it heavily on the table, and an excited grin spread across his face. Hey, the kid. He actually took my words to heart. He licked his lips. Interesting. That raw strength, not bad. He paid the bill, strode out of the tavern, and came to stand before Sagin's, who had just finished the fight and returned to his dazed stillness. The drunkard on the ground was already unconscious, foaming at the mouth. Aldo looked him over, growing more satisfied with each glance, and gave his shoulder a firm slap. How about it, kid? Want to come with me? I'll take you out to see the world. I promise from now on no one will dare push you around. What do you say? Sagin slowly raised his still lackluster eyes, meeting Aldo's dark, hearty smile, and then slowly he nodded. At the bow, Sammy finished listening to Aldo's animated tale, and his gaze once again fell upon the youth named Sagins. The youth still kept his head down, his expression unclear, but his exposed forearm revealed a firmness that belied his lean frame. That's how it is, Captain. Aldo slung an arm around Sagin's shoulder and chuckled. I like this kid. He's not too bright, but he's honest, and he's got plenty of strength. So I brought him back. What do you say? Let him stay. Sammy didn't answer immediately. He simply stood quietly regarding Sagin's, then glanced at the eager Aldo. After a moment of silence, Sammy spoke softly. His story reminds you of yourself back then, doesn't it, Aldo? Aldo's smile faltered for a moment, then he nodded. Yeah, Captain. Back then I was just like him on the Western Sea. My parents killed when I was a kid, no one in the world. You took me aboard and gave me a way to live. I know what it's like. You gave me a hand back then, Captain. Now, I want to give him a hand too. For that reason, can you? The deck fell silent. A few crew members who had been watching also sobered up, turning their eyes to their captain. Sammy's gaze lingered on Aldo's face for a moment, then swept over Sagin's figure. Since it's like this. The corner of Sammy's mouth lifted into a faint smile. Then let him stay. Thanks, Captain. Aldo excitedly gave Sagins a heavy thump on the back. Hear that, kid? The captains agreed. From now on you're a member of the Jellyfish Pirate crew. Come on, say it again. Thank the captain. Sagins slowly raised his head. For the first time he truly looked directly at Sammy. In those still somewhat hollow eyes there seemed to be a tiny flicker. Thank you, Captain. The newly joined youth Saginsi quickly became a unique sight on the ship alongside Arduo. Just as Arduo had said, the boy was unusually quiet in daily life, even appearing somewhat dull, almost never initiating conversation. He was like Arduo's shadow. Wherever Arduo went he followed. When Arduo ate, he sat quietly beside him with his bowl. When Arduo trained, he crouched on the ship's rail and watched silently. Yo, Arduo, this new little sidekick of yours is really obedient. Fiki, passing by, reached out with a grin to ruffle Saginsi's hair. But Saginsi suddenly shrank back, dodging with agility. Scram. Go away. Arduo's words were dismissive, but a smile lingered on his face as he casually pulled a fruit from his pocket and tossed it to Saginsi. This kid is way better than you smooth-talking bunch. He does whatever he's told. As days passed, the crew gradually grew accustomed to the youth who always trailed behind Arduo. A few days later, the rest period ended. The Swordfish set sail, heading toward the next destination. The next stop was the island where High West was located, the last port before the Sky Island. The scene shifted to Ferris Valley Town, the surveillance post atop the bell tower. Rear Admiral Hake reported a naval officer in civilian clothes as he climbed the stairs, confirmed the target has set sail for the next island. Our undercover operative has successfully infiltrated as planned. Rear Admiral Hake stood by the window watching the ship's silhouette gradually shrink on the distant horizon and nodded slowly. The setting sun cast half his face in dark red, the other half hidden in shadow. Good. His voice was calm, betraying no emotion. Notify the other teams. Phase 1 of the mission is complete. Withdraw as per the plan, maintain radio silence, and await further instructions. Yes, sir. Arduo gathered the crew on deck for routine training, and Saginsi was by his side as always. Same old routine warm-up, first loosen up those joints. Then today we start with basic strength training. Arduo leaned his spiked club to the side, grabbed 2 massive dumbbells, and planted himself in a standard horse stance. Watch closely, especially you, Saginsi. Squats build leg strength. Steady lower body means you won't wobble in a fight. Follow my moves. Sajinsi blinked as if trying to comprehend the command, then mimicked Arjuo's posture, gripping the dumbbells and squatting and rising with mechanical precision. That's it. Back straight. Stick your butt out. A satisfied smile spread across Arjuo's face, clearly impressed by this student's mimicry and body control. The other crew members grabbed their own equipment and joined the rhythm. The deck soon filled with shouts and grunts. 1 set, 2 sets, 3 sets. Many of the ordinary sailors were already panting slightly, their movements beginning to falter. Yet Sajinsi's expressionless face showed not a hint of flush, his breathing as steady as if he had merely been strolling. All right, stop. Arjuo set down his dumbbells and clapped Sajinsi on the shoulder. The force was so great it made the youth sway, but the admiration in Arjuo's eyes only deepened. Good kid. Solid foundation. Come on, let's move on to the next exercise, swinging strikes. This time you need to channel the power smoothly. Arjuo changed his grip, taking a longer dumbbell and holding it by one end over his shoulder, mimicking the ready stance for swinging his spiked club. Imagine there's a bastard in front of you and you want to use every ounce of strength to swing the club and smash him. Power comes from your core. Engage your waist, drive your shoulders and arms. Like this, huh? With a low growl, Arjuo swung the heavy dumbbell in a whistling arc, the movement exuding raw power. Sajinsi copied him, picking up the corresponding equipment. His imitation was still awkward, but his astonishing raw strength made each swing carry a heavy whoosh brimming with intimidation. Arjuo put down his own gear, walked over to Sajinsi, and pressed his large hands directly onto the boy's waist and arm. Here the PowerPoint is wrong. You're only using your arm strength. Your waist. Use your waist to drive. Relax your shoulders. Yeah, that's it again. He patiently adjusted Sajinsi's posture like a personal trainer, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous demeanor. Sajinsi nodded silently, his normally vacant eyes now seemingly focused on the weapon in his hands, repeating Arjuo's movements over and over. His swings began as brute force, but under Arjuo's repeated corrections gradually took on the rudiments of proper striking technique. After several rounds of combined strength and endurance drills, many crew members were nearly spent. In contrast, although Sajinsi's forehead and back showed signs of sweat, his hands gripping the heavy bar remained steady. Arjuo glanced at his staggering subordinates, then at Sajinsi, still earnestly adjusting his stance, and roared with frustration, "Look at you. How long have you been training, huh? A bunch of limp noodles. Look at Sajinsi. He just got here, and he's already better than you. And you still want to raise your bounties. Want to survive in the new world. Aren't you ashamed? Get up, all of you. 5 more sets." Amidst the groans and Arjuo's hearty laughter and scolding, the basic training came to an end. After a short rest, Arjuo pulled Sajinsi to the relatively open stern deck and began to impart the combat wisdom unique to him. "Listen up, kid." Arjuo sat cross-legged and motioned for Sajinsi to sit opposite him. "Fighting in a nutshell is this: don't be a coward, aim true, and smash the hell out of them." He assumed a simple offensive stance. Don't think about anything, just charge forward. As soon as an enemy enters your strike range, swing your club and give them a good one, knock them all down. He demonstrated a few swift overhead chops and horizontal sweeps, simple but dripping with murderous intent. We pirates live by ruthlessness. The more afraid you are, the faster you die. Sajinsi listened quietly. When Arjuo simulated attacks on an imaginary foe, he too tightened his empty hands, as if gripping an invisible weapon, and swung his arm through the air. Arjuo watched his still clumsy swing and ruffled his hair firmly. "Yeah, that's it. Remember what I said. I'll teach you more little by little. Time to eat." Arjuo stood up, stretched, and patted Sajinsi's shoulder. "Come on, let's eat. You need strength to keep training. Wonder what Buelyu's cooked up this time." Ha ha. The crew members gradually picked up their bowls and chopsticks and headed to the dining hall. "Yo, Buelio, the dishes look good today." Ayer Duo sniffed and grinned. Wearing an apron, Chef Buelio poked his head out from the kitchen window. "It's brother Ayer Duo. Since the freshly supplied ingredients are still fresh, eat as much as you can. Keep your good mood now so you won't be too upset when the food turns stale later." "Huh. I've long gotten used to it after all these years." Ayer Duo waved his hand dismissively. "Give the young man behind me more, he's still growing." After serving the food, everyone found their seats. The dining hall was limited in space, unable to accommodate all crew members at once. Moreover, during the voyage, someone always had to be on duty on deck for lookout and steering, so they also ate in 3 shifts. Ayer Duo naturally led Sajin C to sit at the officer's table. Ai Saku, upon seeing this, teased, "Ayer Duo, I heard you've taken an apprentice." "Ha ha ha." Ayer Duo laughed smugly. Maku C, with his mouth stuffed full, chimed in indistinctly, "The third brother can actually take an apprentice." "Huh." Ayer Duo's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" Kahai Luo swallowed the food in his mouth and calmly delivered the finishing blow. "He's not the third brother anymore, he's now the 4th. At this rate, in a couple of days he'll probably become the 5th. Ha ha ha. Oomph." Ayer Duo turned his head away, deciding not to stoop to their level. "Hello, give me a serving first. The soup today smells really fragrant." "Sure. Here's your meal, please." "Wait, who are you?" Whoosh. The dining hall instantly fell silent, and almost everyone's gaze turned to the serving window. A man in a brown leather vest stood before the chef, his face wearing a cheerful smile, as if he were just a crew member who had arrived late for dinner. Swift-Wind Lion. Kahai Luo called out his name in a low voice. That's right, it was the nimble thief whom everyone had seen being chased by the kingdom's guards on the streets of Phallus Valley Town a few days ago. Almost instinctively the crew members reached for their weapons, and the scraping of chairs against the floor echoed one after another. It's me, it's me. Lion raised his hands, a sunny smile on his face. Don't be nervous, friends. I mean no harm. How did you get on our ship? Air Duo had already picked up the spiked club, leaning against the table. Well, Lion scratched his head, a hint of well-timed embarrassment on his face. To be honest, I'm a bit embarrassed. I caused quite a stir in town last time, and it seems the kingdom's guards and the nearby navy have all set their sights on me. The port and town are too tightly checked, and I really have nowhere to hide, so I just sneaked onto any ship I found, hoping to hitch a ride with you all to leave these waters. I just want to catch a ride to the next island. I absolutely won't cause any trouble. I can pay for the passage. If I've caused any inconvenience, I'm sorry. After saying that, he gave a deep bow. His sincere attitude, coupled with his cheerful and open demeanor, slightly eased the tense atmosphere in the cabin. Everyone exchanged glances, unable to make a decision, and turned their eyes to the captain. Sami. Sami quietly appraised Lion. This guy was sincere, his demeanor natural, and his sunny appearance indeed didn't seem like that of a villain. Most importantly, he had ventured deep into enemy territory alone. Such courage and stance earned him a measure of respect. After pondering for a moment, Sami spoke. Since that's the case, fine. Our next stop is Liya Shurdo Island. We can drop you off there. Really? Thank you so much. Lion's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled out a small handful of gold jewelry from his pocket, placing it on Sami's table. A small token of my gratitude. Please accept it. Sami didn't stand on ceremony, and signaled a nearby crew member to take the items. Over the next 2 days, Lion perfectly played the role of a considerate passenger. After meals, he proactively helped clean up the utensils. When chatting with the crew on deck, he spoke with great familiarity about the wonders and tales of the Grand Line, and his humorous and witty conversation quickly won the favor of many. When the topic of bounties came up, he sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. He seemed to have a natural charm that put people at ease. His cheerfulness and casual demeanor gradually washed away the initial awkwardness of his intrusion. Until one late night, Lion left the cabin under the pretext of can't sleep, going to the deck to get some air. After confirming that no one was around, his eyes sharpened. Relying on the ship's layout he had secretly observed and explored over the past 2 days, he avoided the patrolling crew and found the hidden passage leading to the lower-level cells. Logically, he shouldn't have taken such a risk, but since he boarded the ship, he had never seen any trace of Ba and C, nor even Emoli C, the rumored strongest officer of the Jellyfish Pirates. An uneasy premonition had been growing in his heart, and it was intensifying. By the dim, flickering light of the oil lamps in the passage, he arrived at the deepest part of the ship's hold. When he saw who was imprisoned inside, his pupils contracted sharply. It was Emoli C, wearing sea-stone shackles, and Ba and C wrapped in chains like a caterpillar, unable to move an inch. Ba and C. Emoli C. How are you two? The two in the cell were startled awake. The moment Ba and C saw Lion, a desperate light burst forth from his previously dim eyes. Lion, quickly notify. I say, Swift Wind. A voice laced with mockery suddenly came from the entrance of the passage, interrupting Ba and C's words. A thief is a thief. How can you never change your ways? Why are you so fond of sneaking around everywhere? Lion's hair stood on end, the color drained from his face completely. The expression that always bore a sunny smile for the first time showed a look of terror. He spun around abruptly, only to see Sami leaning against the entrance of the passage, arms crossed with a half-smile on his face. Behind him, Air, Duo Maku Si Kahai Luo, and other officers slowly emerged from the shadows like walls, silently blocking all his escape routes. Sami shook his head, a hint of regret in his tone. I was actually impressed by your behavior these past 2 days. If you had honestly stayed until the next island, I might have let you go just as a way to make a friend. What a pity. TSK. Lion opened his mouth only to find that any excuse now seemed futile. He understood that he was completely exposed. Sami couldn't be bothered to watch his changing expressions any longer. He waved his hand dismissively at Air Duo. Lock him in with them to keep them company. Air Duo grinned maliciously as he picked up the chains he had brought along and stepped forward. The fire of hope in Ba and C's eyes was completely extinguished, while Emoli C seemed utterly indifferent to having another cellmate. Sami paid no more attention to the sounds of struggle behind him or the clanking of chains as Lion was bound. He slowly climbed the stairs up to the deck. The cool sea breeze stirred the stray hairs on his forehead. He stood by the railing, gazing at the fragmented silver sea under the moonlight, murmuring softly to himself, 34 million. I'm a bit low. But bundled with the 2 big items, Leon over there. Should probably accept it too. Several days later, the swordfish sailed into a tempestuous sea. What the hell is this place? Aldo stumbled, nearly toppled by the raging wind, and he desperately gripped the wooden rail of the gunwale to steady himself. The wind was abnormally fierce, whipping seawater into their faces with relentless fury, making it impossible to keep their eyes open. The hull of the Swordfish pitched violently in the raging waves, the sails were stretched taut, and even the stoutest mast groaned under the strain. It's not just the wind. Look at the waves. Fitch barely roared half a sentence before a wave like a small mountain crashed onto the deck with overwhelming force. Boom. In the deafening roar, seawater instantly flooded over everyone's ankles, and several slower crew members were swept away, tumbling across the deck. Everyone could only cling desperately to bollards, hatches, or any fixed object. Captain, I can see the outline of an island ahead. Confirmed. It's Laiashtada Island. Hans's voice screamed from the wheelhouse, almost using all his strength to overpower the thunderous roar of the storm. But the chart shows vertical cliffs to the west, reefs to the north. Only the east has a cape jutting into the sea. Maybe we can try to land there. Sammy stood in the wheelhouse, his body swaying with the ship's heavy motions. He squinted, his gaze piercing through the swirling mist to the faint dark silhouette on the horizon where sea and sky met. Everyone, hold on tight. Hans, adjust course and aim for that cape. This is the last leg of our journey to High West. Hold on, all of you. The hours that followed were a long, arduous struggle against the sea. The helm spun wildly in Hans's hands, and after a fierce battle with the ocean, the ship finally eased toward the cape on the eastern side of the island. Miraculously, as the Swordfish rounded the cape, it seemed to pass through an invisible barrier. The devastating howl of the wind outside abruptly diminished by half. Though the waves still heaved and tossed from inertia, the force striking the hull became much gentler. Here within the embrace of the cape, it felt like a sheltered, tranquil harbor. The survivors collapsed onto the wet deck, gasping for air. Before them lay a small dock built into the natural terrain of the cape. Several boats were moored there, but unlike typical merchant vessels, they were mostly sleek, lightweight, and brightly colored. Even more striking was the shallow water near the dock, where numerous small sailboats and surfboards darted about. Dozens of agile figures skillfully maneuvered them, engaging in surfing races using the wind and steady swells still present in the harbor. It seemed this naturally sheltered haven had long become a paradise for surfers. The Swordfish slowly docked, allowing the crew to finally take in this peculiar island town. Looking around, nearly every building with a sizable roof in the town was adorned with windmills of various sizes. The sea breeze softened as it passed through the cape, provided just enough power to drive these windmills. The sound of their blades turning mingled with the waves, filling the entire town with a unique, leisurely atmosphere. All right, let's get moving. Sammy withdrew his gaze and clapped his hands. Leon, Fitch, you and half the crew stay with the Swordfish to check for damage and replenish fresh water. The rest of you spread out and try to find out where we can buy a sky-ascending boat. Sammy himself, along with Aldo, Kalo, and other officers, began searching along the dock. But after asking several places, none had a sky-ascending boat for sale. Soon they came to a shop with a huge oak ship's anchor sign from which came the sounds of planing and hammering. It looked like a shipyard. Pushing open the door, a blend of wood and paint assailed their senses. The spacious interior was chaotic, cluttered with logs of various thicknesses, half-finished keel ribs, rolls of canvas, and an array of pulleys, locks, and figureheads. Several young men in their 20s and 30s with bronze skin were bent over their workbenches. Aldo walked straight to the nearest one, tapped his shoulder, and asked directly, "Hey buddy, I need some info. We're on this island. Can we buy a sky-ascending boat?" Sky-ascending boat. The young man stopped his work, looked up, and showed a hint of surprise. "You? Serious? That thing?" He put down his saw and wiped his sweat. "No shipyard has made those in ages." "Again, huh? Alright, sorry to bother you. Wait." The young man sized up. Aldo and the others behind him scratched his head, seeming to think they weren't joking. He turned and shouted deeper into the shop, "Dad, come here quick. Customers want to buy a sky-ascending boat." A large hand covered in sawdust pushed aside the curtain, and a man in his 50s emerged. "Who wants a sky-ascending boat?" "We do. We need one." The man furrowed his brow and scrutinized them again. "You? Trying to go up to the skies?" Though the boss's question sounded odd, he nodded. "Yes, we need to reach the Sky Island." "Sky Island." The man repeated in a low voice, then waved his hand. "Not to discourage you, but no one has gone to the Sky Island in decades. We stopped making sky-ascending boats long ago, and I doubt any other proper shipyard on the island has any in stock. Everyone builds sailboats and surfboards for fun in this sheltered bay." The man pointed out the window at the colorful boats in the bay, then paused. "If you insist on finding one, maybe there's one place that might have it." "Where?" The man pointed toward the west of town. "Follow this main road all the way west. Don't turn until you reach the end near the cliff. You'll see a battered old windmill. Beneath it is a shabby shed. An old eccentric named Barry lives there. He might have a prototype sky-ascending boat stashed away. But I'll warn you now." The man's expression turned serious. "I can't guarantee he'll sell it, and I can't guarantee that boat can still fly. To be honest, That thing belongs in a museum by now. Following the shipyard owner's guidance, the group headed westward. The road beneath their feet gradually veered away from the bustling dock district. The windmills on either side still turned slowly, but without the clamor of the docks to punctuate the scene, only the monotonous sound of blades slicing through the sea breeze remained, and a sense of wild desolation settled over them. Boss, Erjuo scratched his head as he walked, asking gruffly, "Are we really going to find that old man Barry? That boat is decades old. Who knows if it can even fly? What if it's a piece of junk? Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Let's check it out first. If it really doesn't work, we'll have to commission a new one from the shipyard here, following the blueprints. But if that's the case..." Sammy paused. "We might be stuck on this island for a long time." As they talked, the group soon arrived at the western edge of the town. At the end of the road loomed a towering black cliff facing the distant outer sea where waves still glistened. In the lee of the cliff, a dilapidated old shed stood alone, its roof adorned with a huge old-fashioned windmill that creaked and turned slowly in the ceaseless sea breeze. "This is it." Kaheluo adjusted his hat, surveying the lonely scene that seemed out of place with the town. Sammy stepped forward and knocked on the wooden door, which looked none too sturdy. "Coming." "Who is it?" After a moment, rustling sounds came from inside along with a slightly hoarse voice. The door cracked open, revealing a weathered face. He was an old man of about 70 or 80, his face etched with deep wrinkles, and beneath his disheveled gray-white hair a pair of eyes filled with suspicion. "Greetings. You must be Mr. Barry. We heard that you might still have a Sky Ascent vessel. If it's still usable, we'd like to buy it. We need it to reach the Sky Island." "Sky Island?" Barry's half-closed eyes suddenly widened. He opened the door fully, his gaze sweeping over Sammy, Erjuo Koluo, and the others, lingering for a moment on Erjuo's conspicuous build and the Wolf-Tooth Club, then returning to Sammy's face. "You want to go to the Sky Island?" His tone was filled with disbelief and an indescribable complex emotion. "Don't you know how dangerous it is there? No one has been up there in decades." Erjuo puffed out his chest. "Danger? Old man, do we look like people who fear danger? We're really strong. A mere Sky Island. We're determined to go. If you don't sell, we'll just go to the shipyard and have them build a new one." Barry paid no heed to Erjuo's bluster. He simply looked at them in silence for a few seconds, then his expression softened slightly. He stepped aside from the doorway and made a gesture for them to enter. "Come inside and talk." The interior of the shed was unexpectedly tidy, a stark contrast to its dilapidated exterior. On the tool rack against the wall, various shipbuilding tools were arranged neatly. Though slightly aged, the blades showed they had been well maintained. Barry motioned for them to sit on a few crude wooden stools, then slowly brought over several cups of water. "It's been decades since anyone mentioned going to the Sky Island." Barry sat down, as well, holding a rough earthenware cup, his voice somewhat distant. "I never thought before these old bones are laid to rest I'd hear such words again." Since it's been decades with no interest, Sammy took the cup, but didn't drink, his gaze sweeping over the gleaming tools. "Why do you insist on keeping them? Even maintaining them with such care?" "I'm different from them." Barry's voice suddenly grew firm, carrying a stubborn pride. The former Lyashida Island was not this island that only builds small sailboats and surfboards. Back then, the most famous and best-selling item here was the Sky Ascent vessel. Old Barry's eyes grew distant, as if lost in memory. At that time, out of 10 shipyards on the island, 8 relied on this for a living. Merchant ships and adventurers' vessels came in an endless stream. From dawn to dusk, the docks were filled with ships from the Four Seas and the Great Sea Route. That was what this island should have been like, a place full of hope and dreams. He shook his head, his voice dropping low, filled with deep regret. What a pity. Since a few hundred years ago, a great upheaval allegedly occurred up there. No one knows exactly what. Gradually, fewer and fewer people went to the Sky Island. There were no other specialties here either, so the caravans stopped coming and no one needed the Sky Ascent vessel anymore. Shipyards shut down one by one or changed trades, and the craft of making the Sky Ascent vessel was lost. "Then why do you still insist on keeping it?" Kaheluo asked softly. "Ha ha ha." Old Barry suddenly burst out laughing. "I've been a stubborn fellow since I was a child. My grandfather built Sky Ascent vessels, so did my father. When it came to me, this is all I know how to do and all I want to do. Even though no one buys them anymore, I think." He took a deep breath, a faint but persistent flame kindling in his eyes. "Wars or upheavals, they've raged for centuries. Surely there will be a day when they stop. This road to the sky, can it be forever cut off? I don't believe it. The craftsmanship of the Sky Ascent vessel cannot be allowed to die out like this. So I've been guarding this place, guarding the last few vessels, maintaining and inspecting them every year, waiting for the day when someone might still need them." He looked at Sammy with burning eyes. "If you truly want it, I can give you a very cheap price. But I have a request, or rather, a condition. Please speak. If you are determined to go," Barry's voice trembled with excitement, "please, take me with you." "What?" The group was taken aback. Barry, not waiting for their objections, continued urgently. "I've spent my entire life building Sky Ascent vessels, drawn countless blueprints, and can describe every part of it with my eyes closed. Yet in all my life, I have never truly ridden one to where it is meant to go to see with my own eyes that legendary Sky Island. It's been decades and you are the only group I've waited for. I think if I miss this chance, I'll never have another in this lifetime. Even if I die on the way up, I'll accept it. At least I'll die on the ship I built with my own hands rushing toward my dream. The shed fell silent with only the sound of the windmill turning and the faint roar of the waves outside. Sammy exchanged glances with the others. They all saw surprise in each other's eyes. After a moment, Sammy slowly nodded. All right, Mr. Barry. If you insist, we are willing to take you along to the Sky Island. Barry's face instantly seemed to regain 20 years of youth. He nodded repeatedly. Good. Thank you. However, Sammy shifted the topic back to practical matters. We need to first confirm the current condition of your Sky Ascent vessel. Can it still undertake this dangerous voyage? Don't worry about that. The boat is in the workshop out back. Although it hasn't been to sea for decades, I inspect it carefully every year, maintain it, replace aging parts, reinforce where needed, and oil where needed. I won't claim it's 10 out of 10, but it's been kept at 70 to 80% condition. Absolutely no problem. I'll take you to see it now. The old man said, standing up eagerly and leading Sammy and the others toward the back of the shed. Sammy and his group followed Old Barry to the front of the even taller workshop behind the shed. Old Barry stood at the door, gently pressing on the wooden door and taking a deep breath. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look. This is what a true sky ascending boat is. Before the words faded, he pushed open the heavy wooden door with both arms, dust dancing in the shafts of light. Everyone involuntarily held their breath. In the center of the workshop, a ship unlike anything they had ever seen lay quietly. This is the sky ascending boat. Erjuo's eyes widened as he was the first to exclaim. So cool. Huh? The ship before them was more slender than ordinary sailing vessels, its entire body presenting an extremely smooth, streamlined shape, without any superfluous edges or decorations. Every curve flowed smoothly from bow to stern. Its design was entirely modeled after the body of a certain falcon, presenting a posture full of power and speed. The bow had no figurehead, instead it merged with the bird's head, tapering into a sharp beak shape at the front, with only a simple flying bird pattern outlined on the beak. This design was clearly to minimize wind resistance. The hull was estimated to be about 18 meters long and 6 meters wide, larger than Luffy's Going Merry, but with a very shallow draft of only 60 centimeters. The most striking feature was the two huge wing-like structures attached to the sides of the hull, supported by frames of tough wood and special alloy. Even though they were currently folded, everyone could already imagine what they would look like when extended. In the middle of the hull stood a tall mast, bare at the moment with the mainsail not yet hung. At the stern stood a much smaller mast flying a delicate triangular sail. Unbelievable. Kahiluo murmured, this shape is entirely made for flight. The concept of traditional ships is completely overturned here. Come on, let's go up and take a look. Sammy was the first to climb the gangplank that Old Barry had set up and step onto the deck. The texture of the deck was different from traditional wooden decks. It was denser and smoother with gaps, almost imperceptible, clearly specially treated to reduce friction and resistance. The deck was exceptionally clean with almost no superfluous equipment, only a few fixed bollards and several hatch covers with locks, everything appearing extremely functional. They quickly found the entrance to the cockpit and cabin. The cockpit was located above the forward part of the hull, a prominent semicircular transparent observation window structure. Pushing open the door and entering the cockpit, the interior space was astonishingly empty. There was no huge steering wheel like on traditional ships. Instead, there were several sets of linked control levers and winches, each connected to different sail and rigging systems through color coding and labels. A few simple compasses, thermometers, and barometers were fixed to the wall and nothing else. Old man Isaac turned around and couldn't help asking, where is the wheel of this ship? Wheel A. Old Barry, upon hearing this, showed a knowing smile, as if expecting that question, and shook his head. There is no wheel. The sky ascending boat doesn't need such a thing. What a... Erjuo's eyes opened wide. No steering. Then how do you drive this ship? How do you control the direction? By willpower? Haha, of course not. Amid the shocked gazes of everyone, Old Barry pointed to the sides of the hull. Look, the wings on both sides of the ship. Their opening angle and tilt can be adjusted just like real bird wings. This is the key to controlling lift and lateral balance. The mainsail on this central mast can swing significantly left and right, coordinating with the wing angle changes to adjust the course and provide main thrust. The small triangular sail at the stern is responsible for fine-tuning and stability. These three sail systems work in coordination. By manipulating the cables, this ship can perform any necessary maneuver between the sky and the sea. Old Barry walked to the side of the ship and lovingly stroked the smooth hull. All course control of the sky ascending boat, forward turning, ascending, descending, turning around, is achieved through precise manipulation of the sails via this indoor linkage and winch system. Usually at least two people need to cooperate here. One main controller, one assistant for observation and fine-tuning. What about below? Erjuo pointed to the stairs leading to the main cabin below, feeling overwhelmed by these delicate operations. There must be places to sleep and eat right. Come down and see. Old Bari smiled and led everyone down the stairs. The moment they stepped into the main cabin, the sight before them again gave them a near-shocking feeling. Empty. It was an extremely spacious compartment running from bow to stern. Aside from the necessary keel support structure, a few rows of simple cargo shelf straps fixed to the bulkheads, and a small storage compartment near the underside of the cockpit, it was completely empty. There were no partitions, no berths, no kitchen, nor any trace of living facilities. The only furnishing was a giant pillar located in the center of the cabin, extending upward from the bottom, keel seemingly growing together with the hull, the base of the main mast they had seen outside. Is this really a ship? Isaac couldn't help muttering. How come there's nothing? Where to sleep? Where to eat? Where to put things? Sammy, however, thoughtfully reached out his fingertips, gliding over the smooth bulkhead, his gaze slowly sweeping across this extremely minimalist, even rudimentary interior space. Old Bari's voice echoed in the empty cabin. The primary purpose of the Sky Ascending boat since ancient times is to ascend to the Sky Island. The airflow at high altitude is complex, the lift and speed required for ascent are crucial. Every bit of unnecessary weight added to the hull reduces the chance of success. Moreover, the Sky Ascending boat has always been a special merchant ship for ascending to the Sky Island. In order to carry as much cargo as possible, cannons, reinforced planks, comfortable cabins, separate storerooms, kitchens, and even fixed berths, all non-essential items, are discarded. Merchants or adventurers on long voyages usually only carry dry rations and drinking water for no more than 20 days, with the cargo piled in this empty cabin. He walked over to the seamless mast keel in the center and gave it a heavy pat, producing a dull echo. Look at this main trunk of wind perching wood. It serves as both the keel and the mast, growing as one piece from the keel, 12 meters tall. Its connection with the keel is seamless without a single rivet. It is the strongest part of the entire ship. Even if other parts are damaged, it will never warp. Old Bari spread his hands, pointing to the empty surroundings. Everything is to minimize weight to the extreme, leaving all structural strength to counter the updrafts and maintain flight stability. However, the cost of this is that its hull is relatively fragile, with much less impact resistance than ordinary seagoing ships. It has no armament. If attacked at the Sky Island, it can almost only rely on evasive maneuvers, unable to retaliate. It is also not designed for long-term maritime life, so comfort is basically zero. Isaac carefully examined every corner of the ship, then returned to the deck to report to Sammy. Boss, no problems. The ship is well maintained, but the operating method is different from our ship. We'll need some practice. Sammy's gaze once again fell on the lifelike flying bird pattern on the bow, and a smile appeared on his face. Old man, does this ship have a name? Old Bari followed his gaze, his eyes becoming incredibly soft, as if looking at an old friend. Yes, she is called the Yunk Hao. Yunk Hao. Sammy repeated softly, his smile deepening. A good name. So, Old Master Bari, when can we start learning how to master this Yunk Hao? Right now? She and I have been waiting for this moment for too long. Let's go to the dock, and I'll personally demonstrate for you. Over the following days, the crew of the Arrowfish gathered around that peculiarly shaped lark, beginning tense, yet novel training. Although Old Bari no longer stood straight, his eyes would shine with youthful radiance whenever he spoke of his ship. Watch closely. This red one controls the opening angle of the left wing. This blue one controls the right wing. These two linked bronze rods adjust the mainsail's left and right swing. Remember, the wind blowing upward from high west is the navigation channel, and the wings and sails are the rudder and oars of the lark. Hans and Leon studied the most diligently. Hans, relying on his seasoned experience in ship navigation, quickly grasped the interconnections between each control mechanism. Leon, by contrast, was calm and meticulous, skilled in observation and fine adjustments, perfectly complementing Hans. With one taking primary control and the other assisting, they repeatedly practiced retracting and extending the wing membranes, maneuvering the mainsail, and maintaining balance with the tail sail under the old man's guidance. Not right, kid. Leon, the sails being adjusted too hastily. Hans, adjust the wing angle again. It's catching too much wind right now. However, time waits for no one. During one demonstration of rapid turning maneuvers, Old Bari moved too forcefully, and a sharp crack echoed. Clutching his lower back, he froze rigid on the spot. Sir Bart. The crowd was startled. I strained my back. Old Bari grimaced in pain, cold sweat instantly breaking out across his forehead. Shiroku was summoned urgently. After examination, he wrapped Old Bari's waist in thick bandages and instructed him to remain bedridden with no strenuous activity. But the training? Old Bari grew anxious. We've got the training covered. Hans patted his chest. Just guide us verbally from the sidelines, and we'll master every movement. Thus, the subsequent training became Old Bari reclining in his lounge chair, hissing through his teeth as he provided remote instructions through words alone. Hans and Leon's coordination grew increasingly seamless, from their initial awkwardness to smoothly maneuvering the Lark through the harbor with direction changes, and occasionally even drifting with the strong ocean winds. Several days later, with their operational training essentially mastered, it was time to select who would journey to the Sky Island. That evening, the Arrowfish's dining hall was converted into an impromptu conference room. Everyone understood that despite the Lark's interior being designed with ample space, it couldn't carry over 100 people. Excessive weight would severely compromise both flight performance and sailing safety. Sammy took his seat at the head, addressing the assembled crew with directness. You all know the situation. The Lark isn't the Arrowfish. We can't take everyone, and a substantial portion must stay behind to guard the ship, and our officers can't all go either. So we must make a choice. Who goes, who stays? Silence lasted only a second. The boss is definitely going, no debate about that. Then I'm definitely going. Wherever the boss goes, I go. Besides, how could such a grand occasion proceed without me? Before he finished speaking, a silent figure had already positioned itself behind his chair. Alder grinned broadly, throwing an arm around Sergeant's shoulders. Look, there's my apprentice too. Consider us a package deal. We go together. Marcus crossed his arms and snorted derisively. The Sky Island situation remains unknown. As the ship's second leading combatant, I naturally must go, to ensure the captain's safety and safe passage. He cast a deliberate glance at Alder. Compared to those who rely solely on brute force, someone with brains needs to keep watch. Go to hell. Who gave you that second-place title? Alder's eyes widened in indignation. Enough. Sammy raised his hand to halt the escalating argument. Hans, Leon, you're the pilots, you must go. Sammy's gaze shifted to the elderly man reclining nearby. Per our prior agreement, Mr. Barry must board the vessel. Old Barry, stirred by excitement, attempted to sit up, but immediately reined himself in as pain shot through his back. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Captain. Then Shiruku comes as well, Sammy said regarding the ship's doctor, who was scribbling in his notebook. Huh, am I going to? Shiruku paused, adjusting his glasses. The old man's back injury requires ongoing care. At high altitudes, pressure and temperature shift dramatically, and unforeseen medical complications could prove more troublesome than any known adversary. You need to come just in case. Very well, for the old man's sake and everyone's safety. I'll prepare protocols for altitude sickness and emergency medical response. Good, Sammy nodded. That makes 8: myself, Alder, Sergeant Marcus, Barry, Shiruko, Hans, and Leon. His gaze swept to those remaining. Isaac, what are your thoughts? The ever-silent Isaac lifted his head. Captain, I'll stay behind. Someone needs to hold fort on the Arrowfish. Sammy studied him intently before nodding. Very well. The Arrowfish and those staying behind are in your hands. Kahilo picked up the thread. Isaac speaks rightly. If we all depart, leaving only the younger crew members aboard would be far too dangerous. Then I'll remain as well. Alberto nodded silently from the sidelines, gesturing to himself, and then to the deck beneath his feet, his intent unmistakable. Feichi rose to his feet. Captain, I wish to go to the Sky Island. My marksmanship should prove valuable at long range and in complex terrain. Moreover, I'm accustomed to handling unexpected situations. After brief consideration, Sammy replied, Granted, you're included. Before he finished speaking, the crew members who had been quiet suddenly erupted into murmurs. The officers' assignments were settled, what remained were the scarce spots available to regular crew. Going to the Sky Island might be the only chance of a lifetime. Captain, let me go. Captain, pick me. My eyesight is sharp. I excel at lookouts and reconnaissance. Take me with you, Captain. I've dreamed of flying since childhood. And me. Choose me, choose me. In an instant, pleas rose from all sides as nearly everyone stood the dining hall filling with commotion. Alder, feeling a headache brewing from the chaos, scratched his ear. Whoa, everyone's so eager. Eagerness is good, but we can't fit everyone. After careful deliberation, the final count for the Sky Island expedition settled at 18. Sammy rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across those selected and those left behind. Those staying behind, guard our ship well. Once we reach the Sky Island, I'll contact you via Den Den Mushi. Don't slack off while I'm gone. Those heading to the Sky Island, make your preparations. We depart in 3 days. 3 days later, the moment for the Lark set sail finally arrived. All supplies were firmly secured in the cabin, ensuring they wouldn't shift even during violent turbulence. The mainsail, tail, sail, wings, winch system. All facilities underwent a final inspection. Before departure, Sammy called Kahalo aside. After we leave, the Swordfish is in your hands. Keep the remaining brothers in check, stay low-key on the island, and don't cause trouble. Most importantly, before we return, it's best not to attract the Navy's attention. Most of the ship's senior crew are away, and if something goes wrong, you'll be under immense pressure. Kahalo nodded. I understand, boss. Rest assured, I'll keep everyone in line and ensure the Swordfish remains safe. Sammy patted his shoulder and said no more. The Lark slowly sailed out of the harbor, rounded the cape, and arrived at the western side of Lyashtar Island. This was a world utterly different from the tranquil harbor. The relentless, violent westerly wind howled incessantly, whipping up seawater that crashed against the cliff walls, shattering into a mist of white foam. This wind. It's insane. Aldo gripped the ship's railing tightly, feeling even breathing was a struggle. We need to harness its power. Old Barry, protected by Sammy's side, said. Only this kind of wind can push the ship through the obstacles and climb onto the high-speed skyway. The Lark gradually adjusted its course, its bow pointing directly at the vertical cliff on the western side of Lyashta Island. Now, Old Barry's voice was unusually loud, brimming with decades of suppressed excitement. Hans. Leon. Full sail. Adjust the wing membrane angle to maximum lift. Aim straight for the cliff, full speed ahead. Understood. Hans and Leon exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, and simultaneously pushed the control levers. The Lark's sleek, streamlined hull shuddered slightly. The mainsail instantly billowed with the westerly wind, and the tail sail adjusted its angle to provide initial thrust. This vessel, born for the sky, instantly accelerated to an unbelievable speed, shooting like an arrow from a bowstring straight toward the cliff. The fierce westerly wind was no longer a hindrance, but became the mightiest booster. The cliff loomed ever larger in their vision, the oppressive weight of death bearing down upon them. We're going to hit. We're going to hit. Hold steady. Now, pull the lever. Press the rear edge of the wing membrane. Raise the bow. Hans's forehead veins bulged as he pushed the main control lever with all his strength. Leon stared fixedly at the side wing's angle gauge, making fine adjustments. Hold on. Sammy barked. Everyone grab something. We're about to take off. Just as the bow was about to smash into the rock face, the Lark's hull trembled slightly. Using the terrifying forward speed and angle adjustment, it lifted off the sea at the very last moment. The bow surged upward, defying all logic, and began to climb vertically along the steep cliff. Except for Hans and Leon strapped into their seats, everyone else clung tightly to the cabin wall handrails. Sammy held Old Barry firmly in one arm, while his other hand clutched the strap of the mainmast base. Boom! The sound of crashing waves suddenly faded, and the view raced upward. The island's outline shrank rapidly beneath them. The harbor, windmills, and town became insignificant specks. Everyone felt a powerful force pressing them against the deck or cabin walls as if their blood were flowing backward. We're flying. Leon stared ahead, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Don't let up. We're on the high-speed skyway. Old Barry, pale from the jolting, kept his eyes fixed forward. Hans. Leon. Steady the course. Whatever you do, don't stray from this wind channel. This is insane. I can't even see the road. Aldo strained his eyes, but all he could see was a blur of rapidly flowing images and an increasingly thin azure. No reference points at all. Go by feel. Old Barry shouted. Piloting a skyboat is 70% wind and 30% the helmsman's instinct. Trust the ship, feel the wind. This is the hardest part of the climb. Hans's back was drenched in cold sweat. He had heard the old man explain the concept of the high-speed skyway during training, but actually being there driving the ship upward through a void. The panic of losing all visual reference nearly overwhelmed him. He could only stare at the instruments before him and the empty road ahead, trying to discern the path from the wind's speed, the hull's vibration, and the feedback from the control lever. Should I turn a little left? Hans felt the wind pressure on the right side, seemed slightly stronger, muttering to himself. At that moment of extreme tension, a gentle male voice suddenly sounded in his ear, strangely cutting through all the wind and roar. No, keep it as it is. The voice came so abruptly that Hans jolted and inexplicably stopped his fingers from moving the control lever. All right, he subconsciously replied in a low voice. Strangely enough, after this brief instruction, the churning anxiety and panic within Hans were somewhat calmed. He began to focus more on adjusting his breathing and following that feeling. Clouds. There are clouds ahead. Fitz shouted through the observation window. Directly ahead, a vast, thick cloud layer stretched endlessly, and at its center, a huge gaping hole was torn open by violent air currents. That's the breach opened by the skyway. Old Barry's voice was excited. We're on the right track. Go through it. The Lark plunged headlong into the white, misty cloud hole. In an instant, they were enveloped by milky white fog with only the sound of wind remaining. A few seconds later, they burst out of the clouds, and before them opened a clearer, higher sky. But just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the upward thrust began to weaken noticeably. The ship slowed down and even started to pitch. What's happening? We're losing power. Are we off the skyway? Mommy, I'm going to fall. Thump. A dull, soft impact came from the hull, accompanied by a strange rocking. The Lark stopped. Dead silence filled the cabin, broken only by heavy breathing. We landed? Hiluluk asked uncertainly in a low voice. Aldo was the first to react, letting go of the handrail and dashing toward the hatch. Let's go see. The crew stumbled onto the deck and were struck speechless by the sight before them. White. An endless, pure white sea of clouds stretched to the horizon. They were parked steadily atop this cloud layer. Above the sky was a deep blue, so unreal sunlight poured down unhindered, illuminating this empty, yet magnificent pure white world. After a brief silence, wild cheers erupted like a volcano. Several crew members who had been huddled together now shouted meaningless cries on the deck at the magnificent cloud sea around them. Wow! The entire process from the sprint to landing had actually taken only a few minutes, yet it felt as long as a lifetime of life and death. We did it. Haha. In the cockpit, a wave of exhaustion and lingering fear washed over Hans, followed by uncontrollable joy. He slowly released his grip on the control lever only to find his fingers still trembling uncontrollably. Hans looked at Leon beside him and saw that he too was pale. Not bad, Leon. Hans managed to give Leon a thumbs up. You're a true officer. What guts. When the ship took off, I was panicking like crazy, but you kept your cool, observing and directing. If you hadn't reminded me to hold the course, I might have messed up. Leon was wiping cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He paused, confused, and turned his head. But I didn't say anything. I was terrified too in that situation. Just staring at the instruments and the road ahead took all my energy. How could I have had time to direct? Hans's hand froze in midair. Then that voice just now. He looked at Leon's bewildered expression and finally shook his head in confusion. Well, maybe I was too nervous and misheard. Upon arriving at the Yunhai, the boundless pure white world before them left everyone momentarily speechless, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Clouds. They're really clouds. Are we truly sailing on clouds? Several crew members rushed to the ship's rail and reached out, carefully touching the dense substance like sea below, only to find a moist, soft, and peculiar texture under their hands. More people crowded over excitedly. Some even fetched oars and wooden sticks to tentatively poke at the Yunhai. The sticks easily sank in with almost no resistance, as if plunged into a liquid, and the cloud layer flowed around them. Hey, these clouds. They actually have a texture. It feels like water. Let me try. Erjuo pushed through the crowd, snatched a harpoon, and hurled it forcefully into the Yunhai. The harpoon spun and sank into the cloud layer, vanishing silently, without even a single splash. Not even a splash. This stuff seems different from water. Can this support the ship? Even the usually composed Marcus couldn't resist curiosity. He drew his blade, ran in, and gently traced the cloud surface with its tip. The blade sank in without any obstruction, and when withdrawn it was covered with dewdrops, yet the cloud surface showed no trace at all, as if it had never been touched. How amazing! Even common sense is different up here on the Sky Island. The crew ran about the deck shouting and yelling. Some even lay on the rail, trying to scoop up a handful of cloud water, while others shouted into the distance, listening to the echoes dissipate in the boundless white world. Sammy also walked to the bow, took a deep breath, and felt the strangely fresh air fill his lungs. He gazed at this world beyond imagination. However, the high spirits did not last long. Several crew members who were jumping and shouting suddenly slowed down, their faces turning pale as they clutched their chests and slowly sat down. Like the first domino falling one after another, more people began to feel difficulty breathing, as if a heavy stone were pressing on their chests. Erjuo shook his head, feeling the white world before him sway slightly. Even Sammy felt a sudden palpitation with a mild, throbbing pain at his temples. Thump thump. Several weaker crew members collapsed directly onto the deck, gasping for air. What's wrong? Enemy attack. Hans and Liang, who had been in the cockpit, saw this scene. Their faces changed drastically, and they rushed out immediately. Erjuo raised one hand and waved it weakly. No enemy. Just chest tight. Can't breathe. Sammy knelt on one knee, fighting off dizziness, and began to regulate his breathing, feeling the subtle changes as his body gradually adapted. It's the high altitude. The air is too thin. Don't panic. Slowly adjust your breathing and give your bodies time to adapt. Under his calm guidance, the others gradually settled down and followed his instructions to take slow, deep breaths. Sure enough, the suffocating sensation gradually eased over time. Erjuo recovered the fastest, his reckless energy returning as he ripped open the buttons of his shirt. Suffocating. Now I'm fine. This Yunhai looks pretty inviting. Anyone want to go for a swim? Sky Island pool. Might be a once-in-a-lifetime chance. With his lead, several energetic crew members also grew eager and started taking off their coats. Hey, you guys. Bam. 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 Sammy darted forward and unceremoniously gave Erjuo and those about to undress a sharp rap on each of their foreheads. Ouch. That hurts. What's swimming? Sammy glared at them irritably. Use your brains. This is the Yunhai. There's no seafloor beneath. What if you swim too far or dive too deep and fall? What would be the consequence? All of you behave yourselves. Sorry boss, I was wrong. Erjuo covered his head and deflated while the others quickly put their clothes back on. Sammy ignored this group of clowns and turned to Hans. Hans, check the log pose. Has it caught the magnetic field of the Sky Island? Hans looked down at the log pose on his wrist. The needle was trembling slightly, pointing toward a certain direction deep in the Yunhai. Boss. Yes. The needle's reacting. Excellent. Sammy's spirits lifted. Adjust course immediately and proceed at full speed along the needle's direction. Sammy looked around. Where's Old Barry? Where's the old man? Captain, Old Barry is here. A crew member's voice came from the hatch. He's not well. He's unresponsive. Sammy's face changed, and he immediately rushed down to the cabin. Their Old Barry was curled up on a mat in the corner, his face flushed, breathing weakly, and already in a semi-comatose state. Hillialik, coming. The ship's doctor arrived with a medical kit. He quickly examined Old Barry's pupils' pulse and temperature, his expression turning grave. He has a high fever. It should be acute mountain sickness, and the symptoms are severe. He's old, his body functions are declining, and his tolerance to low pressure and hypoxia is much lower than ours. Is there a way? Before departure, I specifically studied high-altitude illnesses and prepared medications and protocols. Hillialik opened the medical kit without hesitation, took out several special medicine bottles and a simple infusion set. I need to administer medication immediately. Hopefully it will stabilize him. He swiftly disinfected and prepared the medication. The pale blue liquid flowed through the transparent tube drop by drop into Old Barry's vein. Hans, don't slow down. Head toward the Sky Island at full speed. Sammy ordered Hans, who had followed him, and then turned his gaze back to Old Barry. We need to find the Sky Island as soon as possible. Under Hillialik's careful treatment and the effects of the medication, after about half an hour, Old Barry's rapid breathing gradually calmed, and the flush on his face faded somewhat. His eyelashes fluttered a few times, and he slowly opened his eyes. His vision was blurred for a moment before focusing on Hillialik, who was adjusting the drip rate, and the faces of Sammy and others gathered around. He felt the strange coolness on his arm and saw the tube delivering the medication. Cough. He smiled weakly. Truly, this old man is useless. In the end, still causing trouble for everyone. Don't speak, old man. Sammy pressed down on his shoulder as he tried to lift it. You rest well. The medicine is very effective. Hillialik said you'll be fine after you stabilize a bit more. We are advancing at full speed and will soon reach the Sky Island. Sky Island. The Sky Island is approaching. A faint spark of light flickered in Old Barry's cloudy eyes as he tried to recall. The position of the Sky Island hasn't changed much. According to the records, after passing through this Yunhai, the next island should be called Alamuk Island. Bulu 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 bulu. On the deck of the Arrowfish, the distinctive cry of a transponder snail rang out. Kai Heluo, who had been leaning against the ship's railing basking in the warm sun of Lyashida Island, snapped out of his reverie and reached for the receiver. Kajia. The transponder snail shell shifted rapidly, mimicking Sammy's appearance and demeanor. Hello, Kai Heluo. It's Sammy. Sammy, boss. Kai Heluo's spirits lifted. How are things on your end? The transponder snail's imitation of Sammy broke into a smile. We've successfully crossed the ascending current and landed smoothly on the Sea of Clouds. The log pose is reacting, and we're heading toward the first target island. How about you? Kai Heluo glanced into the distance. Isaac was leading some of the brothers in physical training at the dock area, while nearby, several energetic crew members had borrowed surfboards from the islanders and were playing joyfully in the harbor, splashing water everywhere. Everything's normal here, boss, Kai Heluo said with a laugh. Isaac and some of the brothers are training and restocking. The rest of us, well, let's just say we're finding some entertainment. He chose his words carefully. Well, looks like you're having a pretty leisurely time. Sammy's voice carried a hint of teasing. Well, since we have to wait here for you to return, we gotta find something to do, Kai Heluo chuckled. By the way, on the Sea of Clouds, everything's. His words suddenly halted. From the transponder snail, a faint yet urgent cacophony emerged, a mix of startled cries and the muffled thud of an impact. Boss, what's that noise? The transponder snail's imitation of Sammy seemed to tilt its head to listen, then turned back. Oh, it's nothing. Just a minor issue over here, nothing serious. Anyway, let's keep in touch. We'll contact you when we're back. Understood. Though a flicker of doubt lingered in Kai Heluo's mind, he responded. The call ended, and the transponder snail returned to its original form, lazily letting out a yawn. Kai Heluo put down the receiver and gazed toward the western sky, where nothing but white clouds stretched endlessly. A minor issue, he murmured to himself, then shook his head. With the boss around, it'll be fine. The scene shifted to the Sea of Clouds aboard the Lark. Look behind us. What is that thing? It's charging. My God, such a huge shadow. It's a monster fish. A monster fish. In the Sea of Clouds. The crew had gathered at the ship's rail, pointing astern with cries of alarm. The others followed their gaze and saw not far from the Lark's side a massive shadow tearing through the pure white surface of the Sea of Clouds, pursuing them at astonishing speed. It was a fish of enormous size, its body length estimated at nearly 30 meters. Its frame was flat and broad, its skin the same grayish-white as the Sea of Clouds, covered in peculiar spiral patterns. It lacked distinct fins, replaced instead by several pairs of broad membranous wing-like appendages that moved with uncanny agility through the clouds. Its speed was tremendous. In the blink of an eye it had drawn level with the Lark, its massive shadow enveloping the ship's side. Sajin C at that moment stood by the railing on that side, seemingly lost in thought. The shadow completely engulfed him. Sajin C, sensing something, slowly raised his head. The flat monster fish lowered its head. Its two large and motionless yellowish-brown eyes met his gaze directly. Their eyes locked. The next second, without warning, the monster fish opened its massive maw lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth and lunged towards Sajin C at the railing. Move. Sajin C, don't just stand there. Sajin C, get back. However, Sajin C, who had remained motionless, watched the rapidly approaching maw, a gaping pit that could swallow him, railing and all, and in his usually vacant eyes something flickered. Attack range. Just as the jaws were about to snap shut, Sajin C moved. He did not retreat. Instead, contrary to everyone's expectations, he gripped the heavy iron rod that Air Duo had given him for practice, and with a powerful push he launched himself off the deck. Instead of backing away, he charged straight toward the monster fish's snapping bite. Sajin C, don't go. Bang. A dull grating impact echoed. Sajin C's seemingly clumsy but terrifyingly powerful swing struck the monster fish's snout squarely on its side. The immense force deflected the fish's charge. Its head knocked sideways, and it let out a strange pained hiss. Using the recoil, Sajin C somersaulted in midair and leaped over the railing, plummeting into the churning sea of clouds below. The monster fish, enraged by the heavy blow, twisted its body with a sudden lurch, pivoting its massive frame agilely in the clouds. Its wing-like appendages churned up great waves of cloud mist as it opened its maw again and charged toward the falling Sajin C. For a moment on the sea of clouds, man and fish engaged in a fierce struggle alongside the Lark. Though Sajin C's figure appeared minuscule before the colossal creature, the power behind his swinging iron rod was astonishing. Every collision with the monster fish's body produced a heavy thud, stirring the surrounding clouds into a frenzy. The battle ended sooner than expected. Perhaps it was Sajin C's brute force that turned the tide. After taking 7 or 8 heavy blows, the monster fish's movements stiffened, then it let out a mournful cry. Its massive body tilted slowly, losing all vitality, floating on the surface of the sea of clouds, gently swaying with the current. By then, Han C, sensing the anomaly, had gradually brought the Lark to a halt. Sajin C swam back from the sea of clouds, climbed the rope ladder the crew had lowered, and crawled back onto the deck, drenched. No sooner had he stepped aboard than Air Duo stormed over and gave him a resounding thwack on the head. "You little rascal." Air Duo was both furious and anxious. "Did you not listen to a word the boss said? I told you no leaving the ship. No leaving the ship. And you still jump off. Did you think you could just dive down and fight that thing?" Sajin C, his head lowered from the blow, rubbed the spot, and slowly looked up. His face still bore no obvious expression, but his eyes silently drifted from the enraged Air Duo to Sammy, who had just stepped onto the deck. "Enough, Air Duo," Sammy interjected, his gaze sweeping over Sajin C and the floating monster fish corpse in the distance. "Since he's unharmed, and the problem's been resolved, let's let it slide this time." He turned to Han C and Leong. "Continue forward, heading to Alyamuk Island." "Yes, boss." Air Duo shot one last fierce glare at Sajin C. "Oof. You got lucky this time, and you even made me look good. But you remember this, without orders don't you ever jump off the ship again. You hear me, eh?" Sajin C looked at him, then slowly nodded. The crisis averted, the Lark set sail once more. A few bold crew members gathered around Sajin C, curiously eyeing his wet clothes and hair. "Sajin C, how was it? Swimming in the clouds. What's the difference from swimming in the sea? How did it feel?" Sajin C shook the water droplets from his hair, turned his head, and his face remained that same vacant expression. He opened his mouth, and finally only 2 dry words escaped his lips. Nothing." Then, clutching the iron rod, he silently retreated to the corner behind Air Duo, where he usually stayed, sat down against the cabin wall, and returned to that quiet shadow-like state, as if the fierce man who had leaped overboard to battle a giant fish was not him at all. The crew members exchanged looks, shaking their heads and laughing. That guy really was an odd one.